This is the G mix. Your shoes match your bag, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Let me see your piercings. Tats on your clear skin. Let me see your piercings.
I'ma let you see my piercings.
Tattoos and piercings, or was it piercings and tattoos? I like my girls made in Chelsea, just call me Solomon Callow. She might be shopping at Harrods, got necklace and carrots. By now she's in the club singing the worst of niggas in Paris. Might not have tats, slim waist and some back. Vocab superior, so them guys think they're under attack. Piercings in both of her ears, but not overdone. The naughty she gets is snorting coke while sipping some rum. I'm in the stables in Camden, I'm trying to bag me a model. I saw you with a chick that look like me, you must need some goggles. Meanwhile, I'm with a bitch that looks so good, it makes the man bubble. Tattoos so complicated on the body, call it a puzzle. Hey, I'm a dirty fuck, finger in a dirty car. Got a stud piercing above a dirty bar. She sucked the other girl's pussy like a dirty slut. Martin Scorsese when it comes to this kind of
Your shoes match your bag, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Let me see your piercings. Tats on your clear skin. Let me see your piercings.
I'ma let you see my piercings.
Hold on, somebody say ink. Cause I'm tattooed like an emo, baby, what do you think? Keep it color from the feet up, we can heat up. Tattoos on your back, begging for 5 to creep up. Tattoos like a leaf up, oh, but she likes that. 5-star straight across the neck, and besides that, I'm covered like a New York train, I'm on the right track. I don't bite none of my ink, babe, I bite back. Tattoos is my motherfucking interest. Let me see your ink fest. Tell motherfuckers keep going till there ain't no ink left. Furthermore, just keep on going till there ain't no skin left. Tattoos on my body, you think I'm wearing a string vest. No wonder Jens put me on the sequel. Slow crackhead, but I'm addicted to the needle. I'm sick, somebody strap me in the fucking chair. Cover me in sexy bitches, let her make me anywhere.
Your shoes match your bag, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Let me see your piercings. Tats on your clear skin. Let me see your piercings.
I'ma let you see my piercings.
You wanna lick my tats with your piercings? Snake bites all up on my sheer skin. Spot a S&M, flinching. Kiss it better vibrating, tongue grips. And I love a girl with a Medusa. She be like, oh shit, my get me loose. And we don't need no lube, but platform. Your tats, my hats, romancing. But fuck a bitch boy, trying to earn stripes. You could think it up, but you can never ever get right. He wanna tap my bars on his ball sack, so he don't need to tell them other hoes fall back. Yeah, I have to rock it right. Like this thing I'm seeing with the spider web on her thigh. When she in the chair, I tell her sit tight. She can show them what a mama forbade her.
Your shoes match your bag, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Let me see your piercings. Tats on your clear skin. Let me see your piercings.
I'ma let you see my piercings.
Please have a moment of silence for the girls with the pierced tongues. Let's go. Body like a masterpiece, looking like an artist's dream. Making it hard for me, the opposite of plasticine. Playing with your tongue ring like a nasty freak. I'm trying to get some quick knowledge, a fast degree. You make me wanna say, Master P. I see murder when it comes to get nans of me. You ain't gotta say too much from the look in your eyes. I know you wanna fuck, and I ain't gotta call you my boo. Just as bad as I wanna fuck, you wanna fuck too. You should have an exhibition. Let me flip you in the next position. Make it so wet it glistens. Now catching the extra kissing. Trust me, you'll wreck the sitting. Just cocky, just a kitten. The real London ink, your tattoos are the best in Britain. Baby, you're incredible. All of your ink's credible. I look between the lines if you say your ink's edible. Your shoes match your bag, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Let me see your piercings. Tats on your clear skin. Let me see your piercings.
I'ma let you see my piercings.
Done though. Section JEDI. Shutdown season. All the ladies with the tattoos and the piercings, kindly step to the left. The rest of you lot sit this one out. Taps on your clear, let me sit on your. Done now. Section JO80. Shutdown season. All the ladies with the tattoos and the piercings, kindly step to the left. The rest of you lot sit this one out. Yo! Your shoes match your back, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Your shoes match your back, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Let me see your piercings. Taps on your clear skin. Let me see your piercings. Taps on your clear, let me see your piercings. She got a picture of an angel on her neck, looking fatal in her dress. Hope she's available for gents so I can lay her on my bed and study your life story illustrated on her flesh. From the navel to her breast, fascinated by the images engraved on her legs, pierced in all the right places. It's playing with my head. I'm constantly thinking of linking an ink ting with a hoop in her nose like that pink ting. Looking like a rock star with a lip ring. All this bodyguards got JEDI thinking sick things. I get excited quick by the sight of thick-bodied women rocking mad tats like the biker chicks. I got a Harley Davy, baby, we can ride on it. To the bar that's at JEDI on it. Believe me, when I'm sleepy, I ain't trying to dream a genie. I dream a freaky Nefertiti's covered in graffiti. Your shoes match your back, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Your shoes match your back, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, tats on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Let me see your piercings. Taps on your clear skin. Let me see your piercings. Taps on your clear, let me see your piercings. Was only meant to talk, but now we're on the bed humping. I tried to behave, she kept playing with her tongue ring. Recruiting from a blowjob, head hunting. You've been hired by JEDI, put your flyer to the love's wing. Looking triple fierce, bottom lip and nipple pierce. The lettering on your collarbone is crystal clear. Girl, you get it in them other whole shits is smeared. All my ladies go crazy if your clips been speared. Or your pussy's blinking, girl, your pussy's winning. He does all the shit my ex-girl's pussy didn't. Sharing is caring, why keep the goodies hidden? Tattoos and piercings, that's my new religion. It don't matter if it's songs or Arabic scriptures from Quran. Your baby's name will Lucky Charm. A bar through your lip or your nose. Taps on your hips or your arms. Lift up your arms. Let me see your piercings. Taps on your clear skin. Let me see your piercings. Taps on your clear, let me see your piercings. Your shoes match your back, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, taps on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Your shoes match your back, swag never sharing. Hair done, nails fly, taps on your clear skin. I love that perfume that you're wearing and your earrings, but let me see your piercings. Let me see your piercings. Taps on your clear skin. Let me see your piercings. Taps on your clear, let me see your piercings. Let me see your piercings. Taps on your clear, let me see your piercings. Hey! It's your boy JEDI for JEDI Online, Trilluminati, live, REDPILLTRILL, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know we go live, and please put the number of your like in the chat, you know, like that. Come on. Monday the 8th of August. Happy new day, happy new month, happy new week. I want a blood clot. Hit the like button. Let me know the number of your like. Hey, nobody no one did. Everybody wants to earn. Nobody no wants to work. Everybody want bread. Nobody want it. Yo, listen. First and foremost, who hitting the link? Come on, Southside. Tell them, man. Who's hitting the Ras Clout, Bumper Clout, Pussy Clout, Blood Clout link? Hit that link, man. Let's get this shit started, man. You know? Let's get this shit started. Jump on board. I want to see who's first getting a prize straight away. I'm going to go out my way. Whoever gets on the panel first is getting a prize straight away. No long thing. Come on. Ah, shit. Is it coming from somewhere up north, not London. Maybe it's near Birmingham, but the accent sounds a little funny. Weighing in at, I don't know, probably something like 30 pounds because she's tiny. She's about 4'1". It is the beast from the east. No, she's not from the east. The boss from the north. They don't rhyme, but shh. Yeah, it is the Asian persuasion. It is the Punjabi nightmare. The Sikh-Sikhi. Sneety.
Punches Jedi in the face. I'm not joking. I'm just joking. That was a bit. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, she's Asian, but she's not Malaysian.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Oi, you proper disrespected me, you know. 4'1". 4'1", Jedi. Do you rate me? Do you rate me at all? 4'1", you know. Guys, don't listen to him. I am a whole mighty 5'2". Okay.
She loves her a blackie. Is everyone's favorite.
Please don't rhyme blackie with the word that I think that you're going to. Just don't do it.
She loves her a blackie. He's everyone's favorite person. It is.
I see what you did there. All
right, let me go again. All right. Is it a man?
Wow!
Whoa. This is not you.
Whoa.
Can you step to the side? You've had your intro.
Oh, sorry.
Is it a man? Is it a woman?
Does he have a list?
Is it both? Yo!
The suspense is killing me.
If you need someone to warm up the party, if you need someone to shut down the panani, yes, all the way
shit.
from is everybody's favorite Molly. It is the one.
Oh, shit.
The only.
Come on.
But man actually left.
Oh,
I didn't leave.
He's
the one. The only. Don Osman.
Shit.
He's going to be like, hi.
Hi, Lefty.
Uh-oh.
Eunice?
Sorry, we could talk to Jedi.
Stop putting that voice on extra. He would proper put extra masala on it. He's like, hi, it's Jedi. It's Jedi.
Fuck me, facts. Fuck me,
Whoa.
Pause.
Guys, I would just like to bring to your attention that it wasn't me that dirtied up the stream. Okay, it's this guy.
Fuck me in the bum, facts.
Sorry.
Whoa, Dr. Jedi. What is
Hey, facts.
Guy?
Hey, facts. Am I turning you on?
Wow. A bit of sun comes out, and this is how he's acting.
Where's this? You got sun.
Yeah. Put your shirt back on.
It's warm, but it's not very bright. It's not the bright.
It's always bright and warm and sunny where I am because I take it with me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you might want to take med.
Shut up. Fight me, Jedi. Fight me.
Okay, here we go. Okay. When it comes to lines of cocaine, she rocks them.
Oh, shit. Ladies and gentle ladies.
Yeah, she likes it up the backsum.
Oh, shit.
All the way from begging it with Ethiopians. Yes, it's the Eritrean. I didn't know what to rhyme Eritrean with. It's the Eritrean.
Get off the stage.
It is the Hafti with a.
Hafti with the Taffy.
Wow.
Taffy.
It's the Laffy Taffy Hafti.
Yeah. Shake that Laffy Taffy. Shake that
all the way from somewhere cold where the devil lives up north. It is the one, the only. Ask Crexham, I mean Axel.
Guys, can I just bring your attention to what South said in the chat, please?
Okay.
He's rhymed Hafti with what? Bakti. What the fuck? Get out! Get off the stage! Boo! Bakti! Boo! Everyone in the chat, dash your tomatoes at South, please. It's tomato time.
Hey, Eunice.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Oh, he's all excited now. Axel's here.
No, I'm not excited at all. I'm just saying, how are you? Right?
Yeah, Axel, the one woman that moves Eunice, man.
No.
Yeah, Shani, bare tomatoes. So what is going on, everybody?
I don't know. I was just doing intros. I don't know.
Yeah. We've got all the tomatoes in the chat.
Okay.
This make me happy.
Just asking. Yeah, hit him with the tomatoes. Hit him with the tomatoes. Just asking, family. In your country, in your respective countries.
I'm scared.
No. I mean, look, man. Look, you can see. There's one thing. There's two things I want to talk about today. Yeah. It's all about we're questioning the existence and reality of these things, right?
Yeah.
So one is black magic, voodoo, judge, witchcraft, magic in general. Do we believe in it? Is it real? Any evidence of it? Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Should we stay away from it? Should we embrace it? As people, as Africans, as whatever, should people embrace their indigenous cultures of spiritualism and rituals and magic and whatever? That's one, right? And the other question is love, about love. Is love real? Must somebody love you to love them? Is that a requirement? Do you love people that don't love you? Can you love people that don't love you? Should you love people that don't love you? Is love real? Is the cliche about if you don't love yourself, you can't love no one else? Is that real? So we're going to get into that. And that's the second half of the convo, right?
That's some mad questions, though.
Give us a big itinerary today. Fucking hell.
Yeah, that's some mad. Ooh, the topic is big. Okay, what do you want to start with?
Let's start with the easiest one. Is judge real?
I think it's very real.
Yes,
I think it's very real.
Why is judge, black magic, witchcraft? Are they all the same thing?
I think they're in this. I think they're in the same family.
What do the Asians call theirs?
Black magic, Kala Jadoo.
Mala Jadoo. But not,
no, Kala Jadoo.
Kala, oh yeah, I should have known.
Kala being black, yeah?
Oh yeah, makes sense now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Carla Jaddu. So Jaddu is magic, yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you, Sneaks, man. Let's put that on our word board. Learn a new word today. Slowly learning from you. Jaddu, Carla Jaddu. I like that, you know. I like the way it sounds. Carla Jaddu. Carla Jaddu. I think I went out with a girl called Carla Jaddu.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Mad.
For fuck's sake.
But yeah, all right. So tell me about Asian Judge. What do you know?
I'm not really a pro in this area. I'm not gonna lie, but it is not something that I would want to dabble in or get involved in. Just because you don't know what you're summoning, you don't know what could attach itself to you. Like, I just don't feel like it's something that you should fuck with. And yesterday I think it was yesterday, I was mentioning in the chat, at some point was some judge. Oh, that was it. Sniper was playing that video of you know, the madnesses, the shaving pom-poms and all them. And I was saying in the chat, I was just like, yeah, there were some families who kind of will summon ancestral spirits and they latch on to they will stay within the family. Basically, they're generational kind of, let's call them judge monsters, and they can I don't even know how to explain what I mean without kind of, do you know what I mean? No, he doesn't.
Yeah, I hear you. Sorry, I was just typing some shit. All right, go on. The rest of you lot on the panel, come off mute, man. We want to hear from you. Come and talk. Let us know.
Okay, so for me, I just know it Arabically. Sihr. It's magic. Full stop. Yeah. It doesn't matter if it's good magic. Sihr. Yeah. Doesn't matter if it's good magic, black magic, dark magic, evil magic. I don't care. Like everything is inclusive in it. Yeah. And I'm not dealing with magic at all.
Why are you not dealing? What's so bad about magic?
Nah, the only type of magic I want is from the Most High himself. Yeah, that I can tap into.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the safest thing that you can deal with is like any type of, I don't know, let's call it a miracle that you might encounter.
What? Why is that? What do you mean the safest? So if you are
because
let me ask you a question, yeah? If, for instance, you get a report that you might, your test results will come back a bit funny, and then you need to go for further tests, it might be cancer, right? You go to your knees at home before you go in. You're like, yo, God, I beg you, man, ease me up. Like, if like you grant me full health and make sure that I'm cool and that these results come back good, I promise to do this or do that or never forget you or always keep you in my mind or love you or or change my ways. And you go to hospital and the results come back. You know what? If you don't know what the fuck that was, but you all clear, you're good. You're better than good. You're cool. Yeah? If you believe that God assisted you, isn't that judge? Isn't that magic?
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying by it's safe, because you know that the creator isn't going to, I don't know. I don't feel like your dealings with the creator would be the same as
I think
asking
it's some demon instead. Or
like if you were to pray to a demon, there's definitely going to be something that you have to exchange. Do you know what I mean?
How do you know that? Why did you say that? Who told you that?
I believe it's a demon.
I feel like
Most High, really.
Okay, I'll be really honest. I've had my education from the movies. But even in real life instances, there's always like an offering, blood, goat's head, the head of some type of animal. Do you know what I mean? Like, also when you listen to the celebrities and whatever in the Illuminati, they're always like, dropping hints and stuff. I've sold my soul. That's an exchange, no?
Yes. It
so
is.
I feel like those things that you would be exchanging with a demon or the devil or whatever are things which are really priceless, like things that could really fuck you up if are tampered with. Do you know what I mean? Whereas God, it'll be like, yeah, the exchange will be your devotion. Do something good for someone else. Do something. Do you know what I mean? Give, love, these types of things that are associated with your connection with God. I'm not saying that God isn't capable of putting bad stuff in your path, but it will be, the intention of it is to help you to learn and grow. Whereas a demonic lesson, if you will be to take or to, do you know what I mean?
I hear you, Snitty. Just don't tap into it. That's it. I can't explain it. I cannot. Like,
I wouldn't fuck with it.
No, I'm not fucking with anything. Oh, please, God, do this for me, do that for me, and it turns out to be a demon instead. Oh no, man. Thank you. I'm good. I'm fine.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you hear about those, you know, demons and you know, and magic and all that, it sounds, you know, and then the way they actually summon them and all that, I always found the demon to be very deceptive. You know,
yeah. Do you believe Sahar exists?
If you make a deal with the devil and all that, you know, you know, and you have to understand that the devil was very deceptive, right?
Yeah.
You can't trust the devil, can you?
Eunice,
So, Eunice,
is that, wait, sorry, is that Quranic to say you can make a deal with the devil? Where's the evidence of that in your faith?
No, absolutely not. You can't do that. Like, it's totally
no, I mean, where is the evidence in Islam that it is possible to make a deal with the devil? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, for instance, in Christianity, the devil offers Jesus a deal. Bow to me, throw yourself off this cliff, and I will grant you this and that. That was a deal he offered. Is there any example of the devil, Iblis, Shaitan, trying to make any kind of deal with man?
I don't know exactly. I don't know. Like the exact top of my head and all that. But like what I'm gonna say is that if a person, you know, who claims to be Muslim makes a deal with the devil and all that, then that person automatically is committing shirk, right?
Yeah, man. Wait. So here we go, man. Listen. Never talking shit, man. He's got more kicks than it, man. It's Mugabe's ex-hitman. All the way from the southern part of Africa. He's Nicky Dan Corona. His tribe is the Shona.
Woo-hoo!
He is a loner.
And his name is Tata. Hello? What the hell? Hey, guys.
Yeah.
He muted me.
Oh. Who's the next guy? Must be Shona.
There's no one there. No, they've gone.
Oh, okay. So, Eunice.
Yeah.
You believe in the shirk? Not shirk. Sihr.
Yeah, it does happen. You hear stories about that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you hear about that, and you know, and it's pretty strange. Basically, I even saw on YouTube, innit, about it. About it, yeah.
So you do believe it exists, yeah? And
it exists.
A lot of people
exists.
Yeah. So anyone who's
a lot of people are very skeptical about it, but based on, what I've witnessed on, in terms of watching on video and all that, and people's stories and all that, yeah. There is some type of demon or and people engage in, you know, shirky stuff and all that. You know.
But I'm talking about sihr though.
Sihr.
This magic,
Yeah, it's
magic or good magic. It's still sihr, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So what you said earlier, they will take you out of the fold of Islam, right?
Yeah, and even as a Muslim and all that, I always looked at magicians very skeptical. I was very skeptical at you know, with regards to magicians and all that.
Because they're drawing energies from
other
entities, yeah? Is it that's the reason?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you know, it just doesn't seem natural at all and very deceptive.
But how come, like, our ancestors been using this for long time?
To be honest, I don't know why they've done that. I don't know why they've done that, to be honest. Like, you know, they believed in something that was fake, right?
Is it though?
Yeah, I believe it's fake. I believe it's fake.
Oh, you believe sihr is fake? Magic is fake?
No, it's a reality. People practice it, you know. But I find the belief system of my ancestors prior to converting to Islam as, you know, something fake and all that. You know, I'm not too sure whether or not they were.
You say fake? I mean, explain yourself. No. What do you mean by
like,
fake?
You know, when you talk about like whack and all that and stuff like that. And,
he smokes till he's in a coma. His tribe is the Shona. Axum licked his boner.
Quick, take my
mommy
headphones
water,
out.
mommy water. Splash Zamzam everywhere.
Whoa, you're gonna judge me.
Wow.
Mommy water, mommy water.
I heard that. Wow.
Real judge man in the building.
Real judge, bro. Real judge man in the building. What you saying? What you saying?
What are you saying?
Talk the thing, room boy. Talk the thing.
Oh my god. Yo, keep the lights coming. Sorry, man. My computer just crashed.
Yeah, so realize that.
He just crashed in the maddest way. This whole screen went green, and like shit just reset itself. I don't know what the hell happened.
Judge.
Judge, you know.
I'm shouting into the microphone about some stupidness, and then you just
didn't read it.
Jeds, have you read a book called Wombs and Alien Spirits?
Wombs and Alien Spirits? No, it sounds good though.
Hang on 1 second. I'm going to switch my camera on and show you this book.
Where'd you get it? You found it or you bought it?
No, my friend told me about this. I bought it and I'd lost it for a while when we moved.
Yeah.
And I found it again. Hang on 1 second. Let me just make sure I don't accidentally show you my face.
You got some Judge book, yeah? Have they?
Hang on. It's because, I wanted to read.
Sorry to everyone that hit the like button and I missed your like, but because it crashed, I can't scroll back. Sorry. So I'm starting from 33. Big ups to everyone that already liked though, man. Thank you.
Hello, sorry. I
you remember, if you got multiple accounts, use all your accounts to hit up the like button.
Use all your accounts, man. Let's get the likes. Well up, man. Well up. So where was I? I was on mute, Axum. So wait, first of all, let me see this book.
Yeah.
Women, Men, and the Tsar Cult in Northern. Oh shit.
Oh, interesting.
So let me read the back for you. Right. Let me just read the back for you. I'm going to go off camera to read this. Okay. So, based on nearly 2 years of ethnographic fieldwork in a Muslim village in northern Sudan, Wombs and Alien Spirits explores the Tsar cult, the most widely practiced traditional healing cult in Africa. Adherents of the cult are usually women with marital or fertility problems who are possessed by spirits very different from their own prescribed roles as mothers. Through the woman, the spirit makes demands upon her husband and family and makes provocative comments on village issues, such as the increasing influence of formal Islam or encroaching Western economic denomination. In accommodating the spirits, the women are metaphorically to reformulate everyday discourse to portray consciousness of their own subordination. Janice Body examines the moral universe of the village, discussing female circumcision, personhood, kinship, bodily integrity, then describes the workings of the cult and the effect of possession on lives of men as well as women. She suggests that spirit possession is a feminist discourse, though a veiled and allegorical one. On women's objectification and subordination, additionally, the spirit world acts as a foil for village life in the context of rapid historical change, and as such provides a focus for cultural resistance that is particularly, though not exclusively, relevant to women.
This is interesting. I need to buy this book.
Yeah, that book looks mad.
Mm.
I bought it off you.
Yeah, I'll lend it you. So yeah, I haven't really had a chance to read much because obviously I'd lost it for a while. So now that it's in my midst again, I'm going to read it.
Mad.
And see what happens. But yeah, one of my friends told me about this book because one day we were just having a conversation about this this ancestral spirit that will attach itself to certain generations. One in particular that I've heard about is one which would latch itself on to the men in a family. It would skip a generation, basically, and attach itself to the males.
And do what?
Possess them.
Possess them. To do what?
Well, one in particular was possessed, and he used to drink a lot, and he committed suicide. So he was, he walked out into the road in front of a car.
Mad.
Nice. I mean, obviously not nice.
But this particular person had priests around and whatever, and yeah.
Is this in India?
No, it's over here. It was over here.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
So the book is about a village up in North Sudan.
The Tsar cult. Northern Sudan.
You got yourself, family. Please hit the like button, like, comment, subscribe.
Out of me.
Man, like
little Jamaican noise on.
What's up, man? Niggas and niggas. Swag on. What's good? We got everyone in the chats as well, man.
Big up my bro.
Big up Zelena.
Scared on, man. Where's the lively vibes at, man?
What do you
hear, man? We lively, man.
Education.
No. Do you know what?
What do you
I just
think
switched
about
on.
Judge?
Yeah. Sorry. Say that again, Sneaks.
What do you think about Judge?
Me personally, not really my thing, but
you don't think it's real?
Some people indulge. You get an offering, you know, Judge.
do you think it exists though?
Not quite my thing, me personally.
You don't think it exists?
Yeah, not a cup of tea, mate.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Not my thing, mate. Yeah, no,
I do think it exists.
I do believe people are able to summon up some sort of spirits or channel some sort of energy by doing certain rituals and things. Yeah, I do believe that. You get me? I don't believe every bloody story I hear. You get me? But yeah, I definitely do. I definitely do believe that does exist, bro. You get me? And as well, yeah, I don't believe it's all bad. I believe it can be used for good. You get me? But I just believe that there's a certain spin on certain things, how it's looked at more over here in the West, and we just attach a certain stigma to it. You get me? But
all right, big up the panel, man. Big up.
Bless up.
Yeah, okay. This might be a really shit example, but like you know, in Game of Thrones, right? In the last season, you got the red woman. What's her name?
Why you gotta say last season? Can't you say like season 5 or before that?
I'm sorry, it's the only fucking good that I've seen her doing it. You know that one, the red priestess.
Yeah, the red one.
Yeah. So she'd been using her power for fuckeries in the previous seasons, but then when it came to the last one, she used her power to ignite everyone's swords with fire to help kill off the White Walkers. Yeah, exactly. So that is to me that's an example of when it can be used for good.
Doesn't that just mean that the White Walkers were good?
Fuck's sake.
You know when Sleets thought she had it panned out, but she just hit her with a curveball. Yeah,
I tell you why, yeah.
Dashed a bowling ball at me.
I tell you why. Wasn't the curveball of the whole thing that youth, the blind youth, was actually the White Walker?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
The Night King.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
I'm
All
a
right.
There's something going in. It's like all these films, the bad guys are usually the good guys when you think about it. The bad guys want the good shit for humanity or whatever. You know what I mean? And then the good guys
stop them.
The good guys work for fucking the
Satan.
CIA and FBI and
really, the government. So they could never really be the good guys. But anyway, all right, let's start. I don't know. I picked something random. I got some other videos, but I picked something random I've just seen. Witness the mysterious world of West African voodoo. Let's just have a quick look.
Come on, Shakira. Come on.
All right, while this plays, I got to make some tea.
I'm gonna make some buna.
I sorry, Jeds, but see, before you start this, at some point today we have to review yesterday's show or a little bit of it, please, bro.
Yeah, cool.
Also, can I make a controversial request, please?
Let me write this down.
Yeah, because you get me.
We got to talk about love today. We got to review yesterday's show because I was woken up to a message from Trillo Cactus in the group talking about yesterday's show. That's that show. It's so sick. So I went and looked, and I saw like a 3-hour show, and I'm like, huh? I know that I joined at like 5 hours or some shit. Yeah. So clearly the show got taken down. Then I realized that the channel
two channels
taken down. Oh, so it stayed on both channels.
Yeah.
I was watching it on New Orleans Sniper today. Today's show.
Okay, cool. I ended up on General Sniper TV.
I saw the 3 hour 38 minutes. That's what I think.
I think what he does, he goes live on both of them. Then after a while, he locks off one channel.
There's no point doing that, man.
I know it was dangerous.
There's no point doing that, bro. It's long.
It's dangerous.
That little 3 hour clip's kind of the spicy bit for me, anyway.
Is it? Okay, when Kel
we're talking about the
when Kel jumped on, you get me, Sarah, Trucky, there's a bag of people involved, but save it for later.
Okay, did it go down yet? All right, we're gonna get back to that.
And also, Jen, last week.
Hey, listen.
Yes,
last week you said there was going to be a Jeds versus Zelini. I was actually really looking forward to it.
I fucked him up. You missed it. I fucked him up.
No.
But
did it actually happen?
I fucked him up.
Oh, I'm so fucking
sad.
How,
Sway?
What day did this happen?
Whatever, man. We're not here to entertain you.
Yeah, entertain you. Sleeves, what the fuck do you think you're doing? What do you think
you're trying to your Jews don't work here, Snitz.
You know how it works right here? Man, would have switched it both up on you, man.
Someone send me
you wish you never said shit. Yeah?
Someone send me a link to it, please. I'm so pissed I missed it.
Okay, cool. So, before we start, Art Zelini, Beefy, and Trillbilly, welcome.
Yes, sir.
I see you enjoyed your independence on that.
Yeah, man. It wasn't even independence. It was happy to be Jamaican and alive day.
You know better than that. That's good.
This year we got it down to just 2 stabbings. You get me?
That's right.
It was a good day.
Only 4 robberies after the event.
Yeah. Nah, man, that never happened, man.
Nah, that's rapping.
I know that never happened. Because it's not the big people, it's not the big yardies and the Jamaicans.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't
good vibes.
People will say, that the bashment always get shot up in that. Bro, can I tell you something? In all the times I've been going to like shubs and that, I've never seen a madness at a bashment. I've never once. It's weird because everyone tells me stuff. I've never seen a madness, and I've been to everything, bro.
What? Not Chicago's? None of that.
Nothing. I've not seen nothing, bro.
Oh my god!
On the other side of the rave, outside or something.
I don't go yard man rave because man, it's the man that keep up with too much stupidness. Where I never seen nothing. Every time I go yard man rave, I feel like I'm the baddest man there. It's so calm. Like everyone's cool. Man, them are dancing. Girl, them are dancing. What could go wrong? How does it go wrong in a bashment? I don't get it.
Hell, man.
One
I
yardie
love
sees
your
another
life, you know,
yardie.
Jay. I love your life, man. Because there's 5 of us. No, there's been 5 of us going to bashment and 4 came back. Like,
oh my
God! Tell him. Like Spooky's gonna see Pilly. Spooky done rob Pilly the other day, and his brethren. Yeah, you get me. Now, them man there see man when it's 5-2 up in the club. You get me. Man's got it on it.
Yes. I swear to God, yeah, Jay, man. Some old school politics.
Man fighting over gal.
Yeah, I gave you a dumping in year 9.
Man. I've been a few up South and baby mum and then get caught in the rave because it's always crazy.
Too much.
I've been a few. There used to be one pub up Crystal Palace, bro. That pub.
I know exactly the one you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I know the one as well.
Yeah.
Couple doors down from Mooley's, right?
Yeah.
No, no, right. This was on the corner of the parade, right on the parade, on the corner.
Bubsies. Oh, Bubsies.
I was telling to these lot about one that used to be on Crystal Palace. Like it was like a posh kind of one, and it had a mad outside garden at the back.
Oh, blood! That's this. That's why you're talking about opposite near Molly's, like in the middle. No, Iceland. Yeah. When you go past Iceland.
Yeah.
What was it called? Yeah. Change the name, but yeah.
Or something?
Yeah, but that's a nice pub. The nice big garden on the back when you walk in.
Oh,
you go to the garden. Bro, when you walk in, you're like, bam! It's just there.
Right next to the alleyway. Yeah.
That pub was banging.
Yeah.
I felt like no one knew about it. Then they started doing bare funky house stuff there.
Yeah. The whole end started getting there.
Yeah, everyone started going there. Are you getting to the place? I'm back a bit. Do you know what I mean? Cause I ain't trying to turn the pub into a yardie party. Cause you know but yes, I keep it to myself. But I didn't know, bro. I thought man was gassing that the yardie parties are dangerous, bro. So I'm just oblivious, skipping through. I can see man is gunman. I can see man is whatnot. But so what, man? So what? Man's come like I mean, I never had no issue with my favorite parties. Stand in the back in the pitch black, bun your zoot, wait for Gallum to walk by. That's all you had to do. You get me? Select. It's like a conveyor belt. Select whatever's passing.
And you see ragga parties, girls never say no for a drink. They never say no.
I thought you were gonna say a dance. Man said drink. You know, I was with you.
No. Serious, bro. Like you know, some parties girls will say like, "I'm all right." You know, I'm a bit wavy.
You know, just stack it up, yeah. Put it under my armpit. I hold it like that.
Put it under my armpit, you know.
Holding it with her elbow and that.
Holding like a handbag.
Resting it on her friend's back off.
So they fight in bashment. Chilo G saying Porkies. Poor you. Is that where you was going? Man, third rate bashment party, man. Porkies, you know. Now you need to go Old Kent Road.
Come on, Kent Road.
Yeah, I never been to no party sweeter than Old Kent Road. All around the world, bro.
Yeah, they got some stingers over there still. They had some stingers over there.
Back in the days, especially. I don't know what these things are called. Like, obviously, KFC, the McDonald's. I can't remember what the McDonald's joint was called. It was numbers.
I can't remember either, bro.
Those are names, man.
701.
Yeah.
I think when every time someone dead out there, they change the numbers.
Yeah. They have to every time. Someone dead. Under new management.
Yeah. One time they fucked up. Tanner, the OJ1. They fucked him up. The little Peckham boys. Fucked him up. Left him with his watch bleeding out there, bro. It was crazy.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's English youths and that. I don't see these wilding, bro. They make bare noise and they don't do shit.
But I'll tell you, but the most violent people, listen, the most violent ones, are the Latinos and these little people from Bolivia and these places. There's man love stab each other up, bro. It's amazing.
They don't play.
They don't play.
Dinner, breakfast. They don't give a fuck.
They'll be drinking in the park. All of a sudden, you see knives just getting drawn out. Laughing, next thing, knives. Pa. stabbings, they all go running. Like nothing.
Yeah, no, trust me.
They don't report it anyway. It's the little community themselves.
They ain't reporting nothing. Yeah, they deal with it themselves.
I've seen Yardy switch out though. I've seen Yardy switch the fuck out, blood, and like get down 8 and 9, get down 8 in the same crew.
Where
like,
though? This East London. That's East London Yardies. South London Yardies. They're too bad. They ain't got time for all of this, man.
It's money. Money. That's all it is.
Where are they doing this though? They're not doing this in South London.
It's North London. It's North London. Tottenham, you're gonna die.
Yes,
and
yes.
Tottenham, you're dead. And
they're angry. The ends are so shit. Like, they're angry.
And certain parts of Newham, you're brown bread. Don't raise around Newham. Yeah, certain parts of Newham, there's just some African kids. They're out of control. And, no, they like bashment, but 10 hours of it.
Yeah, they drink a little bit of fucking rum. They don't have to behave.
Yeah, 10 hours of hearing I want to make a duppy, and they actually want to make a duppy.
They don't know it's just music. They don't know it's just music. Yeah, man. So okay. So you yardies are really violent in the raves, and I love
you them. Hey, Jets, bro. Why are you acting like you never used to go down Portland Road, fam? Like, brother,
I never had no smoke in Portland Road.
No one's saying you did, but I'm saying like all the
you must have seen some things.
You never
saw Portland Road. Come on.
No, but yeah, Portland Road's all right, but I mean, when I want the authenticity, I have to get away from Surrey.
You know, sorry. Sorry. Excuse me, my friend. Portland Road SC25. Sorry, just
very
in the borough of London.
Yeah.
Sorry, try again, mate. Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna lie. You're right because look, man. One of my favorite spots was Bridgestocks. I used to love Bridgestocks, bro. Yeah. And
wielded.
For example, I went Bridgestocks one week. It was banging. I did a rave the next week, banging. Went there the next week. After that, another yardie party. Banging. Went there for the 4th time. It was closed. What happened? 3 people got shot in there. What? Who?
Bro,
I thought I knew all the yardies. Like,
they done a sweep on the road.
Like, don't go to no yardie rev. Don't go to yardie barbers no more. You might get
no. I stopped that long time. I stopped that long time.
Man get stuck. 300 people in the barbershop can't get out.
No. Let me tell you what happened. I went to. I came out of jail. I was living in Dunbar Estate, West Norwood. Yeah, and I came out to go get a trim. I forgot something. I was near the barbershop, you know. I forgot something. Maybe my bank card, maybe my money or something. And I walked back, short walk, 5-minute walk back to my flat, to the Bay Mother's flat at the time. Walk back, the fucking barbers was locked off. Police outside there, someone just got shot in there. I'm like, nah. Yeah. About a year or 2 later, almost identically the same thing happened. Yeah. And it's the same shop, but under different management. Went to go in there, someone just been shot. Can't get in. Feds, everything, lock off road, lock off area. So I was like, you know what? I realized, you know what, bruv? I can't be doing this barbers thing, you know, because people just keep getting shot at barbers.
It's a joke thing, bruv. It's a joke thing.
Bro, I'm so glad I had dread when I went to you know. So glad I had dread because I missed it, blood. I just missed undercovers getting shot. I just missed and the man don't want the jury. He's actually thrown it back on you and shot you now.
Hey, bro, they done a sweep of Portland Road about a year ago, 10 months ago. Family found like 30 fucking things, but it just popped off.
Yeah. No, I believe that. And now, look, I know the man them got it.
Just bait.
Are they using it? No, they like to have it. Just dip on them, like Nikes and that. It's part of the outfit, but they don't want to burst. Like they don't want to. But I don't know what's going on now. Anyway, I'd be lying if I said I could keep up to whatever. But I know the Yardman always had guns. They always had guns, bro.
Bro, that's right, man. We never, bro. Nothing was happening back in the day. Bro. No, you're right in a little way. In a little way, you're right. because you had it as a phone. It was like a phone. You don't kill people with a phone.
It's a little gun barcode, bro. You're probably barcode, bro. Gun. What are you doing?
Better for have it and not need it than for need it and not have it, you know.
There you go. It's like credit. You just have to have credit. Like, you rather have credit than a draw. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah. But I don't know what's happened nowadays, though, man. Nowadays, the kids are just looking for that great name tonight, and they know if they burst something tonight, they're going to get that great name, which is a shame, isn't it?
They're snitching themselves. That's a madness.
Yeah, they don't want to work for the name. You don't want to work for your name and put in the 20 years of grinding. You want to get that overnight fucking name, bro. It's just crazy. Isn't it?
But that's just everything. That's just instant gratification, man. That's just what it is for most people nowadays. It's not even just them, fam. Everybody wants something right now. No one ain't paid to work for now. And I know that sounds fucked up. I telling you them for work for no bad name, bro. You get me? But I'm just simply saying that. Everybody wants shit now, cause you get me.
No, I ain't telling you them to do that, but I'm just saying, you know, definitely not. I'm a man I can't really read too, right? So obviously this is all I know. I don't know that.
Get me? Yeah, no, I heard that.
Yeah. But I hear you, man. Obviously, just patience is the key. Get a job and all of that to the youth. Anyone listening off school, get a job, man.
Not even just get a job. Find a legitimate hustle that you get me can benefit you, bro.
Yeah, definitely. No, definitely.
But anyway, don't just kill people.
Yeah. What the fuck is going on?
Simple.
No, I'm proud of the youth, and you know, you're right. And I'm proud of the youth still, because they find ways to make money that I'm shocked at. You get me? I'm shocked at it. They're on NFTs, they're on stock shares, they're on this, that. They're using everything to make it. They're not just going for one thing. They're just trying to put their hands in every little pie. Yeah, I'm doing, which is a good thing.
Big up, Randy. What you saying, man? You good?
I'm saying, Jeds, can I put £5 in the cash app to request a song?
What judge is this? What judge be this?
£5.
What in the Caucasian judge is getting?
What magic is this? What are we doing?
No, and you know what, man?
Where do we go from here? So I'll put £5 in the cash app. Let's play the tune.
All right, man, Judge is real. Judge is real. You know that, innit?
I'm telling you, man.
All right, 100%.
Let's start the weekend off. Get the cash app going. Let's go, family.
Big up, Randy. Big up, Randy.
Yeah, don't try to move on from what Randy's saying. Let's get some damn money in the PayPal and cash app. How about listen? Get some money out, man. Listen, I want to see you getting your money out.
Where do we go from here, Jeds? What are you saying? If
I know there's no super chat, so you can't brag to your friends that, oh, look, I put some money in. But get in the PayPal and the cash app, you fucking tramp.
Exactly. So I'm saying £5 in, and my favourite Jed's tune, where'd we go from here?
Let's do it. Yeah.
Right, I'm doing it.
Do like the white man. Do like the fucking white man.
All right, all I can say is big up the Caucasian.
Yeah. Big up the Caucasian.
Yeah.
Caucasians.
Cool. There's £5. Let's go. Where'd we go from here? Yeah.
Oh, no, don't
You were doing well until then, Randy. You're doing so well.
He was doing so well until he started singing and did that little movie done. Was he?
No. It's so
good. It was good show, yeah, and then he done that. Fucking spoiled it. All right, cool. Yeah, all right, Randy's selected this tune for everyone, and after this tune, we're gonna return and we're gonna find out if Judge, witchcraft, black magic, obia, voodoo, voodoo, Kala, what was it? Kala Jadu?
Kala Jadu.
Oh,
Kala Jadu.
Jadu, yeah.
Yesterday.
Kala Jadu. We're gonna find out if any of this stuff is real, and if it's real, should we all sign up and do it now?
Santeria.
Right, it's all real.
One. That's one.
It's all real, man.
It's all real.
It's all real, my brother.
All right, cool. We're gonna return and find out why Freddie's saying it's all real. Hit the like button, family.
Come on, big up the family, man. Big up everyone, man. Come on, man. Come on.
I like snaps.
Come on. Do you know? Hit that PayPal, cash out, all that good stuff. Come on, man.
Well, I've written it on that. Do you know where we go? Do you know where we go from here? I got no idea. It just feels like we're going around in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just want to turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How do I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? Where we go from here? I got no idea. It just feels like we're going around in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just want to turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How do I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? Where we go from here? Do you know? Where we go from here? Do you know? Here's a question. I'm just looking for direction. Let's say the blind, what's the use of your eyes? Everywhere you look, there's deception. Designed to walk in perception. The lies get applauded, the truth gets walked in perception. Criminal thought is a weapon. Well, that's how it feels when you're caught in possession. Won't be a good slave. Got fire on yourself. They call it aggression. They even want us in a war of detention. Form of depression or distorted connection. Turn your daughter into a whore with infection. Got your son thinking drug laws is profession. The ones enforcing the laws never mention. Judges watching child porn with a morbid obsession. Probably snorting raw before the court is in session. Where we go from here? Do you know? Where we go from here? Sick of living in a war zone like it's Baghdad. My ex threw everything I owned in a black bag. I broke a phone, just spat in my bum like I'd have that. I grabbed her by the throat and I spat back, trying to tackle hope to the stack now, but had nowhere else to go, so I scratched that and just sat there, looking up at the sky with a blank stare. There's no solid foundations, just stand here. Raising legs, racists and shanks here. Limitations, masons and tanks here. Starvation and slaves to the bank here. I feel scammed here. Where we go from here? I got no idea. It just feels like we're going around in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just want to turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How do I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? Where we go from here? I got no idea. It just feels like we're going around in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? And nothing seems to change. I know they say patience is a virtue. I just want to turn the page. Are we living in a cage? This world got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game? How do I stay in my lane when progression moves slower than the turn? All this going around in circles makes me nauseous. Is this the Matrix? Cause if you're Morpheus, I'll leave now. I'll meet you in the coordinates. I refuse to be subordinate or an ornament. When there's a war on the poor and less fortunate, the black mortality rates are disproportionate. Competing with each other like it was a tournament. Watching an eater eating popcorn in the audience. The promises the politician makes are fraudulent. Still we wait for a glorious metamorphosis. Will the underdog ever be victorious? I'm just curious. Where'd we go from here? Do you know where we go from here? If you see me at the crossroads, can you help me? Cause I'm feeling kinda lost, bro. They say I must run. Where it's cold in Moscow, I kinda feel like home where my moms grow. If you see me at the crossroads, can you help me? Cause I'm feeling kinda lost, bro. They say I must grow. Where it's cold in Moscow, I kinda feel like home where my moms grow. Know where we go from here? I got no idea. I just feel like we're going around in circles. Tell me, do you feel the same? That nothing seems to change.
I know they say patience is a virtue. I just wanna turn the page. We're living in a cage. This world's got me feeling like a germ. What's the aim of the game?
And I stay in my lane, slower than a turtle. Where we go from here, I got no idea. It just feels like we're going round in circles.
So we do it the same.
And nothing seems to change.
I know they say
Patience is a virtue.
I just wanna turn the page. We're living in a cage. This world got me feeling like a
Gerbil.
What's the aim of the game?
And I stay in my lane,
Pressure moves slower than a
turtle. Come on.
Come on, come on.
Spotify, iTunes, Google Play, Amazon Music, YouTube, Deezer, Tidal, wherever you want to catch it, man.
JEDI's baddest tune for me.
Come on. Brrr. Right. Come on. Big up yourself, man. Thank you so much for that, Randy. That's good.
You're welcome.
Right.
I love this tune. It's like musical poetry. I listened to it like 50 times and it still speaks to me. I'm like, hang on, gerbil, what's going on here?
What's going on here?
You like gerbil talk, innit? Stop that, man. You can't Randy, man.
Yo,
no,
big up Mood Fest said this tune
like
miles better than today's UK number one. Thank you.
It's a crossover tune for me because this one's like, as you said at the beginning, it's like, oh, it's just a bit of different one.
Yeah,
like,
I've got loads of weird songs, man. I need to get them, but I need to get them all out there, man. My engineer is. Anyway, let me phone him now, man, because I'm just like, bro, I phone you, you see my missed call, you don't watch it. What the fuck, man?
Once those are out there, that's where that little nest egg is. That's a guaranteed fact, bro. Just for wordplay and that.
People don't pick up the phone. Yo, Blem, you're live on my live stream. Don't say fuck or bugger. Well, go on. Ah, damn. So, just quickly, yeah, the people want to know, Jeds, you said you got loads of music to release and you're going to be releasing it soon. What's happening? So I said, you know what? I need to speak to my guy and get some files so I can get some stuff mixed. You know, I'm phoning him. He sees the missed call. He don't return them. So explain to the people. They want to know. Take it away. All right.
Each time we've decided to link up, something's happened.
It has.
Whatever. But no, it's there. All the music's there, over 50 songs.
Wow.
I was listening to them the other day. I just put the studio back together.
You're fucking banging, Blem.
Wow.
Hey, Blem.
Wow.
What? When should I come and link you this week, bro?
No, for sure.
When should I come and link you, though? Give me a day and I'll be there.
Tomorrow.
Fuck it.
Any day this week.
Tomorrow. I'm linking you
Is
tomorrow.
that real,
Blem.
engineer? Is that really real?
Yeah.
Is that tomorrow real, engineer?
Man. And yeah, hey, when you're ready, man, come to my yard, brother. I miss you, man.
You too, man. No homo. Definitely.
Come to my house, man. Come and chill, man.
I'll bring little man as well.
Yeah, do that, man. A long time I ain't seen him. I'd love to see him. And there's a few things I'd love to chat to you about. Quickly, though, yeah, while we're on the chat, while we're talking, today's subject is juju, witchcraft, obia, voodoo. Is it real?
Everything's witchcraft. Everything's obia. I'm talking on the phone right now. It's witchcraft or something.
For real. Technology's witchcraft.
You're not here. The only difference is, I would say, personal ability to do it ourselves.
Yeah.
It's no longer there. But now we use mediums like phones
Mad.
and a bunch of other things that we can't see. Bluetooth, Wi-Fi.
Mad.
No one knows the true spectrum of where we live in this realm.
Mad.
You know?
My brother. That's true shit. I can see them in the chat like, raw, for real. Yeah, he's right, you know, he's right. It's true. That's deep. All right, King. Well, yeah, we live. Tune in, man. Listen in while you're nursing your cold, man. Listen in. Trilluminati live. Yeah! All right,
Let's
cool.
go.
There you have it, man. I got 50 songs.
That was a big boy answer, you know, Jay.
It was a bad boy answer still, I can't lie.
Because I always believed in anything that you put your heart into, you believe in it. That's it, innit? It can work. That's what I always believe. That's why white people have got us using our dopamine.
If you have a passion for it, it'll work out. You will put your energy into it.
All right.
Shut the fuck up, white man.
Randy.
Yeah, man.
So what's your opinion on black magic, juju, obia, witchcraft, santeria, voodoo?
Right.
Hocus pocus, witchcraft. Yeah, I said that already, yeah.
So I haven't really seen these events in my real life. But what I did when I went to Goa a few years ago, I started going to church, yeah, because I was like, how am I going to connect with everybody in the community? And the service is in Konkani, which is a Goan language. And I was like, these people are uneducated, yeah? And you know they're uneducated because when you watch the elections, they're voting by symbol. So they'll have a square or a circle or something like this. And that's how they draw them in. And it's like, it all depends on the education of the population in the local vicinity, is my thoughts.
Sorry, I know everyone's wondering, how does that correlate to witchcraft?
No, what I'm saying is, it depends on how educated the local village is, the local town is, the local area. So if the area is very educated in whatever way, then that will change things.
What? Nah, I don't.
I think judge is a universal thing. Even the stupidest of people don't fuck with it.
Yeah, it's not down to education, bro. I think it's more down to your spiritual connection.
Randy, are you saying people who believe in voodoo are uneducated? I'm confused.
I am saying because
and it's all right to say that if you're saying that, Randy. It's all right to say that.
Let me finish here. So what I'm saying is because I was looking to live in this particular area, it's low tourists. I get on with the community, but I need to meet all the community, not just the people I know. So the only way I could do that was going to church. And I could tell from the congregation that some people are educated, but they're drawn into the Catholic Church service. And I was like, it's very, I mean, I'm trying to, translate Konkani, which I have a bit of a experience with, but it was like everybody's drawn in. It was a bit like watching, and the thing is, I recognized that yesterday watching the African church services. It was a similar experience for me.
Are you saying the church is obvious, the way they draw people in? Or
what I'm saying is it becomes a community. If you want to be part of the community, then you join the church, and then you feel a fellowship and a belonging. Yeah. So if you're in a Christian village, how do you meet your community? You go to church and join in with whatever's going on, and that was very obvious to me. I haven't experienced that till I started going to Goa church services 3 or 4 years ago. I was like, okay, I can see what's going on here. Because a lot of these people are like living in their own streets, and I don't meet them, and the only way I met them was going to church.
But so, Randy, why do you want to meet everyone? Why do you want to meet everyone in Goa?
No, because I'm researching whether this is a good place to live. So I need to meet the whole community. Now, some people might live in the lane, they might be doing their thing, might be going out. So I'm trying to meet and work out what community I'm living in. So if I walk outside my door right now, I can go to the shops, I can hang out, whatever.
So Randy, so sorry to cut you, brother. Back to the original question. Was, do you class religion as witchcraft? Because I've got my own ideas on it. just.
I don't class it as witchcraft. It's more I'm not anti-religion. I'm just very careful about organized religion and what they're preaching. So if that's helping the community, live and let live. If that's helping people feel better about themselves, pay a bit of money, and they'll feel good about themselves. It's not for me to judge. Yeah, I mean, obviously, when white man comes into this Konkani church, white man has to put some rupees in the plate. Yeah? I mean, everybody's checking me out. It's like, what's the white? I mean, literally this is like 200-300 people. I'm the only white man in, and people are checking me. I'm like, yeah, I better put a few hundreds in here because everybody's going to be like, what's he doing here? Because everybody was checking me, yeah?
But I think religion is a bit of obia, spirituality, witchcraft, voodoo, all of that. Especially if you had to kill people to tell them about your religion. Like if you had to murder somebody to tell them about Islam or Christianity or this or that, it's witchcraft to me.
I think like all religion for me started off as cults anyway. And like if you break down what voodoo is or obia is like calling upon something in it to help you out in situations, isn't it? Basically. So when people are praying and people are doing it, to me it's all the same thing. When you start calling upon something to help you apart from yourself, you're doing judge. My eyes.
Yeah,
everyone's doing it every day. Everyone is doing it every day.
100%. It's into something that you might not know about. Especially if you had to do a crusade. You had to do Islamic crusade and murder man, genocide people to tell them about your God. Or you had to do a Christianic crusade with Columbus and go on the SS Jesus and kill people and tell them about your God. You're wrong then. To me, your shit's washed.
Well, they say in Obi, in George, you need sacrificing in it, so it's in blood sacrifice. So people are dead.
Definitely, you have to give up something, innit? You have to give up something. I had a case, Beefy. I tried to do judge already. You
try it for real.
I tried it for real, man. I went to my Africanist brethren, innit? As I said, Cola. God bless him. You get me? He's got a different English name now, so I can't express it. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. But Cola was my brethren from school. I taught him how to break dance, all of that good shit. And then, boom, now his mum said to me, "Put the oil on your trainers, innit? Put the oil on."
Well, if you look back at his history of religions, it's more about.
Maybe look how far you got now with that little oil.
Man said put the oil on the trainer, you know.
I like the jokes and that. Let's try to approach this with a bit of a scientific. Like I want to hear the facts. So tell us what you did. They told
basically,
you to do.
She told me to put oil on my trainers, like on the foot bottom, and she said tie a ribbon to your toe. But by the time I got sentenced, the ribbon fell off, innit? It's what it is. You know what I'm saying? The ribbon was already gone by the time I got the sentence. So I just had to go downstairs. I checked the ribbon and it was off my toe.
Oh shit! And would you not? So basically, though, on a level, Freddie, yeah.
I didn't believe in it, fam. I didn't believe in it. That's why.
Yeah, but you did believe in it though, because you tied it on your toe. Put it on your
I just tried it because I was sick of pen.
Yeah, I get that. But what I'm saying is,
yeah,
at that moment in time, I feel like you knew you was taking a risk, though, right?
Yeah, I knew. Definitely,
so
I knew.
What made that risk worth it? Because you don't know what the consequence. You know, I know you're not dumb. You've never been dumb, so you must have known that. I've heard that this thing can go wrong.
You know what? It's where the African woman that it comes from. It's the woman that it comes from, fam. Because she ain't on no crud. She's just like a humble woman that makes food for the whole hood, just relaxed with it. You get what I'm saying? So she was trying to tell me like probably a white magic old school technique, like. You get what I'm trying to tell you, but because I don't believe in it, innit? That's why the thing never worked for me. Because the thing worked for my brethren, innit? Because they believe in Judge Whole 100, innit? Like they fully believe in it. They ain't got no God. Yeah, so they believe in that. I've got something else, innit? So something else said to me, yo, you're an idiot. Go downstairs. And that's it. You know what I mean?
Juju man, voodoo doer. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah. Saying that. Saying that.
Chakra 2.0, yeah? Okay.
All right, man. Well, we got a full panel, so I want to hear from some of you. Don't be all silent and that. Come off the mutes, man. All these mute buttons.
Man, I'm here. I'm here. I'm waiting to interact.
Yeah, you just spoke, so let's get from some other like Eunice.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, what are you saying, man? Talk to us.
Yeah, I just find the whole, magic thing a bit, suspect, to be honest. It's nothing good comes out of it.
How do you know that?
There is, based on people's experiences, from a spiritual point of view as well.
Right. What evidence do you have, though, that says, like, what evidence are you going on? Who do you know that's done magic and it's gone wrong for you to say, oh, nothing good comes of it?
You hear about people's experiences from time to time, right? So you hear it on, social media, you hear it on documentaries and all that. As a person of faith and all that,
social media and documentaries say that Islam is a hateful, disgusting religion, that Prophet Muhammad was a sex offender, and that Muslims are terrorists. This is what social media and certain documentaries could lead you to believe. Doesn't make that true.
Look, I understand where you come from. The thing is, like what I'm trying to say is that the people that that practice let's just say magic stuff and all that, or witchcraft and stuff like that. It comes from a sinister place, right? So, for instance, if a person said, I want this woman to fall in love with me and all that, and that person might use, witchcraft in order to do so and all that.
So, what if someone said to somebody, "I want you to follow my religion," so I'll chop off your head?
That's not witchcraft, is it? Though, is it? There's no ritual, demons or anything like that. That would facilitate the control of the individual to convert to your religion, all that, right? So that person, in fact, a person who's falls under the spell of witchcraft doesn't respect someone's self-agency or or their autonomy and all that. So obviously they need a helping hand from somewhere, right, in order to gain that full control and all that. Particularly on, with regards to people who practice witchcraft and all that. And the victims, they tend to get controlled and stuff like that, and it's very sinister.
All right, cool. I mean, yeah, it seems all wishy-washy, man. Like
wishy-washy.
Yeah, no, like Eunice doesn't know why it's bad. It just seems like this, and it seems like that from stories.
That social media and this.
I'm hearing the same things from people. No, I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying that I'm hearing the same kind of rhetoric from people that, well, I've heard that it's not good, and but like I'm not getting anything concrete.
All right, man.
One person, which is Emzalini, said he reckons it could be used for good and bad. But everyone else just seems to feel like, yeah, it's probably a bad thing, but it's not. Doesn't seem to be based on anything. I'm not getting anything.
It's all about perspective, innit? Yeah. Good and bad is perspective, innit? Where you look at it from, which angle.
Yeah, it does depend what perspective you have.
But what I've come to realize a lot is like this thing is quite demonized a lot in the social media, but the people doing the demonizing are also practicing. They are doing the same shit. They're demonizing the stuff, but they're doing it themselves in the back doors. No, the Pope there. The Pope is doing some little judge in his back room there, done some mad things. They're all doing judge. But then
Yeah,
they try to say,
I never heard the Pope say anything about Judge.
You said about Judge earlier.
The Pope. I never heard the Pope say anything bad about black magic or Judge or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Witchcraft. I
don't really follow Pope, so I couldn't comment.
I ain't heard him say nothing. That's all I'm saying. So, but let me play this quickly.
All right, cool.
No sound, Jets.
It's not really nice to hear, to be fair.
It looks like a redhead. What's going on? It's starting to look dodgy now with the rapping. Which country is this?
I would say it's my hometown, my home country. I mean,
Nigeria.
I would say it's Nigeria.
All right, take the L.
From a couple words that I heard at the end.
What do you mean take the L?
What do you mean, Randy? Take the L?
I've got to jump off because I've got to get some tobacco. Later, guys.
Yeah.
L for letters, yeah. Okay.
So I mean, what do you think we just saw?
For me, maybe someone is wishing someone good luck in their job.
It's a picture there, yeah. It's a picture of a man or something, right?
Yeah, a man. There's a man's picture, and then there's a woman's picture, and then you get me? Self-explanatory. I don't know.
Wait. Are those white people though? Wait. Are those white people though in the pictures?
Yeah.
Whoa.
All right, I'm glad you spotted that.
Okay.
So
anyway,
I think it's a blood magic, yeah, something like that.
All right.
And I'm not sure if he was talking to someone, but was it? Does anyone know if he was?
No, he's not talking to no one. He's
okay. Then he could be imbuing whatever it is that he's putting into with his intentions. Like that's what I got from that. So yeah, he's got the picture and he's imbuing it. He's put it between two pieces of wood. I don't know, maybe, there's like woods that hold certain clear. I don't know.
Can I ask a question though? Is this guy just being paid for a service? He's not the bad guy. It's the person who's going to him is the person we should be looking at, isn't it? This guy's just doing a service.
Yeah. But he's also the one who's tapping into some next things, right?
Is he? Is he just tapping into nature and the elements and what's there already? Like, what's he tapping into? I want to hear about this tapping in. Someone please tell me.
What did you say though? He's probably doing some spell or something, also prayer or whatever.
Yeah, right now I would say he's saying some special words. I think he said something about Ogun. Did I imagine that?
Yeah. He did. He's speaking Yoruba still.
All right. So what's he saying, Snaps?
I don't know. He said he's go on. Play again.
That.
He's just mumbling under his breath though. That's an incantation. Like you, I only caught the last bits.
Hear it again. That is not under his breath, bro.
Bro, that is fast as well, bro. Like it's not like your average Yoruba like that. Bro, there's something else there.
Okay.
I mean, it's like a dialect of Yoruba, but there was words that were, like you said, were clear.
Yeah, couple ones,
Yoruba,
yeah.
Okay, whatever he wants to do, you will do for him. Something like that.
Is it?
That was that last bit, yeah.
Who will do for him? Ogun will do for him.
Yeah. Whatever he wants to do with the medicine is what he wants to do.
Medicine. Did you see what he was doing again, Mako?
Yeah, but it's juju. It's like Ogun. Like, remember I told you Ogun and juju are the two words used, right? Ogun is medicine. Do you get what I'm saying? So magic, medicine, and then you've also got black magic, which is juju. But they're gonna do Odu and all these other things. Even Odu is like fraud, for example.
Yo, Shakara, calling Shakara. Where are you? This is
your things, man.
Yeah,
but I've always maintained, maintained that Voodoo is what? A practice. It's not a cultural thing or it's a practice. So you have to do a set of things to make another thing happen. Collect someone's clothing, hair, this, that, wrap things up, put them in place. That's an action. This is actions.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's things where we're talking about other things where people are not even doing that. They can just sit there, close their eyes, meditate, and do fuckery. Or draw on their inner energy and do.
Yeah.
Because remember, what they're calling magic and do is just us. How you tap into it, that is all the different names that people want to give it. We're magical people. We got, you know. So our history, our culture, our thing will always have elements of magic or in it. Do you get what I'm saying?
There's places like in my country.
Right now we're losing. White magic is the fucking best. White judge is the best in the universe, hands down.
Explain this, Mako.
Let me explain. We're in the position we're in. Who runs the world? Who's in control of the? You know what I mean? Like, it's clear.
I've always said it's very easy, Axum. A lot of people believe in the power of their deities, their systems that involve their deities, right? And also these people believe that, for instance, the ruling class, let's just say the European is their enemy, right? So I would say, so if the European is your enemy and you got this powerful connection, because people like to say the white man isn't spiritual, the white man's got no soul, the white man's not connected, the white man has got no God or whatever. But I think the opposite can be seen. Once you realize that the war is a metaphysical war, then you can see who's winning or who's in league with the winner.
That's right.
Yeah, I hear you now when you say white. White magic. I mean,
I hear you. We got magic on the continent, but these men still came to the continent and now own the continent. So clearly, whatever spiritual is working with, are working with these guys too.
Of course,
right?
Yeah.
But it's like the ego not letting man see that. The ego is making them feel like, yo, Oshun is gonna protect you from Lucifer. These men are coming, or whatever it is. They think these men are some Druid Viking thing. These men are dealing with Odin, and you think Odin is opposite to Ra or whoever it is you think you're on your side.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I don't think so. Because man is coming to Egypt and summoning Ra themselves, Osiris.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Same thing, yeah, just different name, of course.
I think so anyway.
Yeah.
I think so.
I think so as well.
I just think that, yeah,
I think what they've
everything
done,
has power. Everything has power, and everything they take is in reverse. Yeah, as I said, they know there's power in it, but there's also power in reverse engineering anything that they've learned. So that is why everything seems to be like Ra. Whether you're calling on Ra and yeah, you are calling on the same entity, but what's your reasoning? And what else is around it? Because remember, they've always had their way of Wicca. We could call it Hellenistic as pagans and all of this. And then we can, the Wicca one is what leading to modern day, as we call it, witchcraft.
But you know what's funny, yeah? Mrs. Sarah's statement. I understand what she's saying, but there's two ways to read this. She says, all magic is the same. You're giving powers to entities you have no full control over. Just worship the creator and seek from the creator and not entities you can't see, control, and understand. Now, I'm sure there's a few people that read that and thought, what's the difference between the creator and giving your power to an entity that you have no full control over?
Same thing.
Playing the advocate, yeah? This could be seen as the exact same thing. Someone on the other side of the fence is looking at you thinking that's what you're doing. I tell you for free, Christians don't like to say it because they don't want the smoke. But they think Allah is a moon deity, a moon god, a demon, a fallen angel. They think that Muhammad is, they think that you guys, Mahdi is the Antichrist. The Mahdi you lot are waiting for is the Antichrist. You know, so some people on the other side of the fence are looking at you like, well, boy, you lot are worshipping something. You know what I mean? So it seems like everyone's worshipping an entity and everyone's sure that their entity is the rightful entity that deserves.
But Jedi, the thing is, they were given this entity. They didn't come up with the entity themselves. They were given the entity to worship.
That's true. That could be a point. A religious person may say that the identity of the entity, they've attempted to hijack that. But essentially, it was your entity before anyone gave you a false representation of it. It was your entity. If you know what I'm trying to say, right? Right? So where you're saying, oh, they was giving it, they're going to be like, nah, God has always been with us. They just tried to like hide his identity. Me personally, I would say that I struggle when it comes to this very notion that Sarah has highlighted. I wouldn't want to be giving my power to an entity, but then isn't submitting to God, giving your power to an entity. And you say, okay, well, this is God. God's name is Allah. And I'm like, okay. And then you're like, yeah, read this book. This human being has told you everything you need to know about this entity, and this entity is spoken through this human being by way of divine revelation. There's a lot of faith and belief. There's a lot of trust I need to have that any of this information you're just giving me is correct. And I struggle with it because, like, how do you determine that? How do you determine that? I just don't know how you can. And then obviously Muslims and Christians and Israelites will say to you, you just know, man, you just feel it. You know? But I've also seen man and woman that just knew and felt it for 10, 15 years, fall off, jump off and start feeling something else and just know some other shit. You know? And I'm looking at, Raw, you see man convincing when you're a Muslim. Now you see man convincing when you're a Christian. And vice versa.
You
haven't seen mad convinced though. This is the truth.
Vice versa, yeah.
Right.
Vice versa.
Vice versa. Like, yeah. So I struggle with that thing of that leap, that commitment. Like, yo, I'm sure this is the thing. I've never felt that. If I had felt that, then I'm sure I would have gone with that. I'll tell you one thing though that I do think is that I need to study the Bible more. I know that in my heart. I need to study the Bible more. I need to study the Torah more. Now, that's not saying that I know that that's where the truth is or whatever. I just know that in my adult years, I should maybe give a little bit more extra time into investigating with an adult mind the contents of these books, as well as the Quran. Maybe I'll study the Torah and I'll study the Bible, and maybe studying those two in my adult years will lead me to the Quran, will lead me to be like, yo, I got to study this Quran proper now. You know, I got my own personal Quran as a gift from someone I trust, someone, you know what I mean? So I know that book is good. I don't know, bro. Like for me, when it comes to like God and these type of things, it's like one thing I don't want to open myself up to anything, but then I don't want to shut myself off to everything either. I don't want to feel like I know what's good, I know what's bad, so I'm just going to turn my back on. Do you know what I mean? Honestly,
just seek knowledge wherever you can find it, right?
Is it? Is that what we do?
Yeah, I mean, this is what I am doing, but I don't know what else.
What, seek knowledge wherever you find it.
I'm trying to, but maybe not everything, but I'm still like open up for everything. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so
I think it was always a bit.
If you get invited, if there's some witches and they say, "Yo, Acton, seeing you at work, wherever we want to invite you to just come and listen and understand what we're into," you gonna go?
Yeah. So when I was younger, I told Stabzilla this happened to me with the Vickas.
The Wiccans.
The Vickas, yeah, in Sweden. So I did follow them out to the cemetery and whatever. Then I just sat in the car and couldn't be with them. But...
Whoa. Pause.
Boy, doing something, Maxim, man.
Heavy metal now makes sense. Heavy metal makes sense now.
Swedish deviant.
Mad. Demon.
Listen, sister.
Demon.
Valhalla.
We need to talk, sis.
This was a long time ago.
All right, cool. It's relaxed. Cool. I beg you, look, don't interrupt, please. Let the sister. I want to hear a good story now, right? So.
Yeah. So I have friends here in my class. They were Vickas, a couple of witches, and one warlock. And
wait. They were in your class. What kind of class?
No, I just like. Is it called high school? Maybe.
High school, yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, were they related to each other?
No, man. They're just friends. I like.
So there were three friends, and two of them was. There was a couple of them.
A couple of them still, yeah.
Right. But I'm trying to understand.
Yeah.
How did they get together and get into this Wicca stuff and end up in the same class and whatnot? Like,
no,
no,
the thing is, we went to the same class since we were like 7 years old, yeah, and then I don't know, it's 8th grade over here, yeah.
Yeah.
So so they were into it for 1 year, 2 years. I've been really up on the Wicca thing. And they tried to make me get into it too. They gave me some papers and some sources, yeah. And then I was like, okay, let's just join you guys for one day. So they took me out of the nowhere and the cemetery, like far outside the skirt of my hometown.
Yeah.
And they were supposed to do some rituals, but I was like, nah, I'm not doing this. So I sat down in the car. I didn't go out. So after that, I was just like, no, I'm not doing this.
So you sat in the car. They went.
They went. They did whatever they did. I didn't ask any questions. It was like 3 a.m. in the morning. I was like,
the witching hour. Why did you ask them? Why did it need to be in the cemetery?
Yeah, but I don't really remember more than that. You know, it was a long time ago still. But yeah, they were like. Never again. Yeah, just saying.
Never again. Okay, so after you got back in the car, or they got back in the car,
yeah,
and drove off and that. Obviously, it was weird between you and them.
Obviously, yeah, it was very weird because after that I didn't really hang out with them because I was like, no, this is not my thing. Nah, this is so far away from my thing. I was in shock.
How did you know it was far away from your thing, though?
No, because they said they were gonna do stuff in the cemetery, you know, because I didn't know from the beginning that we were supposed to go to a cemetery. So that was the thing. They said that we were going to a specific place, and outside of it, there's a cemetery, but they didn't tell me that. And I don't play with the dead, you know, nothing like that. I'm really like respectful when it comes to that. So I was just like, nah, I'm not going out. So yeah, that happened. Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild. That's wild.
Any questions, Maku? I know you're dying right now, and Zelini.
Now, but we want it to be serious and not jokes. I don't
Yeah.
want it just to be jokes. We do jokes in a minute. But
Yeah,
I
yeah,
want
yeah.
that if anyone wants to seriously engage in this convo, please hit the link and jump on. There's too many silent people. They're waiting for jokes.
So ask them, like, is it a big thing there? Like this the Wicca thing, is it big? You know where you are.
I know they're into that. Back in the day, it was a big society of Wiccas in Sweden. It was. I don't know how it is right now, but it was a thing, a serious thing. Yeah.
Foreigner, big at yourself.
Yo, big up everyone.
Ah, bless up.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Yeah, we good, man. Your microphone is a little low, bro. A little low.
1 second. Yo, is that better?
But
yeah.
Yo, is that better?
Yeah, perfect. Talk to us.
But there's a link as
Yeah, I
well
just want to
between
chime
heavy
in on
metal and. Well,
No, sorry, no, it's a big delay. Oh.
Go for it.
Yeah, I was saying like there's a link as
No, I
well
was just
between
gonna
like.
say. Oh, you go.
Beefy, shush,
I'm gonna
man.
leave and I come back in because there's a huge delay.
All right, go on. You better start straight away, Beefy.
Yeah, I think there's a link between devil worshipping and heavy metal music and stuff like that.
Yeah, but we're talking about Wicca, yeah? That's something totally different.
Is it?
Is it?
Yeah, devil worship and Satanism is not the same as Wicca.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You're not sure. You can't be sure. You can't be sure.
Is it not?
Yeah. You can't be sure. I know why you can't be sure. They like, I think Wicca is promoted like it's promoted
more
as if it is
naturalistic,
separate.
yeah. More
Sorry?
naturalistic, more to the elements.
Yeah.
That's more like Wicca thing.
In grave sites, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said more. That's why I said more about Wicca.
Yeah, no. Yeah, everything seems to be.
Foreigner, are you there? Stop, Foreigner. Yeah, on mute now, brother.
Yo, I'm here.
Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, so tell us, what's your viewpoint on this, bro?
My viewpoint on it is like I definitely believe, and I can't even say believe, I should say I definitely know these things are real. For one, I've had a lot of experiences with family members who had things done to them in the past, and I guess there's all the occurrences throughout my life that things are just kind of just, I guess, confirm things for me, you know. So I'll tell this one particular story. I'll make it real fast as well. So
No, you don't need to
I had
up.
a family
Really
member. All right, cool. All right, easy. So I had a family member that was going through a divorce, right? And this is like quite a few years back now. So I had a family member that was going through a divorce, and he had kids with somebody else. No, had kids with somebody. He had married somebody else with children, right? And they had moved back home. And then they're going through the divorce. So he decided to kick her out of the house. and then they got back together, kicked her out again, got back together. Then after a while, his health decided to decline real badly. He was going to the doctors all the time, losing weight. Every time he went to the bathroom, like blood was coming out in his stool. Dropped like 30 kilos. Couldn't figure out why. Kicked her out of the house, and then brought her back in again. His health started to decline again. And he was saying that like she was bringing around like black candles around his house and burning black candles around his house all the times. And he was told her to get that thing out of his house. And then they finally broke up for good. And then he was trying to go to the doctors all the time to try to figure out what was wrong. Every time he went there, they couldn't give him the results to say, oh, negative, nothing's come up in the report. Go back home, get sick again. Went back to doctors, back and forth. And this is to our private hospital as well. So it's pretty up there hospital. So he just couldn't find out what was wrong with him. So then he decided to get his sister at the time and then somebody else to take him to a witch doctor. And apparently they end up making him some type of amulet and he ended up wearing it around his neck. And then even after he got that done, he went back home. He was still getting sick and he felt like he was going to die all the time. And this is for a good year plus. And then he decided to leave the country and come to Australia. So he decided to leave, and he said as soon as he got over the Atlantic Ocean or the ocean where the salt water was, he felt back 100% to the way he was supposed to be, like the way he was before he started getting sick. He felt like 100% like in his good health again. And then I had gone home with the next friend, and I was staying by his house. So prior to that, I was in Trinidad and Tobago, and then on the point of getting back home this is in Guyana. On the point of getting back home, I think 2 days before I got there, I had another family member that was watching over the house, that was like keeping the house for us. And they said that they had seen the next door neighbors doing like a seance, and they were burning candles in the middle of the ground, like right next to our house where the house was. And then the week prior to that, apparently another family member that was staying at our house as well, or at the house where we stayed at, some random person that showed up in the middle of the night, like 1 a.m. in the morning, and they were just standing outside the fence. They weren't saying anything, but they were just standing outside of the fence, and they're just staring into the house. So the family member that was staying there at the time was like, "Hey, yo, what are you doing? Like, what do you want?" And apparently the person just wouldn't say anything at all. Like they wouldn't talk, they wouldn't say anything, and they were holding some type of long wooden staff. And they weren't saying anything at all. They were just standing there staring at the house. And then they went back inside to grab something, to come back out to check if the person was there, and the person was gone. So when we got there, like the next 2 days after that, we had gotten there, and I was actually traveling with a good friend of mine, a real good friend. And we were staying at the house, and one night he was saying that whilst he was sleeping, he heard something in the backyard. And at that time, the person's house who we were staying at was they used to farm chickens. So they had a lot of chickens in the backyard, like 30 or 40 chickens in the backyard, right? And one night when we were sleeping, my friend was like, "Yo, man, I heard something last night." I'm like, "You're good?" He's like, "Yeah, I heard something in the backyard." Oh, okay, cool. And then we went outside in the morning. We went outside into the backyard, and literally there had to be probably about a good 30 or 40 chickens is dead in the backyard. No blood. All the heads were missing. No blood at all. Like 40 chickens is gone, dead. So we were like, "What the hell? What's going on here?" And then my friend was like, "Yeah, this doesn't seem right." And then I think it was like the week after. One of the dogs in the yard died. So we had like about 10 dogs in the yard because it's back home. So we have a lot of dogs. So one of the dogs just randomly died one day, and guts coming out, everything just randomly died. And this whole guts was hanging out of his body. And we just didn't know what was happening. And then at the time, when I spoke to my family member again, he was like, "Yeah, the neighbors next door have been doing a lot of fuckery. And they were like, yes, don't pick up anything from that side of the house. Don't touch anything from that side of the house because it's always the neighboring yards. He's like, don't pick up anything. Don't touch anything. If people give you anything on the street, don't take it from them because I don't know who they are, type of thing. So it was just a weird occurrence. But a lot of those things have happened, you know what I mean? I guess around my family or people that I know. So I definitely know those things are very much real and very much true. But those things are kind of like, very strange to be around. Especially when it's happened to, I guess, people that you know or I guess your family members.
What are you lot saying about his accounts?
And that was like 2015.
This is mad.
And what country was this? Australia? Is this in Australia?
No, this is Guyana. This is Guyana.
Oh, Guyana, French Guyana. Yeah. Of course, it's gonna be like that, though.
English.
Yeah.
English.
Yeah. Because obviously a lot of them people come from different parts of Africa, and they kept their traditions and customs and stuff. And they even made up new ones. So you know what I mean? It's all about protection and protecting yourself and things that we did for thousands of years. You know what I mean? But now we push it to the side because in some cases we picked up religion. But in a lot of the cases, the religion and the traditional and cultural and spiritual thing works hand in hand. They manage to intertwine it and keep it moving. You know what I mean? But little rituals and that and hiding stuff, that's like the norm. You know what I mean? People die, or when people are dying, they might say, oh, go to the four corners of the house and look for this little bag or something. Yeah? And make sure when I die, you take those 4 bags and then go and bury it somewhere. Yeah? All of these little weird things. This person might be a hardened Christian in that. But there's some traditional, cultural, and spiritual, and you could say voodoo or whatever magic going on. You know what I mean? It all just spells incantations and protection and all of this madness. Crazy. Well, I'm saying you are the magic. You don't need nothing exterior to add on to. It's crazy. But this is the world we live in, man. Most of my people, we try and steer away from the negative. And some of them practices.
All right, man. Yo, what are you lot saying? Who was that? That I thought we was gonna hear something from. Oh, they're gone. Oh, Sneaks is gone. Cool. Andy Gold.
You saying Vic? What happened to your eye?
You look tired.
You don't want to know.
Yeah.
You see his mind.
Oh,
you look tired.
Big up, family.
Big up, MD.
Like, comment, subscribe, hit the cash app, PayPal, all that good stuff. Yeah.
Ethiopians are known for judge, though.
You know what? They do Buddha readings back home, so I'm not going to deny that certain things that people do. There's a lot of things, but this one saying every culture is different. And what I was going to say is, one man's magic is another man's sort of spiritual. No, I wouldn't even say just spiritual essence or spiritual capabilities. You see what I'm saying? Because someone could look at me and say, oh, well, why are you specifically at this time doing a specific prayer and managing it in this type of way? That to me ain't nothing but incantation. That's what someone could say to me. Do you see what I'm saying? But for me, that's not an incantation. That's me understanding that there's certain time frames and certain portals that open at certain times. So if you are able to channel you and harness your own energy, like say for example, you're in extreme anger, instead of reacting in that moment, hold that energy, wait for a specific time, and then release it in a channeled way, and then you'll see the results come afterwards. Do you see what I'm saying? But to each their own, in it. And also, I would say that it's more than just believing in it for it to work for you. You see what I'm saying? And I'm not saying, but like I said, people say magic, people say this, people say that. There's a difference, yeah. If you used to go to like a dajjal, someone who deals with the jinns and the shayateens, yeah, it's an exchange that's being taken place, just like a business transactions in this dunya, yeah. If you want this, then you can get this, but this is going to have a price. Do you see what I'm saying? And if you're willing to pay that price, then, you know, that dajjal will take whatever offerings you give to her and then send whatever jinn is working with her at the time. Because you have to understand, it's not so much the pieces that they take. They're kind of like, how can I put it? Like, imagine a jinn to be a metal detector. Someone's taken a piece of your clothing, a piece of your hair, a piece of this, and done X, Y, Z, and put it in a particular place, or wrap certain things and sewn it, like Happy says. You know, people, they do it in the houses, they sew it into curtains. I've known aunties and things like that, that things have happened to, and they've cut open certain things because something was revealed to them in a dream, that, you know what I'm saying? And then they found that this is where the magic was hidden that was sent to harm them. But then at the same time, nothing, depending on you, would depend if anything could even touch you in the first place. You see what I'm saying? Because some people, so energies are so strong that irrespective of whatever kind of magic or supplication or whatever item you might take from a person to use against them, you still cannot touch them, because the protection that that particular person has is greater than the forces that you send out to get them. I hope that all makes sense. I know it's a bit of a, but yeah, big up.
No, I hear you, man. I'm just trying to wake up the panel, because the panel seems a bit dead. I don't know. Like, listen, get off the panel if you're not trying to talk. Just come off the square and come back later, man. If you're not in this conversation, like, for real. Vic, can't hear you.
Man said, "Gwet, is my mic working?"
Oh yeah, hear you.
I just wasn't talking. I was smiling.
Sure.
Now I kind of agree, because I believe Dark Foreigner and what he said, but at the same time, I don't know I don't know where that line is drawn between the distinction of what Gold just said, someone's magic, and another person's cultural norm. Do you know what I mean? Like, it could be some cultural normal shit, or it could have even been some explainable human shit. You see a dog that's been gutted, how you know it weren't a motherfucker with a knife?
Well, explain this to me. Explain this to me. When someone says to me, under trance, someone that's under a trance, in a trance, says to me, yo, some girls have tried to put a love spell on you. Give me the name of the girl, which I forgot. What's the name of the girl?
You did tell me before. I remember this.
Yeah, but I forgot the name of the girl. Anyway, so when they tell me, yo, these girls have tried to put, in fact, it was the name of the coven. This coven has tried to put a witch's coven has tried to put a love spell on you, right? So I'm there thinking, okay, what are you talking about? Whatever nonsense, right? And then over the next 24 hours, after being given a name to go and look at and research, I've ended up having phone conversations with like 3 or 4 different girls. And it's transpired that one of them, well, 2 of them have been involved in trying to put some kind of love spell on me from their own admission. And they're not connected to the person that told me someone has tried to put a love spell on you. Now, how is that explained?
Explained. I don't know about explained, but I think those people could be not deluded, but I think those people could be. It's just like what Gold said again. They could be under the belief that it will work, so can try it on you. And
that's cool. But how did the other person know? They're not related. They're not connected in any way, shape, or form.
Maybe they saw it. Did they see it in a dream? Or maybe they saw the after effects. You know, like sometimes you can tell, like, you know, when a person yawns too much, you're not tired, yeah? Yawning is a sign that iron has caught you. But do you see what I'm saying? But the effect will come up. It's like the big C, yeah? It affects people differently, for want of a better correlation, you know.
Sorry, MD, did you just say that the iron has caught you? That's why you are drawing. What?
If you yawn too much, that's a sign of iron. Ayn has taught you, but obviously
guys,
there's variations. You see what I'm saying? There's certain things.
But how is you only gonna make someone see that
times
someone's
you
going to
know
follow
when
Jedi
Ayn
though?
taught you.
Yeah, but let us say in English, Hafte.
Oh, like evil eye. Yeah, because Ayn, like Islamically, they'll teach you Ayn is worse than Seher, yeah? Evil eye is worse than magic. And that's the point I'm trying to make with the connection. When you're doing Seher, there's an... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
But what they're trying to say is, like, how does the person know that these two girls have done this?
No, but this is what I'm saying.
Is she trying to say there could be a
saw...
perspective? They could be looking at it from outside of the box and say, hold on, you look like, say, on a love spell.
Yeah,
maybe you
looks
can see
someone tried something.
But no,
like
for him to give him a name of the girl,
you know
for him to be so specific about everything, yes, come on, bro.
That's
okay. No. Did you mean that, Jez? As in specifically, they knew the name of the person that did it? Or...
Yeah, he did. He did.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, my bad.
It's Mulder and Scully thing. When it gets to that point, I ain't got an explanation. It's a Mulder and Scully thing.
That's normal, man.
No,
you know, like Nigerian churches. As I said yesterday, my mom went to Nigeria and went to a church, and they told her, yeah, someone's doing juju on you. Someone has tied your womb. Someone has done this. Someone has done that. But don't worry about it. We got reverse judge here. Yeah, that will go back to the person sevenfold. So I said to myself, right, mom, that's judge. That's judge as well. Christian judge, yeah? Is this what we're dealing with now?
But sometimes, do you know what it's like? Certain things I'm not gonna say is judge. It's the power of the connection you have with the source. Do you see what I'm saying? And you know what? I've got to think carefully how I put this in words for it to. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I told you we're magical people, yeah, but there is black magic. We're magical people. We've got powers. That's why know thyself is a very important statement. You know what I mean?
So
but at the same time, you're going.
Go ahead. I was going to say, put it this way. Everyone is born with innate gifts, yeah, innate capabilities, right? Now, you can either channel and enhance that which you naturally have. So the more you practice the gifts you have, whether it's foresight or whether it's being able to do whatever the gift or ability you have, the more you practice it, the better honed and in tune you are for when you see things in your day-to-day life as an adult. For someone who doesn't harness that, obviously that capacity within them is weaker. Therefore, if they go to a Dajjala, that's when it's like a bargain and a mutual exchange of X, Y, Z. You see what I'm saying? So when it's the exchange, that personally I would class as seher, when there is an exchange. Because now this is a contract that has now been a contract without signature that has now been transferred. Whereas when it's coming from you directly, that is just a natural gift and ability. It's up to you whether that form, that energy comes out negatively or positively. You see what I'm saying?
Well, that is far more steeped in your culture than your faith and way of life. Those things pre-existed, those things that we learn. You know what I mean? Some people don't even learn the religion, you know, like our grandparents or great grandparents. That was not their thing necessarily.
No, but how do you know the difference though, MD, if it's good or not?
If you're not trained,
well, you know the difference. Well, Allah me personally, I'd say you know the difference because one is from yourself, like people were saying, power in yourself, yeah, and the connections to source and the abilities you harness. The other one, from you have to do an exchange or add something, then yeah, man, that's now you're on a different side there.
That's true. But the question is belief or faith or knowing that this thing can work, because you got one side, someone doing something to you.
But this is the thing, you have to have faith. You can't climb
no,
mountains.
But do you believe? It's not really faith. It's whether you believe in the action or the thing they're doing. More
often, isn't that mad? Like with regards to energies and mystics, often it is down to the strength and the direction of your belief.
Right, but if you know about it, if you have fear of it, if you know it exists, but you don't play with it.
Oh yeah, there's all kinds of belief. Right? Yeah,
but the thing about this gift thing, the gift thing, yeah. If someone is doing juju on you, how do you know doing juju? They're going to tell you.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Sometimes there are giveaways if someone's done certain things to you. Like I said in regards to Ayn, there's the yawning thing. There's there's other things can happen. But like I said, to each their own in, and every situation is going to be slightly different.
What about going crazy? What about going mad?
Some people could go mad because they do the things on themselves.
Right, but they will also say now that's schizophrenia, bipolar, this one. They put pretty names on it. Back home, it's different.
No, but I don't know. I think there's a difference, yeah.
Wow, mad.
You know what? From someone that
is mad, man. Yeah, that guy's crazy, but he wasn't crazy 2 weeks ago. Interesting.
Allow it.
People do stuff to people, man, and I'm telling you, this Rudon, this thing is a practice. We have it in all our spiritual systems and cultures and all of that. It's whether some people choose to practice it. All right? Yeah. And you have to have knowledge.
The entities always be there.
As I said, Islamically, only certain men know all about the Georgian, what is permissible and inadmissible, because some were doing it, some were practicing, some were Do you get what I'm saying? You have to get your education sometimes in the thing to then tell everybody else, because some of these vague ones that we're getting in the religion it doesn't go deep enough, doesn't explain the unexplainable. Just says, stay away from it. Don't mess with that. That is bitter. That is this. That is that. That is that. But no explanation on how to deal with if someone is actually doing it. And what's the ruling on it? And
you have to look into it. And that goes to show you sometimes the level of how much people take on spiritually. Do you see what I'm saying? For some people,
but it's a double-edged sword, because the fear of learning about it and because in every form of religion or whatever, they're going to make it like, listen, once you study this thing, you're going to be into this thing, and then you're gone. So you've already got that anxiety and that fear that learning about it is something you're not supposed to be doing.
No, but then it depends on how much you value truth. And, if you're a truth seeker, but you're just gonna, if that's where the truth of certain answers are, you're gonna go look. You see what I'm saying? But obviously, you're gonna have the common sense to know that although you may be aware how to do certain things, you definitely ain't gonna cross them boundaries.
You just ain't gonna
wholeheartedly know the repercussions, and and they ain't worth it.
Yeah, and this is why we say in our societies, like when it shows clearly that a minimum or the smallest communities in our societies back home engage in this practice, but yet there's a wider practice that is more everyday, which could be considered the same thing. Do you get it?
But then this is the thing, some of the stuff it's not even magic. It's just being good at alchemy, being a herbalist, understanding that this root mixed with this root is going to cause man to be paralyzed. And if he doesn't get this plant to drink it, then he's going to remain that way. Do you see what I'm saying?
That's a medicine man, right? That's why we say medicine.
Like
the difference between...
Yes. But no, but what I'm saying is people could still say that's magic. Do you see what I'm saying? Because someone else could say, all right, this is I don't like this person done X, Y, Z, I want revenge. So they're gonna take this, take that, put it in their thing. Next thing you know, man's paralyzed, or man can't move, he can't talk, or he's in some kind of psychosis where he's like zombies, what they'll say zombies. Realistically, what they injected is part of the pufferfish, which can kind of lull the brain in some sort of way, which makes it like a parasite, so you can actually control the person. Do you see what I'm saying? Certain things can be explained due to the natural things, but it's all about knowledge. And that's why knowledge is
right. Because a knowledge of alchemy or a knowledge of medicine, and roots and herbs and all of this type of things, the best for your body and the worst for your body. You get me? Even one that will paralyze you. But that's just down to, again, the individual. Like if I'm the guy who's learned all that, and then people are coming to me and saying, listen, I need a spell to make someone blind, then that is down to me, as in, what is my morality? Do you know what I'm saying? What's my morality to say that I'm going to give someone this?
Are you going to sell it for a price, or
Why do you want to engage in that?
We're not entertaining it. Thank you.
They could kill people for these type of knowledges, though, If you did have these knowledges, they would say you're wicked and you're evil. And you might not be doing nothing. You might be a healer these days.
Yeah.
But they used to come and chop off your head or burn you on the stake.
But
That's why.
that's where they got the idea of good magic, bad magic. Regardless of anything, the energy and the thing is the same.
Exactly.
It's just the person who wields it, whether they're good or they're bad. You see what I'm saying?
There's an energetic layer to
not do any
it.
of it, right? It's better to not do anything about it, right? Not even be involved in it.
You can attract good energies, though, no accent. You can attract and utilize good energies.
I'm a researcher, I'm a truth seeker, so I seek knowledge everywhere. Whether or not I implement them, that's a different story. Because obviously I know lines and boundaries.
But practicing MD, practicing magic, is that a good thing or bad thing?
No, but this is what I'm saying. The term in itself is invalid, because what you might call magic, like I said, like if I was to say that if I have something against someone, I know specifically at this specific time with this type of energy that I make a certain type of salah in a certain type of thing, that's gonna have, and I have yaqeen that's gonna impact the person that I'm challenging that energy to. Someone who's not Muslim can look at me and be like, "You're doing jud." You see what I'm saying? But I'm not. What I'm doing is harnessing an energy within myself, connecting it to source, and knowing that this is the
what's
doorway
not natural about that? Exactly.
Exactly.
See, I was saying
at the same time, you have to
right.
Same time too.
Right.
There's verses in the Quran for protection.
Right, and I agree with Maki's sentiment that there's a moral
from magic and evil and all of that.
Right. Right, because think about it, right? If I'm lifting this up with my mind telekinetically, scientifically, at some point of discovery, we would be able to understand that, the molecules of air are connecting mind, matter, hand, muscle, everything. So why can't I move it with the air? Do you know what I mean? But at the same time, it'd be a certain timeline where we understand that as magic, because we don't understand the get down. Do you know what I mean? Now, you could probably transpose that over everything. Do you know what I mean? What we don't understand, like if a man could blind you, or if a man could make you fall in love, or a man could, is that, like you're saying, the understanding of alchemy or root herbalism?
Yeah, but as soon as you tap into some other entities, calling them for help.
Entities now is a different thing.
Very true.
Entities is a different thing, right?
That's very true. And calling upon source
the energy has to come from somewhere else.
I believe I ain't met no entity just yet, like other than God. But God is everything. It's not.
But God,
brothers and sisters, though, I used to hear people in religion say, "I hope may Allah disfigure your face." Yeah, and I said,
yeah.
Them say, "I hope God strikes you down."
I've cursed people's bloodline.
But that's the vanity of humans to think that they can invoke an energy. Do you know what I mean? That is the vanity of us to believe that we can
I'm saying it's not too far from judge, because in these crusades, in crusades, they kill people, Maka, innit? They chopped off their head. If you don't deal with my religion, I want to chop off your head. And then the same thing what the Christian done. So they're all the same witchcraft to me.
No, the thing is, what you have to understand, Freddie, you have to take away from the. Don't put things as general as in a collective. You understand? Because it's always what always tends to happen is the untold story of the actual people who channel and it is what it is anyway. To each their own, man. Big up.
It's a hard one. It's a hard pill.
And you know what? Certain things is hard to explain. You know what I'm saying? So rather than explaining it incorrectly, I just keep silent.
You don't have to explain it, because it's not on you, sis. I'm just saying it's on the religions, innit? They shed the blood, innit? They done the genocide for people to worship them. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It wasn't on you as the worshipper. I love the worshipper, I hate the religion. Do you get what I'm saying?
And like, comment, and subscribe, people. You're getting good information here, some knowledge as well. Hit the Cash App, PayPal, all that good stuff. Yeah.
Hate's a bit strong. Hate's a bit strong. I just dislike the brainwashing and the witchcraft what goes on in these religions.
I think with Jude as well, and things, that's like so clear, because it's not about you have to believe in anything to my work. If someone does judge on you, the one thing that judge on you, and she's going bad for you, you don't know why. And then as well, They don't always have to touch you or be near you or give you a portion for it to work. I don't believe.
Say the last
You know what I mean?
sentence again, Beefy.
I don't believe that for these things to work, they don't have to physically touch you or give you something to drink. Something's gonna happen without even you being near the person. You know what I mean?
But I think that you get your pay according to your works, isn't it? So if I was shit at work, I'm gonna get shit paid. It's as simple as that. You get what I'm saying? And I'm working for the Lord, isn't it? I'm trying to get a job over there. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? And hopefully he will pay me what I need, what I deserve. You get me? Whether that's bad or good or whatever people describe as bad and good. Whatever it is, I'll take it. Get me? Gladly. So if it's a load of discipline, I'll take it. If it's a load of pleasures and desires and all that shit, I'll take that too.
So is it that the entity is bad, or the person asking for this entity to help them in whatever they're doing is a bad thing? Actually,
both.
What is it?
That would be the entity. It would be the entity and the person.
Yeah, both.
But the entity ain't even nothing until you ask it. Yeah.
You know, I think it depends.
But the entity is always going to be there because it's like supplier and the distributor. It's no different from, let's say, the drug game. If you're supplying, you still have to get.
If you call upon it, is it entity
So
that's
you still have
bad,
to get
or
back
you the person who's calling upon to do whatever you want to do, good or bad?
Beefy Han, your mic is cutting off, or just for me?
Because this thing is there, it's always going to be there, right?
Okay, maybe it's just me.
If it's an entity,
They're part of nature.
no. If it's an entity, we're implying that there's some kind of sentience, that there's some kind of consciousness there, not necessarily eternal. But if we're talking about a layer of existence that contains energies within which we can do these dark things, then I think that could possibly be eternal. That could just be the equivalent of what is, because things exist, right? So then do things not de-exist? Like, do things not? There must be balance, because there is balance in everything that we see.
No, but you have to. But then, depending on what you like, how you brought up, what spiritual system you believe in, there are different realms. Do you see what I'm saying? Like jinns and shayateens and ifrits, they live amongst us. Do you know what I'm saying? And amongst Beni Adam, there are human shayateens too. Do you see what I mean?
The most modern sort of non-religious person, but spiritual person, would
I'll
have
put it this way.
a lesser definition of that, because I haven't been taught about any of that. I've not been indoctrinated into any
as a
faith.
spiritual person, the way I'd break it down to you is that you understand that life rotates in different realms, right? Like you got the animal realm.
It occupies different states, realms, dimensions, all of that, of course.
But all at the same time, right?
Yes, simultaneously.
Right. And just because you don't see the animals in the Sahara, in the savannah, or the scorpion crossing the desert, does not mean that they're not there. It's just that they're not within your sight or your thing. That's the same thing. There are different types of creation.
Just outside of your senses, yes.
Right, exactly. But they are nonetheless, they are still there. Do you see what I'm saying? And there are occurrences
without personal experience, though, it does require some form of faith. Literally, not belief. A little drop of faith has to be in there. If
not
you don't
even.
Actually...
No, because when you hear something from look, science will tell you that the Earth, the Earth spins on an axis, right?
Evidence would tell you that. Science would be the mechanism via which we measure that.
No. But this is what I'm saying. You personally haven't done the measurements. You personally do not know the scientists that do that. You personally don't know whether or not it's correct. Do you see what I'm saying? You're never going to have 100% certainty in most things in life.
I don't know about 100% certainty, but I have done the things that you claim that I haven't. But then, having said that, though,
what you've done the measurements yourself?
Yeah, I've had a stick in the ground and seen the change, and I can see the sky moving. I can see the sun moving across the sky as well, and it doesn't strike me as out of concordance with the data that I'm given over that side. With if I'm going to believe
then
what
you know
they
what?
say
Maybe a different example. I'll give you a different example. Maybe that was a wrong example, scientific example. Maybe
no, I think I get you. I think I.
But you get me.
Understand.
Okay, then fair enough. Yeah, if you understand where I'm
because
trying to
it
go.
It isn't necessarily like it's like I'm not close-minded enough to think that something isn't true just because I have not evidenced it in life personally. Do you know what I mean? Like whether it be a matter of mathematics, science, or magic, because if we're talking magic, then we should strictly be containing those sort of ideas to the realms of the supernatural, these sort of unexplained by today's modern methods of
But
understanding.
then, do you know what? I would explain magic in today's modern essence, in the terms of the Western Hemisphere, is nothing but smoke and mirrors. It really and truly is sleight of hand. It's illusion. That's what
the
their term
illusion.
of
I was
magic
going to say,
is.
so you
And
create a grander illusion, or do you mean on the smaller practices as well?
No, in terms of the Western, this is just my perception, and I could be wrong. You know, to each their own. But how I see it, in terms of what they claim magic to be, from what I see of them, ain't the same type of thing. What they're trying to say is over on our side of the continent. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Or in the Caribbean, or in the Americas.
Manipulation of matter.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%. Because a lot of our stuff is tied to things like intent and will, whereas theirs is turned to like towards the aiming like the physicals. Do you know what I mean? Bolts of lightning.
It's about smoke and mirrors. It's illusions. Do you know what I'm saying? The perception of power, the perception of capabilities, the perceptions of gifts. When in reality there is none. Do you see what I'm saying? It's nothing more like what do they say? The best form of flattery is imitation, right? The only difference is it's not a compliment. It's all just flattery, and flattery ain't nothing but nonsense. Do you see what I'm saying? Because when you look at the spiritual system, that which the Western claim is judge and magic, enough of the times it's mainly to do with control of self, understanding of self, channeling and balancing the energy within self in order to connect to.
I think they use that well, though. I think in the West, they it's smoke and mirrors in that they hide paths and the knowledges to these outcomes. But you could see people like, I don't know, example like Tom Cruise or something. You know what I mean? You're using some kind of judge out there. You whether it be positive judge for you, negative judge for others, whatever. It's all judge. We judge what we judge. But at the same time, you can see the amount of success someone's heaping upon themselves comes from wielding the positive and the right energies.
No, but that's different. That's we're talking when you're talking about like Tom Cruise and all them, like that's a different level. Do you see what I'm saying?
A whole different level. That's the smoke and mirrors, because they've been hiding that shit as well. They got the path and the knowledge, but then when you understand it, the majority of the knowledge they had anyway comes from thought, which is. Sorry, I've got to grab my baby. Sorry, I've got.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
1 second.
I think it's just a bit confusing, sis, all around. You know what I mean? This is where I take myself away from. Do you get me? I try not to concentrate too much on judge and what judge is, even though I believe that we're surrounded by it. Because what one believes, I believe he can perceive.
No, but then you know what? It's not even saying you don't need to this or that. It's about knowledge and it's about understanding. Because from you understand that what a thing is, the threat and the benefits that particular thing is in front of you, then you're best able to either one, find a different way so that thing doesn't touch you or harm you. Two, if there's no way to escape that confrontation, that you at the very least have the correct tools in order to have a good defense and fight back. Whether you survive or not, Allah Alam. Do you know what I'm saying? That's up to the Most High. At the very least, you got the correct weaponry to protect yourself. At the very least. Do you see what I'm saying?
You know what I do? Instead of maybe concentrating on what judges and how it could affect and what the dark arts are, I normally just focus in and hone in on.
But then this is again when you use terminology like the dark art, you make it appear like it's something negative. What I'm trying to say in regards.
No, I'm just saying there's a lot of negative things out here, isn't it?
No, definitely there are some, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm saying instead of me even dwelling on them, I just try and be thankful to the Most High, and instead of using that energy to look into what the devil wants me, or what the devil wanted from the earth, or what the devil wants people to do on the earth. I try and concentrate on what God wants me to do on the earth and what I need to do for God.
Yeah, like your own mission, basically. I hear
that.
I'm
with you with this one, Freddie. I'm with you. Yeah. I'm with you.
Intention is worship.
even though MD, yeah, I know the surroundings, I know they exist, but I don't want to be involved in it, yeah.
No, I'm saying to, like, I'm not calling for anyone to be involved in it. So like, please
No,
don't
I'm not saying that you are though. I'm not saying that
Yeah.
you are, but I'm just saying that I don't put my, how do you say, like, I don't want to be, keep it way away from me. Yeah, I know it exists. I know people been affected about it, and just like Maku said earlier about his mom being they put some Jews on her and they retaliated with some other Jews against them. Yeah, or even that. Yeah, for me is still Jews retaliation. Yeah, so
I hear you.
yeah,
But again, like I said, it depends on everyone's perception of it. You see what I'm saying? Because certain things I
Same
wouldn't
time too, it's
classify
like
as,
where you're drawing the power from.
Yeah, and I would
Same
I
time
wouldn't
too,
class
it's like
certain things.
you're
Yeah, I
drawing
wouldn't
the
class
power
certain things
from.
as good.
You know what I mean?
Exactly, because if you're drawing the power from self, yeah, that's from the natural gift that the Most High has blessed you with, right? So if you're able to focus that energy, there's many things that, subhanAllah, that is in accordance, like in terms of Islamically, in accordance with the deen, that correlates perfectly fine with my culture and traditions and the certain knowledge that I've gained in understanding and doing my own research about family and my homeland. And do you see what I'm saying? And even the connections that we have throughout the continent and their spiritual system. You know, there's many things like, say for example, when you look at the Orishas, you know, they talk about Oshun, Shogun, you know, Ogun, you know, their stories. If you actually look at it, like, say for example, the story of Shango and his wife, yeah. When you look at it, sometimes people take things for face value rather than understand. In our cultures, historically, things are done metaphorically because regardless, we're forever the child and we're forever learning. So the only way we're truly able to consume concepts and to consume messages and ideas fully is through story. Do you see what I'm saying? That's what connects us. And if you look at the wife, the first wife, she was seen as naive and she had the insecurities with the ears, hence why she always wore a head wrap. And the women of that region, you know, like in that tradition also wear a head wrap. But then her sister was in love with Shango. And then so she conspired against her sister so that her and him would have certain man. You know, I'm just giving you a short brief of it, yeah? And then so he ended up marrying the sister, and the sister Oshun and Shango and basically in the end Shango married Oshun, yeah, as a second wife. The first wife, well, technically the second wife, because the first wife was the one that had head wrap. Anyway, sorry, I digress. Anyway, the sister who stole from the first wife, she was jealous of Oshun, so she conspired to find out what her secret was to make Shango want her the most. And then what she did, Oshun, she cut a mushroom, pretending it was her ear, and put it in the food, right? And then handed it to Shango to eat. And then she thinking, this is the magic which causes Shango to love Oshun more than her. So she chopped off her ear and put it in food. But when Shango saw it, obviously he was disgusted with it in the bloody ear. Do you see what I'm saying? In the end, Shango got rid of her, and then it was just Oshun and Shango. But the moral of the story is that as a woman, you are all of these things. Do you see what I'm saying? You are both, you know, there's that naivety within you. At the same time, there's that fire of vengeance within you, and then still there is the woman in you of reason and understanding, and ultimately to be that is to then be able to give forth life, because she was the first to give birth to twins. Do you see what I mean? It all depends on how you're looking at things, and then when people are giving offerings and XYZ, sometimes over the years what happens is the lines get blurred, whereas rather as it being a celebration to say, oh, this is when we celebrate XYZ, it then becomes a case of worship. And then this is where it becomes a case of worship, it's where it becomes a case of bid'ah. And that's where it becomes haram. Do you see what I'm saying? Whereas if you understand the story in its essence.
This is what I don't like as well, you know.
Yeah.
Well,
I love everything what sister said, yeah. But this is sometimes what I don't like. You get me? Like for instance, you got a cousin and you get what I'm saying, you used to rock with him, but he's turned Jehovah's Witness now, and now he don't want to rock on his birthday. Do you get what I'm saying? It takes you away from your culture a little bit. Do you get what I'm saying? Like what the things culturally you'd be doing, whether they're good or
Programs
bad.
you, yeah.
Yeah, but that's
Program.
because
Programs you to go
that's for
their
you
way.
to have an understanding of what's the difference between culture and your
It's a
spiritual
fine
system.
line, though.
No.
No,
That's
because I'll
because
say
that's
that
what
from my
religion is.
no, I'll say that from
Religion
my
is
own
a political
example.
weapon.
Because listen, when I
Nothing
became
more.
my family are Coptic Orthodox. When I embraced Islam, there were a lot of practices that I stopped because I presumed them to be haram. You know, like as in, no, I'm just gonna follow just the Islamic context. Do you see what I'm saying? Without the understanding that the people that are teaching me are not just teaching me in terms of what is being, they're also teaching me a part of a certain type of culture, but that part of their culture ain't the same as my culture. Do you see what I'm saying? And the more that I started to do my own research, because certain things just didn't sit well within my own soul, is when I realized, okay, all right, these are the fine lines. And I understand, you know what? The reason why I was going down in this direction is because I had blocked off what was part of my source, which is my culture and my tradition. You see what I'm saying? And once I found the equilibrium between the two, alhamdulillah, you know what I'm saying? Your mindset's open to more possibilities. You see what I'm saying? So to each their own, and you can find a balance, but definitely be careful because you can get sucked in and lose your identity, which can take you away from who you are as a person. So just be mindful.
Well, same time too, culture and tradition isn't always what the once was at one point in time. A lot of the times, culture and tradition changes over time. Things get injected into people's culture or people's history and start taking on different notions or different ideas or philosophies, which I think is their culture, which is not. So culture and everything doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. It's not everything. Because at some point in time, you probably wouldn't be doing something else
we
that
have
you're
to
not doing right
understand
now.
there's always going to be things that are the same. Yes, things change, and there'll be differences, slight differences, because regardless, every generation will have cycles that they would want to break in terms of what is toxic within their culture. But just because there are toxic things within one's culture does not mean that you then lose the good things within the culture. Do you see what I'm saying? So hold on to the good, that the ropes of good things that are strong and uphold certain morals. That
It's not to say that
it's
not to say that. I think what Trillbilly's point was when he said that was that the religion sort of numbs you and takes you away from the culture, from whatever your culture was, your culture as a this or a that or wherever or whatever. Do you know what I mean? That's
and I hear that.
maybe
that's
not
saying,
like his problem,
that
but
can
for want of
happen.
better words, that's his problem with it.
Yeah, no,
And
but
I
that
got the
can
same
happen.
problem.
But it's for each person. But this is the thing. What I'm trying to say, for each person, it's up to themselves. They are accountable for themselves. You see what I'm saying? So only they can find that balance.
Yeah,
that
it just hurts. It just hurts when you
themselves.
care for somebody and they go like
I know
astray somewhere or something. Do you know what I mean? Like you're a deep Muslim brother and your deepest road dog has become a Christian now, or vice versa, or you man road like he said, and then suddenly he's a Jehovah's Witness now and he don't want to rock on his birthday. It's like we rocked every birthday for 40 years, you can't.
But then realistically, I know, but realistically, it's just a birthday. At the end of the day, every day is a celebration. Do you see what I'm saying? So ain't nothing wrong with him saying that, you know what, this is something that I don't do. But any other of the 364 days of the year, you want to, do you know what I'm saying? I don't see why.
Yeah, but maybe you just don't want to do that no more because that's not part of him. You know, like you know what I'm saying? Like people that just stop drinking.
You know, but then but it is what it is. I don't think people should take things so personally. I think the mistake is as the onlooker to take it personally. Yeah. But I wouldn't take it personally because, you know, many things happen in life. It's not, you know, it's to elevate or realign yourself. It's nothing to do with being like, I don't have love for you or anymore. It's like, you know what, at this moment in time, I'm focusing here, but know that the love is still, you know what I'm saying? In the
me personally, like I say, it's easily done for me to separate religion and spirituality because spirituality is real, it's undeniable. But then religion is just everything about it is political, man-made, towards a story, and stands in contradiction towards the next religion, which stands in and so on, right? So it's like it's not about like, oh, who's got the right idea? It's like, yeah, I got the wrong idea because religion is not how you practice your spirituality or deepen or enhance your relationship with the universe or God or existence or whatever it is you want to believe in. Do you know what I mean?
But there
It's
is a
never through
connection
religion that
between
you
them,
find that
though.
meaning.
Vic. You cannot deny it.
Say again.
There is a connection between them. You cannot deny it, Vic.
Of course, it's a man-made connection. They use religion, and they use spirituality to bolster the power of religion, because religion leads to them having control over you.
But you know what? I would say is for each to each their own. At the end of the day, you are all born into we are all born into this world by ourselves. We will all die in this world
I
by
don't know about
ourselves.
that though,
Each one
because
of
you
us.
have to pass through your
So-
mum's legs, and what about that is you on your own? It's your mum pushing.
As in, no.
so you're trying to
As
get out.
in, no. As in, your life is by yourself. Only,
But I'm
even if there's
connected
twins,
to her
only
via
one
an
can come out
umbilical
at a
cord. I
time.
don't even feel like our spirits are
Look,
separated until
only
that is
only one can come out at a time. So you know.
I'm sure it'd be a devastated pussy, but definitely two have come out before. You know
Not at the
ones
same
that-
time. Not at the same time. It'll be
Stop
one after the other.
Yeah, he knows what you're saying, Mandy. Just
Yeah.
messing with you.
Just played.
Yeah.
But at the same time, yeah, no.
Like up the show,
I
hit the
get the
cash out,
sentiment.
PayPal people. Come on, don't get lazy.
Yes.
Put my life in,
And
my life
even,
is
you
number
know
4.
what? You know, la. Guess what?
Mhm.
They would say, that's Judge.
Yes,
Judge.
you know what?
Yeah,
Some
yeah,
people
yeah,
would
yeah,
say
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, they
You
would.
saying that too, yeah.
I've heard it. I've heard it in the atmosphere, in the
Yeah, we're
atmosphere.
English accent. You have to remember, we're English. We remember that as a sign of, all right, go get the guns.
Yeah.
We're,
Because
we're a
when the
tiny little
warriors they
invaded
coming.
upon country, bro. Yeah, we hear that. We know they're just over the horizon. You get me?
Exactly. You know
Yeah.
what's up.
Exactly. First, yeah. First you hear the thunder in it, and then you see the lightning.
Then you see the rose cloud. Yeah.
Yeah, all of that. But I'm saying it's very subjective, though, brothers and sisters, man. Because what is Judge? Like, you know what I mean? Because as far as I'm concerned, television is a massive judge.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
I won't say television is a judge. I think it's a tool used in judge. I won't say it's judge. It's just a tool used in judge.
No, but those literal, you see, being brought up in the culture with elders with those opinions right there, being brought so close to that helps you be mindful. Even if you don't believe that it's like looking at the TV is going to hypnotize you and make you go buy a Snickers. Like it does though. And we know that it does though. Deeper levels. Do you know what I mean? Continued exposure,
Broadcasting.
repeated exposure, all of that.
Same thing with religion. Gets you
Yes.
dumber and dumber,
100%.
and more naive, and more stuck, closed-minded as time
But I
goes
think
on.
For some, yeah.
I agree with that. I agree with that a lot.
For some, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm saying
definitely
that's
for
why I
some.
don't use none of them two things.
Right.
Television.
Because it
or-
is swings and roundabouts with that, because some people need the 10 commandments, otherwise they don't know it. But a lot of us are born with the imprinted knowledge, I should not kill my mum. You know, the ones there. So it's like a lot of us don't need it. It definitely works for some, it doesn't work for others in terms of having a code to live your life by, a guideline. Do you know what I mean?
But I think I think code and guidelines, that's a good thing. But when you come down with the question about judge, when you're asking something else from you to help you do something or achieve something, to me that's what we're dealing with, right?
Yeah.
Right. That's what I would say. Yeah, when you're
I need some money tomorrow, but I don't know how to make it happen. So I'm gonna call upon this thing to help me get this money. Once I call upon that something to help you, that's judge, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I get it. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of
what
course,
you
though.
believe in, if you can believe in something, can you manifest it? I think that's the part of judge as well. Because if
I know
And that's why I don't think it's wrong.
No, for me,
hold on, Freddie. In that case, if you pray to the Most High to bless the situation to become easy for you, and then that thing then becomes you find ease, you telling me that's judge?
Yeah.
But sis, what I'm saying to you is, depending on what you're calling for, what you're doing, like if it's a situation where you're asking the Lord to harm other people, that's judge to me.
And that's what she's saying.
Wait.
Why would that be classed? No, but why would that be classed as judge?
No, for me, listen, it's not about it's the action. The judge is not about good or bad. The action of once calling upon something, the action of doing that is judge. Whether it's good or bad, that's neither here or there.
Yeah, I
Once
agree. So as soon as
the
you just like
action,
call upon
the
her.
action you're taking, you're calling upon something else to help in the situation, good or bad, is judge.
Yeah.
Hey, sister,
Well,
my family members are no longer here, innit? And what I'm saying, I've never called on anybody to harm to anybody. Do you get what I'm trying to tell you for what's happened, innit? I've just had to hold it. Do you get what I'm saying as a grown up? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, obviously, there's nothing I can do because I'm not looking to take vengeance, innit? Just gotta just relax my skin. You get what I'm saying? And that's just how I expect a real normal human being to do it.
Normality.
no, but you know what? To each their own, for dear. You know,
No, because
I would
even
say
though,
I would
even
say that I would say I'm different to that because from
no, but
someone
sis, if I
crossing
kill
me,
10,
yeah.
if I kill 10, I can't. It's not going to bring him back. I can't go
No,
to
no,
his mum
no.
and say, "Yeah, I just laid down 10 man." She's
No.
going to
I
say,
hear
"You're an
that.
idiot."
No. I hear
Yeah,
that.
I'm saying.
I hear you, Freddie. Yeah. No, but what I mean, I'm not talking in terms of there are many ways to touch a person without physically touching the person,
Sorry to
and there
cut
are
you
ways to
guys.
do so without calling upon others.
Reggie. Yesterday, your people took a L, man. And where was you, man? Where was you? You wasn't in attendance. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to throw shade at other religions and that. You need to really look closer to home. There's judge going on in Christianity badly. You know what I'm saying? Badly. You know what I'm saying? It's all judgment.
What?
Don't get it twisted.
What?
White people
That's
judge,
some of the worst.
or
It's the most organized.
Illuminati Freemasonry is judge, right?
Same thing.
It's advanced judge, right?
It's that's off. Like for me, like for when like all this, like when they say you have to open yourself up, like in Hinduism, the arming, and all these things, or doing prayer, simply the thing over and over again. You open yourself up to vessels. What you're doing? It's obvious. Straight up.
Empty vessel.
But that's what's happening in religion. It doesn't make a difference for me.
Man said it's obvious.
There's
Hey,
yin and
hey,
yang, man. There's yin and yang to everything, man.
if you don't say the Lord's Prayer, we're going to murder you. That's not obvious.
It's ridiculous. Come on.
Like, if you don't say, la ilaha illallah, it's not like.
No, Freddie, not obvious is when someone possessed.
Is that what it is?
No. What? Listen, when someone's possessed to kill, that thing that God told him to kill you, that's obvious. When someone actually thinks God has told him to kill someone else for God, that is obvious. So, what spell are they under? Well, that's a normal thinking. You understand?
Yeah, but beef is it's wrong. It's wrong. To
me,
me,
what spell are they under? It must be their spell. I agree with you. Something's going on there.
They used to do to Jamaica. Jamaicans used to do to Rastas. They used to say, "Wow, these people are mad. You know, we're gonna have to build the first mad hospital and wrap and tie them up and put them in there." Do you get me? Because they're not coming church, are they? They're up in the hills and the mountains.
But when you go to this church and they're all speaking in tongues, what is that?
Yeah. There's Jude inside there's the same Jamaican churches, like, you know what I mean?
It's
Going in
mad.
a spirit and all of these type of things there, bro.
Remember, culture always comes into it, you know, Max. Culture plays a big part in how you work.
Well, it's not culture, it's spirituality, right? The
culture is just being in a cult.
To me, culture is cult. Yeah, that's
culture is cult. Yeah.
So big up family. I've got to go, but like, comment, and subscribe, hit the cash out, PayPal, that good stuff. Yeah, man.
Big up. It's some Christians' culture to make people starve to death.
Or walk them into fire with their children in their hands, bro.
And it's some Muslims' culture to not pray next to the black man.
Jump on, Reggie, and get this work, man. Come on, man.
You get what I'm saying? It's just mad. Yeah. It's mad, man. It's crazy. It's wrong as well.
Yeah, then like about this books. I say for any book, I want to say for most books, these books are made of spells. So when you start reading these things, you wonder why saying certain things. You wonder why. Man putting black spells on themselves. You know what I mean?
Yep.
What are you doing?
Definitely true.
I always say the intention and who you're drawing the energy from is the an important part. So even if you don't want to talk scripture part, like in the scripture where you had when Moses went up against Pharaoh and had all the necromancers and everybody there, and they were casting spells to turn into snakes or turn things into snakes, and then Moses threw down his staff. Called upon, obviously the Messiah called upon the Messiah and threw down his staff, and his staff turned into a snake.
It's the other way around.
And it
First,
killed and swallowed
Moses done it first.
snakes.
Yeah, Moses done it first, and for me that is a magic trick. That is not magic, out and out magic. No, we know better than that. We know that people can snake charm a snake that looks like a rod or a piece of stick, and one tap on its head and it starts wiggling. So that is not magic. Parting the Red Sea is magic.
No, but I'm saying,
you know what I'm saying? Parting the Red Sea is magic.
Intention is where it comes from.
Well, the intention is all coming from the same place, though. This is what we're trying to say.
That's what I'm
No. Gold. She made the distinction about whether it comes from within one or from external source.
Right.
That's also an important
No, the energy
factor.
always comes from within. You always got it, right? But the question is, like you said, are you relying on an external source, or are you relying on an intermediary? Something that acts in between, something that amplifies your ability, something that, do you get it? All of these
you
things
become an
need
avatar.
something else.
You become an avatar. Most of the
you don't know your own.
Let God work through you. Let's say that. Let God work through you.
Yeah.
But you guys forget that all of this thing comes from God as well, too.
Yeah.
He's the foundation of the good and the bad.
Right.
So you do witchcraft or whatever, that comes from him. He created all that.
Plurals as God.
There you go.
Created all that.
That's
there you go.
exactly what I'm saying. So this is
anything lower than that. Anything lower than that was lying to you. Put it that way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, anything other than the creator himself was lying to you.
Yeah,
telling
so when
you
you
that
say
this thing will allow you to do this and allow you to do that.
Everything comes from the creator. So
it all comes from him.
He has to take some blame too for what is going on.
No, this is This is where you got choices, and it's the choices you make. You get what I'm saying?
I like this creator. This creator, what is going to allow a lot in the creator.
But regardless of the
creator, we don't all be in the same creator.
Can't be wrong. The creator can't be wrong. It's the creation.
Not a man.
No. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Regardless of the choice, he created those two entities, good and evil. Yeah. Now, if he didn't create both of them and he only created one, then you don't have a choice but to use only one.
That's what I'm trying to do now.
He created both of them, what you are saying that he gave you a choice to choose which one. Yeah. So if you choose the good one, it comes back to him. You choose the bad one, it goes back to him because he is a creator for it. All the energy of those both things came from him, within him. See what I'm saying?
Yes. Okay. So can I ask you a question?
That's why I involve God in all aspects of my life, because even when I'm doing negativity, do you get what I'm trying to show you, or what's perceived to be negative? I still involve God in it. Do you get me? Because it comes from him. I understand there's only one way and one way to go alone.
There you
go. The choices we've got in it. And everyone's going to get up and choose to be happy rather than choose to be sad. Do you get what I'm saying? And this is what takes them down the path they're going down. Do you get what I'm saying?
Well, I look at it this way. Did Adam and Eve not eat the fruit?
But it's not eating all the fruit. You see,
they ate the fruit though. They ate the fruit.
No,
the bottom line is they definitely ate the fruit, right?
No, it was knowledge. It wasn't a fruit.
Right.
No,
I'm
but
saying. So they ate the fruit, and they gained the knowledge, and they said, "Look at them. They have become like one of us."
The fruit is a metaphor.
Right. Hold on. They have become like one of us. Yeah. The knowledge of good
and evil.
Thank you. So Now that at that point, that's magic there. That's right. That's the knowledge of magic. That's the knowledge of things that they weren't really meant to know that
Well,
existed. So,
yeah.
so from that point onwards, this is where we see the yin and yang of this thing we call it magic. But the most thing that people are forgetting is that Adam was given that power anyway. So this is why we say know thyself, know your wealth, know what you are. That's why Christ is saying, oh, doesn't it say in your scriptures that ye are gods and children of the Most High? Because you've got all the capabilities. God helps those who helps themselves. So why are you looking to an outside entity to help you? You see?
Yeah,
So once
strong.
you do that, you've given up something, yeah, to an entity. Yeah, God created that entity, but it's all about energy. And it's all about give and take in the universe. If you take something, you must give something back.
It's all
And this
about
is a
knowing
game we don't want
truth.
to play. This is
It's all
that
about
game like a
knowing
lot of us
truth.
Africans don't want to play. We're like, yo, that's what the black magic does, yeah? Okay, if you use it, yeah, it's all well and good at the beginning. You know, it's always going to end up in tragedy. Yeah? Oh, you make someone blind or you hurt someone or you know, it's always going to come back tenfold, sevenfold, whatever fold to get it. Someone in your family, you get success now, everyone in your family dies.
But you see the reason why he ate it and she ate it is because the entity that come before them knew something that they didn't know.
Of course.
The entity know good and evil. That's why he tried to get into their heads.
Well,
That's
he
why
knows more than good and evil.
Wait, last question though. Last question, yeah.
There's no such thing as good and evil to an angel. Think about it. Or in the spirit.
Last question though.
Right.
I'm confused. Because before, the Garden of Eden is just God home, yeah. God is walking around. How is this evil entity entering the Garden of Eden? Can someone tell me?
Say that again. You're breaking up a bit.
Yeah, man.
The entity that talked to Eve, yeah, to eat the fruit.
Yeah.
How was it able to get in the garden? This evil entity, where everything is good.
Well, it depends what story you read. In some stories, he sneaked his way in, pretending to use his spirit in another animal, and used that animal to sneak into the garden. In others,
I hear you. I hear you. Though.
Hold on.
You,
in the normal biblical, he was just there. He was just in the garden.
Yeah, but Max, this is why I never take these stories. I never take these stories for. Sorry to cut you, brother. I never take these stories for face value. Nothing what the Quran says, or nothing what the thing says. I just try and apply them where possible. So anything I read and I can't apply, I rubbish.
That doesn't even make sense to me. I feel more that listen, rather than you picking on religions and stuff, you must more look into the minds and hearts of your people and how they stay. And if anything, the wickedness and the bad mind and the ideas and the thing is all by us. Ain't nobody entities.
I'm not picking on religion. I'm just history.
We just doubt.
What I'm stating, you know.
Okay, we just doubt ourselves. I don't know what religion's got to do with it, because at the end of the day,
I'm just saying if your religion came by the sword. No, sorry.
Religion came by the sword. No religion came by the sword.
I'm saying loads of religions came by the sword.
I'm saying no religion came to us Africans by the sword.
Yeah, I know. But it got remixed.
Then it's not our argument.
Remixed. The religion then must have got remixed then, yeah? Because if it didn't come by the sword, it went across, it went over across seas, got remixed, and then came back to us.
Bro. Think about it. How do you spread religion by the sword? How?
No, what you do is you say, if you do not convert, we're going to murder you. Like
what was
displayed in history.
Who's teaching?
Huh? They justify that because they justify that to say that you can't read the Bible.
Once you say you sword, that means military, that means soldiers, that means people invading places, sacking places,
no, Max,
doing all this.
Justified
which one of those groups, brought religion to a people and imposed it on them and left, and those people were still practicing those religions? There's no scenario like that in history.
No, they said the
There is,
SSPs
but they never left.
settled out
In
and brought
Europe,
Christianity
but not in
to
Africa.
the
All over
shores
Europe.
of America and Africa and Caribbean and all these other places.
Nah, it don't make sense, bro. Like
They
a
built
lot of the
churches.
stories.
They built churches, helped fund build churches to run this game on us, basically.
Nah, bro,
You know
you
what
got
I'm
it
saying?
wrong. You got it
It's
wrong.
documented, bro. What I'm
But you
saying
got
is
it. What is documented?
I'll go
And
in
I
with
hear
the
you. Look, I
I'll
hear
go
you with
in
the missionary idea, right? I hear
It's
you
the
with that.
same in Islam as
But
well.
if you're saying in, hold
But
on, man.
go on.
If you supposedly colonize people and they're already that, why the fuck do you need missionaries? Right? If you came with the sword and you already conquered these people, yeah, and you already imposed your thing on them, why the hell later on in history do you need missionaries?
Yeah, that's part of it because you killed the non-believers already.
Right, because you don't sit people down and say this is your religion now. I've never heard of that. It doesn't make sense where we're coming from. When man sacked man, hold on, and no one ever reached in the interior of Africa to be doing what we're actually talking about. If anything, it might have happened on the north of Africa,
on the coast. Yeah,
do you get what I'm saying? At certain times, but when we're talking ourselves in 1500s and 1400s and 1200s, and you know.
No, there was that time
First
actually,
century and that.
when Alexander's crusade reached the heart of Egypt and changed the dynasty. But
right. That's not
that's
changing
really
the
deep
culture
into
and the
heart of
religion.
Africa, though.
No,
Yeah, but
with
it's not really
Africa,
deep into the heart.
let me tell you what happened with Africa. With Africa, it's a case of anybody who came to Africa fell in love with the cultures of Africa, whether it's Julius Caesar, whether it's anyone, bro.
Older. It's the older version. The Ethiopian Christianity is
We're
very
not talking about
is
religion,
older
bro.
than the European
I'm just
variant,
talking
right?
African culture that was turned into religion is based on Europeans coming and falling in
Ideas.
love with the concepts,
with the
and
ideas,
taking them on.
100%.
Right. So where's the imposing? Where's the sword? Where's the It's not. It does. It's non-existent.
No, when
for us.
so for instance, there is a little bit of that. Imagine in the wake of Jesus's death, right?
Yeah.
And Mary Magdalene's sort of subsequent escape or whatever they want to call that, right? Now those Christians in France that empowered the female within their doctrine of Christianity, those were all killed. Those were all killed by like Roman sort of
listen,
you gotta understand,
you got to understand under the guise of religion or under the guise of believing in the wrong type of God.
Family, have you heard of burning by the stake? Family, burning by the stake.
Yes,
that's
more
you.
commonly used for
That's
witchcraft,
you
though.
spreading your religion to people that don't necessarily want it, innit? You're burning them by the stake,
Your
innit?
ideas, at least. Yeah, you're
Do
right.
you get
Okay.
what I'm saying?
So you're saying in Africa, there's no stories of that. So that's not an African thing. You get it?
No, I'm
Europe,
saying European.
They do that.
The way they colonialized Africa, they done it differently. First, they came and colonialized us, killed everybody, and then put churches there and said, "Praise God." And before that, that's what the Arab done.
My brother, it doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that. No Arab came to
Mansa Musa was the only one that showed people how to deal with it properly by spreading the word.
Mansa Musa was a Muslim who changed.
Yeah, no, I'm saying he was the only one of the examples that showed us how to deal with it properly.
How long was Mansa Musa compared to what we're talking about? When we're talking about Europeans coming in with certain things.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But there was still problems, though. There was still problems in the region, fam.
I'm still not equating for people coming in and changing people's language and culture and thing with the sword.
No, not in
That
Africa.
is a ridiculous notion, fam.
That's
It's got nothing to do with us.
Not in Africa, but elsewhere. Look at
anywhere, most places.
in America.
No, most
In
places.
North Africa, fam. There's been wars for Africa
Bruh.
for years, bruv, in North Africa. Like wars for territory, fam. Do you get what I'm saying? Wars for land.
I think Macron's point is colonization isn't related to the religion. It's not a religious spreading. It didn't even stick.
It's already there. What I'm saying is, it's already there according to history, according to what they're saying.
Yeah.
It's
By the
already
time
there
that
with these
happens,
people.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I'm
There's
saying, Max, they've used it as a tool. They've used it as a tool, you know, Max. Most of the time,
we jump in timelines too quickly.
most of the time, it runs hand in hand
with
with
2,000 years
politics,
between what we're
especially
saying.
back in the day, religion.
You see what I'm
It
saying?
runs hand
Vic? Yeah, it's just the
Sorry?
timeline and that statement.
No, but I'm saying
you know
you
what I mean?
don't think they use religion as a tool, though, Max, to shed blood.
Previously,
Yeah.
100%. Come on, 100%. Even
So
to now.
I'm saying, hold on.
Same thing. It's the same thing, man.
It's not.
It is, because if you're shedding blood, that means you're telling people, get down with us.
It's the same energy.
Do what we're doing, or you're gonna die, Max.
It's the same
Who
core
does
energy.
that? Where is that? No, African armies,
Max,
for example,
it goes everywhere.
My brother, who went to war under various caliphates or whatever they were doing in Africa, right? Depends on their religion at the time, yeah. But you didn't. No, man wasn't doing that, bro. Yeah, they're already what they are. So the new administration is Muslim. Okay. Do you get what I'm saying? You can take on Islam if you want, or if you're already a Muslim, or these things are not as big deal as you think they are in Europe and shit, or Speaker's Corner.
No,
It's
but
not
I'm
that.
saying, fam,
Yeah.
if the British had their way, we wouldn't know too much about the Zulus now. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's like a rewrite of history, innit? It's like, obviously, they would have just basically, people would have forgot about their Zulu way of life because they would have been eradicated by the British.
Yeah, right. That's the key word.
Yeah,
though.
I'm trying to
Eradication is
tell
the key
you.
word.
And then there would
Because
have been
that's what's symptomatic.
churches in place so they can pray to their thing.
Well, it doesn't matter what comes next because, like you said, yeah, they've killed non-believers.
I hear you, but it's not happening. It's not happening. It never happened. What happened was wherever
No,
they
I'm
colonized,
just saying. I'm just a
wherever
hypothetical.
they colonized, bruvs. Don't give me hypotheticals if that's not the truth. The truth is when they went to people like Cape Town, right? They can do whatever there, right? Because they own Cape Town. When you go to Zulu land, yeah, you ain't gonna see a blood clot church nowhere. Yeah. Whether they conquered the Zulus or the Zulus conquered them first, remember. Whoop their ass. Right? Sent them packing. Right?
Wake up.
And then when they wanted to bring Christianity, they brought it with peace and a missionary. And they brought it to Shaka. And Shaka said, yeah, this is interesting. Your God, thing. Can he save you from this? Can he save you from that?
Remember, they've had
king than I am.
No, but family. Remember, they've had such a stronghold in Africa, though. Some of us are speaking French to blood clot. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? That's how much of a stronghold they've had on us and a headlock.
As I
And
said,
if
you're broadening the term.
No,
I'm
just saying, they've used religion to hurt us, Max. That's all I'm saying.
Crabs, you're wrong. That's what I said. Yeah, so you're wrong in that.
Okay.
I hear you, but I'm just saying you're wrong. Because
I haven't got the dates like Shakara and that.
I don't think there's a right and a wrong here because you're both talking about different timelines. Maku's being very specific,
just different time.
And Freddie's being very general, and you're both very correct in the essence of what you're saying. And of course, you've converted a nation's faith if you've killed the non-believers, right?
Definitely.
And you don't have to, like Maku's saying, you don't have to convert them if they're all dead already. So the sort of spreading of your religion is
who
natural.
are you converting when they're dead already? That makes sense. Like it doesn't make sense.
And the missionary
hold on.
You move your people in that worship what they worship, so anyone forthcoming
I'm saying
will worship what we're worshiping. Does that make sense?
I'm saying whether it's worship or where is the sword? There's no sword here. Yeah.
No,
coming with sword is what they are. If I come with a Islamic caliphate and you can call me Sunny Ali or something, yeah, of the Songhai Empire and that, I'm a Muslim already, right? I go conquer, I make my kingdom bigger. But does that mean that everybody there, I change their faith by the sword? Or if they're not Muslim, if they're traditional, I wipe them out.
Exactly.
It's not recorded like that.
Whatever the man is of the land already. But then if you go back to before the man of the land even had a faith, did Islam not have to instill itself against the ideology of the day?
No.
Whatever them people believed in when Islam come around, it must have had to install itself.
No,
of course it did.
Because as we say, what we've noticed is that, listen, if an idea is going to be spread, it's going to be spread by the hierarchy. And it has to be accepted by the hierarchy. So in my region, yeah, we accepted my great granddad, the king, accepted Christianity, for example. Yeah.
I thought it was an acknowledged fact that the Crusades is responsible for spreading Christianity, and that Muhammad had to fight.
Not necessarily.
Like,
Not necessarily.
Wars
Not necessarily.
To instill the idea of Islam.
Yeah, but is that all over Africa, or is that just in the Middle East?
It's nowhere near Africa. I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about the
Right.
idea of Islam, wherever it was seeded, wherever. I just thought it already. I haven't done the research. I thought it was a known thing, and an agreed upon thing. That the idea had to be cemented first. Do you know what I mean? And then again, that the Crusades were the very same thing to spread the ideas of King Richard. No,
Christianity under the banner of Christianity,
right?
And I said Constantine under the banner of Christianity.
Constantine as well, right? Exactly, because he had the vision of Jesus before sacking Rome, right? So
for
there's so many
implementing, he ain't sacking nowhere. I'm saying he took his ideas, left Rome, and went to Constantinople. Set up Constantinople and set up the first 5 churches in Turkey.
When Constantine saw
Christian churches,
when Constantine saw the vision, was it
from the European side anyway, not the African side. You get me? We have church from long time. You get me? Yeah, when man's building Lalibela and all of these type of thing there, like some people just need to allow it, bro. Yeah, ain't nothing.
Yeah, I'm saying our version different from their version.
When did you bring? Yeah, thank you. When did you bring it?
Good question.
And I'm saying they
carving out places
they used the sword to spread their version, Max. That's all I'm saying. They did use the sword to spread their version. At some point in history, people weren't having it, and they used the sword to say, "Yo, get down or lay down."
Yeah, that's cool. Under the guise of a religion, right?
Yeah.
Not that we're gonna spread it after we killed you. It doesn't make sense.
But it goes normal hand in hand.
So no. So you know
under the
who's
guise
killing
of
you.
it, that means you're gonna spread it. That's just normal.
Yeah, because you're taking over
How
that
does
territory.
That make political sense? How does that make even sense in
But
war?
if I go to Manchester,
how does Hellenism reach Egypt
and I murder everybody in Moss side, long side, and I'm a Rasta under the guise of Rastafarian, obviously that's a Rasta time when I finish murdering everybody, isn't it?
No, I feel
look, you can track the path of Alexander to Egypt from Macedonia via what he conquered along the way.
Alexander was the biggest Jujuist. He was using Jewish.
How was
That's like going home?
He was using Jewish.
Hold on.
Hellenism is spread via conquest in that period in time.
It's not conquest.
Conquest.
The Alexandrians have been there 3,000 years.
Alexandrians?
Yeah.
What the
Alexandrians who are what? Greco-Romans.
Of course.
So then what are we talking about? So by the time Alexandria reached there,
they were sons of
he's
the
a
Pharaoh
baby in this, my brother. He's a baby, bruv. He's a baby in this Alexandria. What are you talking about? Yeah,
Alexander
from his
Alexandria
descendants.
are two different things.
My
At the same
brother,
period, you're confusing me
right?
by saying what are you talking about? Sorry, Alexandria and Alexander are two different things in the same period of time, right? That's why you're confusing me by interchanging the word.
Okay, so Alexandrians are Greco-Romans, right?
Post Alexander.
Right.
Yes.
Now, Alexander, the generals of Alexander give you the last dynasty of supposed Egypt, right?
Yes.
Which are the Ptolemaic dynasty, where you get Cleopatra and all of that, right? And her brother, right? And then now it's really Roman. We're in the Roman era when we're dealing with
Julius Caesar gets involved, right?
Yeah, we're dealing with thank you, because we're dealing at the end of what's really thing. If
you would have had in that period of time, you would have had a tri-state, like you call it, like a caliphate, an agreement whereby the Romans, the Greeks were trying to extend influence very far from their power bases, and the Egyptians were laying down. They were in the process of politically laying down.
Well, as I said, look, Alexandria is supposedly a part of Egypt, right? But it's on the coast, right? The major cities of Egypt, Memphis, Heliopolis, Saqqara, all of these places down the Nile.
Going down
We're
the Nile.
talking about this nonsense you lot are dealing with. Do you know what I'm saying? It makes no sense. Yeah.
Yeah, no, because the idea doesn't spread down for fucking as far
Bruv,
as
there's
Sudan
not enough
goes.
of them. Romans are not
Yeah,
doing
yeah,
that.
yeah. That's it.
As I
That's
said,
it. That's why I made
if
the
you
note
come
of them
to
having to
Africa,
do that thousands of miles away,
bruv,
across the
all I'm
Mediterranean.
saying, all I'm saying, I'm not
if you
disputing
come to Africa,
nothing
the
what
evidence
Mackie's
is
saying, you know.
what
I'm not
sorry.
disputing nothing what you're saying, brother.
Yeah,
I'm
the
just
sword
saying
thing,
that
I'm not buying it.
eventually Muslims, I mean Islam, as well as Christianity, as well as a lot of other religions, got spread by the sword. That's all I'm saying, bro.
There's no evidence
It's
of
a
this,
part of the
man.
history.
I'm saying like I'm
Okay, fair enough.
a
If you're
teacher,
saying there's
I'm a
no
scholar.
evidence, then good.
Yeah,
No,
bro,
there
I
is
don't
evidence
like
of
to
that, though,
my
Matthew.
brother,
That's what I'm
my
trying to
brother,
say.
my
I'm
brother,
not
I don't
arguing
spread
with
Of
you.
I
Hellenism
don't
can
like
be
to
tracked.
spread false history. Yeah. And I
Okay,
never like
but
to
you
lie to my
can
I'll
people.
go away
you
and
can
come
look
back
at
and
And you're my
today's
brother, right? Hold
state of
on one
affairs.
second, bruv.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like to lie to my people. I don't think I had these conversations all the time. But one thing we're not going to do is use religion, yeah, and say it was spread by the sword, because I'm telling you, you can't do that to me now. You can't do that to my fucking ancestors. When did this
I
take
will
place?
come back
No.
with the
What I'll tell
evidence
you is, my
regarding
brother,
Islam and Christianity,
Yeah, the
bro.
people that died.
my
None
brother,
of those
you
people
don't
I
even
exist
can't
know
today.
the
argue
half
with
of
you
it.
on it
This is
because
the
I'm not
reality.
None of those people
Yeah.
exist today because their ancestors were killed.
You get what I'm saying? Like, this is madness. What I'm
Yeah,
trying to say to
of
man
course.
is like, by the time Europeans come with Christianity, they're not even coming with the sword, right?
No, no. By the time they've
And
come with Christianity, they have
we already got
remixed
it.
it from what they already learned. Yeah, from
Sorry.
they already they was exposed to Africa at some point. They learned, they brought it back small scale, then they tried to bring it back whole scale.
Bro.
Understand? They've remixed it chicka chicka and
Yeah,
brought
but
it
there's
back
nothing
whole
you can
scale.
do with the fact that the Africans already
Oh,
knew. The
And when they
Africans
did
already
that, they
knew.
did it with
Hold on one
missionary action and
second.
not sword. You're
Bruv,
right.
they already knew. They already established societies that were like Christian societies, Muslim societies, way before these Europeans. What are we doing? You lot are just confused and thinking, oh yeah, this man brought this thing with the sword. To who? What people? My people know. Anyone around me know. So I don't understand what men are talking about. Like,
Yeah, but
get
I'm
your
saying though,
information,
I'm saying
get your
you're,
information right.
To a
I'm
timeline situation.
I'm not
We're
just
talking about
speaking
two
for
timelines.
Africa, you know. I'm
You keep
speaking
jumping
for
forward
South
2,000
America.
years.
I'm
I'm
just
speaking
saying.
for India. I'm speaking
1500.
for bare different places where they took this thing, you know. China, they took it global, bro.
Okay,
Do
they
you
took
get
it
what I'm
global.
saying?
All right, let's take India as an
It's not
example.
just Africa, fam.
Let's take India as an example then.
Yeah, but this the same example. What Maku will say about Africa is the same thing that happened in India, though, Freddie. If you
What Jews they're using though? What Jews are they using?
forward the timeline,
But
you'll
now
notice
ain't
they got
converting no one.
penetrate.
I'm
It doesn't
saying,
penetrate their
of
idea.
course they had their
Military
original
man.
thing.
Sorry.
But
What
now,
it is,
one second,
Freddie?
sorry, one
Hit it
second,
first,
so
mate, hit
sorry.
it.
Because they got the original thing now, but guess what? They got Church of England next to them. COE. They've got it right next to them, and they don't know how. You get me? But I'm sure
Where's
somewhere
this?
along the line there was a problem involved.
Sorry, where's this?
Cities.
Well, no, it's in most places in the world, fam. It's not just Africa. It's in most places. There's Church of England, most places in the world.
100% everywhere. No, not most places. Definitely everywhere.
But I'm
On the
saying,
most remote islands of Fiji and stuff, you've
so you're
got
saying that
missionaries. and
Church of England, hold on one second, Church of England, they definitely spread their thing with the sword, is what you're saying, yeah?
No, I'm saying definitely, 100%.
Okay,
I'm saying Muslims had a hand to play. If not all their religion was in war, majority of it came through war. That's what I'm
That's
saying.
wrong. That's wrong. Yeah, but you're wrong in saying that because it
All
doesn't
right,
make sense. You're talking about a
So the
religion of
Prophet
peace,
Muhammad never
yeah,
had to
in the
flee
war. My
to
brother, shush,
Ethiopia.
man. What are you doing, bro?
No, I'm saying because there was war
You
in
say
it.
you don't know about it, you don't care about it. What are you saying,
No,
Prophet?
no, I'm just saying. I'm telling you the little I know. Prophet Muhammad
You
had to
don't know
flee.
nothing,
There was
bruv.
war in it.
Obviously, bruv. You don't know nothing.
Well, what's the
Obviously,
biggie then?
I can
What's
hear
the
it. I
biggie?
can hear it in what you're saying, bruv. Because where man was having local skirmishes, you're talking about war. When was the Prophet in a major war, in a big war? Most of the big wars occurred after his death.
Family, I'm saying to you, the man
and
had
hold
to
on,
go
hold on.
and flee to
It's gonna take a
Ethiopia
man a
because of
certain time.
war.
My
So
brother.
your thing
And
was
even
already in
European.
conflict.
Let me tell you.
Islamic faith was already in conflict, bro. Is
Bro,
that
what
okay
you
to
talking
say?
about? You're talking nonsense, bro. Like what?
All right then, whatever.
You're just talking out your ass, man. Like fix up, man.
Man.
What are you talking about?
Whatever,
Explain
fam.
yourself then. Like what? Come on.
You're talking, innit? You're talking.
Islamic,
So I'm just
Islamic,
gonna
go
I'm
on.
gonna let you listen. I'm gonna listen to what you
Yeah,
got to say.
Islamic,
Innit?
you were
Just
saying,
talking,
go
innit?
on. Say what you're saying. Since
Bruv,
you
I'm
know it
saying
all.
that the Prophet Muhammad had to flee to Ethiopia and seek refuge, bro. What did he have to seek from? What did he have to flee from? War. The
No, he
thing's got
didn't.
raised in
Oh
war.
my God.
That's
You
all I'm
see, that's how
saying.
dunce
By the
you are.
sword.
Yeah?
Your thing
That's
got
how
raised by the
dunce you
sword.
are. If you're getting chased down, yeah, by
All right,
the
whatever
leaders,
then.
hold
Okay.
on. The people who own and run the Kaaba, yeah, they want their thing and their way to stay, right? So they got their men, yeah. There's no army thing. Where's the army thing? Man have to run and flee, but man's fleeing from a force of, men that man gather like a gang or something, yeah. These preachers or these owners of the Kaaba and Mecca, yeah, it's an agency. It's like group of uncles or elders and they're against man, yeah. Man himself. That's why he had to run to Ethiopia. Ain't no fucking war. What Quran was you reading, bruv? Like, so dumb, bruv. This is why I
No,
say,
I'm saying
yeah,
to you,
make sure you read the
there's
thing properly
conflict, bro.
before you start
I'm
making
saying
weird
to you, there's
statements, bruv.
conflict involved in the
What
thing,
are you
Max.
doing, man? There's always
That's what I'm saying
conflict,
to you.
but know
That's
what the
right.
conflict is,
That's
bruv.
right. That
Is
is
it a
right. That's
conversion
the thing
conflict?
of the thing.
Hold on.
That's the thing
Is
of
it a
the thing.
conversion conflict when he goes to
Sorry?
Ethiopia? No, it isn't. Is it a conversion conflict, or is it that when he
But
gets to
no one
Ethiopia?
converted in
One
Ethiopia.
second.
No one
When he goes to
converted from what they
Ethiopia,
was on in Ethiopia. That's a
thank
myth.
you. So what they wanted was clarification on certain things. Yeah, are we on the same wavelength with what we're dealing with? What's your theories or your ideas on Isa alayhi salam or the baby Jesus? And man had to explain themselves why the other guys was in the room, bruv. Tell him, man, don't harbor these guys. Let them go so we can come and kill them. This is beef between mans and groups of men. Yeah?
Okay.
But this ain't a whole nation beef. Like, what are we doing? When you say
So
war, make sure you know what you're talking about, bro.
serious that you have to flee
How
your
is that a
country and
war?
go somewhere else.
How is that a war, bro?
So
If a
they
man
would
have to
hunt you
flee
down
from
in your
somewhere.
whole country. You couldn't go nowhere else in your country.
When
You had
man
to
went to
flee.
war, bro, when man went to war, man went to war. Like, as I said,
So that,
there were
okay.
skirmishes, there were
All right,
local,
there's
you
war
could
now.
say
All right.
wars to take back, or civil wars to take back the
I
area
can't win that.
and
I
things.
can't win. I'm gonna leave it at that. Innit?
Yeah, but
God
it's not
bless.
spreading. No
You
one
know
ain't
more
spreading
than me.
nothing, bro. Stop it.
You know
No,
more
no
than
one
me.
ain't spreading.
You know more than
And
me, man.
if,
I'm gonna leave.
bro,
I'm gonna leave.
we're the first. We are the Muslims, you know. The Prophet was a black man, you know. So, like, allow it, bro.
Yeah, I understand what
But
you're
if I
saying,
explain
you
that to
know. But
you,
I'm
if I
just saying
explain
the
that to
remix
you,
version.
but that's
I'm
the
not into it.
reasoning, bruv.
I'm not
That's the
into it.
reasoning
Bro.
why he would even go to Ethiopia, because of his tribal link. So this is a black thing, yeah? Because Arabs were originally black, man. Yeah, you
I
can go
know,
to
but he's
Sudan
not safe in his
today and
own
see them.
country, fam. So
So, bruv,
something's going on.
again, if there's
If you're
other
not
people
safe in
doing
your own
whatever they're
country,
doing,
you know what I mean?
it's cool. But as I
If I'm
said,
not safe in England, something's happening, isn't it?
sorry?
I'm saying if I'm not safe in England, Maxim, I've got to flee to a whole new country. Something's happening.
Look, if there was a country that ever spread religion by the sword, yeah, it'd be fucking England, right? Therefore.
No, I'm just
Are we
saying
lying?
all of them played a part because obviously there's an Arab slave trade and that as well.
But bro, that's why they
Yeah, I'm
called it a
saying they
crusade,
all
bro.
played a part.
A slave trade is not a conversion, though. It's a wicked action.
No,
Like,
of
stop getting
course.
things confused, bro.
No, I'm just saying it all played a
Man is
part
gonna be
because they used
Muslim
the
in
religion
slavery.
to justify these things, fam.
Man is gonna
That's
be
all I'm
Arab
saying.
in slavery.
Fam, I'm
Like,
just saying they used the religion to
fuck's sake,
justify
man.
some of this fuckery, fam. That's all I'm saying, you know.
No, you're not. You said it was spread by the fucking sword. Am I a
It
fucking
was,
dummy or
man.
something?
It was.
So then
It
that's
was.
not the same
It
thing,
was.
then, is it?
Now, all I'm saying to you right now is
Bruv,
that
I
your
beg,
religion
man.
has been used for a lot of fuckery,
Don't
bro.
tell, bruv. We know this,
More
bro.
fuckery than any good what I could see.
As I
You
said,
know what I'm
more
saying?
people, more different people that took on a religion, just like Europeans took on Christianity, just like Europeans took on Judaism, just like Europeans took on Islam. What are we doing, bruv? They took on Kemet. They took on Masonry. They took on everything, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what to say, Max, man. I'm gonna leave it out there.
I'm
gonna leave because you know more than me about these subjects. I can just tell you my world.
You can't
like my world vision, innit?
My brother,
and how I see the world.
I hear you.
And
I hear you.
I see it as them two wicked religions belong to a wicked trilogy, and it's just not for me. That's all. You know what I'm saying? And they got spread. Some of them got spread by the sword, especially Islam. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can say, bro.
Not to my people, so I beg.
Fair enough.
And Christianity as well. Not my people as well. As I said, a lot of Africans took on these things. There's monks. There's all sorts of people walking around this planet at certain times, bro. For man to get information, man trade with man get
I'll get some more information regarding it.
My brother.
I wish one
ain't the biggest and the oldest place in Africa. Ain't the oldest books and the oldest thing in the oldest place, Timbuktu. It was a place of learning, books and libraries and shit.
Bro,
right?
Bro, I understand there was a form of.
Then what are we doing then? What are we doing?
I understand there was a form of the religion before they came. You get what I'm saying?
Bro.
But then they got hold of whatever they got hold of, burnt the rest of it, and now there's a remix thing, and we're going by that. And I'm saying that's got spread by the sword.
That's key. That's a known thing.
There was words for you if you don't worship.
That's documented.
Do you get what I'm saying?
In slavery, like, what are we talking at?
Way before slavery. Well, not before slavery.
No, it can't be way before slavery. Everything sounds like an after effect of slavery.
It'd be around, it'd be around slavery, colonialism.
Like in slavery, yeah, I can agree, bro. But before slavery, before slavery and colonialism, yeah, we still are what we are. We were still Christians. We were still Muslims. We were still.
Slavery.
So this is our point. Who converted you then?
Hey, but I'm saying.
No, but you got converted when you left.
I'm saying
when you got taken to the Americas.
That's not the remix version I'm talking about.
Well, the remix is on the plantation. It's not
that version of Islam or that version of Christianity. You probably never needed a mosque. That's how righteous it was.
Bro, I don't know what you're doing, bro. No,
but I'm saying you probably never needed somewhere to go, like, and do you get what I'm saying? Even though,
what has that got to do with the price of eggs, bro? Like, it's not making your point.
I'm saying it was practiced different, Buckaroo. It wasn't spread by the sword,
know
right?
what was being practiced. I don't know.
No, but I'm saying it doesn't. It wasn't spread by the sword, correct? So it must have been. It must have. If it wasn't corrupt and spread by the sword, it must have been and worshipped different.
Bro, you're just assuming. Well, that's your assumption. Cool. What do you want me to say about it? I'm gonna tell you when you say something wrong, I'm gonna say it's wrong. That's it.
Yeah, but it's just
I don't want to hear that though, bro. Yeah, you can't tell me man's religion's evil and all of that. That's foolishness. What are you doing? Yeah,
Bruv, I'm
you can say
that
evil. You can say that evil.
Ain't right,
bruv. You say you love people over religion, yeah. And I'm saying religion ain't got nothing to do with it. Religion is something that people take on, and their behavior under the guise of whatever you're calling religion, that's what needs to be looked at. So don't look at the religion, look at the individual.
I'm looking at the leaders, isn't it? I'm looking at the leaders.
Okay, look at the leaders.
But the leaders would help
the leaders
people,
don't give a fuck about religion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right,
okay,
that's
cool.
Exactly what I'm saying. So they'll use it to murder and
how is it
genocide
used
people.
Spread then?
They'll use it to murder and genocide, man, any day of the week.
What?
Because they don't give a fuck about religion, the leaders of it.
Bruv, please, man. They're on their own religion. We're sitting here talking about Judge that they fucking do right now.
No, but I'm saying
magic.
Part of
and hold on, magic, alchemy, ceremonies. Bruv.
They're major part of Judge, bro.
Okay, then cool. So what do you want me to do then?
The founders of Islam are major part of Judge.
Bruv, they're not founders of Islam. They took on Islam.
Oh, or the owners or the Christianity.
They took on Judaism. Like, get your information right, bruv. Like, plain and simple. We're sitting here all this time talking about Jesus is a black man, Abraham is a black man, Moses is a black man, Muhammad is a black man. What? Is it
Yeah,
anyone
but I'm
talking is from the
Bradley,
outside? Hold on one second.
Bradley,
Everyone who's talking to us about certain things, especially religion, is talking from an outside point of view, and we respect that the fact that our thing can be taken on by anyone in the whole world. Cool.
remember, I'm allowed to have a different point of view as you, you know.
I'm just
Like,
saying.
for instance, there's many things I'd agree on, innit?
Mm.
But obviously, this one I'll never agree on it. Like, or Marcus Garvey, I'll never agree on it. Like, there's things that I'll never agree on, innit? Like, 80% I might agree with you, but not on this one.
I'm not talking about agreeing, bro. This is not my business. Your
I'm allowed to
individual
have a
thing with the
different point
creator.
of view, though, innit?
Hold
Like,
on. Your individual thing with the creator is your blood clot, pussy clot, ass clot business. Yeah. Ain't got nothing to do with no one. Yeah. That's why I don't judge nobody, whether it's in my faith or outside of my faith. Well, where's the judging? Yeah. If an Israelite says, if an Israelite, one second.
I'm not
If an
judging
Israelite,
nobody, you know, fam. I'm just saying how the religion come in exception, innit?
nah, you don't know that though. You didn't know that though. You got it wrong.
How the new
That's
package
what I'm
come.
saying. Yeah. You say new package, but what package is running? How are you
Now,
sure
there's
that
New
that's what
Testament to
everybody's
new
doing? Hold
versions,
on, my
and
brother.
there's new hadith
Hold
and all
on.
that.
Hold on. How are you sure? One, they got it from the European in the modern time, like, yeah, right, the other day or something. Because as I said, timeline is what we're talking about, bro. If they came in the 1800s to man,
Nah, I
yeah,
said like
or
slavery days, man.
hold on, my brother. Yes, exactly. And I'm saying prior to slavery, we were already these things. So where are you talking sword and all of that? Nah, they came with us with their sword anyway, yeah, on their fuckery. Most times, first come to trade, come to explore, ask us to show them around Africa and all of these things. We saw the little jinnos, yeah, from time, but they weren't organized, and they came and learned from us. And I told you, everything they came into Africa and saw, they went away and turned it into a religion, something, a cult, or whatever. That's clear. Everyone can see that clearly. They're over in Europe practicing Egyptian stuff. Everyone knows this. Yeah, they're out in Europe practicing Babylonian stuff. The fact that we called Britannia relates to Dinah or Semiramis or Ishtar, which is all Babylonian. So we know where their mindset's at, bruv. So they can throw religion in front of you and say, God save the queen, but they don't believe in the same God that you do. And the book that they put out, they're not into that. Because that's a book that's more based on your history and your a part of your family's foundation.
No, I don't ascribe to no book, you know, my brethren.
I'm not saying you have to, because the history is
that's
what we're
not what
really
I'm
dealing
saying.
with, right?
Yeah.
Because in our time we got oral traditions, we invented writing. So why can these things not be written down? Of course they were written down. That's where they got the ancient scriptures and scrolls from. Because we had institutes of learning from thousands of years ago, fam. Don't insult Africans and think, hold on, don't insult Africans and think that someone can come and give them now spirituality
listen,
and
Baku,
religion.
Baku, I know we was
Never.
practicing. I know we was practicing something, a form of Islam before the Quran was written. I know that, innit? You get what I'm saying? I'm talking about around the time these things was written, innit? The New Testament and all these things, innit? Do you get what I'm saying? I'm thinking about around them time, the Quran, when these things were written. You get me? When they actually put them down, pen and paper, and wickedness was behind.
Well, I
You
say
get what I'm
that
saying?
when like Uthman recommissioned the Quran, burned every Quran and done his own version, yeah, them man, they had their own wars and their own beef. It wasn't a worldwide beef. It wasn't, oh, we're going to convert the whole world with Islam. That doesn't make sense. Yeah. And it wasn't actually what happened in history. So where I'm just trying to find examples of things, I can only find them in Europe. I can only find them at the top of the Middle East when they did their what do you call it?
America.
Crusades and all of that. Yeah. Those are religious
There's another
crusades or
example.
religious wars. Yeah. And that was thousands of, ages ago, man. That ain't all to do with us.
I don't know. I'll have to get my research right, like what you
There is
said.
another example.
You get me? To have
There is
these
another
type of
example.
convos, I'll have to have more facts.
Yeah.
But my gut
Because
feeling goes
look, if they say they're Christian, for example, for example, Freddie, if they say they're Christian, right? It's a Christian nation, and they went to India for 200 years. How come majority of Indians are not Christian?
Yeah, no, more bruv,
So
I would never
when we say this idea with the sword, yeah, they did go over there. They didn't even go with the sword. They went and shot people dead, kill people. Yeah, but that's to take over. That's not to change their thing. And they even changed. They did change something. So what they changed was the caste
all
system.
the time, Maku. You know what they do? Destroy
Yeah,
and
but I'm
rebuild.
saying, but you can't change Hinduism. You can't change. Do you get it? Sufism that was there. You can't change even Sikhism. You can't. They didn't change
Can I
any of these
interject?
things.
Can I interject? Can I interject?
But they tried to, though. They would have tried to if they could. It's only because they
Christianity.
bow down. It's only because
Christianity in India. Nah, man. They're not even into that for real. I told you.
No, but I'm
It's the
saying they
guys.
will get down. They will get down if they because they're submissive,
It's the
innit?
guys. While they're in the palace and that, they'll do it for
Why do you think they still got a turban on now? Because they're submissive. They was very gentle with the white man, innit? That's why they still got a turban on today, bro. It's
a
not because of
turban is
nothing
a
else. You get what I'm saying? As the white man would have boxed it off their head long time ago.
A turban is a universal thing and depends on what region you live in, especially dry and deserty places and arid places and hot places and a turban has been essential for travelers across the world, Arabs, whatever you want to say. Anyone who traverses a desert. No, man, because Africans wear turbans too, bro.
No, I'm saying if they wasn't compliant, though, blood, they would have tried to take away their culture, bro. Come on, man.
No. Freddie, let me interject. Can I interject?
Go on.
Can I interject? Yeah. No, Freddie, you're wrong about that because the Sikhs were like they had the sword themselves. They had their own empire as well. But the only reason that came down was because of those traitors, people that sold out, and they always had the sword. The British then employed the Sikhs, who had a vacant army basically from that empire, and they were all right. There was some kind of like compliance to joining that army, but like they took it as per se an employment. You know what I mean? Their sword and the turban, that is their faith. You know what I mean? They ain't gonna give that up, so they would have fought for that. That's why they're keeping the sword and
no,
turban.
brother.
Let me come back to that. Let me come back to that. Sorry.
If you had a vacant army, 1 second, bro. If you had a vacant army, 1 second, bro, please.
I just want to give an example. If you don't want it, then you ain't gonna get one for your side. Because I can tell you a piece of history in India where you're right. The Turks actually, I think it was the Turks that came across India to invade India, and the Mughal Empire started at that time. That's when the religion of Islam was spread by the sword to the Hindus, and basically your head would come off unless you turn to a Muslim and become a Muslim. So a lot of people would have become Muslim at that time who were not rebellious. Those who were rebellious had got killed. That's the truth. And so a lot of Islam was spread in India at that time by the sword. And that's when Sikhism came about at that time. And that is about the 1500s, 1500s onwards, you know?
Sorry.
And then,
sorry.
Bro, 1 second.
Was Islam in
I just want to
India?
ask him 1 second. What? Sorry, Max. I just want to ask him one question. I'm saying, my brother, my brother, if you had a vacant army and you knew, and they knew you had a common enemy, bro, and you was bought easily, like, why wouldn't you do it, bro? I'm trying to tell you, they're not gonna mess about with you. If you want to dance on 1 foot, they're gonna allow you to do it, like, cause you're with them. Do you get what I'm trying to show you, bro? They don't need to change you. They don't need to spend no effort or time in changing your people. Because you're already down.
When you don't have a king, when you don't have a king, then you don't have a kingdom, for example, right?
Yeah.
So there was a king, right, who ruled about 50 years at that time, of like north of India. It was like Punjab, but also up to Afghanistan and all that area there, right? So it was actually a good rule, innit? But after that king, he was a Sikh, innit? But like all that was a Sikh kingdom, but like, and he ran it according to like equality for everyone, and he had Muslims working with him as well. So it was like a real democracy in the real making at that time. But after him, it went corrupt. When you have a corrupt nation, like his kingdom, his family or whatever, who was the heirlooms and that, it all went corrupt. You know what I mean? And once they went corrupt, when there's gold involved, what have you, you know what I mean? Then you got the treachery, then you got weak links, and then it went apart. It was basically bought out. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So the armies, you have a kingdom, you have that kingdom's forces, right? So they're vacant, as in per se, they don't have employment. So yeah, I mean, what can you say? They're quite clever. The British were quite friendly in saying this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? Making deals. That's what they run. That's how they ran it. You know what I'm saying? So, but on one hand, they were real business people. On the other hand, they were the head of atrocities as well. So you had two sides of the coin with them, and that's it. They were two-faced. You know the score. So, but the turban part, no one was gonna knock the turban off the Sikh's head, because that comes from their faith. It's not just a covering. It's got
no, but brother, what I'm saying to you, bro, so sorry to cut you, bro. What I'm saying to you, you never put no resistance up. So how the fuck do you know that, bro? You never put
the resistance
up at all.
How can I put it? The resistance was the kingdom, right? Once the kingdom, there's the last king, right? The last king's son was transported here to Queen Victoria, innit? He was an 8-year-old child or something like that. He was the only inheritor, because the rest of them were killed out. That king had a lot of wives, opposite to Sikhism, but that's the way he ran it. You know what I mean? And he had a lot of kids, but they all went into wars with each other and all that, wanting the kingdom and all that. So you don't have a king when you don't have the head, the throne. Then you don't have a kingdom. It's all gone to pot per se. You get me? That's what is anarchy. Anarchy hit at that point. So that was about 1800s. Well, when the British came about, they couldn't conquer Punjab for that reason. They took the rest of India. Yo.
Oh, Freddie dropped out. There he is.
Yeah, so that was the only reason they couldn't
conquer. My phone crazy, fam.
Got you, fam. Yeah, I hear you, man. But again, this evidence of people being converted, and I don't know. I really can't realize the state because if I'm a person and I find out the history, hold on, and it did happen, right? For example, and say yes, the reason we're Christians is because someone forced us to be Christians. It's going to be very difficult to carry into successive generations. This is why I doubt that story and that idea of things in certain other places. You know what I mean? You can say man came and colonized us, like man came and colonized in India. Yeah. But where is the religion of those people, the major religion of that country? It's not. It's actual fact. They're actually the smallest amount. There's Christians in India, but they're small. They're tiny. There's not much of them. Do you get what I'm saying? So this conversion that they did couldn't have been major. Now, what I do understand is if you're going to change the hearts and minds of people, my brother, if you're going to change the hearts and minds of people, which has happened where I live, you got to say, or where I'm from, yeah, that comes via the hierarchy or the monarchy. You get what I'm saying? If the king says, yeah, you know what? I'm into this Christian thing. You get me? This is my thing. This is how my palace and da-da-da-da. It doesn't say you people must convert. But
so
a lot of people will convert. Hold on.
Are we denying conversion?
By sword.
By sword,
by sword. Not by conversion, but just by sword. Like
Yeah,
the idea of
but that's how their conversion works.
Sorry, spreading religion by the sword.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, well, okay, that sounds like army, right? And I'm saying like armies don't work like that. You don't send out military. Hold on, you don't send
it spread by the sword. Like it's just by duress. And yeah, we're not gonna say that people have not converted historically around the world,
of course,
because of fear, because the ruling party has outlawed their old thing, and then what they do is they do this thing where they blend in the new thing with a couple favorite bits of the old thing, so that the populists don't feel like they're losing out. People convert really easy. Like there's a lot of Ethiopians converting to Islam right now. You know, that's a historically you would call that Christian country. You know what I mean? There's enough people that convert.
No, through history. Sorry.
People in West Africa, I feel like they don't follow traditional spirituality or religion, if you want to call it, because they're converted. They're gonna move to Christianity or Islam. Do you know what I mean? Which is compared to the systems that they were following or that is traditional to their tribes is new. It's new. Now that's not the argument to say that Islam, that the origin of Islam and Christianity cannot be found in Africa, but it was hard for you to prove it in a debate against Shakara.
What, to prove that it was
that it was the Abrahamic faiths are African. So I think there were Shakara.
Yeah.
But I do think that I don't think it's cut and dry. Like, and even if
listen.
Hold on. Let me just say this. Even if the origins of the Abrahamic faiths are from the continent, it still doesn't make the Abrahamic faiths original to the continent.
I don't think anyone was saying that. I think more people were saying that. Listen, if you're saying 1800s when Europeans came, they came and they converted man and they did that's colonization. 1, 2, you can bring missionaries, and as I said, only if the authority of the land decides, you know what, I'm taking up Christianity, which happened in my people's case, right? Yeah. I'm the leader saying I'm on Christianity. It doesn't mean the whole people have to convert. Yeah, but a lot more people will convert because the hierarchy are also engaged in that, right?
The words ain't said, you must convert. Even if it's not written in black and white, socially, you're going to see the pressure to that peer pressure, the societal pressure to conform and join the way of the masses is going to be extremely strong, and there will be threats of violence and duress that are never going to be. It's just going to be there. My neighbor is going to make me feel away because I'm the only one that hasn't converted on the block, and the king's not telling me that I have to convert, but my neighbors are all converted. Guess what? I'm going to convert or I'm going to move. You know?
Yeah, well, that can work. That is definitely reality in certain settings, but in the African setting, doesn't really work that way. It's never been that way. So you know what I mean? These concepts. 1 second. These concepts.
Yeah.
Where I'm
what do they
from,
do they convert because they just realize it's the truth? Yeah. Because we can see modern day conversion happening right now with like say for instance Muhammad Hijab, Ali Dawa traveling to remote places, Guinea, remote places in Africa, and bringing wells and schools and buildings, and then getting everyone to do 100 deep group shahada where they just repeat after me. You get me? And that type of conversion is another one it's not necessary.
That's modern
it's not
day.
violence.
That's
It's
modern day.
not
It's definitely there.
It's but let's put it this way.
Once we get past a certain time in history, we can clearly see that being exercised. We're never doubting that. And we're saying majorly when we did see in history conversions, people being converted, it was in Europe. Yeah.
What about the missionaries? We're talking about in Africa. What about the missionaries?
Sorry. Yeah, the missionaries was as I said, if you've converted them by the sword, why the hell would you fucking need missionaries?
What was the missionaries doing then? Huh? They were converting, right?
Yes.
Right. Now, were they converting them through manipulation? Just opening up the information to them, or something else?
I think it was more, open up the information to them. But
I think it's manipulation.
I think also we're denying the fact that a lot of Africans knew this stuff prior to any missionaries. So when we're saying missionaries, what time are we talking? 1700s, 1800s?
Yeah, I would assume those missionaries around slavery and that, yeah?
Right. And a lot of us had converted.
Obviously, we know in slavery that was another conversion tool, where somebody was appointed as the preacher, maybe allowed to learn to read well, at least read the Bible, and they were told to convert the various slaves to a uniform belief system that, in my opinion, gave the basis for why they should honor their slave masters, why they should toe the line, pay Caesar's tax to Caesar, and basically turn the other cheek. The meek and mild version of Christianity, where look, this is the lot that you've drawn. Just ride it out. Don't try to ride out on the higher ups because God frowns on it. Be a good slave. Do you know what I mean? Be grateful. Slaves, be grateful to your... What is it that the Bible says? The Bible says some mad stuff about being grateful to your slave or to your master or some shit like that.
Right.
Be mannered and that. Don't be well mannered to your slave master, and like some booky statements like that I've had to side eye.
Yeah, I know the ones.
There's something, right? So I don't know, man. I mean,
but as I said, look, the main argument wasn't conversion and how man convert and how Europeans convert man. It was more to do with this idea of spreading it with the sword. And I'm saying, yeah, I hear you, but not round where I'm from. And you must be mistaken that Africans weren't attacking people under the guise of their various ideologies and religions and from Koi before we had any interactions with Europeans. So we're not going to use religion as an excuse, because every single person had a religion, whether it's Mansa Musa, this one, that is beside the point. If they're going to do wickedness, yeah, that's the thing we should be focused on. And Freddie's trying to say the wicked religions, and I'm saying, well, bro, I don't think it's that. I think it's more the people who are using whatever religion. And remember that Europeans still took on these religions. It's clear they never hide or never lie about things like that. Do you get what I'm saying? Oh, we became Christians at this point. We took on Judaism at this point. We took on Islam at this point. So it's quite clear when they take on things, and they are definitely in control of what we're calling their established religions now. Yeah. But their conversion of the people around Africa and the world, it varies, it's different, but mainly Africa, it's not the same. It's not really the same. Africa is a place that everybody came, Caesar, whoever, Alexander the Great, and took a piece away and created something from that, which is quite clear also. Do you get what I'm saying? With Africa, it's like a love affair. People come to Africa and fall in love with the people and the culture and through history. You know what I mean? As big as bad as Julius Caesar was, he wanted Rome to look exactly like how Alexandria did. You know what I mean? And it inspired him to go back and rebuild Rome and But this idea with the sword thing, yeah, I'm saying, I've only seen it in
never had
Europe.
a problem with the worshipper, innit? It's the religion, innit? As I said, the
That's what you're
religion.
saying, yeah. And I'm saying you should have a problem with the worshipper and the scholar and the people who are in control of these various religions.
No,
like
because
that.
it's mind control. It's mind control. It's science. It's obia. It's mind control.
Right, exactly. And I'm saying, like, European Jewish
and
is the best,
Catholic
right?
people, that's what they do. They mind control. They obia you. You
Yeah,
get
but I'm
me?
saying that.
You get what I'm saying? So you have to take time with the worshipper. You got to be easy on him and blame
No, you can't.
the religion. And
Hold on, the worshipper is the dangerous one. The worshipper, the one who
he's been brainwashed, though, Matthew, or she's been brainwashed.
My brother,
She's gonna
the
ride
follower
off,
of the religion.
yeah. She's gonna ride off over a cliff for the religion.
But studiers of any religion, I never like that, right? As I said, there's only followers. There's followers. There's laymen, and then there's scholars and imams and whatever, right? Islamically, right? But I'm saying in any religion, there are always those religious zealots, and those are just followers of the religion. That's why they get emotional about certain things. That's why they can be easily driven by anyone or someone say, "Oh, look, it says it in your text. You're supposed to do this. Why ain't you doing that?" Well, I'm not a fucking robot. Do you get what I'm saying? And I can't even read all the texts in the fucking world. Are you all right? Hold on, let me get the door.
Interesting. I'm going to make a coffee quickly.
Yeah, what's everyone else on the panel saying, man? You lot need to talk. AV, Beefy, Zellini. You lot just been like sitting in the chats for time, man.
Zellini's there, yeah? Well, go on, Zellini.
Big up Zellini, man.
Yeah, free up the panel, you lot, man. If you're not talking,
what's up?
Free up the panel, man. So we can have a better
Wait for.
Yeah, no, that was a good debate, Matthew, man. I'm not gonna lie, man.
Yeah, man. Come on, Cuzzy. No. I like that. But it's a good one. It's a good point. It's a good point that you make.
I've never claimed to know. I've never claimed to know shit, and I try not to come in there and waffle, innit? You get me? I'm just learning, like. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying that statement there, I was ready to fight to the end. Yeah, like, yo, what do you mean religion? What wicked religions? Nah, people are wicked. Like they say, guns don't kill people, people kill people, right? So, you know.
No, that's the facts of it.
Right. So the person who's holding it as a weapon, like you're saying, is the one I need to look at and say, yes, you're right, Freddie. Yeah. But we already established that.
If we can destroy the gun and cripple up the gun, we'll be all right too, though. If we can cripple up the gun.
We can't cripple up the gun. We have to cripple the shooter.
I hear you, fam, but trust me, the shooter, as I said, obia, witchcraft, mind manipulation.
Right.
You get me? Because it's all right for you to pray next to your brother 5 times a day, but you don't want my black foot next to you. You mad? You got what I'm trying to tell you. These are the things what I'm going mad for. You get me? The church roof still ain't fixed, and I've been coming here 28 months.
Hey,
the whole 28 months.
As I said, we went into the preacher thing yesterday, as you can see in my picture, right? Yeah. Man supposedly resurrected man from the dead. Do you get what I'm saying? Like these charlatans, we know who they are, man. These are the real demons, right? But we're never ever gonna put it on the religion and say it's the religion's fault. Nah, it's the version that they're using, and they're not even using it correctly. Because if they actually went by the book, none of this would be acceptable. People would be throwing stones at my man and all of that. Judge, do you get what I'm saying?
I'm just saying that everywhere I look,
Yeah.
Did Zellini put himself back in the show?
He must have.
Bro, you better come off mute, bro.
You know what? I'm not disagreeing with none of that.
Everywhere we look, the exam. It seems like Muslims are in charge of writing the history of how Islam came to Africa. So it seems like I have to do a more extensive search because I want to find out about the violence, or the use of violence or war. And I feel like these articles are not being honest. They're written by Muslims. And how I know they're written by Muslims is how they talk about Christianity. Because they will talk some shit like, oh, unlike Christianity, Islam was a complete this and that and rare, which is a Muslim perspective, an Islamic perspective. It's not a neutral one. It's not objective, it's subjective, right? And even in this article I found, it's listing reasons for the spread of Islam in West Africa. It lists, this is the way it goes. Number 1, nature of Islam, writes a little paragraph about it. Number 2, trade. Number 3, activities of Muslim clerics. Yeah. Number 4, activities of rulers. And then number 5, holy war. And I'm not gonna lie, this holy war thing, they try to brush over it. I'm gonna read it to you. What is more, another way in which Islam was introduced and spread in West Africa in general and the Western Sudan in particular was the militant jihad, or the waging of holy war against infidels or lukewarm Muslims. This method allowed the third and final stage of the process of Islamization to reach its climax with the 19th century jihad in the Western Sudan between Mali and Senegambia and Hausaland in northern Nigeria. The first jihad in the Western Sudan, which has accounts
was that wait what in the Western Sudan, which has accounts, was that waged by the head of the Sudanese Confederation. It was Tarsina against the Sudanese people in 1023. Soon after his return from the pilgrimage to Mecca, he was killed during these clashes. The second is that of the king of Takrur, War Ajabi, before his death in 1040. The third and best known of these early jihads was the one declared by Almoravid movement of ancient Ghana between 1048 and 1054 by the scholar Abdallah ibn Yassin between 1056 and 1070s. The Almoravid conquered the whole area between ancient Ghana and Sijimilmasa. I don't know where the fuck that is. By 1087, the Almoravid Empire stretched from the Senegal to in the south across the Mediterranean to Spain in the north. So there's like I feel like the detail was very minimum, didn't go into much of it, and I feel like it's like there's not a whitewashing, but there's a washing over of these facts. We need a bit like when I was researching the Arabic slave trade in Africa. There was another similar type of whitewashing and polishing, and I had to really dig deep to start finding out the truth about the castrations, about the disgusting way that Africans were treated at the hands of these so-called Arab Muslims. And yeah, when it comes to the spread of Islam in Africa, I don't think that I've seen an honest account. We got to be honest, man. We know how things was running back in the days, isn't it? We're acting like it's the time of diplomacy and political etiquette, and I'm just gonna gently convert you. Nah, man, I know man's been converted by sword, but the detail now is like you got to dig deep to try and find it. You got to find it. I know if I go to a Christian source, they're gonna roll it out. If I look for a Christian source, they're gonna roll out and be more forthcoming. Doesn't mean that I'm gonna believe it, but I need a more autonomous perspective of how.
If Reggie was on there, he'd be able to tell you all the fuckery thing Islamic's done from here to 2 years ago, 55
ML Reggie's in the chat.
I know he's coming too. But trust me, I'm not anti-Islam. I'm not anti-no one. I'm just anti-brainwashing, innit? I don't like people that's brainwashed. Can't stand that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's papers in that, but I ain't got the time to be reading through them. There's a couple papers. Looks fucking... But yeah, but it does mention couple wars, couple Muslim big men, couple African kings that converted. When your king converts, man, you gotta convert, man. You got no damn choice. You gotta convert. The whole country converts. That's the thing about kingship. You can lead their people into anything. Do you know
fucking
what I mean?
anything.
If that king can be bought or sold, you're fucked. Your whole tribe's gone.
Most of them did acts that they're definitely Muslim Arabs who weaponized the religion and acted based on their own desires, packaged this religion. Yeah, I hear you. If any Muslim is true, the Zanj Rebellion will end this debate. How? How so?
I linked up a couple of things earlier on in my comments. I was saying something about a word similar. Like I read something about a word similar as I was reading. I think it was Banj, not Zanj.
Zanz.
Shall I look it up?
Yeah, yeah. They were, Kemon says they were forcing people to be Muslim so much and treating them so bad that they had a revolt.
Okay. Enslaved Bantu. Right. Mad thing. So we established though, it's Judge, right?
Huh?
It's Judge then. Judge exists. It's out there.
Yeah, I missed some of that convo, man. But I don't know if we established it or what. I don't know.
It's sort of morphed into the one we have here, this side debate. But I think they were both right at just different points in history. Makes more sense for me to look at it like that because they're both essentially correct. I don't think you could deny religion spread by sword. And then as you've come along and pointed out, in the semblance of peace that you've managed to create, it's the effect of the king sometimes, the societal pressure. It's a lot of different things that contribute towards what we define or what Freddie would define as the sword. Do you know what I mean? Somebody would say it, Kemo. I didn't see what Kemo said. Stop, jump on the channel. I've seen Zulu about as well. You lot could have helped the debate a lot. Zulu, stop, Wagwan. Active talkers. Why are people digging into kale for? Man said unsynchronized Pan-Africanism if we're talking like that. I just think what a debate it would have been if we had Kale, Reggie, and Khan on there as well. That's mad. You lot are actually funny. Mm-hmm. Wagwan then. Am I not hearing anything? Did I just mute shit? Ah, shit. In it. All of a sudden, no one wants to talk about religion. I never wanted to anyway. It's just what it is. Like I said, I don't personally consider religion the same thing as spirituality. Spirituality is us noticing something essential about life that isn't necessarily tangible. And religion is very tangible. I feel constrained by religion. What the fuck, man? Yeah, there's no spiritual. I've always said that though, but I've stopped like overtly saying it because you get a lot of resistance when you say such shit. You know, I used to, not shit, but do you know what I mean? I used to say like to people, find myself saying it all the time. There's no divinity in the book, like so. There's no divinity there, but
yes. Sorry, man. There's no divinity where?
Like in the books, necessarily as what they are. Do you know what I mean? There's no divinity there. There's no stories of God. There's a lot of wisdom and stuff, but I don't find the divinity there. It's not holy. Do you know what I mean?
How would you know? How would you know what holy is?
Probably by the very definition of the books.
Holy means separate.
Separate, yeah. I've never had it as what. That's the ultimate end of the definition. Is that?
That's what holy means. Yeah, separate.
I've never understood it like that. I think I've always described it with like the definitions from the books, the glory, or do you know what I mean? The power, sort of the spirit, the grace of God per se.
I don't know how anyone could. I just don't know. I don't know how you look at a book and see God.
Yeah.
I don't know. I struggle personally with looking at a book that was clearly printed by whatever publishers or whatever printing. You could probably look in the back of some of these books and see where they were printed.
Yeah.
Like, why is that holy? If this was done on a typewriter, yeah, or this was done by someone's quill, yeah, or this was printed out by some computer program, yeah, and then the sheets are stuck together and a spine was given to the book, and now you're telling me this is holy, and you're saying that there was a million other copies of this made in the same factory, and they were put in cardboard boxes and shipped out to different places around the world where the boxes were open and the sellotape was ripped and the book was taken out and given to someone, and that's holy. I don't know, man. I think my dreams are holier.
100%.
I hear you, Jess, but don't you feel some type of connection to the words saying in these older books? Do you feel like
we look? I'm not dismissing it. I'm just in this frame of mind right now, right? Playing the advocate and whatever. I'm not dismissing it, but when I check it out, somebody could write like, for instance, I felt a connection with a fortune cookie before.
I hear, yeah.
Yeah, Buster bought the Chinese, ate the food, Buster fortune cookie, and it said, "A blast from the past will reignite a passion of yours." You know, and I thought, rah, that sounds like Vic jumping on my live stream and inviting me to the studio, and now I'm gonna go and rap. I ain't rapped. I ain't been in the studio for like 2 months. He's gonna reignite a passion of mine, and he's a blast from the past. I've known him over 15 years. So, but then again, I probably could have found many scenarios to fill that, right? So let's just say that these so-called holy books do what they call in the paranormal field code reading. Yeah,
right. Yes.
They make statements that are ambiguous and are easily interpreted to fit an individual.
And help your brain do it naturally, recognize patterns and find, you know what I mean, the links.
So why isn't it that? Sorry, Reddy's here in the chat. So why isn't it that? It could be that, especially when you start hearing about the man them's interpretations.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Oh, Zulu thinks one thing, Vin thinks another, I think another, Love is the Law thinks another, Water thinks another thing. Essentially, we're all looking at the same book, right? This is another thing where I find it a bit tricky, because I'm like, yo,
everyone has their own interpretation.
interpretations.
The most powerful, most really wants us to know something.
Yeah.
But he's left it to interpretation. He's left it to flaky, imperfect men, publishers, all this stuff. It's like, well,
my experience with God, it's
maybe the true Bible, the true Quran, the true intention of God is not going to be found in a physical book, or physically. It's not in a library. No one can hoard it. It's not someone. No one can order all the copies burned. It's going to be written in a way that is undeniable. And I would say that is more about, that's life. Life is a bigger Bible to me than the Bible is to me.
Yeah.
Life is a bigger Quran to me,
of course,
than the Quran is. It's a bigger source of inspiration. It's a bigger influence on my belief in a higher power or something greater than the experience we can fathom with our two eyes. Life has shown me that. The weird things that's happened to me. Sitting here and thinking about someone going out and coming back and they're on my live stream. This type of shit tells me there's way more.
That's what I'm trying to say. God is bait. The energy is bait. When it's not like when it wants you to know something, but when you start sort of tapping in like that, you start clocking in and having that conversation. There's a rapport between you and the energy that assists this universe. It's bait after that. It's bait. You could literally probably lay out. Say again.
I really don't believe in the universe. I
can feel it, but I mean, depends what you mean. I just mean existence, everything. The fact,
right? Exactly.
You believe in your surroundings.
The universe, but you know, the universe. I thought meant that. And when we looked up the definition of the universe, it seemed to encompass everything that exists, right? All. But at the same time, they tell us the universe is expanding into something. Universe can't. The all can't be expanding into the all. And if there's a nothing, then that means there's something that's not the all.
Always hasn't been. Yeah.
Right.
I believe in that though, because not.
Now we got multiverses. How can you have a multiverse? All verses, all universes should be part of the universe.
There might be just part of the one singular thing, and we just experience one part of it, one dimension, which we know of anyway. What if the real, like what we hear, the natural is expanding into the supernatural? Because we have evidence of both. So like,
nah, I don't believe in the supernatural.
No,
but you believe in dimensions, though, Jed.
Do I believe in dimensions? I can entertain aspects of dimension because there's clear ones for us to
smaller entities,
to experience, right? You know, we can experience some dimensions, so it would make sense. There's others, right?
I thought you was referencing like the size dimensional difference between like a blue whale experiencing Earth's gravity, and then a bacteria going down all through the different sizes of creatures to us. That's what I thought you meant.
No, I mean,
dimensions as well.
I can view a two-dimensional object. I can experience the third dimension. So that's already given me two dimensions to understand the concept, right? I can see it
easily.
When it's explained to me, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, it makes some form of sense to me. But things making sense to me don't make them the truth.
The reality,
right.
Yeah.
And it could be de-explained, and then I'm like, oh, I thought I always learned this, and okay, so this is what it is. So I'm not holding on to it. It doesn't form part of my view of self or what is real. Do you know what I mean? I wake up every day, not depending on the 3rd and 4th and 5th dimension being real. I'm just living. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And my baby still came out of a woman's vagina. I saw it. You get me? regardless of dimensions. I saw it. I don't know where his personality came from, his spirit, his consciousness. I don't know, but I had sex with a woman, and 9 months later, I saw the baby leave her vagina. Like simple things like that, I can fuck with. Like, yeah, I see that. Do you know what I mean? Is childbirth evidence that there's a God? No. No.
But that is a creation.
Childbirth evidence.
Not in my opinion. No.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
evidence.
but if you witness the fetus forming, then maybe it's a different thing. But like, doesn't that need enclosure? Doesn't that need the security and sanctuary of enclosure? You can't witness that. So
you can witness that. I'm sure. Yeah, you can witness that because there's loads.
You
of
could, but
there's.
I'm not sure you're witnessing
3D
it.
scan. You can witness the growth, the gestational periods of the trimester.
But are you? That's what I mean. Are you really? Is it like creation sort of thing? Like, I'm not too sure. Like, if there's a miracle behind that, it's sort of chemical.
I think what you. The only thing when it comes to reproduction that I want to know about is the origin of the consciousness. What did that sperm have consciousness? Did the egg have consciousness? Did the consciousness develop? Was it sent there?
I think it's when Mumsy zaps it with the electricity. Bit of electric.
Where does the consciousness come from?
Her heart.
The one the consciousness was explained to me where it comes from is the child uses the parents, because we go with multiple partners throughout our life, but there's only sort of a few partners that we have a child with, and it's like that's how it was explained to me, that it's the universe getting you two together because you should be.
This is my issue with this universe. Are we saying the universe because we don't want to say God no more? That's how we talking universe.
I say Almighty Creator.
I'm not fucking with this universe.
Sorry,
and then when you look at who uni was, then you're like, okay, so this is some next kind
universe
of
law. Come on, what goes up comes down, not physics, but like
that's what I'm talking about. The frequency, the governing rules.
And we're a Taurus field. We are the dimensions. It's all within us. And what I wanted to chime in with what Jedi was saying, that dream with me. We wake up in the morning, we get them 5 seconds, and we don't know. We're just back in the realm, but we've really been lucid dreaming and going everywhere and here. And so, how can we explain things like this?
Mrs. Sarah says, do you have to see something or experience it with your senses to believe it? Is that a criteria for you? Yes, of course.
Sometimes, 100%. And yes and no.
No. You have to experience something with your sense for it to be anchored in your reality. Otherwise, it doesn't exist to you.
What if it's just a metaphysical sense that you're using?
It's a sense. What's metaphysical?
Fair enough.
What's metaphysical?
It's not real, like the sensation of hunger or the sense of sight.
The sensation of hunger, is that real?
Yeah.
That's real.
Yes.
It's not real.
Yeah, it is.
So when people fat
like
people
does your bladder not have a sensor on it that tells you it's full?
Not everyone's.
I don't know what it's like to be that kind of person, but when my bladder gets full,
people are incontinent now.
Yeah, but that I think they become incontinent though. At some point, they have
people
control
born
of
incontinent
the
now. Whatever mechanism you're talking about, there's people without it, right?
Maybe.
Of course, there's people without it, brother. Of course, there is.
No, I know that there would be people without it, but I was just thinking about when you said people are born incontinent.
Yeah, there's people that don't have the ability to know when they are hungry. Don't have the ability to know when they're full.
Yeah. There's people that hear in color and see in sound.
There's people that don't feel pain. There's people that don't see the color green.
Yeah.
That is the color green reality, bro.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Do you not think it's like it's what happens to photons under the
but
influence
it's not
of
reality.
It's not real.
It's not real.
It's a translation, right?
Yeah, and perception.
Here's how we know that it's not real. Here's how we know that it's not real.
Yes.
You get smacked over the head with something, you might see green. Where green ain't. You know what I'm trying to say? You might see green where green ain't. You might see black and white.
Red, you're gonna see.
Is that shit really black and white? No. when your wires cross,
Is
when your wires cross,
that not you? Is that not you? If you line up that person that was smacked over the head and now sees black as green, if
so
you
now,
line them up with
so now they
100 people,
smacked you, so now you can't see reality. Is that what we're saying? So now reality doesn't
no,
exist
but
anymore.
no. But reality would be where the consensus lies, rather than where that one person perceives it, or the blurry line between.
How does that work?
Because
reality,
that's got a physical source.
So you're
you
saying
know
that
what?
reality is a group experience.
In context, we have to
so we're
we have
all
to agree
agreeing
on
on
things.
reality.
No, we have to
No.
agree that the sky is blue, and that's the definition of blue, though. To get
Whoa.
forward,
But
otherwise the power of
but
paper.
hold on, though, brother. I hear that, but guess what? This is so basic and cliche and childish, yeah, but true, so true.
Always.
How do we know when you're looking at blue and I'm looking at blue? We seeing the same thing.
We don't. We never will.
Exactly.
But the thing is, what is looking anyway? You could take this even. You could keep going more existential, because it's like we are perceiving this from being an electrical pattern inside this biological shell. This is nothing. This thing is nothing. Like what we are, like the actual thing, pipes, pumps.
So they say.
No,
So
but
they
it's
say
obvious,
we're
though, because
vibrating atoms, right? They say we're vibrating.
We're even down
atoms.
to that level. Yeah. Even vibrations in the field.
They
so
say.
that's what I call the universe. When you guys are saying
I've never
universe,
seen that. I've never seen that. They say.
but I feel it.
And I'm not saying
I feel
it's
it
not
because
true.
I am. I feel it though because I am, and I
You feel
definitely
that
know.
you can
See,
feel
I
that
think
you're
that was a
vibrating.
really key point.
No,
Hold on,
no.
One second.
I feel that existence is because I am. If you cut off my arm, it's not me, but I am no longer not me. I'm still Vic, but the arm ain't Vic no more. The arm was Vic, sort of thing, but it's gonna die without.
What's the arm now?
It? The arm's just like a bit of my body that was gone. It's now my grasping tool that is gone now.
Right, because that was never you.
Vic, can I ask
It
you a
was never
question,
me.
please?
And I
Nothing
can cut
about it.
everything. I can cut
even my
everything
heart.
off you one by
Yeah.
one, and none of them will be you.
Yeah, nothing really. Essentially, none of it is me. That's a filter. That's a pump. These are drains. This is guttering.
So what's you?
The electric somewhere inside me. Yeah, the personality, the persona, the pattern, the mind, the soul, whatever. Something is probably intangible.
And if you had an experience where that persona was no longer attached to the equipment, yeah, then you might realize that persona of yours is not nothing to do with the electric, because the electric's still running through that body, but you're not there. The consciousness that we are associating with the animating force, I believe,
I do put
are separate. They're separate.
Yeah, they are, because I do put a pattern to it, and the pattern is more like an idea. So you're right. You're right already. Even in the way I logic it out, the way that you break it down, a pattern. The electric exists. Yes, we've all got electric, like you said, but it has to exist within a certain pattern. That pattern would be your persona. That would, like, you know what I mean. And so the pattern is definitely what is separate, of course. Yeah. 100%.
The pattern is your
Okay, Vic, the question.
It could be, yeah,
Sorry,
maybe.
Anderson.
Because many people right now believe that they're listening to my voice and they're not.
It's just
not
an
my voice.
interpretation.
Just
It's
like
an
that.
awesome
Just
one.
like
But
that
what I
ain't
really
Vic on
wanted
the
to say
screen.
to Vic, sorry, Jed.
It's not Vic on the screen in any way, shape, or form.
You think that's air you're breathing?
No, it's not even that. But how could that be Vic on the screen? Think about it. How was Vic fitted on your monitor, on your LCD?
It's probably
He's
much
not.
worse than in real life.
He's not. Right? Because if that was Vic, he'd be a 2-dimensional, 1 inch on my screen, 1 inch, 2-dimensional thing. Like this weird. It's not. It's clearly an image depicting the person we know to be Vic, but it's not Vic. This is not my voice. The reason how you know this is not my voice is at any given time you could start getting distorted and going funny, and you're like, okay, Vic didn't do that. Jedi didn't do that, so that's not his voice. His voice, in some ways, been interpreted.
That's it. That's
right.
It. But not only on input.
Evil,
But not only in input, right? The fact of that, but in translation, and then again on output, and then again the same thing here on input here, and then in translation there.
Exact
You
same
understand?
thing.
So
it's like
five
a
ways
double.
to
It's like a double fantasy, a double fake.
100% more, yeah. 100%.
Not only is that on the screen.
If we was talking about Star Trek beam up process, where you deconstruct the atoms and transport them and then beam them and reconstruct them somewhere else, right? that would have happened 5 times already by the time that information gets to you from your voice box to our ears. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, what is reality at that point? Yeah, of course. So when you say, is reality a group experience? Maybe it is. Maybe it's a median of what we can all sort of tangibly get down with. Because there are always going to be anomalous
You're
humans,
on the
no
right
matter
track,
what the fuck.
Vic. I think it's called group consciousness.
What's the idea behind it? Yeah, maybe.
What I wanted to say was to Vic, sorry. Why do you say who touched you? Your arm was your arm, and if I take you to Spain or Saudi Arabia, it's a different language, and you're not going to know what it means. So I'm saying the information we've been given, and who are the like? Have they done us any favors?
I super subscribe to that anyway. What you was just touching on there, I don't know if it's the question, but I do super subscribe to that. Where with regards to the fact that even the language that we speak in, Jedi saying his voice is not real. I think that the language and the words that we're using are very limiting, with regards to what we are.
Can 100 people see something incorrect?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, cool. We're done. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Can the 101st person see something correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, boom. So I don't know. So we got this mentality that if 100 people, it don't matter what number you put on the others, experience it doesn't make it real.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make it real.
I agree.
1,000 people could tell you, Raf, that you're a woman. Doesn't make you a woman.
Yeah.
A million people could tell you, bro, go and touch that third rail on the track. You won't die. Doesn't make that true.
Mm-hmm.
And I could be like, no, they're chatting shit. They're wrong. They're seeing, I don't know what they're hearing or seeing incorrectly, but they are. You know how many, you could do a quiz, yeah? And there's 101 people in the quiz, you included. And 100 people
I
say,
used to love it when we did
Emmerdale Farm started in 2018. And you say, no, Emmerdale Farm started in 1974, right? Now, those 100 people, even though they sincerely believe it started in 2013, could be wrong.
Yeah.
So I don't really get the argument of adding people to believe something. Like, there's a saying, yeah, and it is something about
spit it out then.
The majority seeing something doesn't make it correct. I can't remember how it goes. I can't remember how it goes.
It's true though. It is true though.
But yeah.
But
like
right,
Rubes
okay.
says, seeing is not always
one
believing.
way. Sorry.
And 100 people could see something and you don't see it, and they be right and you be wrong as well, or whatever. See, I'm a believer in absolute truth. I believe at the bottom of it, there's a truth. There's a truth. There's a reality. There's a fact.
All right, and Jed, please let me chime in after you.
Go on, go for it, bro.
All right, okay, so there's depth and weight to these old sayings. So truth will lay in the ionosphere, atmosphere, ether, whatever you want to call it. Lies will just fall away because it's untrue, but the truth stands alone. Hence, the old saying has got depth and weight to them. It's fucking. I promise you, it's true. I promise you. There's only. It only ever happens one way.
Most of them cliches are true. They stand the test of time because
coming up over and over again.
Yeah, that's why they stand the test of time, because of that. That's the whole reason in the first place, isn't it?
Do you guys think we will find the absolute truth?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
What?
Come again?
For me, it was for facts.
I was apologising.
I was radar telling 2 women that have not appeared physically on the stream and showed their faces that they're both looking outstanding. How can you tell people they're looking outstanding and they haven't even shown themselves? Fuck you there. Yeah, man said
we never used to communicate like this, and I think Arab. Some languages have still got the origins.
Sometimes it's the very definition of what we're talking about, Jed. Seeing is not believing.
Right.
Yeah, so absolute truth, yeah? Do you think that we will ever see it?
He's using radar.
Say that again.
Sorry.
About this absolute truth. A lot of people claim to know absolute truth, like in science, right? Like a scientist.
Right.
Yeah, but do you guys actually believe we will ever find it? The absolute truth?
On what? On what? You get me?
Right.
There's subjects. There's different categories that you're
Like
looking
what?
for.
Could you find world peace? It's about as real as that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's not. I don't think it's really achievable in this form. That's my personal thing. It's like in this form, I don't think
That's
it's
a good
that
analogy.
achievable.
That's a very good analogy.
No, because we understand ourselves as some kind of physical beings when it's fucking clear. We all just collectively define that it's kind of not that. Do you know what I mean? Like we're different. We're probably spiritual beings.
Mm.
Okay,
Do you know
so
what I
their
mean?
beauty is so radiant, it drew his third eye's attention towards them.
Wow. I'm done.
Go on, Radar. That's bars.
Do you want some
That's bars, Radar.
cheesy sandwich?
That is sick.
Yeah, no.
So is that how you link girls here, Radar? Big up.
That's how he woos them.
Facts. Is that how you felt about Eunice?
What?
Oh, yeah, I've got to apologise to you for being a bit of a dickhead and being drunk and talking some dumb shit.
What did you hit on Eunice while I wasn't here?
No, I thought you. I lost my main channel, and then I was
you
having an argument.
Say the truth now. Come on.
I'm giving you my explanation. I basically said some things to Eunice that concerned violence, and I'm not a violent person. I was drunk, being a dickhead, talking out of place. I had no business saying that. Your life is your life. It has nothing to do with me.
Yes, well.
Yeah, and we go on.
And it's okay to get be a bit messed up and get things wrong as long as you own it and give an explanation. Sorry is just the words.
Reminds me of someone else that I know, Flower Buds. Flower Buds.
What have you been up to then, Vic? Have you been putting out any or doing anything like with you?
Music games. Kids and the missus in between most of that.
Cool, man. Yeah, because
Same shit, bro. Existing physically, despite the fact I'm spiritual.
Yeah, so where was we? Sorry, my bad. Where was we? What was he talking about? Seeing, believing. Yeah, well, yeah, man. You can't trust what you see.
You can't even always trust that, yeah.
But unfortunately, you can't. And by see, it's what you visualize. Yeah, whatever you visualize, whatever you think you're perceiving may not be
perceive.
Whatever you think you are perceiving may not be the sum total or the absolute of what is happening. Whatever
might not be
you
the truth.
are
Might not be the truth.
processing, whatever you are processing, and the final evaluation of that may not equal to what was may not equal the output. The input, the output, the input may not always equal the output. The output may not always equal the input. So by that, walking down the road, dude in blue walks past me and says, "You fucking nigger." Yeah. I take that as the absolute truth. And absolutely, this guy called me a nigger. However, luckily, there was a camera crew following me. And it turns out that the guy, when he walked past, said, "Wow, he's getting bigger." Yeah. And I'm like, "Oh, shit." When they play it back. Because I'm adamant. I heard the Igga. I heard the Igga bit. I blatantly heard him. Like, come on, family. Like, what else? You know what he said to me? I heard it with my own ears. Nah, Jeds, I don't think he said that, you know. Bruv, stop caping, stop capping. I heard from my own eyes. Rare, rare. Oh, do you know what, Jeds? The camera was rolling, so maybe we should check out the audio because he was mic'd up and we can see in here. Yeah, do that, man. Plays it back. Oh, he's getting bigger and bigger. I'm sitting there like, fuck. Which has happened to me in the past. I've believed in the perception. I've believed in what I've processed. Yeah, believed in it.
So what should we do?
It turned out that it was wrong. I made a mistake. I misheard, or my own mind added extra information that wasn't there. That's not the output that man made. That was not his output. He made his output. You took it in, processed it, and you had something extra in that he didn't give out.
Yeah.
This can happen, right?
Yeah. So we're gonna blame our emotions and the situation.
Emotions, blah blah blah. Imagination.
Yeah.
Your bias.
Yeah, bias. Exactly.
Your psyche.
Your predisposition, your education, your environment.
Yeah, your environment, all of that. All of them things there could influence you.
So what are we gonna say then? Do not trust your perceptions?
No, I'm just saying that you have to be aware that even your perceptions can be wrong, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's called being humble.
Remember, someone could show you a video of Vic saying, I kill grannies. And we could take it and like, oh my God, let's find Vic. Let's go and kill him. We find Vic in his yard. We drag him out. We kill him in the road. Sorry, Vic. We kill him in the road. Then we find out that the video we saw of Vic was actually deep fake and a computer program used to facially map his features and get him to say things that he never said. Get his face to appear to be saying things that he never said. Because our perception that looking on the screen, we are looking at Vic, we fell into that trap. You got to remember, when you're looking at a screen and you're looking at, that's not Vic. Because at any given moment, Vic could show you that this is a program and you
drop the background away, yeah.
Right. And that's the world we live in now, where the Pope is disappearing, where books are, bags are turning from green to red right in front of us. And you can't believe what you say. Like, you get me? Man has got green screen in the background. You wouldn't know it. Next man is using computer-generated imagery. Next man's using clones, using stunt doubles and
CGI and all of that. Yeah.
So you gotta be careful what you think is real now.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard that, bro. You can get my voice saying anything.
And lift.
Sorry. Vic showed me the text messages from Fax. Yeah, I seen it. So Fax did say "suck your mum, Jedi," because Vic showed me the text. But we all know that text can be edited. Video can be edited. Audio can be edited. And that's just on this basic level, let alone what your supercomputer of a mind can do. You think Photoshop's bad? Oh, my God.
Oh, wow.
Jedi Matrix
some kind of chemical imbalance. If you don't believe me, take some mushrooms.
And see some black swans chasing you down the road, bro.
I don't know about that. You're going to see stuff that is either there, it's either really there, and this thing has helped you to see it, or it ain't there, and this thing is making you perceive it in that way.
Right.
Or it's just in your subconsciousness, like, waiting for you to tap into it.
What is that? Why was it? Why? There's patterns, yeah. I see patterns. Last time I took a decent amount of shrooms, which is nearly 5 grams. I saw patterns that weren't going away. I practiced patterns on the floor, spinning discs filled with geometric shapes, wiggles, squiggles that all had a uniform style. None of them were out of place with each other. It weren't like I was seeing like some Egyptian shit and then some Ghanaian Adinkra symbols, and then some Norse runes. It was all uniform. Like I've come across a culture, and this is their artistry. This is their whatever.
Yeah.
This is their handiwork, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did my mind create all of that? Does that exist somewhere? Am I gonna go somewhere one day and be like, oh my god?
Well, like you said, it's powerful enough to have done that.
We are capable of doing it. We could create a whole language in our mind.
Yeah, I believe that too. So
when I was young, we used to talk a thing called back slang, and we would talk words backwards, and we'd add 3 extra vowels. So it'd be like Ivagu Avagai.
What do you mean you used to? We still do that now. If I don't want my kids to know what I'm saying, I'll switch to back slang.
In front of the Rossers. No, I'm not talking about just dropping out of. Yeah, all right, sorry.
Go on, let's see your back slang, Fax. Say my name is Fax. Say my name is Fax. Say my name is Fax in back slang.
Let's not do back slang. Let's not just like wow, yeah, boom, back slang. Yeah, but I mean, we create languages as humans. That's what we do. It's not beyond us to create languages. We create languages. They created Klingon. They created whatever. There's languages that countries are using that have been created, right? But
all the languages we speak now are created by us or our ancestors, so we know we can do that.
Right, but you also maybe you're subconsciously capable of that. You could go sleep. I don't know if any of you ever spoken another language in your dreams or anything like that. I never done no shit like that. But I do think it's entirely possible for your subconscious to do that.
I've experienced telepathy in a dream.
Speaking to a person
celestial being,
dissociative personality disorder, I realized how complex an episode can be in terms of the layers of thought and creativity and whatnot behind something that someone is experiencing that none of us are, right? It could be super deep,
elaborate,
super elaborate, super. And I think that elaborateness makes you start thinking, is there some truth to this? Because you start thinking, okay, can your mind just pull all this shit from nowhere?
Yeah.
Not
nowhere, but it can correlate.
In your dreams, how many fucking faces can your mind create until you're pulling from memories? People you've seen on the bus, people you've seen in a football match. I personally think every face you see in a dream is that of someone that exists or existed.
Everyone. Yeah, 100%.
But you just pulled it from such an obscure place, it would never register to you where you got that face from. But then I have to wonder, why did I store that face for a dream in 5 years' time?
It ain't why did I store that? Everything is stored. Everything you've ever seen, touched, smelled. Of course it is. Somewhere. It's just
I've been reading
accessing
up on hypnotism, and that's a
I
big
think
debate
they know- I
within
think
the whole
Yeah,
hypnotism
it will be the
field.
biggest debate, of course. It will be a
The
huge
big
debate.
debate is
Yeah.
is all the information there or just some?
Right. Yeah.
I kind of
We
side with
have
I think
this
that
something
there.
called junk memory. Yeah.
Junk memory, right? Yeah.
Tell him.
Junk memory, right? So I don't think we actually use everything. Some part is just hidden in the subconsciousness, and the rest is just thrown out.
Triggered by a smell,
Yeah, that too.
in sound.
But Islamically, they say on Judgment Day, your own tongue will give evidence against you. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Yeah,
Your own mouth will speak
yeah.
and give evidence against yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna try some shit like I don't know, I don't remember.
I like that. That's one of the best things I've ever heard.
And your tongue said he's lying.
Give evidence against you, man. I love
Get
that.
out of jail.
I fucking love that. I'm gonna research that concept. I love that.
Yeah.
You said your whole tongue.
Yeah, it scared me. It scared me when I had a dream, and in my dream was like a friend from secondary school, but the fucking dream scared me. I'm like, why the fuck am I thinking about you? Like when I say a friend, I mean someone I know from secondary school. Like you have no business. You got no business being here. Like you know, it just freaks me out because there's random people and then there's random people. Like yo, that scared me about my own mind, right? Like I was like, I remember waking up thinking, what the fuck? Why would Jimmy be in my dream? Like Jimmy, like what? Why do I even remember this fucker's name? Like, you know, like someone that was so insignificant, seemingly, 20 years later, they're popping up in a vivid, broad daylight dream. Like, what the fuck? It just freaked me out a bit. Like, I got an inclination of my own capacity, my own brain. I saw a little bit into my own hard drive. Yeah, and it was just like, yo, what else is in there? That's fucking scary.
I had another experience internal like this. Yeah, I was walking in public and I was in a train station, just walking in my normal sort of daydream, listening to the music. And as I just come off the bottom of this flight of stairs, I just sort of leveled up. Just conscious-wise, it just leveled up. There's something about all the information, the sync, the moment, the timing, everything about life right there in that one moment just sort of opened me up.
I think that's called, well, it sounds similar to what they call a moment of clarity.
Yeah,
or like it's like
for no reason though. I don't know what inspired it, what was there, but I was aware that subconsciously I took that, I didn't take
something
it.
happened, right? And then you start looking and thinking and trying to stay still so that you can listen to yourself and think, retrace what did I just do? What did I just what was the set of things that just happened? I do that often when I do like some magic shit. Like I throw something in a direction and it lands where I wanted it, or I say to everyone, I'm gonna roll double six, roll the double six, say I'm gonna do it again, roll it again. Everyone's like, yo, how'd you do that? I'm like, I don't know, but I wanna know.
You don't know.
I meant to do it, but I don't know how.
You know, but the part of your brain that's speaking don't know.
Yeah,
but you know on a subconscious level, you know.
There was a time when I was a kid, and this reminds me of what you just said, Vic. Here, there's a time when I was a kid. I remember it was summer holidays, and I'd stolen a basketball. I got a basketball, and I took it to a basketball hoop, right? And I was at the basketball hoop taking shots, and just brick after brick. Got a couple shots, brick after brick. And I remember there was a point in time where I was shooting, the ball was going in, bouncing off the inside of the rim, coming down, and bouncing back to me. And I was grabbing the ball and shooting again, and it was happening. And I think after about 8 shots, and I'm saying after about 8 shots, I decided to try and start counting. And then every shot missed after that. But so I was trying to retrace.
Being in the zone. It's called being in the zone.
I was trying to retrace what was that zone and how did I get that? Because I made that zone stick for a while.
Manifest.
Until I tried too hard, and then it just dissolved.
Yeah, it's fundamentally fueled, but it's accessed by instinct, and it's
a self-consciousness. When you count, you make it self-conscious, and then you disturb the flow, or your alignment with the flow that already exists.
Exactly that. Leave it in the back.
The same with bars. The same with bars. All the way to the studio, I know this fucking bar. Or fuck that. Right in this bar in the studio, I've got to a point where I feel like I know it. I've rapped it to myself 2-3 times. Gone in the booth, turn on the mic, bro. I can't even get past the first line.
Damn.
Yeah.
You hear me? And I'm like, it's in my head. It's in my head. And then when I let go, I do the whole verse. Bam! Smashed it. I smashed the whole verse now. Yeah. I said, did you get that? Man said, sorry, blood. I weren't recording.
Allow me.
Yeah, there's a book by Bruce Lee. There's a book by Bruce Lee about this. Yeah, I don't think he wrote the book, but they made that a book out of all of his notes and things what he'd written. They compiled the book. I think his wife did it for him. Yeah. And I think at the beginning, the first thing he says is the self-consciousness of a human is the thing that gets in the way of its expression of the physical body. So he's saying that the body has its own consciousness that your mind disturbs. So if you kind of let your mind stop blocking it, your body's consciousness can align you with that zone.
What they call that? Overthinking.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
So we all know when you overthink stuff,
It's absolutely done.
Well, Bruce was obsessed with this subject. He wrote so much about it, about how to get into the zone, and a lot of it is to do with basketball. Funnily enough, because apparently people like Michael Jordan, they naturally just do it without thinking. Like, but if you ask them how do you do it, they can't explain it in words. They can't tell you how they do it. It's just it's like tuning in a radio into a frequency. You know, the old radios that you used to have to tune in.
It's a good analogy.
Yeah, it's like aligning yourself with a frequency. Yeah, I forget what the book's called, man. It's a Bruce Lee book. It's really good. I advise anyone to get that book.
I do as well.
I think it's called The Expression of the Human Body or something like that.
No, I don't remember.
Yeah, but he's saying this is something your body does. It's just your mind stops it. So thinking, like you said, overthinking, self-consciousness. Like if you're walking and you think about your feet, you're going to trip over. But if you just look where you're going, you never trip over. Do you know what I mean? It's the counting part that makes everything on a different brainwave pattern that doesn't flow the same way as it should.
It desyncs. It's unsynchronized.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. Yeah, but I've done things like that before. Like said, oh, I'm going to throw this into that bin and predicted it and bam, done it. Do you know what I mean? Because you can feel when it's there. You can feel like there's a feeling that goes with it. It's like it's a mad kind of confidence, but not an egotistical confidence. It's like it's an assuredness where you know your brain's not gonna fuck you up.
Do you remember any instinct moments? Like under one of my YouTube videos, a guy says, "I'm not interested in FIFA," but then he goes on to reference something that I did with only a few witnesses as a kid, and he said, "If we captured that, that would be worthy content."
But the bad thing about it is no one believes you. No one will ever believe you. If you say, "Look, I'm going to do a miracle right now in front of you," and you do it, still won't believe you. They still won't believe you.
That was the thing about
because they're skeptics, isn't it? They're not believers. They're skeptics.
No, funny enough, that was the thing about the moment, but everyone just stayed quiet. But however, it's just to do that, you have to fully embrace your instinct. It's like what we call in football as well. It's like your confidence. 100%. If you shatter your confidence, or if your confidence is not there or diminished for some reason, you can't go past nobody. You can't do nothing. There's like literally there's nothing you can do.
I think you do it in normal life without realizing you're doing it. Like, earlier on, before I come online now, I parked my car. And how I parked it is the tightest space ever, but I visualized it. And then I just done it one time. And my mate was like, "How did you do that?" And I was like, "What? Park a car? It's standard, Bob. Man parks the car like that all the time." And he was like, "Wow, that was amazing parking." But the thing is, I know the method of doing it. I know how to quieten my mind, don't let nothing distract me, fully commit myself to the instinctive vibe of it, and then visualize it, manifest the reality, make it happen. And then when I do it, I just walk away from it like it's standard. It's nothing special to me.
Because if you don't go with the instinct part of it, if you don't respect that part of it and understand that part of it, I think it will be really tough, to be honest. Do you know what I mean? Because it's literally about trusting one's instincts sometimes. Do you know what I mean?
For real.
Literally.
We call it intuitive straight. If you deviate and go back into the matrix and stop listening to your inner self or whatever you want to call it, that's when all the madness happens. Like as Khan's saying, your own feet, speeds up. You've got time.
Everyone's got that part of their mind that second guess themselves.
Then you start counting, and that's
There's always that part of your brain that second guesses the original part of your brain, and if you can remove that part that second guesses you, because basically that part that second guesses you is saying to you, "Are you sure you're going to do this?" And by asking you that, it brings in an element of doubt. But if you remove that
it's not about discarding it completely, though. It's about mastering it, mastering the control. Like you said, at the moment, like before Cristiano takes the free kick, the deep breath, the sort of
Do you know what it is? I fully removed it because I believe growing up, that was the voice of my mother telling me, "Don't do that, you're gonna drop it. Don't do that, you're gonna fuck it up. Don't do that, you're gonna fall flat on your face." And somehow an extra little layer of thought pattern was instilled into my brain to second guess everything that I was doing. And I don't realize it was done with love and with affection and with positivity, but it became overbearing to the fact that my natural thought patterns kept getting sidelined, and I just kept like thinking negative all the time. So I had to just fully remove it, and I was like, "Do you know what? I know what I'm doing. I trust myself, Thank you for the warning. Thank you for the heads up. But I got this. Do you get me? So then the original thought, then you have to, what you have to do, you have to trace. Yeah. Having a conversation with yourself. There's like 3 different versions of yourself talking with each other at the same time. And if they get caught up in a loop, nothing ever gets done.
Yeah, of course. Or it's just not conducive. It's never conducive.
All right.
I mean, when you
And
get
it's
in that
okay,
tangle.
like it's difficult to say to that negative voice that's always putting you down and like to say like, nah, you got this one wrong. Just sit this one out.
That's why, bro, facts. That's why I don't talk to my kids like that. I never say negative shit to them. Like, don't do that. You're gonna drop it. I'm like, fuck it. Let him drop it. If he drops it, it's a cup. We can replace it. Who gives a fuck? I'm not instilling that thought pattern in his head though. If he breaks it, he breaks it. Fuck it. Smash another one. Do you know what I mean? But I'm not gonna instill that negative thought pattern of, oh, be careful, you're gonna drop it. Be careful, you're gonna drop it, because he probably ain't gonna drop it. It's just me being an arsehole. Do you get me?
Like, I'm not gonna over-egg the pudding. My parents were really like that, and they turned me into a nervous neris because we moved to a affluent, richer area, and they was like, "Oh, what are the neighbours gonna say? Put that back. Don't do that. Put that down." And it just,
This is a VU ceremony. To be more specific, a chicken sacrifice that is helping this voodoo fetisheur commune with the gods. And, incidentally, that sacrifice also made for a pretty tasty dinner.
Azay, this is the best chicken I've ever had.
My name is Addison O'Day, and I'm an explorer who traveled to Togo, a tiny nation in West Africa, to learn more about the often misunderstood practice of voodoo. Outside of this part of the world, this faith is often painted as dark, sinister, and an occult practice.
The cult of the voodoo. This dance is not to be confused with a religious or ceremonial rite, for voodoo has only to do with the mind. Ever in crowded cities, the flame of this cult bursts forth, handed down from a time when human blood was spilled on the sacred ground.
But in West Africa, this religion is observed by millions, and for them, voodoo is a path to lifelong balance, health, and prosperity. For those who practice, one of the best ways to achieve this is by working with a healer known as a fetisheur, here at the Marché de Fetiche, West Africa's largest voodoo market.
This is where you get duck heads. This is where you get dried birds, snakes. You get all of this here. It's like a supermarket for voodoo.
Man said Walmart, you know, wizardry Walmart, my thing.
Now at Hogwarts for real. Supplies room.
Duckhead. I'm done.
Duckhead, yeah. What's wrong with a duckhead?
I'm thinking about chicken right now. Sacrificial chicken. I don't know.
You want some sacrificial chicken burger? Yeah, for real.
I don't know.
The iron, I mean, things like that are the most healthiest nutrients on the animal or the food.
You're sick. You're sick, fam. I bet you
I'm
eat
not.
frogs.
We've just been taught different. You go to another culture
you
or
catch-
country and you'll be eating chicken feet, eyes. I'm not talking about China. Or
The thing is,
it's each their own. But
shiny European buildings in Oslo and that scare me more than this so-called voodoo market. Like every object here is natural. Like, is natural and organic and physical. And I just have a suspicion. I have a real fear of
Norwegians.
Nah, just this modern,
Vic's funny.
This modern variation of like what's good and what's cool and what's there's nothing to see here. You know, when you walk past the building, there's nothing to see here. That's where all the stuff to see is.
I hear you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you know when you watch the film and you go in the yard and you go into the billiards room and then you take out the Orson Welles novel and the wall spins 360 degrees and lets you down into a basement, and then all of a sudden all the horrors, all the medieval, primitive, barbaric horrors that you could summon up in your mind are there. They're there in the converted fucking basement under a lovely looking townhouse that you probably got a Lamborghini or an Aston Martin parked outside of it. When they tell you when you go into the bush, when you go into the barbarous fucking outlaw lands of the African, that's where real fear and scary stuff is. And I kind of don't see it like that. But I do think that both sides of the one coin are equally as potent and worthy of respect.
Yeah, maybe it's just our minds, because we live in the West and it's
painted that way.
Yeah, I'm very aware of that. I'm hyper in my own thought. Yeah, 100%.
Push that way, right? So if you're in a suit and a tie, you can't be a witch doctor, right? You're in a suit and a tie, and you've got an official title, and you've got letters after your name, and you've got a certain amount in your bank account,
or whatever it's called.
Right.
I'm more scared about them than this. Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly is what I'm saying. I'm more shook of what they do behind closed doors in these super polished, civilized places. Not to say that there ain't going to be some shit here that if I saw, I'd be scared. But I think I'd be less scared seeing it in this environment.
There's that old saying: "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger."
I'd be less scared
so why are they
seeing some madness
in
Africa than I would see the madness in Europe. Because in Europe, you're not prepared psychologically for that.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Almost like in the West, we live in an environment where ghosts and stuff like that and spirits and shit ain't real. This is why I know we're closer to the devil in the West, because he's less real over here.
The influence is stronger.
Right. The bad guy's less real over here, but working extra hard, working more harder here. But we don't believe in him.
It's crazy.
You know?
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah.
Mad.
Because let's be honest,
Take the very cut in the skin of the person, putting this powder inside. Personally, I was looking for something to protect me while I was on my travels.
Put it inside. Yeah. We can prepare like the amulets. Okay. And the person put it in the pocket, in the bag, something with you. Cool. To protect you.
Understood. Okay. I want to go and see a fetisheur, and so we can have a ceremony and we can see what it's like. Okay.
No problem.
It's possible.
So my friend, Patience Deco, took me for a consultation with one of the market's fetisheurs. After some discussion, the fetisheur told me he could make me a protective amulet, but in order to do so, we needed to collect a few items from the market.
Dog, porcupine, owl, porcupine quills. God knows where this is going. And a blowfish. Right. And a starfish. My God, I need a zoo to protect me.
After my consultation with the fetisheur in the market, I decided to visit a voodoo temple. I was surrounded by statues dedicated to various voodoo gods. And I witnessed ceremonies, like this one where the priest invoked water spirits to enter the temple. But perhaps what struck me most was how much in common voodoo temples have with other places of worship. Just like a church or a mosque, this is a place for people to gather, where communities are defined, a place to share stories or conduct prayers for those who need help in their day-to-day lives. While I'm still working to demystify parts of my voodoo experiences, what I took away from my travels in Togo is that this religion is ultimately one that centers on community and how to strengthen it. and it deserves to be recognized as a global faith.
That's some strong advocacy, boy.
So yeah, I mean, didn't really get much from that. What did you look get from that?
Not a lot, but he's advocating voodoo. Mad. He's advocating voodoo like it's a religion.
As in a
Is it a religion?
Yeah,
Is
as
it
a word
Yeah,
religion.
He's on it.
I think if someone doesn't actually believe, it's easy for them to put all religions on equal footing. I mean, a lot of these guys, that's what they're doing. They're like, oh, look, he serves his community. He's doing the same thing what Christianity and Islam does. So he should get equal status. Now, it just shows you that he doesn't really prefer one over the other. He probably don't believe in none of them. So by watching that, that's what I ascertained, that the guy who made the video didn't really believe in any religion. He's not picking one over the other. So, you know.
Yeah, he's almost mocking it.
Also, I'll chime in and say that I'll see the full receipts. I want to see you do the spell and the person that you spelled it on, and then I know it's mainstream what who was watching. So yeah, I'm not convinced.
It's all placebo thing. Facts. It's placebo. It's all placebo. But the fact is,
I know.
The fact is, but what I'm saying, the fact is, just because it's placebo, 1 minute, man, just because it's placebo, don't mean it's not helping people or giving them some like relief from their stresses. Do you know what I mean? It could be placebo, it could be bullshit, but the fact that they believe in it is what makes it real. So the guy who's doing it, is he really evil or is he just making people happy?
No, man, he sees
you know
this
what I mean?
religion. He sees voodoo just like Christianity and Islam. That's what he said in the end, right?
No, I mean the guy who's practicing the voodoo, the witch doctor.
Really?
You're not getting what I'm saying? The witch doctor, you can't say he's evil if he's just making people happy. And if then people choose to invest their belief in him and, you know, give him some sort of placebo magical power, or whatever he says is
Let's
true,
talk about my dear beloved Yemen. People in Yemen are desperate, need of your help. Over 20 million people in Yemen need assistance. 2.3 million children are suffering from malnutrition. Humanity.
This is Kamakya, one of the most important temples and pilgrimage.
Sorry, I was trying to review it before I showed it, but you could hear it, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Ah, my bad. So carry on talking. My bad. I didn't mean to sound.
I agree, though. Placebo is a very powerful thing. So it might be in the mind, it has physical manifestation, right?
Detoxes. I've seen, in fact, I'll give you my testimony. In City Roads in North London, they would you'd have to go up to the hatch to get your medication, and some of it would be placebo, and some of it would be real medication. And in the end, people, you just didn't like. It's true. I can promise you, it's true because I saw. And that when you, if you complete the detox, they give you the paperwork and show you what they gave you. So on day 1, they that, day 2, placebo, and so on and so on. So yeah.
We didn't get so much from this video, to be honest, to have an opinion about it. Don't you agree?
Yeah, of course not.
So
I need the receipts. Like I know that people I've met in my experience in life of I'll give you one example. Lady T can touch a hairbrush as long as it's got something of yours on it. Lady T will be able to tell you like what's going through your head, what your middle name is. Nothing's. I don't know if there's anything to do with this topic, but it's pretty close to it. Like it's like I can't explain it. And then my one experience was in Gambia when I went to the juju place, and we made an agreement. I paid the money into the bank, got back to the UK, and my 2 coconuts turned up, and they was a spell was cast or sentenced over them, and I was at work and a card come through my mum and dad's door, but I was too scared to go to the post office and collect it. I'm not going to.
This happened to you in Gambia, you said?
Yes, Axum, yes. I went to see the person. Like it was like well, I went loads. Like I was out. Like I didn't like the hotel thing, so I wanted to see what it was really about. And yeah.
How did you come in contact with this
just 3 weeks.
juju man? Like you said, juju man.
Because like you can't go out the hotel without a sort of guide, so you get like it sounds a bit strange, but I was only 17 at the time. So this one guy, I got to know him over 3 weeks. I was like, oh, and he brought me back to his village. Like he's like, we were smoking together, like, and with all these people. And then another like the army that there's called bush taxes, and they're like, you're going to have to trust us. Get under the blanket because they will kidnap you and ransom you. And like, why did they do that for me? Like, I don't know. Like, but anyway. So the levels of trust were building, but at the end of the 3 weeks, like because I
what type of juju did it do
look,
to you, Max? What type of juju did it do today to you?
What right? Okay, so basically, what this man said was, I can get coconuts and put what we like to smoke in it, and say some words over it, and he was just talking to his friend, to the guy that I was with, and another guy. And
did you actually see this huge performance going on?
No, but the ticket come through my mum and dad's letterbox. Well, it was overseas air mail parcel delivery, and that's the first time I'd ever left the UK. So I know it works. Like whatever, maybe it was luck, or like maybe it was just the odds of percentages.
International drug smuggling, of course it works. Sorry.
No, I mean it's just a couple of coconuts full of bit of like smoke. It could have been tobacco. It could have been anything. Like not in, you know what I mean? It's not a big thing, but it did arrive. I can assure you, it arrived. I was too scared to go and collect it. And then what about Lady T? You can touch Emma's hairbrush and say, you've just been beaten up by your husband. This is your middle name, and so on and so on and so on.
Is there blood on the hairbrush?
People in life, like my friend Jason.
Blood on
When I was
hairbrush.
doing a degree in engineering, I'd come home because I was not with my parents. I lived out with my parents and was living with my friend Jason, and he would go to Maplin's, buy all the components, then go to Argos, get the cheapest CD player or DVD player, and turn it into like a Bang & Olufsen or Wolf sound system or Serwin Vega speaker quality, and he can't even read or write. So explain that one to me.
He is gifted. I don't know. But yeah.
We're a special creature. We're special.
I've met so many beautiful people because I've always kept it. Like, I know online I am a bit of a dickhead, but in like when you actually really meet me, I am a kind person. I promise you, you'll be like, I'm not that.
But you are a dickhead online.
Wow.
That's what I said. Yeah. I'm the biggest dickhead.
Yeah, you call people all sorts of names, just like your brother next to you. There's nothing new, yeah.
Maybe,
anyway.
yeah, and I've got no explanation for that. I don't know why this happens. I think this what Vic was saying. This is voodoo technology that we're talking about now.
So what are you saying, Max? You're blaming this on voodoo and juju, yeah?
On Vic.
Your behavior.
No, I'm blaming it on the black mirrors, the laptops.
Oh my god, the black what? The black
mirrors, yeah.
No glitch. Well, when you turn your phone off, what color is it? They weren't black to start off with. When you burn phones, they never went black. The screen was always like yellow or white.
Vic, do you have anything to say to that?
I'm trying to concentrate on trading my Pokemon
online.
right now.
I'm just saying, we maybe we all put on a persona. Maybe I don't know. This is a game changer.
Crip walking across all sorts of topics, like
Crooked Man on the Land.
To next one. Yeah.
Yeah, just crip walking through the topics, boy. On his thing. Go
And
facts.
look, when them three tribes link up, the growth and development, the GDs, right? And listen to this one, right? Crips and the Bloods.
You know, in fact, some would say that you are possessed by some demons. You know that, right?
Child soldiers, go facts. Everything. The ice wall.
BC, don't you get it? And DG is sorry, the GDs are growth and development. It's not gangster disciples. They're three tribes, kings. I promise you, I'm not linked. Anyway,
Sorry. I've got man coming out of the TARDIS on some Snoop shit.
I could probably do a moonwalk. That's probably as good as it gets.
No, facts, you're all over the place. That's why.
No, but you're all over the place with regards to what you're talking
about.
I know what you mean though, because it's just I don't know what you mean, but how could I? I mean, just in general though, one or the 2 points you've made are sort of
like, and this is all relevant. I promise you, it's all relevant. It all does tie up because them anyway. But yeah, it's like we're on one topic: voodoo and sort of witchcraft. So yeah, I don't want
magic in general. It's okay to deviate, but you're doing it all in the context of one sentence or one paragraph.
Yeah, I'm all
that's why it's
I've got some personal stuff going on. Like
I got some
actually
fucking issues, man.
Better, like all that. Anyway, yeah, it's my stuff to deal with. But yeah, I feel all right. Like I just got this nudge. I just get these downloads, and I just get put in touch with people. They just come to me, and like
I'm they like, touch you inappropriately. Little green men.
No, like what I mean is, it's like it's all in a chronological order. Like if I am on a live stream in someone in America or Canada, and I'm talking to a certain set of people and what we're talking about, the next day that'll like I'll go out into the 3D and I'll see signals and signs of it, and I'm like, you can't make this stuff up.
You cannot. I agree. I totally agree.
Thank you. Yeah, I know I'm waffling a little bit, but I'm really passionate about this topic. And,
it's interesting that you were in Gambia. That happened to you in Gambia, and
Gambia.
Gambia.
I can't wait to go. I want to really go to Gambia. I really want to see
mad place, and what I think, not mad, it's beautiful mad, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, of course. What year did you go there again?
Don't get it twisted. I went to a football match, and it was like it's just it's I really had to. It was really yeah. It's pretty cool, man. And I don't even like football.
I fuck with football.
Yeah, boom.
You support the team? Oh, sorry, Jed.
No, you're good, man. You're good, man. You're good. Boom. Two paths of magic. Black magic versus white magic. I watched this video already. This is my dude, Mr. Mythos. He's a weirdo. But I don't know, man. I like these like kind of white dudes that break down information. I like the way they do it, man. They got time, and they break it down like to see what we think. Because I'm trying to establish how many cultures actually believe this shit is real. Because obviously, I started off in India, but we didn't get very far. Every time I look through the Indian versions of black magic or whatever, they talk about the Agoris, who are the people that R. Sid was describing. You know, they don't really comb their hair. They stay often in the mountains or secluded. Some of them stay in certain positions till their bones fuse. Like, you know, positions of submission, arms up, on their knees, whatever. Do you know what I mean? One hand up in the air, and they stay there until their shit fuses and shit.
Is that a man that looks like Rastas? Yeah.
You could say that, yeah. And some of them have been accused or whatnot of eating human flesh.
Mad.
So let's look at some of the. Let's see what the European family are really saying about magic or whatnot. I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play some of this.
King Tarquin, the ruler believed to have purchased these Sibylline books, was Rome's final king, after which Rome became an empire. As his priests and wise men examined the prophetic texts spared from the fire, some speculated that the identity of the old woman was the Sibyl.
Sorry. Why did you not tell the full story then? What are you doing, man? Why have you rushed over there?
King Tarquin.
Wait, it did. Okay. Okay, cool. My bad, 1 second.
This investigation, a wrinkled hunch of by fabulous. Ancient chronicles tell that during the reign of Lucius Tarquinius Superbus in the 6th century BC, a wrinkled hunchback woman demanded an audience with the Roman king. Despite her age and the obvious notion that she was not from Rome, it was said that her demeanor was so commanding that she was allowed the royal audience. In front of King Tarquin, the old woman drew 9 books from her cloak and offered them to him at a hefty price. Thinking her insane, the king burst into laughter. The old woman then cast 6 of the books into a brazier, and they were consumed by its crackling fire. She turned to him and said, quote, "O king, wilt thou then buy these 3 books at the price of 9? End quote. Shocked, King Tarquin immediately consulted with his priests, then purchased the 3 remaining books. The mysterious woman handed them over without a further word, exited the palace, and was never seen again. These ancient texts sold to King Tarquin, historically known as the Sibylline books, are some of the oldest and most important grimoires to have ever existed. They contain prophetic counsels and magical lore concerning the future of Rome. For nearly 1,000 years, the Sibylline books would be continually consulted by Rome's rulers, especially during difficult and chaotic times. The use of its spells was complex and varied, ranging from healing and preventing natural disasters such as earthquakes, to more dark and sinister ends such as curses and human sacrifices. So in many ways, they could be considered either white magic or black magic, depending on whether its user took the right or left-hand path. And in today's investigation, we'll explore what this esoteric concept truly means. Hey, fellow seekers, welcome. I'm Mr. Mythos. If you're a fan of strange and ancient mysteries with research so deep, you're guaranteed to fall down the rabbit hole. You're in the right place. I humbly ask you, give this video a like and ding notifications bell so you don't miss any of the rare info. Talking about the life in order, it's actually the opposite. These rituals take like what? Thankfully, you don't need to consult with grimoires to keep your head. Actually the opposite. These rituals take discipline, as do most things we hope to accomplish. Discipline is easy to talk, takes offered with a second approach to get away with a pun magic versus black magic. King Tarquin, the ruler believed to have purchased these Sibylline books, was Rome's final king, after which Rome became an empire. As his priests and wise men examined the prophetic texts spared from the fire, some speculated that the identity of the old woman was the Sibyl of Cumae, a Greek prophetess who, later medieval studies argued, allegedly predicted the birth of Christ. And perhaps this identification makes sense. Greece's most capable oracle and visionary, writing a series of texts which, in many ways, determined the fate of Roman society. Historians have identified clear records of the rulers consulting these Sibylline books since the beginning of the 4th century BC, all the way up to the 5th century AD. and history buffs might recognize this very time period as nearly the entire lifespan of the Roman Empire. Just a few decades before the empire's end, the powerful commander Flavius Stilicho ordered them destroyed, and today, not a single line of their text has survived. These historical records, however, revealed something interesting. The magic of the Sibylline books was used for vastly different purposes, determined by who was using them and their intent, whether the magic was for the good of many or only the few. White magic versus black magic. One account of the Sibylline's white magic use comes from the Roman historian Livy, who wrote that the books were summoned to resolve a plague which had devastated Rome's countryside. The emperor's priest consulted the books and returned with a strange answer that confused even themselves. His prophecies advised that Asclepius, the Greek god of medicine, be brought from the city of Epidaurus to Rome. Eventually, they realized this must refer to the statue of Asclepius in Epidaurus. So they lifted it onto a ship and set off for Rome. But with them, a single serpent had snuck on board, hiding between the statue's gaps. When it was found, this serpent was acknowledged to be the Greek god's manifested spirit. The plague itself would dissipate in the weeks after. Other accounts, especially in the period of the late Roman Republic, focused on the Sibylline books' use for darker purposes. They were magically consulted, and under their interpreted advice, 3 separate events occurred where 2 Gauls and 2 Greeks, both female and male couples, were kidnapped and buried alive in a stone chamber beneath the Forum Boarium in Rome. Their slow deaths were supposedly a Sibylline sacrificial ritual to please the gods. These events are notable because Romans rarely, if ever, practiced human sacrifice. Not only was it abnormal in their society, but their greatest writers expressed disgust at the idea, arguing that human sacrifice was from an uncivilized past, and Roman rulers even used it as justification for conquering peoples who practiced it. So these rituals were a great source of confusion for all.
But that doesn't make sense because these lot practice Saturnalia as well, which was bear sacrifice and all sorts. So I think it's just one of them things that where officially they frown upon certain things and say we've moved past it, and then in real life, it's what the whole shit's based on. You know, like, yo, we don't.
Yeah,
fuck.
and we kept doing it on the cover, like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Interesting about the serpent too, yeah, with the medicine man. Again, you see in this, yeah.
Yeah, snakes are very much part and parcel, man, of this whole view on supernatural stuff. I don't know why snakes are always involved somehow. But yeah, the these books that they're talking about, the Sibylline books and that, they've been consulted by Roman leaders from the beginning to the end of the empire. So essentially, Rome is definitely built on Judge.
Yeah, they're dealing with witchcraft and spells and stuff then. Okay.
We know about Greek, and they got their oracle of
Delphi.
Thank you, my brother. You know, interesting. I don't know, man. Interesting.
Livy himself asserted that the Gaul and Greek sacrifices were, quote, wholly alien to the Roman spirit, end quote. And though people were asking questions, the priests responsible kept their interpretations to themselves. And with the Sibylline books lost today, the mystery is only more convoluted. The first instance of the sacrificial ritual was recorded within Plutarch's Questiones Romani. It was spurred by a freak accident when a young maiden riding a horse was struck by lightning. This was seen by the soothsayers as an ominous sign for the Vestal Virgins. The Vestal Virgins were the 6 most important priestesses of Rome, as keepers of the sacred eternal flame that represented the empire's life. after this omen foretold their demise, a barbarian slave emerged with evidence that 3 of the Vestal virgins were no longer chaste and had actually been sleeping with men for months. This was a massive scandal at the time. The 3 priestesses were convicted and punished, but this also led to the priests consulting these Sibylline books, and eventually his prescription that 2 Gauls and 2 Greeks be buried alive as an offering to the gods, or perhaps to a wholly foreign set of darker spirits, as some speculated. Either way, many today suspect that this was a black magic use of these Sibylline books. Ancient prophecies, sacrificial rituals, and volumes upon volumes of spells and invocations ran through the political and cultural lifeblood of many great civilizations, from the archaic roots of Chinese divination to the Jewish mystical tradition of Kabbalah. The instruction and use of magic was not restricted to special ceremonial occasions, but was widely applied in everyday life. And this occult knowledge would often be stored in grimoires, not unlike these Sibylline books. A grimoire is a book of magic, but as the religious historian Richard Keffer reminds us, quote, "A book of magic is also a magical book," end quote. Just as there are countless powerful grimoires, there are many types of magic, such as spells, charms, talismans, invocation, exorcism, and spiritual communication. We also know that some are considered white magic and others black magic. In popular culture, these terms usually equate to good and evil. While those more familiar understand this is a crude and stereotypical assumption, it can sometimes be true. For example, the exorcism of a possessed person is almost always white magic. Same for spells to protect against evil, white magic. Likewise, some grimoires are pure evil, such as Touch Me Not, which we looked at recently in my video Treasure Hunting with Demons. Selling your soul to the devil is definitely black magic. Cursing death against others, also black magic, right? So now we're getting into murkier waters. What about summoning a demon from hell? Is that
Mud team.
magic?
I'm back. Big up, everyone. Cold video.
And what about foreseeing one's learning how to change it? What makes magic white or black? This dilemma has been reasoned in various ways throughout history and across different cultures. It still remains blurry and debatable, the main reason being that the nature of the magic being used may imply more about the intention of its user rather than the spell itself. Intention is everything. Magic is always approached with an intention, a reason to perform it. In Western occultism, there's a popular concept known as left-hand path and right-hand path, which are 2 opposing approaches to magic. The terms and concepts of this division actually...
What if the trick is don't go down any path? Left or right? What if that's the trick?
Of course it is.
I, like personally, my belief when it comes to magic or whatever that is if you can do it naturally without the aid of anything outside of yourself,
yeah,
then you're good.
In it matter was going to say the word nature.
That's magic. Yeah, that's good magic.
Yeah, because you have to towing the line, like you just said. You have to achieve balance.
I did say that, man. We're natural. We're magical balance. People. I think we have an element of that in our mythoses and in our everyday, like splurting out little, things that you do, and extrasensory perception and all of these other little things that split out of different people. You know what I mean? Some people can do amazing stuff. They have dreams. Some people have other stuff. You know what I mean? All of these abilities.
Even just the fact that we all dream.
Even the fact, yeah. But some of us have calculated dreams. Some can read dreams. Like it's the dream thing is definitely a Sandman thing. It's a whole nother dimension.
Have you been watching that or something? Why do you say that?
Sandman, I've been watching it now.
If I turn my camera on, I've got a Sandman graphic novel on my shelf.
Nah, because family.
Yeah.
Go on, turn on your Netflix now and go.
Yeah, it's there. I see.
Okay, that's what I think you did. So did that kind of did that kind of set in your mind a little bit? Did you see that recently?
Kinda, but
Yeah,
I definitely the Sandman story for me is long time standing. Do you get it? Like,
you
not
spoke
many people was
about it before,
interested
right?
in.
But
Yeah, in the character.
so
Which is
is
DC character, right? Is it
Not the
DC?
best comic book, but very good
Watch
detail.
the one on Netflix.
hold on. I was gonna
Sorry,
say,
go on.
so is this
Go on, Jim.
program based on that?
Is this program?
Program on Netflix, the new thing, the new series on Netflix. Is
Yeah.
that based on
based on the book?
the comics and that, or
Yes,
is it
yes,
just unrelated?
of course, yeah. And
Oh.
especially in a graphic novel, you know, it's going to be like the deepest story they've got on the subject, right? Like with Swamp Thing. Like, if you watch Swamp Thing the series, yeah, it can't compare to the graphic novel. Can't compare, like, the deepness. One man's there in the swamp, in the what do you say?
Bayou.
Yeah, in the bayou there, just thinking and doing all the thing that the fucking Swamp Thing thinks about. Do you get it? It's all deep, bros. Yeah. The artwork's good, but most of the information, you're just there scratching your head like, yo, this is some deep shit. Do you get what I'm saying? But the Sandman thing, yeah, as I said, like dreams and thing, as you know, dream catchers, all of these different things that associate with dreams and other dimensions, and, you know, being in touch with the ancestors, or even being in touch with yourself. Pause. Yeah. As I said, it's a whole separate conversation. You get me? But it's definitely in the realms of what we say magic and esoterics and all of that. You know what I mean? And esoteric stuff is magic again. Like, it's all judge, man. Like, as long as people acknowledge that European judge run things right now, yeah, on this planet, like whatever over, I say European, but I can't really say that. Whoever's doing what they're doing, yeah,
Western,
yeah, right, and they got everybody roped in. This is what I tried to
The way I heard
tell.
it, yeah,
Yeah, I heard a man say yesterday when I was playing
they
my
done,
old,
they done a
my
number
old
on
tape.
everyone.
Yeah, against Ras said something about we are against black and white oppressors, and I paused it and I said, listen, you see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I just there right beside man, like, yeah, I hear that. Do you know what I'm saying? Because we might not all agree on the same things, but some things we definitely all agree on. When it comes to the oppression of everybody out here, yeah, it's everybody involved, and we'd be very silly to only look at one side and say, "Oh, white supremacy, white people, white people, white people, white people."
Yeah.
And it's the black people who are going to fucking destroy you, and that's why I played with them warlords of Africa, them Pan Africans.
Sorry, let me just show the missus some appreciation for the food.
Yeah, go on.
Mad.
But yeah, man, that was deep. That's why I think Zelini was asking man to play the thing, because that's why I went down that route, Jeds.
Yeah, we're gonna go there. We're gonna go there. So, like, we just we're gonna wrap up this.
But it's all kind of.
I'm not gonna lie. It's like I need to go away,
Mm.
research, and bring a couple points to the table, so we're not freestyling when we're here. You know how I structure it sometimes when I've got like I've got videos to pull up and this and that. But I just honestly, that these subjects make me know that we don't have enough people on the streams. We don't have enough panelists.
Right.
We're relying on exactly. People that are interested in enough different subjects. If just want to talk about racism, people be all over it and that. You know what I mean? And when the people that want to talk about this kind of stuff come, we're talking about racism. So they dust.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep everybody happy.
It's a balance, yeah.
Yeah, it's a balance, man.
Mm.
But yeah, we're just gonna, zip through this as much as we can and see what
actually date all the way back to the ancient Vedic religion of India, some 4,000 years ago.
a lot of judges seems to
come. Yeah, thank you, Jeds. Thank you. You know what? You don't need to say anything. You don't need to say anything.
Even on YouTube, type in Black Magic and see the world of Indian stuff come up, bro.
Right.
Yeah, Indian things like.
Yep.
And before that, I typed in Kala Jadbo. What is it again, please?
What?
Say it again, please.
Kala the Black Dog.
Black magic in Indian.
Black magic. Okay.
So basically, they're just putting it all on those agoris. They're just putting it all on them.
Just a lie. Huh?
Yeah, just putting it on them. Like, nah, I see
sharing your demonology together, man. Be honest, man. Like, you know, there's good demonology and there's okay demonology. Yeah, and it's damn right wicked demonology.
Step away from chickens, Jedi.
Yeah, step away from them. But no, as I said, some things, bruv, they're not magic. They're just processes. They're just practices that, I don't know, make people feel better or or people been doing them before they even existed, and they've always done that. Yeah, but I say the main thing is you. Yeah, know your power, know your strength, and know what you're doing with it. Because there's other things out there.
There's a fake Lewis in the chat calling himself Lewis the Lisp. Can you block that person? Hide them from the channel, please. And also, when you lot see Generalist, make sure you hide them.
Why is it a fake Generalist?
Nah, it's Generalist, but I blocked her and I can't see her comments. But she needs to go die somewhere.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to page. Sorry.
Yo, Jedi was the word you're looking for. Jaddu.
Nah,
what's the middle name? Lucky.
Yeah, you're late, man. You're late, man. We already got it from Sneaks, man.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but yeah, that was the word. Yeah. Kala Jaddu.
It's the same in Turkish. It's Jaddu, but it's the same thing.
Is it?
Yeah. So that's the Aryan connection.
Jedi, I mean, you've been to Morocco bare times, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know magic is also a feature out there. As in, if you're not religious, there's an undercurrent of Jude.
Yeah, Morocco's serious. All Moroccans and you guys have been out with Morocco.
Yeah.
They tell everyone, Moroccan women, everyone tells me that, Moroccans are on Judge hard.
Yeah. They say things like what? Really? You say, yeah, bro. When you're in my country, blah, 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 just, sometimes don't go down that way.
Show me another.
What do you mean? Yeah, especially when man's walking around with eagles and shit.
The Moroccan
you know
folk,
yeah. Huh?
Yeah, monkeys and that and all sorts. Like, bro, these man will steal your money, like pickpocket, all sorts, and take your soul. You know what I'm saying? If you're not careful, like, you're worried about your keys and your phone. Yeah, you worrying about your keys and your phone. What about your soul? You done snatched it, boy. Gonna have to do some juju. There's juju all over the place, man. All over the ancient world and, you know what I mean, the Middle East as well. They got their own juju, as you pulled up before. You know what I mean? Man are saying this is the entrance to hell. There's bear jinns down here. Don't go near there. Don't even breathe around there. Scientists have gone down there and put all sorts of instruments and to check if the folk tales and all of that was true. So, bruv, let's not play this game. There's juju everywhere. So what they say is magic real.
Of course there is.
Magic is real.
It's all the pre-Abrahamic traditions.
Right, as well as the Abrahamic traditions.
And it ain't just in Africa. There is a pre-Abrahamic traditions of the Asian people as well. Not meaning the Hindus. I mean like Turks and Pakistanis that are Muslim now. They used to have religions before that. Yeah, and they were like heavily judged up. Heavily.
I think before time, like they didn't really put a name on it.
Yeah.
It's when Europeans come, they start putting names on things. Oh, you lot of Hindus, you lot of this.
Specifically with the African traditions have heavily been demonized and made like this. What Shakara talks a lot about. Do you know what I mean? Which is the unfair thingy of African traditions, like the demonization.
How is it demonization if a man's going to take it and build his society on it and build religions on it? And like that shows a little, all right, it's bad what they done, yeah, but it's still showing, acknowledging that these things were in existence or where you got it from or what inspired you to build your fucking big city of Rome. It wasn't Rome or Romans or Roman history or Roman pantheology. No, it's one trip to fucking Alexandria and you're fucking mesmerized. You've seen pillars and all sorts, and you know what I mean? All sorts of Greco-Roman stuff, like, you know what I mean? Well, more Greek.
Rome itself was founded by the Etruscans, who were Central Asian, so they would have had the same like traditions as like the videos just showing that part of India. They would have come from that part of India, like the northern part of India. They would have had some sort of connection or roots with that area. So any George you see there, the Romans probably would have been inspired by that as well.
It's just so
cutting open animals and reading their intestines and people don't know sorts of mad shit.
Then that's the reason. That's why it's good for people to learn linguistics, because if you know that where languages come from and the root to most European languages is Sanskrit, then what are we talking about? We should know that with the language also follows certain cultures and certain practices and certain ways and and that's it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it agrees with what you say, as in, man came from Central Asia. Well, the language says that.
Yeah.
You get it?
But there's still an African theme running through it all as well. Do you know what I mean? Like with Europeans, that's what we've got to know about them. They don't come from one origin or one root. They're just like, Europe's like geographically a bottleneck where people from all over just ended up there and homogenized into one group. But really, there's Europeans that come from Africa. There's Europeans that come from Asia. Like they all just mingled into, homogenized into one European identity.
There's none. There was nothing like that until later times, like modern times.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It took time.
I think.
So they will have the Indian themes. Sorry, they will have the Indian theme, and they'll also have the African theme as well.
No, we call
it's like when we were studying about the replacement of the indigenous British people by the later comers. You see, the indigenous original people were African in a way that they would build circular stone structures, which the later people that come didn't really know what to do with, because they replaced the people, but the stones were still there, and they were like, "What is this?" They don't even know, because they murdered off the Druids, but the Stonehenge was still there.
Listen, if these men went to war, they went to war, innit? And when men are dead, they're dead.
Ethnic cleansing level.
You can't convert them. You can't do anything to them. They're dead. Yeah,
it's to the death.
They died with their thing. I'm saying the worst and the most obvious example of this idea of conquering places and changing and converting the people's thinking or religion or is Spain. Right? It's a perfect example of what anyone wants to talk about, or Freddie, or you know what I mean? That's a perfect example. Yeah, where they went in there, Isabella, and she's a Christian, and she wants to change everybody who's of any other faith prior to that, mostly Muslim, right, to Christianity. And that was by the sword. If you didn't think, then you would die. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
people had to go underground, practice underground, and when it got too much, when lying wasn't enough, like you just can't lie about your faith. Like you just got to do your thing underground and so you're not converting for them. Yeah. So they are going to kill you. What'd you do? You run away, cross the Mediterranean to North Africa.
Yeah, that's what happened.
And that's what happened. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So even
there's a whole load of blonde Spanish people running around Algeria right now.
Right. Yeah,
there were the Visigoths as well. The Visigoths,
great gentlemen.
Right. So we know, like when things are happening in history, and that's an obvious one, and even then we can see that it didn't really work out well. Other than that story, in most history stories, it's not really like that. When Rome's coming to sack places, blood, it's sack. Sack means burn down. No survivors. Anybody who survives is getting taken into slavery. Shipped out. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, they ain't trying to leave. Oh, Roman.
Like the Mongols were doing that.
Yeah.
Man, woman, child, everyone's getting impaled.
Yeah, the Roman pagan thing on the people. Nah. Do you know what I'm saying? They don't care about that. How the Romans assimilated people was making them believe that Rome was the be all and end all. Even though you were Spanish, we took you over. Yeah, your sole goal You get me? As a
become a subject.
Right, citizen of Rome, somewhere you never even seen.
Citizens are higher status. Citizen means like you're up there.
Yeah, they were.
They
Borg.
had lower classes of people that
They
weren't
were
even
one of the
recognized
early
as
Borg.
citizens.
They
Like
was one of the
slaves.
early Borg. You know what I'm saying?
The
If there was
Borgs,
such a
innit?
thing as the Borg, yeah, it would have
Yeah,
been
the Borgs.
the Romans, because they assimilated everybody and made them Roman. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but even in that, they had provinces where people were religious and into other things, Judaic and all sorts, and this and that and that and that. No one weren't trying to convert anyone into Roman. Roman just want their money. Pay my fucking taxes.
That's it. The overseers.
Yeah? Let's keep it moving, yeah. Because overseer is going to do what overseer does. And if overseer is not religious, then it's going to reflect. Our overseers right now are not religious.
No.
Yeah, they just kill people under the guise supposedly of religion, but they don't practice religion. We're sitting
That's
in
right.
watching.
They're just using your own religion against you.
Yeah. When they do sacrifices, it's in the thousands, millions. When they're ready, you get it. Let's go to war. We need at least 100,000 people dead for this particular ceremony that we're doing. Yeah. If not, we'll just juke them up. If not, we'll just da-da-da-da. If not, we'll just da-da-da-da. But
they need to go.
When we get by the end of the year and we see how many people died on the planet, and we're like, Ross, it's a lot.
The numbers better add up.
Yeah. For them, they're like, yeah, we're trying to get the population down and da-da-da-da. Well, they're doing it in various different ways. If nature can help, then nature can help, right? Because natural disasters and da-da-da-da, they supposedly can't account or don't account for, you know what I mean? Natural disaster, as they would say. You know what I mean? But even them now is being artificially created. If you can control the weather,
there's no doubt that there's some control mechanisms in place.
Right. If you can control the weather and you've got weather machine, then how can disaster be natural disaster anymore? It's packaged disaster, isn't it? Yeah, it's preempted or someone did it on purpose disaster.
That's right.
Right. Because once you can start making earthquakes and doing earthquakes with certain technology, then all of a sudden there's a big earthquake in the middle of the Indian Ocean and tsunamis everywhere.
See, this to me, the reason why they go to this extent to cover up their shit, is because if you think back to the Vietnam War, the Americans' own population was so against the Vietnam War that forced them to kind of withdraw from that area. They really did. They really had Vietnam on lock. Like they were really fucking the shit out of Vietnam. Same like what they done to Iraq. I mean, Afghanistan. They were really taking the piss out of Vietnam. But their own people couldn't tolerate being the bad guys. Because with these lot, for some reason, they always want to be the good guy. Like the story that they're writing is that, yeah, we're the good guys. We're bringing democracy everywhere. These savages need to kind of learn our ways. And they're just sitting on natural resources that we could be using for better things like going to the moon. And the whole narrative is based on supremacy, that they deserve to live in a better condition than everyone else and have the control over the resources. That everyone else is dumb. They don't know what to do with the resources.
But they do have control.
I mean? So the whole narrative.
They do have control of resources. And the fact that we're even talking about any country with a name, shows that they're successful in what they were doing. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they don't want backlash from their own people.
Whether it's got a Chinese face or a Nigerian face or a da-da-da-da, it doesn't matter.
There's not that much sympathy for other people as much as back in the day. Like back in the day, like now it's weird because now if you walk around London, everyone's here. Everybody's here from all around the world. Everyone's here from Afghanistan to Colombia. Everyone's here, right? But there's no sympathy no more because people become nonchalant. They become jaded. They become used to hearing about wars, hearing about murders, hearing about all these bad shit that's happened. It's become part of normal life. But back in the days,
where is it? England or somewhere else?
In the news now, there's wars every week, isn't it? There's at least 30 wars going on around the world right now, and people become immune to it. Whereas back in the day of the Vietnam War in the 50s or whatever, people were living in this happy little bubble where everything was fine. They were driving around in T-Birds. Do you know what I mean? Like they had unlimited petrol. Like life was different back then, innit? Like for them to experience this war situation where they were oppressing these poor Vietnamese, their own population turned against them. They were saying to the government, "You lot need to stop this now. It's gone on for too long." And I think nowadays they're trying to avoid all this. Nowadays we've seen much worse things. We've seen people drowning in the seas, babies getting washed up on the shores. People just keep it moving now. They become heartless in a way. Do you know what I mean? Like that's, for me, that's the difference of then and now.
Numb.
Yeah.
Again, don't make separations when it comes to the hierarchy. There's no separation. When you say, "Oh yeah, the Koreans this or this one that or the Vietnam or the Americans," bruv, they're all one and the same. They all work for each other. They all
But
put
the
on
Filipinos,
in front of you.
the innocent Vietnamese, they were poor people, man. They got mashed up by a fucking. It was like when Darth Vader pulled up in a Death Star and fucked up the Ewoks. It was like that situation. Like poor Vietnamese, they didn't have no fucking
documentary.
Well, look, my brother. I mean, I don't know what your information's like, but
Ewoks!
You know that the
That's
Americans.
his information. The Ewoks.
You know the Americans lost the Vietnam War. You do know that, yeah?
Yeah, but I'm saying is they withdrew because their own population didn't support the war effort anymore.
No, because they.
So it went from Uncle Sam need you to people saying, "Nah, we're gonna fucking protest this shit."
It's collateral damage. If your people's dying on this side, you're an American and your brother and cousin and thing has gone out to the Vietnam War and died. Yeah, that's the reason to protest. But the point is, they died, and they were dying a lot out there because them and got guerrilla warfare.
And lo and behold,
they're underground. They're
come back addicted to what?
Smack.
Yeah, opium and all sorts. So
Agent Orange.
So they were dying slowly, whether they got it quick or slow. Like that was that was not a good look.
Yeah.
That was the death of 1,000 cuts.
As I said, there's no
they didn't risk it again. What like Khan's saying, right? He's semi right. Yeah, they didn't risk it again. You understand? Because the next time they want to go to war, they actually stage an attack on themselves, and the next time after that, they do it again and again and again. They always rally the public support first. You know, politically.
Well, I don't even think so. I think they're doing what they're doing, and then the illusion of inclusion is you saying, "Oh yeah, you know what? We're against what you're doing, or we're for what you're doing, or we even got an interest in what you're doing." No, your foreign policy is fucked. Yeah, and we don't agree with any country's foreign policy because we know that's fuckery. Yeah, that's all the atrocities. Yeah, genocide, slavery, all sorts in the modern time. Do you know what I'm saying? Any wars, any proxy wars, phony wars, this is your government's fault. Yeah. This is why you got so many refugees in your country. Because they have the right to come here.
Double icy, poly means two.
They have the right to come here. They have the right to come here because England's foreign policy. You was involved in some war of some sort. Now the refugees from that have to come here. Why? You know why? When they're French, their French colony, they go France. Yeah? Who told us Kosovans were related to us? They're not related to the English like that. Do you get it? But because of you went over there and you bombed up the place, now we got Kosovans. We overstood this. This is why England is an open door policy when it comes to immigration and stuff. Because they can't close the door because they're still out there.
You know what they do though, Maki? Even a smarter move that they do, they got their secondary in command to take some of the weight off their shoulders, like Sweden. Why is all the Eritreans and all the Kurds out in Sweden? Sweden weren't involved in no wars, but they have to pick up the slack for England. Because England's like, listen, you do me this favor. No. You do me this favor and we'll chip you some of the proceeds. Although you never had weapons and soldiers involved, you just take some of the refugees off of us and we'll give you some of the cut of the profits where us in America went in and fucked these people up.
So anywhere where refugees, hold on, if there's a situation in Syria and then we start getting Syrians and they start getting Syrians in Italy and they start getting Syrians in Turkey, and they start getting Syrians in Russia, you know who was involved.
Exactly.
That's it. We don't know what the position is. We don't know what the deal was. I remember some people abstain from certain wars because of the deals already established with these people.
Yes, right.
This is why France and Germany wasn't trying to involved in the Iraq war. And we didn't even talk about the Iraq war. We're still at Vietnam.
But Iraq was a British thing, wasn't it? It's a British territory.
Huh.
They couldn't. France and Germany can't tell England what to do with Iraq. Iraq's always been under British rule.
Yeah, but it's the deals. Remember, business is business. I ain't got nothing to do with business. If the Iraqis have business deals with the French and Germans, yeah.
Well, that's what Saddam. That's what Saddam was doing under the table.
England and America. No, it doesn't have to be under the table. It's business. Business is not under the table. Business is just business. It's in a world of its own. It's not governed by the rules of a society and all of that. Why do we keep thinking this? You think that common law or even statutory law or even maritime law?
No, it's good. It's 1 minute. One minute, man. Let me add something. There is such a thing called monopolization, isn't it? So I'll sell something to you and I'll say, yeah, but you can't go and buy it off a next man. You can only buy it off me, and I will give you this good price. Get me? I will lower the price for you because you're my regular customer, but you can't then go behind my back and do what Saddam done, which was selling undercover, under the table oil to French and Chinese. And then England and America were like, wait a minute, you're our boy. We put you in.
Yeah,
how are you going behind our backs?
Even if you put someone in this business, yeah, who's the buyer and who's the seller? England is usually the buyer. Yeah. And most European countries are usually the buyer. The seller is the African countries, the Middle East countries, you get me? The other countries around the world where all the stuff is.
Yeah.
Same places they're calling third world and second world and all that shit.
But you're missing out the military. You're missing out the military element, Sniper. That Britain will bring his battleship off the coast of China and tell them, listen, we're buying all your tea, but you best be giving it at a good price. Otherwise, these soldiers here, they're ready to come in. And we'll replace you, we'll replace your leadership with someone who will comply.
Yeah, someone who comply. But again, if we're talking about tea, where are we going to deal with tea on the stock market?
In India and China.
This is business.
Nah, the stock market is just a tally. It's just a tally. It's just a piece of paper that's saying what happened on the streets today. Let's tot it all up and add it all up.
It's a global market.
And then
dealing
the propaganda
with
comes and then they make everyone coffee
single
now instead of
type
tea.
of raw material. So once you mention one of the raw materials, you're in the realms of the stock market. You're not in the realms of things.
Yeah, but the stock market's the bill, bruv. It's like you went to the restaurant and you ate a steak, and they're bringing you a piece of paper after that writes steak on it. It's just a piece of paper.
You're talking about conversations and deals between businesses. So the business,
but military is part of that.
Yeah, but regardless, that doesn't mean nothing.
I've got a contract with you on the table.
Back soon, big love.
With destroying their nation because they don't want to sell you coffee. That's ridiculous, bro.
Brother, they've got the nice presentation on the table with the gold pens for you to sign the deal. But underneath the table, man's holding a Colt 45 pointing at your left ball bag. This is how England and America have now managed to control the whole world. Without their military, they couldn't have done what they've done. And France done the same. It's just the world was too big for one of them to control. So they took half the world and they took the other half. France is ruling half the world right now.
I've got one question for you. Why do you think all the military uniform got the same stripes and stars on them?
Because it's the same system.
Correct.
That's it.
Sorry, I didn't want to butt in. Sorry.
You know who invented the system, Facts? Genghis Khan.
What?
Genghis Khan.
Who made the system?
He said one man is in charge of 10 men. Those 10 men are each in charge of 100 men. Those 100 men are all in charge of 1,000 men. Right, so he created like a hierarchy, which is like the colonel, the major, the general, and then the troops. Yeah, he designed that himself. So the reason for that is when something goes wrong, he He knows who to call to account.
54
He's saying, who did I
countries
give
all
this
have the
job
same
to,
uniform.
and who fucked it up, and who's now going to get beheaded for fucking it up? And that's how he used to run it. Like, if you fuck up his orders, you're getting beheaded.
My brother.
So,
Like, if for his people, he might have done that, but again, it's not for the world.
but that is the system they adopted. They adopted that
far
system.
greater systems. Listen, there's far greater.
But that's the
systems
current
than-
system.
What's the current system?
The military hierarchy of like the general,
Okay, I get you.
the corporal, the major, and all that, and each one's got an extra stripe.
Okay, that system under what system? Because that's only the military.
It's a global.
what's
It's a
the
global.
military. 1 second. What's the military system attached to? Who governs over the military?
No one.
No one governs over the military
Uh-uh.
in any country.
That's right.
That sounds silly.
When you sit
Come on.
down at the
You can
highest
do better than
table, it's all the military sitting there.
this. No, that's not the highest table. Silly.
The politicians
the
come
table.
under the politicians and the businessmen come under the military.
Okay, but
That's
it's not
why
the
on
highest
every
table.
flag there's a star. That star that you see, the 5 pointed.
Is it the
One sec,
highest
one sec.
table, my brother? Like, it's not the highest table.
Of course
Like,
it-
you're talking
it is,
about
it-
table,
it
a
is.
boardroom in the realms of business, right? Because you're talking about president, you're talking about a prime minister, first minister in some people's case, right? But in other people's case, in most people's case around the world, it's a president. A president of
But
what?
when you're talking
Company.
about the deep state that comes under like it's all military. The deep state is all military.
Someone
Military level people.
person.
Yeah, but I'm saying military
Sorry,
is
Mark.
only an arm of the company. So
No.
when every business, hold on, needs security. So they have a security force. So there's
It's not.
security. 1 second. This is the word used by them. Security forces. When you say security forces, we all know what you're talking about, as in Navy, Army, right? Military, and the flying ones, whatever, right?
Air Force.
So, right. But they all come under, you know, like in America, it would be the oh shit, they all come under the military
Marines.
construct or whatever.
Look. The president of the United States is also what rank in the military?
He's
the commander in chief, right?
Yeah, commander in chief. Yes, that's
Right, but he only gets made up to being the commander in chief after he gets voted in as the president. It's not the other way around, right?
Okay,
so
so
you
now-
have to earn that rank because that is the highest control mechanism.
Right now, in business, hold on. In business, where does a president sit?
In the boardroom.
Where?
In the boardroom, at the
No.
head of the table.
How is he at the head of the table?
Because all the CEOs are sitting down with him, innit?
All right. So even the president, yeah, is the representative of the company. He's the president. He presents stuff. He gives you information and da. Yeah?
Yeah.
He's not the owner. He's not the chairman,
right.
any of the chairman, and he's not even the
Right.
chairman of the board.
Right.
Right. He sits with them, might get a seat at the table. They have already worked out their instructions and then they hand it down to the president. Right?
That's right.
Of the
But it's the
company.
military.
And then
It's the military that does that.
The manager, the secretary. Remember, look at all the departments. This is a business.
Look, listen, businessmen, yeah, they have to roll with the punches. They don't know what the crops are going to yield from one set time to another because it's all based on the planetary like movements and did the crops fail this year, and businessmen can only make do with what's on the land at the time. So if orange is up and gold is down and all these things that happen, they have to juggle all that as and when it happens. That's what businessmen have to do. They have to move their money from one side to the other and always be riding the wave of profit. But the generals and the military, they're working on a much longer scale. Like they're saying, all right, in 10 years' time, we're going to take Iraq. In 20 years' time, we're taking Afghanistan. In 30 years' time, we're going to try and bring down
Based on who say so.
Iraq.
Based on who say so.
by
based
their own
on
strategy. By their own strategy.
No.
The
Based on
businesses
the
come
what?
second to that. The
No.
businesses that are saying, oh, we're going to rebuild the country after the war, and we're going to do this, and we're going to build infrastructure. All them things, market forces come secondary to the
You're not
military.
even listening. You're not even listening. If you
Right,
think
all right,
about
Chris.
it, if the president of the company is not the highest person in the company, but in the military, he's the highest person. It's got to make you think that the person who can tell this person what to do, who seems to have a
He
high, the highest rank. Hold on, one
He ain't the
second.
highest rank. It's just a puppet station. He's just a puppet. The commander in chief is just the guy who's going to take the blame for everything, like
So
Obama
who
did.
in the
Right?
military,
The deep state.
is
There's
higher?
the deep state.
My brother.
There's the deep
Who
state.
in the military is higher than the commander in chief? No one.
The
Right.
deep state.
So,
The deep brother. Are you listening? It's called the deep state. It's the unknown levels.
nah, you're chatting crap, bro. Make sure you make
Brother, it's
sense
called
when
the
you talk,
deep
bro.
state for a reason, isn't it?
Bro, you're just saying deep state, but you're not explaining nothing. I don't understand what you're
Because
talking
it's
about.
unexplainable. These are military leaders that are
it, man.
working
Forget
behind
it.
the
You keep saying
mysterious.
stuff. You keep saying stuff, yeah, like that don't make sense. Right? We know why they went to Iraq and invaded Iraq, right? We know why. Yeah? Because of
Do
one Bush
we?
and another Bush, right? Who's that? The president. The president, the commander in chief says, let's go to war. Let's go to war in Iraq. What did
No.
the military do? They do what they're told. So it's levels.
No.
Bro.
No.
Politician, sorry, a politician, somebody in the government, someone which is a business, right? Think of how it works, bro. The military is not independent of anybody. The military is the arm of the business, is the security of the business to ensure. And that's why they even got lesser than that with policy officers, yeah, or police officers, yeah, to carry out policy, yeah, to make sure that place, property and things are not damaged or da. That's all they care about. They don't care about you as a human being. So they all work for the company, and this is the reality we have to wake up to. You know what I mean? This is strictly business. Many companies working as countries of places. I'm sorry to say, you think it's Turkey. It's not Turkey. It's a business of Turkey, yeah, with another president there, yeah, to make sure that they've got control all over the world. Because if these institutes never existed in our countries, we then would be talking freedom. But the ruling factor, who is still practicing their old ancient Roman behavior with their Senate and all of this type of stuff, the plans go deep, bro, and they definitely don't stop at the door of, you know, some new age stuff. They're in the ancient with their fuckery.
Yep.
They kept that Roman model. They kept the, you know, the Babylonian model or whatever. They kept these things, and that's the format that they're working on.
The Roman white supremacist model. That's the format they're working on.
That's the work format they're working with. You know what I'm saying? But as I said, that's one. Big up, Bon.
What up,
That's
family?
only one, though. As I said, these when we're talking on the higher level, as I said, they can come in all colors, just like your presidents. Because when it comes to business, don't matter who they put in front of you. Yeah. And again, it's the illusion of inclusion. What they're out here doing is fuckery.
Yeah,
America's
but
foreign policy, England's foreign policy is messed up, right? And we get the brunt of it as the people who live here. Yeah. We have to take in refugees from different places where our country has gone on and done fuckery. And instead of us to say, oh, sorry, I'll welcome the people, we be there like, nah, they don't like us. They don't do. Because the same system set it that way. They're the one who caused the problem, because why are people coming over as refugee? Yeah, in the first place. Let people come over because they want to, right? If they just generally pick up and say, I want to go and live in America, go and live in America. Why does it have to be under duress? Why does it mean that you bomb my country for 30 days? Yeah, I ain't got nowhere to go. And you're the country that owns my country, so I'm going to go there.
Yeah, that's right. But they
If
want you to
anything
start at the
happens
bottom of the. They
Yeah.
want you to start at the bottom of the ladder. They don't want you arriving, going, well, we've arrived with some money and some rights and some dignity and some self-esteem. They're like, no. These men will never assimilate and become part of the system. We need to start them off at the bottom of the ladder. So by the time they get to halfway up the ladder, they're fully assimilated culturally. They've forgotten about their country. They've got lost any kind of connection to that place. And now they're just our minions.
Yeah, to the point they're running around screaming they're American and I'm never going back. Never going back to
Like you get
Iran.
Italians saying, I'm Italian American. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah. You get Iranians in the UK saying that Iran is a shithole. Like, wait, what?
Yeah.
But England is great. And y'all don't
Thank
appreciate
you when
your
you
shit.
need it.
Yeah. When it's about things. Yeah. Like, bro, we don't need him. That's the point.
But that's why Bush
You
is
say, "Where's
saying,
Bank
sorry,
when
not
they need
Bush.
him?" We didn't need him.
Trump saying we're going to build the wall to keep the Mexicans out. Motherfucker, your shit can't run without Mexicans doing your work for you. You need these motherfuckers, but you're making out like you don't need them, so you can give them minimum wage, or you can keep them lower than minimum wage. That's the whole point.
Yeah, and then
I
you know what,
think
Con?
personally, I think personally, if we look at it on a realistic level, it's a bit like Ukraine and Russia. Yeah. So,
Ukraine ain't even a real country.
I know,
Ukraine's a buffer
Frankie.
zone between Russia and the NATO. That's all it
It was
is.
part
They
of
just
Russia.
kept it like an empty no man's land. They ain't got proper banks. All
It
their
was
banks is
part of
propped up by England. They ain't got nothing, bro. It's not even a proper country. Even the
was part
people,
of
half of them are Russian anyway.
I'll tell you what they do, one blonde with everything in the right places.
Oh yeah, and they're welcome them over here. They're paying you £350 to take them in.
Yeah, but then like I listened to that LBC and they're saying no, the people that turn up, they're refugees from other countries, Ukraine, and then they come to the Ukraine.
But listen to what I'm saying to you.
So yeah,
if you're even slightly brown,
people, but you'll also
listen.
Sorry, Paul.
Facts. Even if you're slightly brown, they're letting you drown in the sea and your baby's washing up on the coast, and the Greek police are driving about in speedboats, running you over in the Mediterranean. But if you got blonde hair, and you got that genetics that they're looking for over here, they're paying you to take them people in your own home. They say, we'll pay you £350 a month to house a Ukrainian woman, and the woman's over here for 2 minutes, and the man left his wife, and he's running off with the woman. And he was in the papers going, listen,
Right, just let me
these
quickly
women
chime
are
in.
on
If
some
I turn my camera on, there's a Navy ship
they're on.
in the sea, and the helicopter flies round, and they've got the biggest guns I've ever seen on it, and they're not fucking about anymore. They're like purposely bumping the dinghies, knocking the people off, and then like I live on the southeast coast where they're coming over from France, and it breaks my heart.
Yo, who's jumping on, man? Kettle, jump on, man. All you guys jump on, man. Axel, go on. Because this is too much, man. I don't know what these guys are talking about.
If I turn my camera on now, I'll show you the shit.
So y'all saying white magic?
All
All right, let's get something popping. Let's get something popping. So y'all
We're talking about magic, We're talking about magic and thing and all of that, But what we're saying is like white Jews run the world right now, right? Yeah, they run the world, right? Right. So, and then how that works is through masonry. It's definitely a part of masonry and the rituals and all of that.
Definitely. I agree with that. White Judge runs the world right now, definitely.
So,
and the origin isn't African, it's an Asian origin.
It could be anywhere, bro.
100%.
African, Asian,
no.
Right now.
It's the pre-Islamic Turkic Judge, the Russian Indian Judge. That's what it is.
Right.
The swastikas and all that shit.
Yeah, but you say the Russian Judge, but the Russian and the English and the American and the thing is the same Judge.
Yeah, they are.
Yes.
They've amalgamated it.
Yeah.
It might have been
definitely.
Bavarian before.
Yeah.
It might have been Transylvanian at one stage. It might have been all of that, Remain or whatever, right? But now they've amalgamated it, and they're doing whatever Judge and rituals and ceremonies, killing millions of people, thousands, getting the numbers down, Georgia Guidestones, everything is there to let you know what's going on.
All out in the open.
It's all out in the open, mate. You know what I mean? Don't hide nothing, mate. Okay, it's all fuckery. We don't do politics, but we know what's going on. That's all. Yeah, we know we ain't got no horse in the race of politics.
Shit show's about to end though.
We always say that, but they probably put that out there. That's the kind of smarts they got.
No.
They'll put all opposition
There's
ideas.
people working behind the scenes.
Listen,
like us.
They say these things.
Really,
they say that.
Really,
they say that.
Working hard.
They got that.
No.
And they'll put that out there.
Just
you think? Hold on. You think people are smart already and know how to use psychology? You get me? Any type of ology. Got all sorts of instruments, weapons, things, rays, this one, vibrations, all sorts of stuff. You think they wouldn't have thought of every angle that could scupper them and then put something in place to make sure that doesn't happen?
Every lane is a dead end.
Okay,
we switch
so they made the
lanes and
lanes.
keep
That's
it
what I'm trying to say.
moving. We know.
Like, don't think that, oh yes, you're in opposition to them because they created the opposition. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, and it could be fought.
Agreed.
It could be
And
anything.
Yeah. It does seem very strange that it's like a breadcrumb that leads you to some conspiracy or something that they want you to. It's like they just want an argument. They want anyone to argue, divide and conquer.
Well, I think definitely the conspiracy, the idea of conspiracy and conspiracy theorists right now has been put to bed because some of us have lived long enough to know that the conspiracy theories will soon be exposed, in the coming years. And it's always turned out that a lot of the conspiracy theories were true. 100%.
Bam! Shout
So
out
now
to my titular
the conspiracy
elder,
theorists,
not the UK one, my American. Bam!
yeah,
Oh,
the conspiracy theorists now have become conspiracy factists because everything they said was factual and actually happened and actually played out. I'm just old enough to see the change. Like, oh shit! So what Anthony Helder was talking about before 2000 about microchips and all sorts and putting them in the body and all of this and the size of a rice grain and all of that. In the subsequent years, everything came into fruition. I saw Motorola bought the contract for the microchip, yeah, the size of a rice grain. I was like, oh shit. Imagine I watched this conspiracy DVD all 5 years ago, and now 5 years later, everything is coming to light little bit by bit. Oh, that's a fact. That's true now. That's not conspiracy anymore. That is a fact. And that also. So people can't be so flippant with the word conspiracy theory no more. Because it seems over time and over thing and the fact that the Freedom of Information Act have to forces them lies to release files on stuff that, had been rumored or conspiracy theory about is a madness. You just know that it's true, it exists, it was real. There is such a thing as whistleblowers and all that.
They put it out there. They can't do it without saying it first.
But they do it on purpose. No, regardless. Anything you're doing is past tense.
Yeah, they're playing both sides.
They've done what
of the
they wanted
coin,
to
man.
do already. Yeah, this is after birth.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, after birth knowledge. Yeah, after they've done what they wanted to do, just like the dollar bill. You get me? All the seclorum and all of that. Our mission is a success. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here?
I mean, why would you name a $1 bill? What, like, seriously, like, think about it. Think about all the words they use.
Speaking Latin. Yeah, but they're speaking Latin. Well, they add up for them as a fake note. But yeah, for them, they're gonna put pyramid on there. They're gonna do all sorts.
Like, people around me, they do know, but they're like it's the older generation that can really know what they're saying on the level because they got their own language.
I'm saying because you lived
derived,
it.
I'd imagine, from Latin.
Once you lived it and you lived the experience and you live through the conspiracy, conspiracy is the
I'm different.
is the theory, right?
Bullshit.
You lived in the theory, You watch the theory get unraveled scientifically, factually, and found out to be true. Sometimes it's an action.
Yeah.
They're going to do something. Then it turns out that thing is actually real, it's actually true, and they're actually done that thing. So like that's how I look at it. I'm like, raw. And consistently over the years, you know what I mean? The major conspiracy, the major
I never
things
underestimate
that, you know?
my opposition. That's the first rule.
Well, that's what he does. First thing he's going to do is mirror you. But unfortunately for you, he controls everything. He controls mediums and media. So if he controls the mediums and the media and the platforms that we chat on and, you know, what we have in our yard, the big 40, 50-inch TVs and shit, you know what I mean? Then you want to give you Sky or you want to give you cable and and just pump your house with full of crap. You know what I mean? Brainwashing stuff, programming, as we said. Then he wants to put off licenses near your yard. He wants crack to be around. He wants people to have access to guns. He's just cooking a soup of mass destruction. Living in the societies that we live in. Do you get it? It's mad. You know what I mean? We need to go back to basics, man. Like, to our original format. But the first thing, these people practicing and doing this magic to say it's not working or it doesn't exist. That's why we're in the condition we're in. Anyone who believes that,
that's the biggest receipt we could ever produce.
What exactly is white magic? I've never heard of white magic.
Well, it's not white magic. They say it's good magic, supposedly. So there's black magic and there's white magic, right?
So the black magic is bad.
Original folk of the earth.
Right.
Yes, yeah, you're correct, Bourne. But look, the original folk of the earth gave it to the Phoenicians, and they flipped it on you folks and be mean to you because the earth wasn't like this before these people arrived. How they arrived, I don't know. Maybe
you can do the sniper. You can do the sniper mirror test. Yeah, it usually works on most things.
Coming in.
So if they say black magic is bad, then that means
actually, you said 3 words to me that have changed my whole life. I don't want to hear anything else.
Shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? Shut up, man. Fuck's sake. Yeah. If they say black magic is bad, then black magic is good. Yeah. If they say white magic is good,
I'm saying black
then
folks,
obviously
original
white magic is bad.
Earth,
and
gave it to the white folks.
Okay.
White folks used it for bad
Sniper, I do the mirror test.
Yeah.
I know Sniper, but I do the mirror test on voodoo, right?
Yeah.
America tells me voodoo is bad. But then I know my Haitian brothers and sisters fought off the colonizers using voodoo as their main
well, that's what they told you. That's what they told you. That's the lie.
That's what the Haitians. That's what the Haitian descendants told me, brother.
No, I'm saying that's what they did. Yeah, but who said it was voodoo? Who said it was voodoo?
They told me it was voodoo. But you know, same thing. But they told me there was.
I'm saying it's a non-African word. They're Africans. They came from African with some practices and with some ways how to defend themselves. And now you're calling it what? Voodoo.
Well, they call it voodoo. Yeah, of course, the white.
Yeah, because the white man's gonna say that he's scared shitless. He didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
They
got diaries. They got diaries.
They said my great granddad did voodoo and he wasn't doing voodoo. Yeah, niggas just smart. Yeah, when you're doing guerrilla warfare, you might build a trap to get out the back of the palace. Is that magic? No, it's a fucking trap. You just build a tunnel, and then in case of emergencies, bam, you're out.
I swear, all castles have got that.
Then you want to fight men. You want to fight people who live in a forested area.
Yeah. Well, in their diaries, they said. So in their diaries, they said
warfare.
In the diary, they said the Haitians was coming up out of the ground. They didn't know what was going on. They thought they was coming up out of the swamps and coming out of the ground.
Right. African shit.
Well, they had tunnels, you're saying.
Hold on, wait. Vietnam shit. Same thing in Vietnam. Yeah,
definitely.
Niggas coming out of the ground, pop, going back under, going through the tunnel, come out another side, drop a fucking grenade. You get me? Right at the dinner table or right at your campfire. Pissed. Yeah. All you lot could do was bomb the whole ends. You're trying to bomb a rainforest. Good luck with that.
Mm.
Do you get what I'm saying? So when they were doing it, it was atrocities because you like hitting innocent people. You ain't even hitting the Viet Cong. Yeah.
Mm.
You're not even
But then,
catching them.
but Snipes. But then they realised that there's
Mm.
no point doing all that. There's no
Yeah,
point
you're gonna die.
going to that 100% level of domination. You don't need to fully dominate. You just let the people rule themselves.
And get
Nah,
a
that's
token.
not
That's what
Get a
that's what the
token leader.
Romans. That's
Yeah.
what the Romans were doing. That's what the
Bitch
Romans
ass
were doing.
retreat. A
That's what
bitch ass
the
retreat.
Ottomans were doing. They let the
Hey,
people
a
rule
bitch ass
themselves, and then
retreat
they just
is a retreat.
put your ruler in their back pocket.
Thank
When
you.
you're losing,
That's
you
it.
lost.
That's it,
You
Carl.
lost, man. Fuck's sake. Just take the L. They just got to take the L.
I
Any
agree with
excuse
that,
they want to
Carl.
make afterwards is any excuse they want to make afterwards. One thing we know that the American public was 50-50 on it. Like most of them didn't really agree because, as I said, if you're losing family members, you're going to have a reason to protest. Yeah. My cousin Tommy went off to Vietnam and didn't come back. Oh,
Yeah.
fuck this war.
Mm.
Huh? Fuck this war,
Mm.
innit?
And came back on heroin. Came
You
back
know what
on
I'm saying?
heroin.
Yo, came back on heroin, all fucked up, shell shocked, all of that shit. Yeah. They didn't even know
Oh,
about
John
PTSD.
Rambo'd up the
and all of that
place.
then. Yeah, thank you. Some got left there. Yeah. Well, it's mad. So as I said, war is big judge. That's
Yeah,
a big ceremony, a big
definitely.
ritual.
Sending man to their death. Of course it is.
Of course.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's mad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For the company.
And the man's got to voluntarily go
All
to his
type of
own death.
rituals, Sniper. I'll tell you, got to wake up, make your bed,
Yep,
stand
yep,
in line, make
yep.
your bed, same thing every day, same
Yep.
drill every day, same
Yep.
people every day to get you used to it. To the
Yep.
point where you say,
Yep.
these are my brothers. I just met this guy 6 months ago, but he's my brother and I'll die for him.
Yep.
Right, right.
And I'll
real.
die on
Yeah,
the
there's
whim.
techniques. There's
Yeah?
techniques involved. Definitely.
I'll kill on the whim of the commander in chief who can
Absolutely.
be in the Oval Office on his laptop, right?
Yep.
Mm.
And give a command and say, yeah, take out this dude.
Yep.
Right? He's done. He's finished. We're waiting on you, commander in chief. We in there. We in Pakistan. We sneaked in the place, supposedly. Yeah. And we about to do it. You can see it on camera anyway.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
you can see it. I got an iPad, whatever. You can see it.
Right. Now they showed us the picture of Hillary, all of them sitting in the room and the laptop in front of them.
Yeah, yep. They
And
did.
him got his hand on his chin and all of that. Nigga, please.
Because they said Obama with the Obama thing, they showed that
Yeah.
picture with Obama in like the Oval Office,
Right.
and they said Obama after when he said it, like when he came and spoke to the American public, well, to the world, he said we watched it. I watched the whole thing go down, and
I gave
he
the
said,
command.
"We got it. We got it."
At 1400 hours, I gave the command
Yeah,
to take him out, and he's been taken out.
Yeah, he's out.
On the way back, someone dumped him in the ocean. But anyway,
wait. Like that's. I think that's when they lost me. Like, damn, they got Obama.
That's when they lost me.
I'm like, yeah. I mean, they got Osama. Okay, they got Osama. Where's the body? Oh, we cut it up and threw it in the ocean. Wait, what? No body? Oh, fuck. Yeah, man.
What you saying? The back of the big jet was just open, like them open ones, them big ones, them big army airplanes. And yeah, you can drive a truck in there. And you said you had the body on there, and maybe the back was open. And as you was going over the ocean, a little turbulence, and maybe the thing just fell out. What are you telling me?
That's crazy.
Or you saying you just threw it out into the ocean?
Yeah, they said they threw it out. They said they threw it out.
I was like, nah. You expect us to believe that, yeah?
Nigga out of here, man. Yeah, somebody throw this nigga out of here, man.
Yeah. That's when I realized that this Osman guy, he might be dead back in 1980 something when some of the other people were saying that. Remember, he was part of what's that thing? Mandela effect.
No.
Yeah, they are characters.
Shit that people knew back in the day. It could have been your uncle, Borich, who would say to you, yeah, I remember when that guy died of a heart attack in the hospital in 1980 something. They put it on the news, man. Yeah. And everyone's telling you outright category. You're even telling him, no, unks. That is not what happened. So that's what that Mandela effect to do with Osama bin Laden being dead time ago.
Yeah.
And really,
They're just
what we're watching
rewriting
on the
history.
screen, yeah, is old videos.
Yeah.
CGI and that.
Like, do you think it's going to be an
That's it.
Eminem video? Do you
Oh,
think
that- oh my
Spice
God.
can go into a cave and interview someone? Let's just keep it 100. They're real people, but they're just government puppets. So Osama bin Laden is probably not from the place he says he's from. He's probably from America.
Yeah, go and hide that in
been,
Pakistan.
laced up
We'll pretend to
and
keep
pushed
looking
in
for
there
you, and
to
then
start some shit up.
yeah, man, of course, man.
Right. Either way, it doesn't
Well,
sound.
you tell me then. I know
doesn't make
what
sense,
I know what an AK sounds like when it goes off. And all these boys on the news are firing, and that, no, mate, that ain't that. It's packed in. Stop it.
They should have sent. They should have sent
It's
facts
just a
in.
show for the dumb people.
Agent facts. Yeah.
Agent
Just
facts.
pretending to be a nitty inside the compound and that. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, they can't.
Hey,
They
he
can't
would've
send
done-
in facts to
he
any
would've
country
would've
other
done like
than
Chris
China.
Rock.
They got to send them into China.
Hey, you remember they sent Chris Rock into the drug house with the wire on?
Yeah. What, New
They
Jack
got me
City?
going in. New Jack
Pookie.
City. New Jack City, girl.
Pookie. That was mad. That
Look
was
at them
mad.
titties. Look at them titties, girl. Look at them
Don't get me started.
That was the funniest.
And
Them up,
listen,
innit?
I've got
You know, you go in there
cheeseburgers.
and they
You
got
get
a
anything
large
else,
pile of coke on the
go there.
table. You know what I'm saying? They go in there in the thing and there's someone standing there with a saucer or a silver platter full of cocaine. And this guy's just twitching, sweating. He's pulling on his collar. The wires all itching him and that. Like, you all right there? Yeah. Can I borrow your toilet? Can I use your toilet for a minute? You fucking nitty. Yeah. Can I just take a little bit? Yeah. You gonna put the whole nose in there. Tony Montana style. Yeah, 10 minutes later, he done fucked up the whole
Again,
mission.
another
Abort. Mission abort.
Think how many people have gone to jail behind
He's
Tony
not
Montana and
acting like he got
Scarface
the
film? Think how many people
Yeah.
emulated that individual character to just a TV makeup Al Pacino, like and so on and so on. Come on, like how many? I know that that movie they brought it out just as they flooded what the UK with powder.
With the crack cocaine.
Oh, it must be a coincidence.
I like having conversation with
cocaine,
people and
man.
making sense because it's going to turn into a roast in a minute. I don't know what facts is doing.
I'm getting better, Maku, mate. I'm getting better.
Sorry, what? What in the
I'm getting better.
King
like,
James?
yeah.
King James? We
You
saying
won't be able
James?
to call me a
What's
nitty
up? What's up? What's up,
anymore
guys?
taking,
How you doing?
methadone baths. That's the thing of the past now, mate.
What? Sorry?
You know when
What?
you used to tease me about, yeah, like a swimming pool of methadone. Sorry, not a bath. You used to say,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, swimming in.
Like,
Yeah.
that's out of bounds, and it has been for quite a few weeks now. So I'm, anyway, like it's my.
No. You can't know someone for years
Oi.
and then say
Oi, facts.
I've just been on it for a few weeks. No, stop it.
Oh, Facts, I want to ask you something. Facts, are you there? Facts, are you there? I need to ask you something serious that only you will know. Do you know that films? Do you know that program Snowfall, where the geezer dies on the first episode because he's with about 5 hookers and they're blowing cocaine up his asshole with a McDonald's straw, and then he dies. Is that real? Do people really do that?
That's called a shotgun. That's called shotgun. That's called a shotgun, but you don't do it up the rectum. You do it. You blow it up people's noses.
This guy knows he's done it.
I know. I don't know what Khan's on, bro.
No, I don't know if you lot have seen Snowfall. If you ain't seen it, you need to watch it.
What are you doing, bro?
Snowfall. You need to watch it, bro.
Why are you asking Facts that question? I just don't understand. What is going on here? Yeah, you asked you specifically.
It's at the beginning of the program.
Man. Like what? You gotta ask a nitty.
Well, obviously, if Facts don't know about it, then obviously it must be real.
I just told you we called it
I
a
don't even know.
shotgun, but you don't blow it up
Your
someone's
Google search
rectum,
must be
aim on
fucked,
Kuiper
man.
pass
That's what I'm
message, You put it, blow it.
The rectum's the pivotal point of the story. The main point, the main fact.
Put half a gram in there and blow.
The main.
I should have really been telling
Am I on the same stream with these guys?
Facts. The main point of the story.
I don't know JEDI, are you? I like.
It's nice to feel, but I'm just saying, like, what's going on? I don't understand. Where was this appropriate? This is witchcraft. This is black magic.
This is
voodoo. Can't exercise
the
black
voodoo
magic. I don't know what he's doing.
I just wanted to know if you could absorb cocaine through your anal cavity.
Oh, bro.
Why?
Would you want to know that?
Why do you?
It's in the film.
Nah, you're taking over Eunice's spot right now. What the fuck is going on? I might need to
It's
fix
like
up.
tinnitus to my ears.
Yeah.
What tinnitus? Dude, you need a doctor.
You're asking a nitty about straw in his batty. Like, what is going on? What the fuck are we doing out here?
Dude.
People?
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not
Shut
why
up,
you are
Fox.
here?
That's right.
Fucking downer.
That was brilliant.
Yeah, man. I don't know what Khan was in, bro. It's just like, man, that is not in the Trivial Pursuit box of questions. You know what I'm saying? That's like
That's not even in the Cards Against Humanity, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
I know.
That's after
Sean.
dark.
Cards Against Humanity, Trivial Pursuits game. Like, bro.
Yeah.
When would this question get asked? Maybe in the Playboy game.
Yeah,
you get to be
I don't think the girls would be asking that question.
You get to be Hugh Hefner, and you got to go on chance and then pull up one of the questions, and it says, "If you got a straw, yeah." No, man, I'm out. I'm out.
Yeah, that's the LGBT version.
Fact, stay away from them Mackie straws, yeah. Leave McDonald's alone.
Yeah, you're gonna make me
putting
look
the
at the
straw
straws in a
sorted.
different light. I know. Yeah. I don't want no straw.
Yeah, fuck it. Just
Y'all
give
know
me
what
the
I'm
cup.
done with, man. Y'all know what I'm done with. I'm done with all that magic, chakra, crystals protected by that. I'm done with all of that talk.
It's all bullshit, man.
I'm gonna take her real. I just smashed one of them girls. I just smashed one of them girls this morning. They say she got crystals and she's protected. I
Yeah,
sage
I know.
my house. I'm like, yeah, come on
Right,
in here. Come on in here and take your clothes off. Quit playing.
Mhm.
I don't know what all that shit means, man.
Yeah.
He pulled out crystals on me the other day. I'm like, man, I don't
Oh
care nothing.
shit.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is a crystal gonna do? Give me a
she like,
crystal.
they
Might have
protect
some
me.
luck.
These crystals protect me. I'm like, okay, whatever. Leave. Yeah, just come on with your crystals and let's do what grown people do, man. I don't know what that shit.
Listen, they say crystals can hold energy, information. You get me? And probably a fucking soul. So, yeah, it's not about crystals. I see girls with. I had one girl. The mantelpiece was full of fucking crystals, bro. The bedside cabinet was full of crystal, pyramid crystal, any type of crystal you could imagine. Crystal that even lights up and shit. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I had another girl. Oh no, mate, it's just long. This crystal stuff and this magic and there's women out here doing judge, man.
Proper juju shit.
I ain't tripping on none of that, man. You know what? We grown. You know what?
Yeah, we're grown. We're straight.
We finna fuck. Yeah, we finna fuck. Just don't do no judge on me. But we are gonna fuck.
We're going back to Adam and Eve up in this motherfucker. Like, what are we doing
Exactly. All of
Butt
us
naked.
do.
You ain't carrying no weapons or no little bags of magic
Exactly.
into the
What the
bedroom.
fuck? Yeah, what did God give
You know
us
what I
at the
mean?
start?
We
He
gonna
gave us
see
nothing
every
but
time.
He said,
Put
cover yourself with that.
Put your purse in the corner with the crystals in it. Whatever you gotta do, but just take your clothes off. Just hurry up. Let's get this. You know what I mean? Let's do this. You know what time it is.
Yeah.
That's
This
crazy,
magic's
man.
only gonna work if I'm naked and you're fully clothed.
For real.
Yeah, 'cause I'm gonna feel
That's some dodgy one-way magic, that.
Yeah, that's one way. Like, yo, listen. I just feel uncomfortable. It was the same in jail. Like, I see two men have a fight, and like, one guy was getting beat up, and he just walked out of the shower, went and put his jeans on, and he still toe cap prison boots, and came back. And I'm telling you, man, fighting naked and fighting with your jeans on your face.
And steel toe caps,
It's
you're
two different
lucky if you
things.
survive.
It's two different things. And he kicked that nigga clean in the balls. Yeah,
Oh,
there was a bit where they were just dangling, paused. Yeah, and my man saw his opportunity, and the foot came up. My man just walked out of the shower, sat on the side, and was holding his thing. And the guy walked up to him, grabbed him by his head, and just kneed him in his face. No resistance, because my man's concentrating on the pain of the bulls. But it made me learn that fighting with clothes on and fighting without clothes, two different things. Trust me.
Yeah, it's not
just
equal.
having jeans on is like brings a different type of confidence. The shit's protected. I don't know the mentality, but yeah, the fight went left.
That's painful.
Yeah,
that's painful, man. You can actually die from it, innit? Like, that's fatal, innit?
What, kicking the bulls?
Yeah, like with a steel cap boots and all that. Full power and all that.
You're good, man.
Yo, Eunice, try being on the receiving end, then come back and say that.
It feels like that. It feels like the whole world has ended, the whole universe. But you'll be all right. You'll be all right in a couple of minutes. You might even cry. You know what I'm saying?
You probably will cry.
Yeah, because a couple of times when I got it, accident. Girls playing around, just got knee.
Yeah, especially if you're the new kid in school. Bam.
No. Yeah. One time a man kicked in the nah. It's mad. Tears. I had to hold it like a G though, but it's tears, man. I couldn't not cry because it was painful. Yeah, trying to push down one of my balls. Yeah, from halfway up my stomach and that, like, yo, allow it, man. Yeah, that shit's painful, man. But
totally.
Yeah, it's not life ending, man.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
It could be though, depending.
What?
On how hard you kick.
I suppose.
You could be saying, nope, no more sons for you.
I suppose. But yeah, some of the way that some men castrate themselves is even worse than that. So I'm thinking, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
Man
That's
using
true.
chisel and sledgehammer. So I'm like, if man can use chisel and a sledgehammer on their shit, like, yo.
Oh, man needs a doctor if he's doing
A kick in the balls. A kick in the balls is a finisher, though. You know what I mean? Because, like, bro, unless you're trained or you know how to, I know how to turn my leg in such a way that it would never get there.
Yeah.
And then we used to wear baggy jeans, sagging for a reason. That was half the reason as well. You can't kick someone in the balls if he ain't got your jeans pulled right up tight. No one does that. You weren't sagging like, but it was enough space between. Do you get it?
Enough to catch that leg and give a quick dig, bam, bang.
Right.
You're out.
Nah, you getting hit nowadays. These jeans that they got us wearing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
now you're fully getting it.
Yeah.
The whole pain. The pain's got nowhere to go.
Damn, Snipes. I don't even want to think about that. I can't even think about the last time I've been really kicked in the balls, like crouched over, stomach hurting, kicked in the balls. I don't want.
I mean, that's the most painful thing, you know.
Right, ain't it, Eunice? Like, that's a pain I don't never want to experience again, man.
No,
hey, women say that about childbirth, so maybe
you know me, like the amount of times I got kicked in the balls, messing around and thing, and then the amount of times I've purposely done it. Like, man's been loose balling, as he said. Like, oh, yo, nigga, you got your whole meat and bit. Wow, oh shit, and run off, and the man's fully folded on the floor. Like, we do these things as kids, man. You know,
as kids.
You know what I mean, play these silly games, man. Yeah. So as much as I got it, I
played
definitely
balls
dipped it out.
games. We played games with other people balls and school.
Shot.
Pause.
No, I don't know about that.
I mean, the worst part is getting kicked in the testicle area and all that, man. That's the most painful one.
Yours ain't even dropped yet, so I don't even
That's
know.
the most painful one, though. Like, that's the most painful.
You got a punani.
Oh no!
You got a punani.
It's not as painful. It's not as painful, if it's like kicked, like directly in the penis area.
Extended clip.
If it's like in the
you know the man that got extended clip.
That's painful.
Yo, Eunice, have you had some experience being booted in the bollocks?
I have been, yeah.
Oh man!
And it's very painful.
It's
painful.
Ooh, by women.
No, it was many occasions, isn't it? Like, I don't know when's the last time, but it's the most painful thing.
He's laughing. He's laughing. Yeah, sorry, go on, Eunice. Sorry.
When I'm sitting down in it, like sometimes when I'm sitting down in it, like
What, man would just come and kick you in the balls?
no, when I'm sitting down, yeah, I kind of injure my testicles and all that, innit, like
Oh, you sat on your own balls before, mad thing.
yeah, that's yeah.
What?
Obviously, man's so thin. Man's so thin, he ain't even got an ass. And he's sitting on his balls.
What you
Man's sitting on
sit
his
on your balls? What are you talking about, you?
Yeah, I
He ain't got no butt cheeks. He's thin as a stick.
He's trying to show off, but it's, I don't know how that's
Yeah,
supposed
that's
to play
I
out.
think that's a defection or something, man.
It's an
It's a
affliction.
defect, right? You sitting
It's
on
a
your
birth
balls.
defect.
That's crazy. You just gotta see
That's
sitting on your
crazy,
balls.
man.
That's
Like, what?
crazy, yo.
What is this?
Yeah, I know,
Elephantitis.
man.
What the fuck is that? Hmm?
I bet your balls come like cherry pips.
Pause.
Man's talking about balls.
That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know what you talking about.
Yeah, so like when I'm sitting down, yeah, like without even noticing in it, like it happens.
Eunice, a woman could rub it and hit that wrong spot, and it kind of hurts a little bit. You know about that?
Yeah, that's the worst one. When you're
So
not
what is
expecting it, you're thinking pleasure's coming, and then a little flick on the side, and you're dead.
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
You
That's a
done bent up
nightmare
the
one.
penis. You done broken the penis. You right, babe?
That's when that big vein starts throbbing.
Yeah, be like, no, not
Yeah,
all right.
yeah. That's when you move her hand and say, "Yeah, not right there, baby, not right there, not right there." Baby. Go up,
Furthermore,
go up a little bit. Go up.
Let me go on top. Let me go on top, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you messing around. Man. Come here. Soon the position. Let's do doggy. Yeah, get a break. Something. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Yeah, but the only time I felt pain, one, too much friction when the girls had nappy pubic hair, like proper wiry. I've never experienced. That was the harshest sex I ever had. Like, it was painful. The thing was, man. When my friend told me about it before, I was like, you chatting shit. Who cares if a pum pum's nappy? I don't care about that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna hit that regardless. Yeah. When it happened to me, boy, I was shocked. Because the girl was nice looking and everything, but bro. Yeah, you gotta shave that shit, man. We just too wiry, too Jareer.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun again.
You was grinding up against sandpaper.
Yeah, like the hair was just proper coarse. I was like, nah, man, what is this?
Shave the hair off yours at the end of the night. Pause.
Yeah, you know the one.
Thinking of London's magic carpet.
How come my shit looks lower?
Yeah,
How come my shit?
the friction burned your hair off. Pause.
Yeah, level 1. How come I got level 1 now?
They gave her like, what do you call it? Like,
level 2, you're okay, but when you get level 3, that's it. You're fucked.
Now they gave the woman like, what do you call it? 1 on the side and 2 on the top, something like that. Was it 2 on the top? Okay, 2 on the sides and 1 on the top.
Someone come get this kid, man. Mood best. Come get your boy.
For real. Stop Zilla.
He's giving that L's, man.
Now, how am I giving else? Like,
Stop Zilla and AV. Come and get your boy, man.
Kemo gives that the L's.
Stop Zilla, Zulu, and AV. Hey, go get your brother, man.
I'm just saying, man. Like, it's like a haircut move, man. Like,
He's
Virgin
speaking
Gang.
out of order.
Who's got the ice cream, man?
I never expected that. That Virgin Gang would be strong around here.
Yeah, for real.
On these live streams. It's mad. Commendable, but yeah.
Yeah,
we got
commendable.
like 4 or 5 of them.
Commendable until you look up and you 36. Talk about, man, I'm
Yeah.
still looking for the right man. Like, hold on, man.
I was 22 a minute ago. I was 24. Yeah, nigga,
I'm still focused on my career.
Right. I never heard that in my end. Yeah,
Man, that's
niggas
all
are 24.
That's what I be
Yeah,
trying to
you
tell
can
the youngster Snipes.
You can be a granddad in 24 where I come from. Yeah, 24 years old.
Yeah.
You're a granddad. Like, yeah, man. I had my first kid when I was 12.
And then he had one when he was 12.
Yeah, shit.
24-year-old granddad.
You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, well, really. Yeah, you could be easily 30 or 35.
But that was in the days before television and internet, man. People had nothing better to do. Nowadays, man's are occupied until they're at least 40.
No, it's Virgin Gang, man. Them man, they've got pent up aggression. That's how you can sit on your own balls because they're swollen.
Yeah, but if you notice, a lot of these gamers, a lot of them are gamers, man. They're not into that gaming shit.
Yeah, them
but
gamers. Yeah, them gamers.
Chatting to
real
people on
game.
COD. Why are you
How
chatting
about
to
the
man
game
on
of
COD
life?
for, man?
How about the game of life? What the fuck is this?
Yeah, chat to people on road,
One
innit?
game you're supposed to be good at. Get maximum credits. Clock
And
it.
look,
Again.
Snipe. I'm an old nigga, an older nigga benefiting from
Don't say that,
the internet, right? I'm an older
Right.
nigga benefiting from the internet, bro. Like I say, probably the last 4 girls I slept with, I met them on the internet. Either they was in my DMs, I was in their DMs. So I'm like, how are y'all conversing with people on the internet and not meeting up with them? At least meet up with them. That's my
shoot.
especially
Born.
women meet up.
I don't know
with
if you
them.
have this. I don't know if you have this American thing going, but in England, what people are doing, they're staying celibate all year, and then once a year they all fly out to some small little island called Ibiza. They have sex for about a month, and then they come back, and then they stay celibate for another whole year. So like they're going on like everyone's too good for it. Yeah. That's what they do here. Well, before the internet took over, that's what they were doing.
Well, let me ask you this, Con. Who were they having sex with? The people on that island? Or were they taking people?
No. Everyone from the whole UK will all fly out to one island.
Okay, gotcha.
So when you're out there, you're meeting girls from places like Swansea, Glasgow. Like they're not local chicks, innit? So because you don't know them, they're more open. They're more like.
Absolutely. And you're on the island.
Why do you have to say something?
And you're not in your hometown. You know what I mean? I could see
That's
that.
right.
I can see
That's
that.
right.
Like it would be,
Yeah.
I mean, hypothetically, I could really have sex with a girl from Tennessee if I cross paths with her in California. You know what I mean? So I kind of know what you mean, Con. Like we can be more free out there.
But do you have any locations like that? Like, is it Cancun or wherever? Ain't that what happens? Or is it spring break? Spring break and all that.
But you're not guaranteed sex when you go.
Now here you are on this one, Born. On this one, Born, they're having multiple partners on a daily basis.
Now they have like underground sex cruises, Con. You feel me? Where it's like, they'll go on a cruise. They'll go on a cruise, and you know what's going on this cruise. Like, get your ticket.
So it's all happening on the boat.
It's the freaky cruise, yeah.
Yeah. Oh wow.
6-7 day cruise. We'll hit the Bahamas, the Jamaicas, all the islands, and then we'll come back to Florida. It's gonna last about 7 days.
I'm not gonna lie though, it sounds like the videos I've been watching, isn't it, before?
Oh.
I'm joking. joking. All jokes aside. But anyways, like yeah.
That's the closest. That's the closest.
That's the equivalent.
Yeah, that's the equivalent.
Yeah, it sounds like the same sort of thing.
Yeah, that's it.
But yeah,
and they may have like a porn star hosting it. You know what I mean? Or you see.
Is it ones that used to be on
the
Playboy?
Flyer on social media, be a porn star on the flyer.
Yeah, I see.
Who's gonna be there? Shit like that.
Yeah, what's the ages? What's the people's ages? Because with this one I'm talking about, they're pretty young. They're like 19, 20.
Oh shit! Yeah, it's different ones.
Yeah.
Right?
Now on this particular Ibiza thing, all these youngsters, they're like 19, 20. They're flying out there, and their parents are letting them go.
Oh, that sounds like
it become part of their culture.
Yeah, but if you say it like that, that sounds like spring break, like you said, Cancun or Tulum or something like that.
Yeah, they sound like university students, isn't it?
Like your college, you know, when you're in college and it's spring break, go really take a trip and wipe out the fuck out. Like, yeah, of course, that's in the culture. That's in the culture. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see the point in it. Like for 1 year, like remaining celibate and all that. And then you go.
They don't want to. They don't want to have sex with anyone that they know because they're protecting their reputation, and then they go away and secretly just get mashed down for a whole week.
Yeah.
But Eunice ain't even got a reputation, so he ain't got that to worry about. Yeah, you have to start something to have a reputation. You know what I'm saying? Oh, he's known as the walker. You get me? The black walker. He just walk you everywhere.
He's not the white walker.
Yeah, the black walker. He just be walking you everywhere. On a date.
Oh shit.
Yeah, first date was 8 miles. You get me?
On my
17
first date with
kilometers.
Eunice, I lost 8 stone.
Literally.
Girls coming back thin.
Hi, welcome to Eunice's fitness regime. Yeah. Where we only eat hummus. And yes, if you don't train and walk as much as I do, that's out of order.
Yes, yes. Just make
Eunice
sure
getting
we do,
sponsored by Walker's Crisps.
yes, just make sure we do all the training in order. Nobody out of order. Nobody out of order.
Oh God.
Okay,
Can't have man being unsynchronized now.
This date was sponsored by Pure Gym.
Lies. Yeah. It's sponsored by hummus. Yeah. No.
You know what? It sounds like MacD, isn't it?
What are you talking about?
Advertisement.
Look, just get yourself some pum pum. Otherwise, that's magic. Yeah. You getting pussy is magic. You not getting pussy is magic. Whichever way you
might
swing
be
it,
white magic.
magic's running.
I mean, there's more to
It might
life
be
than
white
that.
magic if he get it.
You know what? Yeah, there's more to life than pussy.
You've been brainwashed. Yeah, look, listen to yourself. No self-respecting man would say what you're saying.
Look, all I'm saying is more to life.
There's more to life than pum pum. Are you
Yes.
fucking crazy?
How you feeling, all right, bro?
More to life is going back to the
Name
country.
one thing.
Nah.
Eunice.
there you
Eunice.
I'll tell you what's
Name
better
one
than that.
thing. Name
I'll tell you
one
what's better
thing.
than that. Children, having children. And to have children, to fulfill that dream, that extension of your destiny, yeah, your generations in your future, you're going to have sex with a woman. Like, allow it, man. Can't be putting that last, there's more to life. No. The fact that you even
That is
exist
life.
is because of it.
That is
Like, what are you
life.
doing?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, there's
You're
more to
gonna
life than
die.
that. Like,
Man.
your parents obviously didn't think so. Yeah, like, what are we doing out here? Mad, man.
I ain't gonna lie,
Eunice, have you ever watched Game of Thrones? Eunice.
Not really, no.
All right, even the
do that.
fat nerdy librarian that went and ran away from the war and went and hid in the bloody library, come back with pussy. That's how important pussy is, bro. Learn that.
Everyone got to get pussy. Everyone. Have that main wifey. The reason why some men even go to war. Some men have gone to wars over it. Yeah, like the Trojan War was over a girl. You get what I'm saying? Like, so, like, we're not gonna do this, bro. The reason I get up and I dress snazzy and I put things on so that when women see me, they say, "Yo, that guy looks nice."
Well, that's the reason I brush my teeth, bro. If I weren't meeting girls on a daily basis, I wouldn't be brushing my teeth every day. I'm coming out with my teeth gleaming just in case I bump into someone.
Yeah, all of that
Hi.
is man.
And make sure your brief is fresh brief.
Real talk, Eunice. I met
of accident.
girl. I met a girl at the market last Thursday and got the pom pom today.
I met this girl on Thursday, took her to the farmer's market on Tuesday.
It could
We
happen
were
that- it
eating
could happen that
sausages
quick
on
for you,
Friday.
man.
Mad. Only
It could happen that quick for you, Eunice. $90 tops. I think we went out. We went out two times and got drinks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but where's Eunice getting $90, Bourne? Be honest. Like,
He
man's
said
on a budget
he's on his
shoestring.
career.
He's wearing clothes from the charity shop. He's eating food that his parents just left in the
Gotta
cupboard,
spend it
and he's
at
having to
90,
make up his
man.
own recipes.
You gotta
Where's he
spend
getting
that
90 quid for a
90,
day?
man. You can spend that.
Yeah, you got to.
You can spend that 90 on this, man. You'll make it back. You'll make it back. For real, you know.
Nah, to be honest, yeah, I buy food for myself and
What, from the pound shop?
no, I go to Sainsbury's and I just buy the stuff that I need and all that. Yeah.
All right. What
I
was the
usually do
last?
that weekly.
What was the last bill? What was the last bill? How much did you spend in Sainsbury's last time you went?
About £5.
What?
Yeah, see.
What the fuck?
No, wait, I haven't. Sometimes I go to Sainsbury's, and it depends what I'm gonna get. Yeah, but I shop at Lidl's, innit, just to save money on that.
Is it a longer walk to go there?
Lidl's and what you?
Lidl's alright, innit? It's West
Yeah,
Ealing, innit?
but what are you buying? What are you buying from Lidl? Are you
I'm buying
smashing it?
I'm just buying eggs, innit? Really.
£5 £5 worth of eggs.
Yeah, I'm just buying a couple of eggs and more than it, like, and that's
Well,
it.
see if one of these girls on the internet that you talk to want to meet up for eggs. Like this way you can work that, yo. Eggs and tea, you probably can work it, man. You probably can get it. You know what I mean? It might take you 2 dates, right? 2 eggs and tea dates, and you should get it on the third one. I give it the third one. I should be going.
Hey, Born, do you know what Eunice reminds me of? Do you remember the old cartoon Froghorn Leghorn, and he's got the little one that follows him around with the glasses, trying to be him? I don't know if you remember. Nah, you don't remember. You know Froghorn Leghorn, the cartoon. He's like, I see a boy, hey boy.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got the little apprentice that follows him around with the glasses, trying to be him with his little notebook, taking notes. I'll have to find it. I'll have to find that one for you.
Eunice looks like Penfold still. From Danger Man.
Like a mole. Like you was never exposed to sunlight. Your eyes are just squinty.
The rooster dude. Oh God.
Even when he takes off his glasses.
That's funny, God. That's funny.
Don't you talk when I'm talking, boy. Take notes. He's got to be the only. There's a few southern characters, though, isn't it, Born, in the cartoons?
Yeah.
There's a few southern.
I think there's a lot of them lately. There's a lot of them. You know what I'm trying to say? I mean, there's a lot of southern people there.
Oh, he just said that one clan member.
You'll probably get some pussy if you
sound like a clannish.
No.
You'll probably get some pussy with that.
They'll probably think he's a Southern Belle.
Oh no.
A Georgia
Who's
Pete.
this Southern Belle? Oh shit, it's Eunice. God damn it.
Yeah, that's right. That's me.
There you go, yo. See, you sound even more like a man when you speak like that.
Sound like a redneck.
Don't lie to him.
Yeah.
That's not what we're not gonna do. We're not gonna start lying to people now.
But it's still not.
Be honest.
You're out of order. You're out of order. It sounds a lot better than that.
Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from?
Oh,
hey man, I'm functioning normally. I'm not out of order. You know what I'm trying to say?
No.
Anyway,
that's
those
a funny
jokes aside,
Malcolm in the Middle joke there.
He sounds like Bubba from Forrest Gump.
Bubba.
Yeah, man.
Big up, brother Kale.
Yeah, all jokes aside. Yeah.
Big up, panel. Big up.
Big up, G.
Wicked discussion while I was at work, man, about the practices of black magic and white magic. Yeah. Wicked, brother. Wicked. Big up, man. Wicked.
That was a Shakara one without Shakara. That's what we needed, Shakara.
So, Shaka was there. There'd been some
Shaka was there in spirit form. It was in spirit form.
Lightning. It is very interesting, man, because I was on Brother Snipes' channel, and we were talking about the exaggeration of certain practices. And I was listening to you and Chill Billy going backwards and forwards.
Yeah.
About the religion, how it's been infiltrated, and how it was a good discussion, man. Very beneficial, and
it's good to learn some stuff
to learn from as well.
Of course. But as I said, it's not same for everyone. I understand where he's coming from, but it's like, yeah, when you say particular things like spread with the sword, you definitely have to have evidence to back it up. And it's very difficult to exercise even in the modern times, even though we know they have tried. Do you get what I'm saying? But it's hard to force people to permanently convert to whatever you're trying to convert them to without resistance, one, and two, them just abandon it as soon as you leave, because you're not there to hold it in place and implement it. I just don't think religion works like that, but more on the ideology of what you're bringing in. If you come in as a caliphate and you are bringing in a new regime, You know what I'm saying? That's what we need to be more concerned about, and you know, but not the idea that because we had religion, that's what's getting in the way, and no, some of us fought under the banner of it. So actually, what gave us inspiration to fight and all of that. So depends what time in history, you know.
I agree with that, and that's what I was trying to say about so because I know like the show was about magic, and then I know y'all went to like Juge and all of that, and that's why I was like, I'm not so quick to shit on voodoo when I know how the people fought with that practice. You know what I mean? I guess it's just like a Muslim saying, if you go back in history, you know, the Muslims had Islam to fight off these enemies or fight off those enemies, and Christianity would say the same thing. So I
would say the same thing.
Like, because growing up, I just, you know, the white man told me voodoo is scary, and there's words like magic and scary and that shit. You know, I stayed away from that shit. But
well, it's a bit silly because a lot of it is, as I said, it's just the people and their practices, and they're in desperate situations. So desperate measures, you kick into that, you know, that gear. You know what I'm saying? Of survival. So someone looking on the other side, shooting man down and shooting these Zulus, but they keep reappearing, not knowing that these men are practicing surgery on the battlefield. Yeah, thinking that these men live forever because man are shooting them, and they keep coming back.
Yeah,
and they're racist because what, every Zulu looks alike. Like, how does that make sense?
But let me say this though, I do understand the fact.
100,000 Zulus.
But look, Sniper, I do understand
look like magic,
intent. I do understand it's about intent too. You know what I mean? Like if you're gonna use whatever your ideology is for bad, then you know you're a bad person. But if you're using it for good, right? I always say this, right? When people really diss Christianity, I say I'm not fucked up with any religion, really, because as long as it stops this man from snatching my mom's purse, let that man do that. To me, that's the analogy I use. Like whatever helps that man change his life, let that man do that. Let him do that, bro. I seen people smoke crack, man, for 20 years and then say they found Jesus and now they don't smoke crack anymore. So
the best 20 years of his life.
I found Jesus, but I still smoke weed.
Hey, long as you ain't trying to snatch my mom's purse, man, you good with me, brother.
That's all right with me then.
Yeah,
Do you think they actually found something, or was it just the drugs talking in it?
You need to get some pussy.
I don't know. See, I'm not a religious person, right? So when I do something, I feel like I did it, right? I feel like I got up and.
But when you were 24, did you religiously get pussy though?
Religiously get
that's a good one. That's a
every
good
Sunday.
one.
Every Sunday afternoon.
We all read it religiously. Come on, man. I was definitely. Yeah. The Church of Punani. You know what
that's what I said. That's why I sit back when people tell me they ideologies. It's like, but I've dealt with a girl like you before. I've dealt with preacher's daughter. I've dealt with the Christian and tell me you've been celibate for the last 6 years. I'm the first one. Whatever. I've heard all of it. I've heard crystals. I've heard Born, look at my crystals. Can I sage the room before we have sex? Yes, baby. Sage the room and take your clothes off. Like, I don't care, man. I don't care about none of that. We can pray. What you want to pray? You want to pray after we have sex? Cool. Long as we have sex. I don't care. Whatever, man. So I don't know, man. It's weird when it comes to that.
But I do believe that as African people, we do need some form of meditation to combat.
Oh, here we go.
No. Meditation.
Yeah, I say meditation is subjective, right? Because would y'all say this is meditation? Sometimes I drive, right? I take long drives, and I won't even realize it. But I won't even realize it until I'm at my destination. Like, damn, boy, you drove 45 minutes just thinking. Just sit with yourself for 45 minutes. No music. No.
I've done that today. I done that today. I drove through Epping Forest. It was beautiful.
There
right?
you go.
So
You did
that's
your meditation.
I
and
feel so
that's a
blessed
form
now.
of meditation, right? You don't have to sit down and be
Yeah.
and do all of that silly shit.
I mean, it's perfect, isn't it? Like, you know, I can't imagine, you know, walking through Epping Forest and all that. It
You
must
can't
be,
imagine.
you
That's what it is.
know, a nice feeling.
You can't imagine. You can't imagine busting a nut. You ain't seen the universe until
It's
you
probably
bust
like walking through. Do you know that park in Richmond? That big park in Richmond, like Gonsby Park.
You ain't seen the multiverse of the
Black
universe.
Park. It's called Black Park. Black
You get
Park.
me? Any ayahuasca kind of situation until you bust a nut. Until then, nigga, it's just hypothetical. Everything you're saying is hypothetical.
She told me to
I couldn't
walk
imagine. I
this
couldn't imagine. I couldn't
way.
imagine. I can't 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 imagine. That's it. Go and get some. How about that? Yeah. Get some pum pum challenge. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why you're so. My thing is, why is he so against paying for it? I don't understand. Because that's better than what you're doing right now.
Paying for what?
That's your advice. I'm not
for the Puna now.
Pun is free, man. Punani is
Oh,
free.
paying for
sorry, free-ish.
Free-ish.
It's never ever free.
Free-ish. That's a fact. That's a
You know
fact.
what I mean? Like the pum pum's free, but the conditions
Thing that
go
comes with it.
You know what I call it, Sniper? I call it the chase, right? And if we go to
Yeah.
animals, right? Because everybody always say the animals, right? So they stalk their prey. And I know stalk is a creepy word, but it's the chase. It's the chase.
Yeah,
I spend money on the chase, right? I enjoy the chase. Then that's one of my problems. I enjoy the chase, and then when I get the kill, it's like, oh man, I want to chase something else. I want to go get another kill. You know what I mean? I know that sounds horrible.
This it, man. You made me chase you through the forest. You know what I'm saying? Up a cliff, all sorts.
Yeah.
Yellowstone Park and everything. Yeah.
Like
And in the end, your bark was worse than your bite. Mad. You know what I'm saying? I got
It's
so
like, now I'm gonna go on another chase.
Yeah.
Oh, my mic check.
I hear that mic check.
We can.
Man, y'all can barely hear. Let me move closer to the router.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Y'all good now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
What are you watching in here, sis? What the hell you watching in here?
Stop beeping your car, man. I can hear you. Fucking idiots, man.
All right, mic check.
Yep.
So the question could be then, can we take religion from non-African people and unsynchronized African people? Can we do that?
Well, that's not. What's that got to do with magic?
It's got a lot to do, brother, because one thing I agree
To be
with,
honest, Kale, my answer would be that the Turks took Islam from the Arabs and used it to achieve the goal that you're aiming to achieve. So, in my opinion, that is a good format. If you want to achieve a nationhood or a pan-Turkism like what we did, and we did that, innit? We achieved that. We turned all the tribes into one big tribe, and we secured our borders, and we established a state, and we did everything that was supposed to happen. Like we integrated and homogenized all the different tribes into one nation. So Islam was the blueprint for that. Do you know what I mean? But I don't think that the Arabs rate it that much, because they're like, well, you lot done your own thing with it. Do you know what I mean? They don't really rate it. But I'm saying, who cares what they think, right?
Now, but Khan, I hope you as a non-African is not giving the Pan-Africanist a blueprint based upon your mindset, brother.
I'm saying it's a universal blueprint that can be adapted to any particular nation, because it's based on nation building.
Brother Khan, how many times I'm telling you, brother, in your book, it
He's
says...
not going to take it from you. He's going to take it from Stalin.
You see, brother, we're not the
1 minute,
same,
brother.
so-
Let me just make one more point and then you can talk, yeah? There is a strong argument that would suggest that Islam, or the Islam that we have today, is strongly based on African principles, and compared to Europeans and their ideologies, Islam is very African in its genesis. So, you know, if you could look at Islam as an African ideology that was adopted by Middle Eastern people and spread throughout Asia. So it's not really Africans taking a religion from Asians. It's more so the African religion spread as far as Asia, basically.
Well, our African culture under the guise of religion and
basically African culture. Yeah, a lot of it is African culture.
So,
but what if your culture was dictated by a leader or a government? Would you allow that?
The culture has to generate a leader. A leader has to emerge from the people to represent the people, but there must be a culture that they agree on. So when the leader emerges, they can all see the characteristics that they want to see in that leader.
Good answer.
I think it's different. I think the culture follows the person. So someone sets a parameter of what the culture is, and everyone else follows.
Yeah, that comes second. Once a leader is established, then he brings everyone together under his own willpower. Yeah, that's a secondary motion.
Is that in your culture? Are you referring to your culture? Yours.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay. All right, because you do understand, brother, we're not the same.
It's a universal principle, Kale. I don't know if you agree with universal principle.
Brother, I agree with Pan-Africanist type of blueprint, because universal blueprint leads to African people being subjugated, whether they are in Islam, Christianity, Sikhism, Buddhism, atheism, Hinduism. So while nationalism, no, but I understand where you're coming from. So we want to separate, brother, and have a holistic way of religion. Now, I don't have a problem with religion. I really don't. I do believe African people, they do need to have some form of spirituality to help them deal with the unethical code of conduct of white supremacy. But at the same time, it shouldn't have a non-African perspective, mindset.
I wouldn't class Islam as non-African. It'll be difficult for you to fight that argument.
That Islam is what, a non-African ideology?
Yeah, it'd be difficult for you to fight that argument.
No, it won't be, because when you look at Islam, right, and these religions, I've said this many times, I don't believe the Creator sent these religions to oppress African people. You see? However, for some reason, it's been used to oppress African people. When you look at our brothers, the Hausa, and they are brothers, a lot of them are Muslim. However, because of the white supremacist mindset that has been put into Islam, they are oppressing our Yoruba brothers and sisters.
But what version of Islam are you mentioning?
Brother, you see, brother, when you're talking about version of Islam, it can be used against you, because last time I checked, there's only one version of Islam. Am I lying, or am I wrong?
No, we're saying there's one blueprint, right? So
there's
the foundations of Islam can't be changed. But that blueprint can be used to establish a nation amongst any race of people. So you could establish your own Islam, your own justice system, your own borders, and your own homogenous people together under one banner. You could do that. That's what the Turks did, didn't it? The Turks did that. Yeah, they didn't change. They didn't change Islam to achieve that either.
The biblical, because all tactics, all things are in there as well. Like,
exactly.
And how to live and how to
incorporate Christians and Hebrews into your ranks. Well, if you go with Christianity, you can't incorporate Hebrews and Muslims into your ranks.
I'm just saying.
And Hebrews can't do that either. Islam's the only one that's going to allow you to bring all three traditions under one banner.
Listen, if you give up, if you leave out religion from your ideology, you leave out most of the world. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's going to be very difficult to maneuver or to create a brand new.
Marcus Garvey was a staunch Roman Catholic.
Thank you. Everyone was religious in our heroes. They all had religious things, but I feel that that's personal to them, and they put that in their back pocket and continue with whatever cause they were trying to do. Right? That's how I feel. You know what I mean? rather than
What?
it being a significant thing. Because if it was a significant thing, then Kel can't really talk, because every single person who he's naming had some religious origin and background, and morality was based on that. You know what I mean? So
I've never disagreed with that, brother. You see, you seem
yeah,
to
but
be.
then, as I'm saying, you're alienating. If you're talking about religion being a problem for us and all of this, and how we use it now, or what the established ones that are controlled by these institutes, these Masonic institutes. You know what I mean? Like the Christians and like the Muslims as well, with the Saudis and all of that. But all of these people got their own ideologies that they made up, and now terrorist organizations are using them. You can't put that on the people and say Islam and the son of Muhammad, Abdullah, and all of this type of stuff. It's our fault, and the black Muslims ain't doing this. This is a ridiculous notion.
It's
Yeah,
not,
you have to
brother.
see what's going on.
Yeah, with every group of faith or creed or religion, there's
Bro,
always
come on,
individuals
man.
that want to take advantage and damage the reputation of those
Mhm.
people from them
No,
faiths
but
or
you also have
backgrounds.
to see the
You
organization.
just said individuals. There's no such thing as an individual when you are a collective part of a religion. You
No,
see,
it's not. That's not
hold
true.
on, brother.
That's a good point. That's a point.
The problem with unsynchronized African descendants and non-African people, they always try to reduce everything to individualism, even though the reality tells you that the Labour Party is a collective group, the police are a collective group, Muslims are a collective group, Pan-Africanism. But why do we always reduce it back to individualism, even though there's no such thing? You see, brother, this is what I'm saying. It's games.
1 minute, man. Pause 1 sec. How are you saying Muslims are a collective group? Are you saying that every mosque in the UK comes under one organization?
I'm not pausing, I'm resuming. You see, I'm resuming. And you failed to
No,
realize.
but you're resuming on an error.
No, I'm resuming on a correctness, because
fundamental
there is
error.
an issue that non-African people have a problem of showing justice and equality in the religions that they are in. It's difficult for them. You see,
Right, but
difficult.
I agree with what you're saying, but
Hold on. Even if they go around the Kaaba, it's difficult for them. How can you go around the Kaaba?
How is it?
And do the ritual, and then when you finish, use unethical code of conduct and oppress African people? How can you go to Masjid Al-Aqsa and do the ritual?
But that's
and then
shame
go
on
hold on,
them,
brother,
innit? That's
brother,
not
you gotta
shame
let
on
me
you.
finish.
That's not
You gotta let me, brother,
because you're switching from one point to the other without realizing. You're going from the oppressor to the oppressed and back and forth. You're thinking like you're asking the question and answering it. That's not how you do it, fam. Like you're giving reasons for why you can't be a Muslim, and then you're telling me about the injustice of Muslims on black people. That's shame on them. That's between them and their God. They will receive their punishment on Judgment Day. That doesn't allow you to turn around and say, no, these words from God don't apply to me because Muslims are fuckries people. That don't make sense at all.
But this idea as well of saying we just leave it for God
Running away from
to
people
judge on Judgment Day. That's the kind of cop out as well, I think.
I'm just saying
Oh,
that
yeah, they put you the
But
possibility
if
of
you don't believe in
God
Judgment
will
Day,
judge
you're going to
them.
say that, Fifi. That's understandable. I understand
Not
your
saying-
position. I'm not criticizing you, Fifi, for that.
Why are we out here religion blaming? Like, please, let's be
Brother,
honest.
hell
The
doesn't
religion.
blame the
One second.
religion,
One
brother.
second. One
Go
second.
ahead.
One second. The religion is not at fault. How? I always say it's the people. It's just like saying a gun. Oh, a gun is a bad thing. No, a man with a bad mind and a gun in his hand, or revenge, or a plot to kill someone, is the more dangerous thing. Yeah. So someone equipped with religion as his mental or something he should be keeping as his personal, his relationship with the creator should be a private one and all of that. Yeah. So what if a man is of a religion? I'm saying that this is what dominates the world. We got 2 billion bloody Christians and over 1 billion Muslims. Yeah. So like, bro, you need these people on side if you're gonna do anything. Alienating and religion shaming is not gonna help your cause, bruv. I just don't see where it fits in and it's relevant.
Well, could it work? Hold on, Sniper. Let me ask you this, Sniper. Could it work if we said, hypothetically, right? If I was a Pan-African and I said, listen, we're going to have a Pan-African meeting. Could you please leave your religion at the door, right? Like they said, the old shit people used to say.
Right. What, like gang, yeah? Like gang, yeah? Huh? Like gang, innit?
Yeah, like that.
Circle, right?
So we could do a leave your religion at the door type of deal and still progress and unite and get some shit done.
Because my example is, if there's an old woman and a tree falls on her, I ain't asking no one's religious affiliation other than, nigga, can you help me get this tree off this woman?
There we
I want
go.
to know how much physical strength you
And
got.
I even said with the cop. And I even
But Sarah, you're
real
saying we're all saying this. You live. We're all saying live religion at the door, yeah. But are you gonna stand next to the person who's the devil worshipper in the Mason and say, "Yeah, come on, guy, we are doing this for the good of people"? I'll stand next with you.
What about briefly? What about Nation of Islam?
Hold on. That's why it's essential for people to keep their personal preference or whatever in their back pocket, because we don't want to know.
Well, let's break it down.
Hold on.
Let me make a point.
The mission is the most important thing.
Nation of Islam, had Christians amongst them. Even Minister Louis Farrakhan said he was a Christian. He was the leader of Nation of Islam because it's a nation under God. So Christians and Muslims and even Hebrews, they can stand together, and this blueprint can be used in America, in Africa, wherever the people want to stand together. They can use this blueprint. It's called Islam, isn't it?
Have you
It's called
noticed
Islam.
Have you noticed Khan is using the tactic of dividing his people, right, by using the religion, even though I've said it many times, the religion is not the issue, it's non-African people who use their mindset in the religion. Please explain to me, why do you keep talking about the religion?
I'm saying the religion is a blueprint for nation building. It's free for anyone to use. It's free for anyone to use.
I hear you, but Khan, as I said, it's an example, it's a guide, it's a da-da-da-da. We overstand that, right? It's a guide for
right. So he's talking about going around the Kaaba, right? When Turks go around the Kaaba, do you think they care about Saudi Arabians? No, they don't. They're there doing their own thing.
So explain to me, why
no one
is
fucks
there
with no one.
Hold on. Why is there systematic racism from the non-Africans in those religions against African people? You see, brother,
because you're talking about human beings with human frailties and human faults.
Because Britain used to be predominantly racist.
Hold on. Right. We've got to take it back to political science. Political science, knowledge of the state and its political activity and its behavior. If what you said is true, Khan, why do the Turks, who believe in Islam, as you say, why do they do those rituals and then go and oppress and use racism on African people? Explain that to me.
Because that's older than the religion.
Yeah, so exactly.
That attitude is older than the religion. This is why we say when you take on something, your culture, your cultural practices, a lot of the time are still remain. So if someone is racist prior to becoming a Muslim and there's still a racist element in their Islam, unfortunately, which there shouldn't be, but there is because of their culture. It's what they're affected by. It's more to do with their culture and the environment that they grew up in. The not the learned behavior, but your parents are the one who nurtures you. So they've been nurtured into some certain behaviors. Don't touch a black man's hand. Call him this name. Call him that name. And then you get into a religion that says, "No, we're all one. We're all brothers." Yeah. But the element of yourself is still there, where you're just like, okay, I got to pray next to this guy now. When my culture says, I got to do this, or I got to be like this, and I've always fought in this thought process. It's a good thing you've taken on this religion because it's supposed to take you out of that. But unfortunately, it doesn't always work that way. We see it all the time. So we can't put it on the religion, we start to put it on the people. Like if there's a
Brother,
certain
I'm
set
not
of
putting it
people,
under religion, brother.
hold on, my brother. If there's a certain set of people exercising this behavior all the time, it's like a pattern continuously with a particular set of people, then we have to deal with those people. I'm not going to put it on their particular set of Islam. I'm just going to deal with those people as they are. Say, hold on, if you were all Pakistani, I keep having problem with Pakistani brothers, then it's Pakistanis I've got to deal with, not because they're Muslim or anything. No, it seems that a problem with your culture is allowing you to be rude to me or disrespect me or Are you still rolling with the caste system? What's going on? Do I look like a Dalit to you, an untouchable to you? Get your information up, get your game right, because you're not going to disrespect me around here. This is small games, small peanuts.
Robert Snipes.
Yeah?
Robert Snipes.
Yeah,
I already
respect
told
wherever
you.
we go. Hold on. And even a white man respects man, because if you know yourself and you know where you're from and you know your thing, a man will respect you. He's got no other choice. Yeah,
Brother, you
he
are
only
hold
prays.
on.
Hold on. He only prays on the weak-minded. That's why if you don't know yourself
Only
and you're
pray
drawn
on the
into their
weak-minded.
way of thinking, political science and that's not African. Fuck off. Yeah, it's not. So our thing is like, yeah, to be African or to be thing doesn't necessarily contain your type of political science that was created by Europeans. No, it's the one that was created by Africans via their society, via their small towns, into cities, into whatever culture, mega cultures or mega structure. You know what I mean? So whichever stage you want is still available to you. You can go and live in the village, untouched by the general society and the government and all of that. They ain't got shit to do with you and your
Now,
environment.
brother, this does not make no sense, what you just said there. It makes no sense. What you've done, brother.
No. It makes perfect sense. It just doesn't measure up to the criteria that you're using. That he's measuring in inches and you're measuring in centimeters, and you're coming up with a different number than me. That's right. Because you're not meeting anyone halfway. You're saying this is my political science and this is my idea of Pan-Africanism, and I'm not going to meet anyone halfway. I don't care if Africans are Muslim or Christian. Like they both have to adhere to my Pan-Africanism and my Pan-Africanist ideology. Well, unfortunately, if you're not meeting people halfway, guess what happens to you, my friend? You're on the sidelines, isn't it?
Notice how the non-African. Hold on.
Khan's got some points. Khan has got some points.
Why is the non-African telling a Pan-Africanist we have to meet halfway when, whether you like it or not, non-African people cannot be trusted in any religion because historically they have used the devil's practice. Hold on. Don't flame on like the Human Torch from Fantastic Four. You got to let a brother
Big up
speak.
Jody Storm.
Right? Now, the thing is, right, is that you cannot be trusted in any one of those religions.
So make your own religion.
Oh, no.
That's what the Turks done, innit? They took Islam and they made it their own. They had their own version of Islam, separate from Arabs.
We are not Turks. You see?
All right, but I'm saying to you, if there's 1 minute, brother, if I'm showing you a blueprint, if I'm showing you a blueprint, and for you to deny it, you have to come with a better blueprint. And I'm showing you a blueprint that works in every race of people. There's empires based on Islam amongst Arabs, amongst Asians, amongst Africans, mostly amongst Africans. There's been empires built on Islam. So for an African man who claims to understand African history and African concepts to not accept that this is the best blueprint given by God to mankind as a blueprint to live by, no one's saying you got to come under Turkish Islam or under Arab Islam. You can have your own Islam.
Guys, one thing I keep hearing, is how we compare Africa to nations. Compare Africa to China, compare Africa to England. Africa is not a country. There's many tribes in that region.
But in God's eyes, you're still
how you people want to make it like, let's make it like Turkey, or you cannot do that. It's not a country.
But that's what Pan-Africanism means. Pan means all of them.
Khan, I've told you already, brother. You do not understand Pan-Africanism. You are not an African.
1 minute. I understand the word pan, innit?
So speaking
1 minute.
on
Do I
our
understand the
issue,
word pan?
which I've tried
Do
to
I
explain
understand the
to you
word
many
pan?
times.
But
I've
you're
tried to
using a
explain to you
word that's
many
not
times.
African word. Bro, you're
I've
not
tried
using
to
an
explain
African
to you
word. You're
many
using
times.
a Greek
I've tried
word.
to explain to you many
1 minute,
times.
1 minute.
I've
Are you
tried
not
to
using a
explain
Greek
to you.
word? Are
Hold
you
on,
not
hold
using
on.
a foreign
I've
word?
tried to
Are you not?
explain to you many times, you know, right?
All right.
We speak different languages.
Oh,
So
so you
because
can have
we
your own
are
version of pan, but you can't have your own version of Islam. So how are you
you're
being
flaming
consistent
on,
here? Where's the
brother. You're flaming
consistency?
on, brother.
Khan, let him land.
You
Khan,
are
let him talk.
flaming
Let
on,
him talk,
brother.
Khan, I beg.
You are flaming on.
One at a
Right?
time, maybe.
I've tried to explain to you many times. It's very difficult because there's a substantial problem with how you process information. We are not the same. In your book, the creator says, "O mankind, we created you from a male and female. We made you into different tribes and nations that you may know one another. I'm not from your people." So when you keep using your people's blueprint, I can reject it because I'm an African and you're a European. Okay? Now, brother, there is a historical,
you're Pan-African,
blueprint that non-African people cannot be trusted in religion, whether they are in Islam, Christianity, Sikhism, Hinduism, atheism, whatever religion. You seem to use the devil's practices over justice and equality. So when you are telling me I need to use your blueprint to help my people, it will get rejected like the
Can I answer that? Can I answer that? I didn't say to you you need to use anything that I'm offering you. I'm saying if a model exists and you refuse to accept it, then you need to come up with something better. I'm not saying you need to do anything. Now, for you to start thinking that just proves that you can't deal with non-African people. You can't deal with people who are under their own synchronicity. Everything has to be your way. And unfortunately, that's why you're failing.
Now, let me explain something to you again. First of all, Pan-Africanism is older than you and I. Number two, it came into the continent and it progressed in the diaspora. Number three, I don't need your statistics, your ratio on who's going to come to Pan-Africanism. I understand already. If you are unsynchronized African who believes non-African people are going to save you in your liberation, you cannot be part of the liberation of Pan-Africanism. I'm not wanting unsynchronized Africans. You see, that is the political science of it, because they cannot be saved until they control their dopamines and understand, united we stand, divided we fall. You see? So when you keep telling me about, oh, that's why it's failing, Pan-Africanism hasn't failed. In fact, can you name me the Turks that has helped African people sincerely, mutually, without an agenda to help them? Name me the time and the dates. I'm ready.
No, because we're not charity workers. We're not a nation of social workers. We don't see you as second-rate citizens. We don't see you as second-rate citizens that deserves charity anyway. So why are we going to patronize you with free help? Now, if you're talking about mutual, equal projects, yeah, Turkey's working with Ethiopia, Turkey's working with Somalia, Turkey's working with a lot of African nations right now, but on an equality basis where there's mutual benefits. So no, yeah, we're not giving out free help.
I don't know what this is, man.
I know.
Why are we talking about this, man?
We're talking about Turkey, but I don't know.
Again.
Well, he asked me the question, bro.
Bro.
Ask him why it's important to him, innit?
So
why is it important
It's important to him, but
how does it fit in with his ideology?
Okay, cool.
Yeah, but it's an
Kel.
ideology and he's not established. So, like, how
Kel.
is it even his ideology important? It's not.
Kel, do you practice
man.
any African spirituality at all, or you practice religion? You don't have to answer, of course.
Kel?
Brother Kel?
Yeah, brother, I'm not going to answer you because it's got nothing to do with the topic that we're talking about. Whether I practice my African spirituality or whether I practice the religions that the non-Africans are controlling, it doesn't change the reality that we're going to have to get our power back with economics and a military base to protect.
Well, you know why I asked that question.
All this spyware is a bit irritating. You know what I mean? You won't tell us what country you're from, And now you're just like, bruv, it's not. How
Was-
can you
was
call
I-
a man brother and you can't even meet man on equal terms when it comes to having conversation? This is mad.
That's the whole
All
point
this
of
cloak and
meeting in
dagger.
the middle.
Yeah, cloak and dagger is a madness.
Now,
You know what I
brother,
mean?
The reason why I asked, yeah, but I think, I believe Africans we need to go back to our African spirit and get in touch with our judge if we need to overcome certain things. But I think we've been told to demonize our judge, and then our judge is being used against us. That's why I was asking the question. You know what I mean? And I think spirituality and religion, they're very important in people's lives. Those things cannot just be thrown away.
You see,
They have to
brother.
decide. I think that's very impossible. To separate
You
the
see,
two.
brother. You see,
Very
brother B. The problem that we do, brother, is we like to demonize our African spiritual practices, right? Now, when we demonize
You don't
them,
even know what yours is.
brother,
What do you mean demonized?
brother, you're flaming on.
You ain't
right?
even know what it is.
Brother. You see, there's nothing wrong with
All right, you do have
disagreeing,
one.
brother Beefy. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing with certain types of practices. If you don't agree with it, there's nothing wrong with it. But when you openly demonize it in front of non-African people and make it a movement that will subjugate the rest of us, we can say this is unsynchronized. You see, when we're dealing with religion, you know, brother, the non-Africans, when they have certain difference of opinion, they don't let everyone know it. They keep it inside. But with African descendants, brother, because of our dopamines of proving to non-African people, everyone's got to know it's juju, it's demonized, and this is this and that. And then the non-Africans hear it because they are all politically synchronized and
Brother Kel, with
capitalized.
all due respect,
But
it's true.
Kel,
African people.
I don't think you heard my statement properly. I don't think you heard my statement very, very well. I said, yeah, I think people need to get back to the African way of your own way of. Was you were made here for a reason. You come from a certain people for a tribe. You're here for a reason. So if you don't know yourself and know what your purpose is, you're always gonna be lost. So what I'm saying is, black people, wherever you are, you need to go back to your roots and take back your spirituality. That's why then no one can be on top of you, no matter what they throw at you. I think that's very important. So when you're telling
Beefy,
people
I think
to
Eunice wanted to chime in. Sorry to say that, but that's what it was.
So, I was talking then. What are you doing, Fax?
And
I can talk.
Eunice wanted to chime in and talk before you, but like.
So I was talking before Eunice wanted to chime
Sorry,
in. What are you
mate.
talking about? Yeah,
Shut up, Fox. Let him speak.
All right, Beefy, man. Come on, brother.
I'm telling you.
So what I'm saying to Kyle, like spirituality is very, and religion is spirituality or religion is very important in how a person thinks, how they function day to day. So if you tell someone to take away part of their day-to-day function and put it aside to do something for the greater good, I think it's impossible.
Brother, you see, when we're talking about retaining back our indigenous African spiritual practice, brother, you do understand that where the spirituality must come with economics to help the people, because if we're calling our people to our indigenous spiritual practice, we also need to let them know that you need to also build economics and then have.
See, that's where I disagree with you there. You know why? Was I said economics is a judge we're under with economics. That's judge. Most of the stuff you buy and all this economics you don't even need. That's judge.
Yeah, forget the buying and selling. Forget the buying and selling.
This whole economic talk. One second. This whole economic talk is part of the illusion.
Yes.
Now, brother, you do understand our ancient African ancestors, brother. They had their African tradition and they also practiced economics. They also had a military base, brother, when they needed to use it. So, brother, all due respect here, why are you saying, brother, that the economics is juju when our African ancestors had all of it, which you said a while ago we need to return back to our indigenous.
I'll give you a good example. My country, where I come from. Yeah, listen, where most of the people don't really need phones. Most of the people don't really need cars. Most of the people don't need all this economic stuff you're talking about.
Okay.
They don't really need them, but they're told they need them so people can be in power and control shit. If no one's buying cars and gone.
Okay. You see, bro, it's not so much about buying the cars, brother. You see, when we're talking about economics, the African people historically are the only ones who understand economics. This is why you get the non-Africans. They'll say, "Wow, you Africans, you had your resources and you weren't doing anything with it. So us non-Africans, we had to make use of it." But the problem, what they don't understand, African people understand when it comes to economics that you put aside for a rainy day. Non-African people don't understand that, which is why they was on the borders trying to take our economics because they already used theirs up. Brother, there's nothing wrong with practicing economics to have our own resources, our own free marketing of selling our tea bags,
See what I call economics, yeah. What I call economics, yeah.
Business, bro.
What I call economics, what I call it, where I come from, what we call economics is people from the community come together so that everyone's fed and everyone's housed. That's simple economics. That's what I call economics.
Yeah. Right. You're right. No, you're right. That is simple economics because it shouldn't be complicated. It shouldn't.
If everyone in the community make sure that everyone's housing and everyone's got food on the table every day, that's economics. What more do we need to live?
But the thing is, brother,
you tell me, I need a car, I need a phone, I need all this. But if you're not using the resources,
we're not on about car and phone, brother. We're not talking about that, brother. When you talk about resources, what are you talking about? Resources, brother.
Exactly. For what?
Hold on, brother. Resources to feed our people without non-African people controlling it so they can feed us and give us what they believe that we should have. We're not talking about cars, phones. That's irrelevant. We're talking about controlling the earth's resources, which the Creator gave to Africans. We don't see.
Are you talking about food? Are you talking about food? Or are you talking about minerals?
I'm talking about food. I'm talking about the gold, the diamonds. I'm talking about how to trade.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me?
That's what I'm referring to. And you're talking about
one second. Good, you mentioned gold. What do you need gold for? Can you tell me? Can you grow gold? Can you feed people on gold? What do you need gold for? Break it down for me.
The gold, brother, can be malted and traded amongst our people, so we can flourish and have our own currency with the gold, brother. You see?
I hear you. Currency for what? But I'm asking you. Gold. Can you grow gold? Can you feed people with gold? Can people eat gold? What?
Brother,
who gave?
I told you already,
let me finish.
Trading in our gold, brother, with one another.
Let me finish, my friend.
Sounds like another criminal, man.
Let me finish. Because the people who gave this gold its value, you're not Africans. Let's be clear about that.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was the other side. America.
So when we talk about,
hold on, who's the other side? Hold on, who's the other side?
The people coming in.
America.
The people coming in. People coming
no,
to
brother,
Africa.
The European. You see, and I can tell that you're a non-African. I can tell because non-African people, because of their dopamine towards their people, they have an issue of speaking. My European family did these things. They want to use all these labels like America and England. No, it's European, it's white people. And you unsynchronized Africans advocate them things to make them feel good by not making them feel bad, that it's their family that did these things. But continue though. I'm all ears.
So what I was saying, like you're talking about giving, controlling gold and all this for currency, it's all a European thing.
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
Was me gold?
Hold on, brother.
Let me land.
Traded for was Phoenician
let me finish.
That was the first thing that gold was traded for on Earth.
The oldest mines of gold were found in Zimbabwe. Yeah, where I come from. Yeah, and we Zimbabweans know the danger of mining gold and what it does to the environment. Zimbabwe stopped dealing with gold long time ago. Was what mining gold does to your environment. It destroys your environment. So we know about these things.
Now, brother,
so gold really has no value if you look at it properly.
This makes sense, brother. Because if I want to go to East Africa, right, and I want to trade with them and buy things in the glorious part of East Africa, and they have gold, I can say to them, okay, I'll have this amount of gold. You see? Or let's say,
So what
for
would you
example,
give them?
hold
What would
on,
you give them?
brother, hold on. But let's say, for example, they need oil. I can say, well, if you give me the gold, I can give you the oil. You see, brother,
Oil.
trading
One
with our
second.
resources. But brother, what you
1
just
second.
said makes no sense.
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you. So the oil, what is the oil used for? What type of oil are you talking about? What oil?
Let's say, for example, they want to create a factory that can extract diamonds in the correct, fast way. The oil can help with that. They don't have to go to
1
Europe.
second.
Hold
I hear
on,
you. I hear
brother.
you.
Let
You
me,
see,
brother, if you can allow me, beloved. They don't need to go to the Arabs and say, hey, Mohammed, Salman, we need oil. They can go to their African brothers and sisters on the continent. You see, brother, we want to be in a position where we don't rely on non-African people. But what I'm getting from you, beloved, is that you want us to return back to our indigenous African spiritual culture and forget about the cars and the phones, okay, and not trade in our resources. Brother, something doesn't seem right with that.
the reason why I'm saying, yeah, the system you're trying to impose on Africa is a system which is running around the world, and this system is not sustainable. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, because you want to impose pan-capitalism, African capitalism on Africa when we know it doesn't work. It's around. Look at what is happening around the world with capitalism.
Brother,
that's what I'm saying. It won't work in Africa because you're going to impose something which is there already, which is already fucked up Africa already. I don't understand.
Brother Beefy. So if Pan-Africanism, you're saying, won't work, why does the European system need to work? Why is it, brother?
It's not working.
Hold on, brother Beefy, all due respect to, why is it, brother, when an African wants to speak to his African family and is explaining to them tangible solutions that let's have a defense mechanism that will block non-African people from entering our lands and etc. Why do they always say it's never going to work, but they have a European system there that's not working for us? Please explain that to me, beloved.
Can I tell you?
Please.
I'll explain to you why. Because for me, the only way Africa is going to be free is by destroying the system which is currently in play. That's socialism, capitalism. All the isms need to go. Yeah. Now, by you saying I want to work within the system, which is already destroying the world, not the world, but I want to work with the system to empower myself. To me, that makes sense. But all you're doing is empowering the system by suppressing you.
Who said that, brother? Who believes in that, brother? Who believes in that?
By participating in capitalism and all this economic stuff, you're only empowering the system which they've invented for you.
Now, brother,
which
is
not good for you.
Misunderstanding Pan-Africanism. Let me explain it to you, beloved. The principles of Pan-Africanism. All African people, brother, listen to the defense mechanism. We are one family. Whether you're dark skin, light skin, whatever religion, whatever diet, we're one family. This is the defense mechanism. The second is self-determination, brother. You see, that means, brother, if I'm in an institution where African people don't have no power, as you said, like socialism, etc., that means we as a collective, because we have to conform to that, as long as we're practicing national investment and collectivism, this is what we call self-determination to build up the continent, brother. You see, this is what we're talking about. But we're not talking about, let's go into the non-African institution and let's participate with them and ask them to help us, even though historically they keep on destroying us and taking from us and leaving us at the bottom. We're saying self-determination. What is wrong with that, Beefy?
I hear you, but when you say self-determination, yeah, I hear you and I agree with you personally. That means every tribe in Africa should do what they want to do for themselves, and how the customs, the culture, and everything. Right? That's self-determination, right?
Brother Beefy, do you know? I'm sure you know about this in Nigeria, brother. Have you seen how the cars are booming in Nigeria, brother? Have you seen it, brother? Have you seen it, brother? Have you seen how it's booming, how it's becoming economical? Now, brother, do you understand that if it gets too high, which is, it alarms the non-African to say, hold on a minute. These West Africans, their economy with cars is going to outdo ours because all civilization came from African people. We must stop them. And if you don't have a military base to stop that, brother, do you know that they will take you out, take over it, which they keep doing, and then it belongs to them? Why don't you understand, brother? In order to protect African people, you need to have a global military base that will protect African life. You need to have your own economics to fund African people. You need to have your own free market of food to feed African. Why is it difficult to understand this?
I hear you. Okay. So now you form this global army. Let's take step by step, Kyle. Let's take step by step. So you form this global army base to protect Africans. Okay, now two African tribes start warring. Which side is the global army side?
So you're saying two African tribes are warring, right? Which one is a what?
Yeah, which one are you gonna help?
Now, brother, any African who goes against one another, you don't help them at all. That's unsynchronized, brother. You see, that's unsynchronized. Why am I, brother, going to unite with the other tribe who is not doing anything for our people to help that tribe to kill another tribe who ain't doing anything for our people? That does not make no sense. I believe we call this unsynchronization. But let's say, for example, those two tribes, brother, that one of them is uniting and want to build and protect African people, and the other tribe is trying to sabotage that. You best believe it, beloved Bivy, I will be helping the tribe that wants to connect and protect African life.
Okay, I like how you done that, and you put the criteria so you can suit your answer. But my question was, okay, both tribes are pro-African. Yeah, they're all Pan-African tribes. But then, like I know in Africa, tribes go because of cultural differences and stuff. They go to war. Yeah. So now I'm asking you, when these two tribes now start warring each other because of cultural differences, which side do you side with as the Pan-Africanist?
So first of all, brother, when we're talking about world tribe and that, right, it's going to be difference of opinion when it comes to economics or what type of culture needs to be put first, right? Now, what we're saying is, brother, we put in the defense mechanism of Pan-Africanism before all that. So if that's not applied, brother, at all,
Carl, listen, all that's applied. Carl, listen. You're the head of the Pan-African Army. You, Carl, is the head. It's established. You're now the head of the Pan-African Army, right? Now, these two Pan-African tribes start warring each other because of cultural differences.
Right.
Which side do you now, as a man, the military man, the power, do you side with?
I don't side with neither one of them.
Just let them go to war.
No, brother. We're going to unite to stop that war. I tried to explain to you already, brother. I don't believe African life should be shed under petty differences. You see, brother? Because
petty. Wait. This is the thing. Petty to you, but you see, this is what could be petty to you, but it's very important to the people in their culture.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about. So when you say don't throw away like petty, that's very disrespectful to someone's culture, but you don't know how important that something petty to you is important to their culture.
I'll tell you why, brother. Why is petty? Because we have a greater enemy, brother, right? That will capitalize on these difference of opinion, which is happening in Africa right now. Because you do understand, brother, the CIA.
Wait. So you're telling me?
You gotta let me finish.
Go on.
Right. So what we're saying is, brother, anytime there is conflict like that, we as a Pan-Africanist collective, we have to extinguish this type of warring, because the non-Africans will capitalize it and it could work against us, just like what happened in the past. Do you understand what I mean?
I hear you, but was culture for as African, the certain things in my culture are very, very important to me. Yeah. Important for me was to preserve my culture, my way of life, and everything. So when you tell me like, oh, must ignore someone who was they look like me and talk when they're in the same vicinity as me. They want to destroy my culture and ruin my culture. I should ignore that and concentrate my energy on somewhere else. When the enemy wants to destroy my culture and kill me is right next door to me, I just ignore that.
Yeah, but what you want to do, Beefy, is not ignore that, but you want to see where's the root cause. What's causing him to hate you?
Cultural differences.
Thank you.
What are we doing, bro?
It's cultural differences. So you're killing each other for cultural differences. Who's promoting? Is that always been an African thing, or did the colonizer perpetrate that?
So you think people were not going to war in Africa before anyone else came there? What you think?
Yeah, but I mean, cool. I can go to war. I can go to war with my.
No, answer my question. No, do you think people in Africa are going to war before you?
I do. Family, right? Family skirmishes. Let's don't call them wars. They were really family skirmishes. The real war.
See, this is what I can't do.
Beefy. The real war was when the European came.
Wait. This is what we're not going to do. Yeah, we're not going to change history to the narratives. We're not going to do this. There were many wars fought up between African tribes before the other people came along, and some of these things sediments are being held today by these people. Well, we know our history, isn't it? History does not start with slavery or colonialism. Not my tribe history.
Damn, so y'all just subscribe to white supremacy. Y'all just killing each other without white supremacy. That's crazy.
So do white people don't kill each other?
Excuse.
What's my question? Do white people not kill each other?
Do I what?
White people, do they not kill each other?
Absolutely, they do.
So I'm saying, I don't understand what you're saying there.
Yeah, but when it's time for them to get on code and kill you, they're happy with that. They don't kill each other when it's time for them to get on the same team, on the same page and kill you, or oppress you, or colonize you, or take some resources. Man, listen, man. Trailer park white people kill people all the time, but when they want to get on board and say we're not giving black people a Black Lives Matter law, they get on code and say, no, we're gonna vote for that shit. Yeah, I've been fighting you my whole life, but I'm gonna make sure we're on the same page to make sure this George Floyd law doesn't get passed.
So, what do you think voting actually works?
I'm not saying it works, Beefy. Let's go. Hold on, Beefy. Let's don't move it.
Let's be real. Let's be real.
No, Beefy. I'm giving you an example of people who fight every day but get on code because they realize they have a common enemy. That's what I'm saying, Beefy.
Listen. No,
I don't want to talk about voting. I don't care about voting.
No. But you brought it up. So I know why you bring up. Don't talk about it.
I don't care about voting. I think that's all part of white supremacy, and I think white supremacy is why we have tribes that will never ever get together because it's perpetrated by white supremacy that says y'all should never get on code. But this same white supremacy will get on code to colonize or oppress you, your black ass, Beefy. That's what I'm saying, brother. I don't care about voting, but if white supremacy say, hey, white guys, stop fighting and vote because these niggas is trying to organize, then they're going to get together and vote just to make sure you niggas beef and have tribal differences for the next 100,000 years and never get on the same page to do anything while they're getting on the same page. Hence you have the European, what is the European, the United Europeans or whatever, y'all know what it's called. But the Europeans, they fight like cats and dogs, brothers and sisters, tribal wars. But when it's time to get on code and oppress Africans, they get on code.
Okay,
these tribal wars.
Bon, I hear you, and I appreciate what you're saying, and I really do. But I'm coming from an African perspective where the people in power are black. Yeah. When you go to Africa, there's no white prime minister, there's no white.
Yeah, but who are they ruled by?
They're all black.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
One second. Now, when you go into African politics, I mean, you see now, most people who are in these governments all come from maybe one tribe or something like that. So then you understand that there's deeper politics to it. Yeah. So I understand, I appreciate American politics. I appreciate it, but American politics is so much different from politics on the continent. So much different, my friend. Like black and white, different. You understand?
I understand that, Beefy, but who does the leader of your country answer to? which European country does he answer to? So that's what I'm saying. They're just puppets. They're puppets. Even these tribal wars are just part of puppeteering. We're gonna keep these guys fighting while we get rich and get fat, and then we're gonna answer to UK or whatever European country we answer to. Man, come on, baby. Come on.
You see what it is, brother Bond, right? You see what it is. Brother Beefy doesn't understand the invisible power strategy that white supremacy use. They always keep their power invisible, right, to make you believe that they're not the ones that's doing anything. You see, this is what brother Beefy. This is why, brother, we have to be politically educated. You see, because when you understand the non-Africans' unethical code of conduct, brother, their whole unethical code of conduct is based upon deception, brother. You see, if I can maneuver without you knowing, right, that means the real power can be effective. But if I let everyone know that I practice on unethical code of conduct on African people, it will be detected and you can't get away with it. You see?
Okay,
So
I hear you. I hear.
Although these black people, go on, brother. Go on, brother.
I love how you're concentrating on the your politics on non-African, but I want to see how we're going to govern ourselves in Africa with all many tribes in Africa with all different cultures. I want to know. I want to figure out how you are going to govern. Well, not govern your mentor. All these people. Are you going to govern their mentor? So I'm trying to figure out how you're going to do it. And I'm not thinking about what the non-Europeans are doing. I'm saying how are you going to govern the Africans with all the different tribes and cultures. So I'm focusing on.
Was done before, brother. Pan-Africanism is not new to the African continent. Garveyism is not new to the African continent, brother. It's not new. Remember this, brother, right? We know that Garvey, right, was just a man. Let's focus on the blueprint of nationalism for African people. Brother, he united over 50 million different types of African tribes and different types of religion. And he didn't need to use any form of religion to do it, brother. This is remarkable because we as African people believe that you need to be in a religion to connect with one another. I need to pray next door to you to work with you, or I need to bounce my head up and down. But brother, the fact that we can unite wait.
And you know what's funny, Kel? You know what's funny, Kel? Hold on, Beefy. Hold on, Beefy. I'm gonna tell you what's funny. Because Beefy brings up tribal wars, but then if I say the Bloods and Crips are killing each other, everybody will laugh like it's a joke. And it's like that shit's stupid.
No joke.
No, we would admit.
But that's true.
Oh, but listen, Kel.
The Bloods and
Kel,
Crips kill each
we
other
can
every
admit
day.
that the Bloods and Crips killing each other is stupid. But then when Beefy tell me, man, black people been killing black people for hundreds and thousands of years, it's like, yeah, Beefy, but that shit's still stupid. When are we gonna realize that shit is stupid? You can call it tribal, you can call it gang, you can call it sets, cliques, whatever the fuck you want to call it. The shit is stupid. If black people don't come together and see that it's the same enemy, it's one enemy that's fucking. We have a common enemy, but we can't see it. You know why? Because their common enemy is making sure that they put these black puppet leaders in places wherever Beefy country is, Zimbabwe. They put a black puppet leader right there and convince these niggas to keep killing each other and say I'm Zulu and I'm in the belly, and now they're killing each other over cliques and names and history and all that shit. Same shit the Bloods and Crips doing, bro.
See?
This shit old. It's the same movie. We watched the same movie.
Movie. You see, the same movie. You see, brother?
So what? Pan-Africans ain't a gang then, yeah? Pan-Africans ain't a gang then?
Wait.
Ain't Pan-Africans a gang?
There's 2 points. There's 2 points Mr. Kyle raised about
which side you want man to draw? Join.
Garvey was a stout Roman Catholic. He was praying for things to help him. What are you talking about? Prayer Jude he was using. So what are we talking about here?
Brother Beefy.
Don't ever do that,
brother. Now you see what you're doing now, brother, right? You are using a political scientific strategy of removing the real work that Garvey did and focusing on petty, silly things, brother, that has nothing to do with our movement. Okay. We know that the Honorable Marcus Garvey, brother, he was in Christianity. We know these things. We know that. Hold on, brother. If you can let me finish, brother. If you can allow me, brother. All due respect. We know at that time, brother, Due to the lack of our power, we had to go into certain institutions. No one's disagreeing with that. But why don't we ever focus on, brother, that he went into certain institutions, Pan-Africanized the collective, and focus on our job? Why is that, brother? Far
Okay,
in the
can I
stratosphere.
reply?
Hold
Can I
on,
reply?
brother. Why is that far in the stratosphere? But him being a Christian, him seeking this and that, why is that close to us, brother? Like
Can I
the
reply?
what close to right here? Why is it, brother? Explain to me, brother. Please
Okay,
help me.
let me explain now. You see, Mr. Garvey apparently he united, like he had a standing army who were paraded in America during the civil rights movement. Did they fight any white people? Oh wait.
Hold on, what's the question? What was the question, Beefy? I'm here. What's the question?
When Garvey was around, he
Yeah.
had an army in America where they wore their uniform, paraded around the American country. This army built in America. Did they fight any one white person during the civil rights movement?
It wasn't, but Beefy, it wasn't about fighting. I'm gonna tell you this. Hold on, Beefy. No. It wasn't about fighting white people, Beefy. That's a crazy way to think. It's not about fighting white people. It's about, no, it's not. It's about stop fighting your own people. I don't give a fuck if you call yourself Ndebele or Zulu, whatever.
1 second, please answer my question. Please answer my question.
Listen,
I'm not talking about tribes. I'm talking about tribes. Yeah. Garvey built an army in America. Yeah.
Right.
They all wore their uniform, paraded themselves in America during the height of the civil rights, when people were getting broke up every corner. I'm asking you, did this army fight anyone to defend the black people in America? Yes or no?
No,
Brother Bond. You see, what brother Beefy's done, he's fouled into the spider's web and is about to get bitten. Because last time I checked, brother, all the way in the South, there was a military political war between the Garveyites and the Ku Klux Klan. You see, brother, this is well documented. But the fact that brother Beefy is going to use this, which don't make no sense, brother, it will be used against you. Yes, he formulated military signs. Yes, he took out Ku Klux Klan, shot guns, all them things, because they were killing African people. See, brother, they were killing African people. So it's not just about political science of knowing how to understand the behavior. Is when the time came, he used military science, brother. You see, protecting African life. And by the way, Malcolm X's parents, the Littles, were also part of the Garvey movement, because in America, in Europe, in Africa, in Australia, we all have the same problem and the same enemy.
All right, big up the panel, man. Big up the panel, each and every time, man.
What's up?
What up? I was just gonna ask a question. I was gonna say, like, by tearing down Papa Garvey and his works and trying to diminish the man's character, and let's say lifting up someone like Bruno Mars, how does that help the black community today?
I don't know about lifting up Bruno Mars. But,
no, I'm just saying. Is Beefy a Bruno Mars fan or something?
Let me reply.
I'm just saying.
I
don't know what everyone lives up.
Wow, what's going on here?
I think
you ask a question, but you're not gonna let man reply. Like, I don't understand.
But I'm just saying, by doing this, how does when I see your face?
Okay, you just gonna make someone swear at Garvey the way you're going on. You're not helping the cause either.
You ask a question, then you want to singing and all doing all sorts. What are we doing? The reason why we have to talk about these things is we shouldn't. Why are we going to keep on doing the same mistake over and over again? Why don't we come up with a new plan, a new blueprint?
Right.
This is failed. What are we doing?
Well, as I said, there's still people that's got faith in it, Beef. So tearing it down ain't really going to help us move forward.
I'm not tearing it down. I'm just saying it didn't work. That's the reality. It didn't work.
No, in your eyes, I believe so. Definitely, but I'm saying there's still people that hang on the blueprint. Like
so what?
And confidence is if you're quite confident. If you got confidence, twice. If you have confidence, twice.
When we ask for the blueprint, we never get an answer though.
Where's the blueprint then, Mr. Mr. Garvey. Where's
No,
the
I
blueprint?
just said
No, where is the blueprint?
Self-reliance. 1 second, Beef, because you asked me what the blueprint is, isn't it?
Yep.
I just said one of them is self-reliance, and one of them is lack of confidence. He teaches you not to have a lack of confidence. Be confident in yourself, because otherwise you'll be twice defeated in the race of life.
Cool. Where did he learn that from?
So there's a lot of huh?
Hey, Freddie, guess where he learned that from?
Sorry?
Guess where he learned that from?
My brother, I don't business where we learned it from. I'm saying it's a principle I can attest to, and it's a principle.
If I go back on it and I find out it's white supremacy, what am I supposed to do then? Am I supposed to still listen to what you're saying?
The king. What I'm saying, leaders in Nigeria follow white supremacy.
And so did Garvey. And so did Garvey. So why are you?
No, but I'm saying, what can we do?
Why are you
Rubbish everything.
a man
the leader
who's
done.
following white supremacy,
You can't do that, bro.
Like, what are you doing, bro?
Papa
No,
Garvey.
but bro, I'm saying there's been leaders in Nigeria that follow white supremacy. And they all done good things for the
Garvey
nation.
as well. And they follow
Every
Garvey.
single one is corrupt, though. We're not
He's a Garvey
holding
as
them
well.
up or lording them up and saying, you know what?
No,
this
but
one
I'm
was
saying there's
better than
still
the
good
other.
things they've done.
And it's
Even
not
though
about
you don't think
whataboutism.
they're a nice person, there's
Even
still
Bill
good
Gates,
things
Bill
they've
Gates
done.
done good
Yes
stuff.
or no?
So what?
No.
Bill Gates done good stuff.
No.
Because we
What are we doing?
don't deal with the government. Hold on, brother. We don't even deal with the government here. Why are we talking about people who are leaders of our countries who are definitely in institutions that the Europeans created? Like, what the fuck are we doing here, bruv? Yeah? I don't care about none of them pussy holes, bruv. Yeah? Garvey included. You lot must be fucking out your fucking mind.
I'm telling you, the way he's drinking.
Well,
Like,
fucking right, bruv. Yeah? I say
I'm a man who knows knowledge and bare things, yeah? But we're not going to do that. We're not going to throw Papa Garvey, at man, and there's no plan. There's no thing. There's nothing to back it.
I'm saying, Maku, you can't see the plan. A lot of people can know. That's what I'm saying, because you can't see it. You can't rubbish it because you don't agree with it.
He can't rubbish it.
You can't rubbish it because you don't agree with it, man.
Can't rubbish it.
Because you can't see the vision, and a lot of people can.
Looked at the ideology.
It's not nobody's fault,
I don't know fly by night thing.
He can't.
Both of you.
Max.
You ain't gonna tell me about Pan-Africanism.
Rob, nobody's interested in what you're on.
Rob,
what I'm saying is there's a thing called Garveyism, and there's a lot of people that can see it, innit? For what can see it for what it is. If you can't see it for what it is, you don't need to bring it down.
You have to see it for what it is.
Understand it.
Because what are you raising up? What are you raising up in its place?
And I tell you, it's fascism, and Marxism, that's the basis.
Yeah, but I'm saying we're helping our black people, innit? So if we're going to tear Garveyism down, what are we using to replace it, to raise up our people?
Hello. Because we are a long way
They
since
want to
Garvey.
use the European
We are a
system.
long way since Garvey's time,
They want
right?
to use.
And what we're saying is those blueprints have been used.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I hear you, man.
Hold on,
I think some of it's outdated, but I'm saying, what are we using to uplift our people in replacement of Garveyism?
Islam, Islam, Freddie.
One second.
Islam, Freddie.
1 second, because remember that not every African, only Pan-Africans want to be nationalists. Like, allow it. Every African does not want to be in a nation and that is a fucking pipe dream.
Can I ask, sorry, as a non-African, let me have a second. One sec. Freddie, you come up with a good question, but who is the question designed for? The African or the Pan-African?
No, I just
both of them can't answer that
you're
one question,
non-African,
family.
I hear you, my brother. All due respect, you're non-African. I just want to understand from the panel, can you learn from a pussy hole as well as somebody that's decent? Is there lessons to learn from both people?
Question.
It's got to be designed for something. Can you learn something from the pussy hole? Or if
Freddie, you come up with a really good question.
1 second, non-African. 1 second, non-African man.
Freddie,
All right,
you learn how not to
Fred,
be a
can you
pussy.
hear me?
That's what you learn.
Freddie Cole. Listen, Freddie, what I'm saying is I'm just a bystander observing a conversation, right? But for the sake of the conversation, what I'm saying is you come up with a really good question and I just don't want it to get skipped
No,
over.
but I'm
I want
saying
to hear
1
the
second,
answer
non-African
for your
man, because
question.
we're missing a point here. We wanna. It's
No,
about
you asked the
educational
question.
journey. So I'm understanding.
Brother.
Can you learn from all people of all shapes and sizes, or you just have to learn from one set of people?
No.
Is that how it
Brother,
goes?
Freddie, you asked the question. You asked the question. If this thing has got flaws in it, who's coming up with the better model? Surely
No,
you should be
forget that
asking that to
question.
the
We've
man.
gone past that question because we ain't got an answer for that. We ain't got an answer for that. We just got waffle. What I'm saying is, can you learn from anybody? Can you learn from
And
anybody?
pushing forward the
Can you
method
learn
that
from
you're.
anybody in society?
You can learn from a fool. Yes,
Course
you
you
can learn
can.
from a fool.
Of course you
need to
can. In the
learn
Quran
from
it
a
says,
broken
go as
That's all I
far as
want to hear
China.
then. That's
In the
all I want
Quran
to
it
hear
says,
then.
go as far
That's
as
all I
China
want
for
to hear then.
knowledge.
So why is it different for the Pan-Africanist to learn and Pan-Africanize for his agenda? You
No,
see,
we're
No, I
saying to
said.
the Pan-Africanists
Wait.
to learn from the
Eddie, hold on,
African.
brother.
One second.
Brother,
Please.
are you listening? It's a
please.
conversation between a
Relax,
Pan-African
man.
and an African.
Please. Please.
Brother.
What I'm saying, yeah, you can learn from a fool and you can learn how not to be a fool. Simple. Nothing complicated about that.
You can learn from anybody, a tramp, a fucking
I'm saying
wicked
is,
man,
yeah,
a murderer,
listen.
anybody. You know
me,
what I'm
Freddie,
saying?
man.
You don't have to fucking
The
person not have
Listen
to have
me,
rights
listen me.
or so-called
Because our
righteousness
people like
in
to
their
follow
heart
blindly.
and to learn a lesson from man.
Oh, no, please, we guys.
Huh?
Freddie, you ask a question, but you overtalk everyone's answer.
No, I'm
waffling.
just saying, man, know what it is though.
I know, but you ask a question and you say we're waffling, but you're overtalking, man, when they're answering you.
Here's what's interesting. The Europeans learn from African people every single day. You see, the Asians do it, the Middle East, but you know what they do very interesting, which Brother Snipes and Beefy seems to not understand? They nationalize it for the agenda of their people. The Illuminati is based upon the practices of what the ancient Africans used to do. But all they've done...
No, man's calling you Illuminati.
That's all it
Man's
is.
calling you Illuminati.
But I agree with Kill. I agree with Kill. No. Khan, relax, man. I agree with Kill. I watch non-black people listen and sit here and study and even speak on our, get comfortable and speak on our topics like they're around. They're always going to be here.
But it's a mixed panel. This show is a mixed show.
I agree with Kel. They go away.
Some of them are smarter than you at the topic.
Come on,
that's
man.
the
It don't
mad
matter.
thing.
It don't matter.
Yeah, it does matter. It does matter, bro. It does matter.
It don't matter.
Because you're not the only one
according to who?
speaking. You're not the only one speaking, and you're not the only one listening.
And notice how Brother
it
Snipe
feels
told
to
me.
you, hold on, how it feels and sounds
has
to you
arrived.
is down to you. But that's not for all of us. You
Come on,
can't
stop
speak
it,
for
man. What the
anybody
fuck can
other
they
than
teach
yourself.
me? What can they teach me?
I think we all
What
have
can they
something
teach
You
to
know,
learn
my
from
brother.
each
The
other.
Remember, yeah,
the
people
whole
can teach
From
you a
an
lot.
Asian who
is
fled
based
his
upon
country.
African words.
Hold on,
and
listen.
Arab
Listen.
word.
Let me give you an
Okay.
example. Let me give you an example. An Asian who fled his country to the UK. What the fuck can he teach me? And he don't like me. Deep down, he won't let me fuck his sister. So I know he don't like me. He don't care about me. So
And that's the main thing to you, isn't it? Who you can fuck. That's the main thing you're concerned with.
Standard of measurement right there.
No one cares about your
That's
American opinion anyway. 'cause
That's
you
his
just
criteria.
I know, but you
need to
fled
learn how to
though.
go and read
But
and
you
do
still
something and do
fled.
something useful.
Yeah, you
And
fled.
you know what?
You
At the
fled.
end of
When
the
you
day,
going
it's
back
not
home?
even an argument, innit? Because really,
Why don't you
on a normal
research
day,
like King Alfred? Because he united the UK, didn't he? Or
yeah,
England, anyway.
it's not
We
even
are
an
all going to have
argument.
to
We're
work
all
this out
reasoning,
at
innit?
some point. African,
We're all-
American, Irish, we're all going to have to work it out at some point. We've got a big
We asked
fish
for
in
the
the fry.
blueprint.
Oh,
We
we
didn't get
don't
an
have to
answer.
work
We didn't get the
together.
blueprint, it was a waffle.
He's
We
got
didn't get an answer.
No.
Kyle, oh, one second. No,
Wait, what are your
one second.
views on Alfred the Great, though?
One second, one second. I beg, Michael, please be people up. I don't know why Paul just doing this, bro. What are we doing?
I know. They're
Listen,
talking over
we
people.
want the answer. Yeah, simple. Can you please bring out the blueprint? The blueprint is on paper, plan set out. from A to B to Z. So please, can you show us the blueprint? I don't want to hear brother. I don't want to hear brother. Pull out the blueprint, bro. I don't want to hear brother. I don't want to hear brother.
Can we let people moderate, please?
No. I beg.
Listen, you ain't got nothing for man to critique, have you, innit? But I've just gave you 2 key points.
No. I didn't ask for 2 key points. We asked for the 1 second, bro. 1 second. 1 second, bro. 1 second, bro. Bro, listen. All I asked you,
man's answer in that,
yeah.
Right? It's mad.
I asked you for the blueprint. You're telling me you gave me 2 key points. I don't care about 2 key points. I want the blueprint from A to Z.
Bro, I can't give you the blueprint from A to Z.
Why?
I long time I ain't learned that blueprint. Long time. I know the basics.
Where is it though? Where is it? Where can I find it? Where can I find it?
There's 5 points. There's 5 key points in it. 1 second. Because you want me to tell you what the key points are in it.
I don't want the key points.
I'm gonna hand you over to Kane, innit? Because Kane knows them, innit? But I don't
want the 5 points. I want the blueprint. Please.
What did you do, brother B? What did you do, brother B? You know what it is, brother B?
One mic.
If you reach this big age now and you can't understand what Garvey's doing, you'll never get to understand the blueprint.
Bro.
Where is it, bro?
We know the blueprint. We said the blueprint.
Bro, I'm telling you exactly what
it is. And it's black Marxism. That is it.
Sniper, there's a difference between knowing something and understanding it. You know
in
it,
Russian, Bolshevik ideas,
difference between knowledge and understanding.
Communist ideas.
You know the knowledge, but don't understand it.
It's nigger shit.
The reality of it. You know
Wake
knowledge.
up and smell the coffee, fam.
That's the reality of it.
Yeah, about reality.
And the reason why
I come from the road, you can learn from anybody. These men are gassing. You can learn if the man's a devil, you can learn something from him, innit? If the man's an angel, you can learn something from him, innit?
Wait.
1 second. From a person.
You learn from the devil.
Wait. From our ancestors and we move forward.
What?
Wait. What are you talking about?
What do you talk about the devil?
Beefy. The Illuminati learns from the devil, but everyone sets up a channel
and we know what they do.
Illuminati.
We know what they do. We know what they're about.
The Illuminati's doing this, they're doing that. But when African people want to do their movement, we want to critique it. Non-African people learn from the devil.
What movement?
All the time.
What movement?
Pan-African is not African.
Nobody critiques them.
Pan-African is not an African.
Pan-Africanist who wants
to do what you want. But just know Africans are opposed to your fuckery.
Kel, over here.
It's not about Africa. Man, tell me what you keep saying the continent of black people in the Caribbean. You just care about Africans.
No, it doesn't even care about
Africa all the time. No one cares about Africa like that.
It doesn't even
it's
care
a whole
about Africa.
Continent of black people elsewhere, bro.
Right.
Don't you understand that, fam?
Well, if it's done in those places, right? Remember, it's synchronized definitely because remember how some people are thinking there ain't no fucking revolution in Pan-Africanism. Yeah, it's ideal.
No.
Hold on. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Now, when I'm talking, you're talking. No fucking discipline. Thank you. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, we understand Garveyites and Garveyism. Yeah. It goes with Marxism. Yeah. Communism, fascism, socialism, yeah, nationalism, yeah. We understand that, yeah. Hold on, we understand that, yeah. And I'm saying a lot of African leaders took these ideals into Africa and killed millions of Africans, yeah. And now you want me in the 2022 to accept what, a new form of Pan-Africanism? Fuck you. Anyone who invented this new idea of coming to Africa and take over and building an army and everybody unite in Africa. Fuck that idea because it doesn't work. It will never work. It doesn't even make sense. And Pan-Africans, go and get a fucking building, I beg. Yeah? Before you even come and talk to a man. Because until then, you're just talking ideas. Yeah? It can't be in reality, bruv. I told you what to
Matt,
do in reality.
me
Go and
challenge that.
find a
No,
small
no,
I'm
Freddie.
African
saying,
country.
No, Freddie.
yo, bro,
Freddie.
what you're saying,
Let me finish.
ain't valid.
Let me
Ain't valid.
finish. Let me finish.
No, of
Yeah?
course I'll let you
Let me
finish.
finish. Yeah.
Of course
No
I'll
one,
let
no
you finish, brother.
interruptions. Yeah. I'm saying, I told man, go and find a small African country and show improve. Until then, shut the fuck up. You ain't telling Africans what they are and what they're doing and what they
Hey,
should
bruv,
be
there's
doing and all of that.
Pan-African
That is
buildings
a
in
complete.
Tottenham now.
Hold on. See, you're talking again while I'm talking.
No, I'm
Are
telling
you
you,
all
there's
right?
Pan-African buildings in
Are you
Tottenham.
fucking all right, bruv?
No, I'm telling you, there's Pan-African buildings in
How is
Tottenham,
this
bro.
going to
I'm
work
all
as a
right.
conversation if I
Making
can't
you know
get
what's
my thing
going
up?
on.
Yeah. While you lot was talking, I was fucking quiet. Yeah. Now I want to talk. Everybody wants to fucking talk. What the fuck is this, Freddie,
I'm
man?
just correcting what you're saying,
Just
bro, man.
fucking relax. You can't correct me. You're not even fucking smart enough. What you doing?
All right, cool.
How you gonna correct me? On what? Something
I'm
I ain't even said
correcting you. I'm
yet.
saying there's Pan-African buildings in Tottenham, bro.
Relax
All right,
yourself,
we're
bro.
brain banging, not gang
Relax
banging,
yourself,
General.
bro. Yeah? Just getting in my fucking way and on my fucking nerves. Yeah? You don't need to fucking
All right,
fix up.
whatever.
Yeah? We tell you what it fucking is. Yeah? We ain't down with your Pan-Africanism. Yeah? I'm not saying you,
Cool.
Freddie. Yeah?
Yo,
I'm not
I
saying you,
understand
Freddie.
what you're
I'm
saying,
talking
bro.
one, my brother.
I understand. I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't know why you're getting so
Why are you
irate and
talking? Why are
chatting
you
a lot of
fucking
shit.
talking, bro?
Like,
Yeah, that's
I
why
don't
you're
know
gonna
why you're
wind me
getting
up.
so
You're gonna
irate,
fucking
innit?
wind me up,
I'm
Freddie.
telling you,
Yeah?
there's
You're
Pan-African
fucking
buildings
winding me
that
up,
in your
Freddie.
area
Yeah?
that disagree
I'm
with what you're
telling
saying.
you, why are you
There's
talking when I'm
Pan-African
talking,
buildings
cuz?
in your area that disagree with
Bruv,
what you're saying. That's
bruv,
all I'm saying, bro.
bruv, shut the fuck up, bruv.
Whatever
I'm
you say,
talking,
man.
yeah, and you want to fucking interrupt me. Where's the respect, bruv? Am I a fucking dickhead or something? When you want to fucking talk, I'll be fucking quiet. When Kel wants to talk, I'll be fucking quiet. When I'm talking, everybody wants to fucking talk. And in real life, it's not that energy. Are you all stupid or something? All of a sudden, you get online and you fucking lose your fucking mind. Fix the fuck up, man. Fuck.
Bro, it's not a fight, bro. It's not a real life thing. It's nothing with me and you, bro, man.
Just
Come on,
shush,
man.
man.
Relax your
Just
skin.
shush while I'm talking,
Relax
bro.
your
That's all I
skin, man.
wanted.
I'm done.
That's all I
Relax,
wanted.
Matthew.
That's all I wanted,
I've
though,
let
bro.
you shine. Do
I
your
want the
thing. Do
space.
your
I
rant,
want the
innit?
space, bro.
But what I'm saying to you, in real life,
My
there's
God, bro.
Pan-African places in Tottenham
Bro,
that disagree with what you're saying.
So I go in there and I'm welcomed. What are you talking about? I don't give a fuck. What are you telling me? I know the art center. I'm there. I'm thing. I know the people. Every single fucking person I fucking grew up with. What? Means nothing, bruv. But none of them is gonna look me in my face and tell me I must do this and I must do that and we must do
Bro,
this as African people. They're not gonna say that to me, bruv.
I think you got Pan-Africanism wrong, innit? I'm not gonna
No,
lie,
I'm
man.
not. I'm not wrong,
But
bro.
it's about self-reliance. So how can people
Bro.
tell you what to do? And it's
You're
about
caping.
self-reliance.
You're
That's the main
caping.
key
One
thing.
second, bruv. Yeah? Because man is talking about coming to Africa and telling Africans what to do. Yes, fam. Yeah? Telling them to form an army, telling them to do this and do that and do this and do this and do this. And Africans are not this and Africans are not that. And the non-Africans are bruv. You're sitting with Africans and they can tell you, bro, nah, I think that might not work. We've been sitting there for weeks trying to explain to you your ideas, your outdated Marcus Garvey ideas that nobody's taken on. Even the modern Pan-African.
We got a
One
list.
second.
We have a
The
list.
modern Pan-African is not a Garveyist. He's not a
Yeah, we got a
Garveyist.
list. Go on, brother.
Okay,
Go
but
on.
if I could though, if I could though, Kel. So you're saying we won't in Africa, we won't accept that, but we will accept fascism. Tell me this, Sniper. Who gave you fascism, communism, social? Because you just threw out these words: fascism, communism, socialism. Who are those African words, or did someone come to Africa and give you those words? But you saying they can't give you Garveyism, but you take all the other isms when outsiders come to Africa and tell you these are our ideologies. You just agree with those, but then you disagree with the black man who look like you, who come there and try to give you some good shit. You disagree with that. Talk to me, Sniper.
I'm saying, all them ideologies came under the guise of Pan-Africanism. Yes, Born Rich. Yeah, they came under the guise of Pan-African. That's why I'm saying these African leaders that were in Africa that were Pan-Africans that committed atrocities on their own fucking people. We've already had these examples of these guys trying to use these communist, socialist, nationalist views in Africa, in various different countries, and we've seen the fucking results. Warlords, murders, genocide, all sorts of fuckery under the guise of fucking Pan-Africanism. And you come and tell me what?
I didn't like to get brother. You're telling
make sure you know, fam.
Chaka Ra just come and broke that down the other day, so that's bullshit. What you said.
Thank you.
Everyone knows, man.
But whatever.
No, but you can't deny what Matthew's saying, no? How can you deny what Matthew's saying?
Chaka Ra just come and broke what Matthew was saying down the other day. He broke everything what Matthew was saying down the other day.
You're saying Europeans haven't tried their own thing in Africa.
You missed the program. You missed the program. He said there's been no wars initiated under Pan-Africanism.
I'm always here, bro.
There's been wars initiated under a load of other things apart from Pan-Africanism. And you can't
what example of that is there, Freddie?
How you right now?
What example, Freddie? What country and what time?
No, I'm saying how's he right now, and he couldn't prove him wrong then.
I've done prove them wrong.
Not now, bro. Not now.
Whatever, man.
Everything I've said is factual. There's nobody here who's going to say that.
Even allow it. Even allow it. Allow it.
No, can't. No, sorry,
kid. Why are them people talking at the same time? Look, there's no one who's going to say I'm wrong. I don't know what you're talking about, Freddie.
No.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong, innit? I'm saying Chaka Ra already come and broke down, gave you history dates and everything about
Thank you.
He got me. Like, I'm making you know that I can rewind it and get the show and the clipping and all that.
Freddie,
General, I've got this one.
Freddie,
his story. His story.
Who's this?
The only people that agree with Snipes are the synchronized Africans and non-African people. Why? Because agreeing with Snipes in this mindset helps non-African people's agenda to control black people. It's no different when Hold on.
Wait, you know what?
Muhammad Ali.
You have to say things like that. At the end of the day, we're debating, innit? We're debating on a subject.
You can't debate, man.
You've got two different
other people in the phrase, like they're saying they're making the point I'm making. That's how dumb you are. You think you could throw Chaka Ra into the discussion? When it's not even what I'm saying, bro.
What you don't understand?
No, but you're saying that. You're saying African leaders.
What I'm saying
in Africa use Pan-Africanism to create war. That's what you said, Macri. And I said that's a lie.
That's unsynchronized.
That's all I said, you know, Max.
Did I say create war, genocide, bro?
Bro, you said war, genocide, all these socialism, all these other stuff, and I'm telling you that's a lie,
bro. I said killed millions of their people, and the evidence is like I showed this yesterday, bro. Like, don't make a fool of yourself, Freddie. Yeah, to think that Mike will be saying something and I ain't put the work in. Yeah,
I'll make a fool of myself if I fucking believed everything
but you are
said,
fool. That's not my business. Yeah,
I'll make a big fool of myself if I believed everything you said.
I'm telling you,
I'll never do that. I'll never believe what no man says. But I'm telling you what I know, innit? I can't tell you what I know.
My brother. It's only yesterday.
Bro, don't get personal, Max, man. Don't get personal, Max. Max, don't get personal, bro. Don't get personal. What are you talking about? Shut up. Don't get personal, Max, man.
What are you doing?
I'm not a kid either, you know? You know that, innit?
What are you talking about?
I'm saying don't go personal, bro, man. There's no need for it.
Show, please.
I'm trying to talk now, bro.
Guys. Let's have a little bit of respect for the owner of the channel.
Relax,
brother. Have a little bit of respect for the owner of the channel. Man's trusting us, brother. Freddie. Big man's trusting us with his channel, bro. Don't turn it into a circus.
I'm just talking right now, bro. Yeah, I'm talking right now. If I'm not talking and I'm doing what I'm doing, that's different.
One at a time, man.
Bro, it's not that situation, so I don't know what you're doing, bro. Yeah?
Stay on cold, family. Let's down.
I know it ain't that situation. That's why I'm saying back down a little bit.
Killing you. Bro, it's all
just
right.
have a respect, man.
Take a seat, man. Relax, man.
Let's stay on cold, man.
Stay on fucking cold. Whatever that is, yeah?
Yeah, Coders
You
just
know-
don't argue with black brothers that know each other in real life. Shouldn't be arguing on YouTube, brother. Come on, Snipe. Let's
Nah,
go.
no way.
You
I'm
know
not
what Code
arguing,
is,
man.
brother.
I'm not
They're
arguing.
disagreeing,
man.
that's all. They're just
No way.
disagreeing.
That's all it
That's
is.
what I'm
Passionately
telling you.
disagreeing.
Like, what is
That's all they're doing.
I've got
Passionately
irate one
disagreeing.
time, innit? That's what I'm saying, man. Chill out,
Yeah,
innit?
but you're
Like,
just
chill
an
out.
interrupter, bro.
Come
When
on,
I'm
man.
trying to talk, that's what's irritating. So if anything, my voice might be elevated, but I'm only irritated, and I only have to raise my voice because I have to squeeze in between other people talking. Other than that, I don't care what you lot are talking about. We ain't talking road shit. We're talking information. And I'm saying, if you're saying I'm fucking wrong, I'm saying you're the fool. Yeah? Because I spend many days doing this shit. Yeah? It's only yesterday that we're dealing with the African warlords. Yeah? That killed millions of people, each one of them. Idi Amin, Colonel Gaddafi, and Colonel
Shaka
Gaddafi,
Zulu.
who is a Pan-African. So we're not going to get
He's
away
not a
from this shit.
Pan-African brother. You see, there you
Oh,
go again.
bruv, please,
Fabricating
relax,
information.
relax.
And please explain to me why
Relax,
is
my friend.
Ethan a non-African speaking up on our African issues?
Look at him,
That
look at him, look at him.
confuses me
Look at
again.
him.
Because they have an opinion, lad, and I can give me opinion if I want to give me opinion.
Bro, just go back in your corner and be
Yeah,
quiet.
heathens
Because,
more
like,
than
It ain't valid
qualified.
tonight. Not on
it's
this
a panel.
one.
Anyone can
even.
talk, innit? Like, that's just ridiculous. Do you get what I'm saying? And we've had this conversation so many times. A lot of these people, non-Africans here, definitely know what we're talking about. Yeah? Because they've
No,
done
know what
the
they're talking
research.
about. That's
Some of
what
them
they
have
keep
even had to go away and do the research. So when I mention certain things, it can easily be fact-checked. If he's
I
not a
know that
fascist, if
they
he's not a
insist
black
on-
Marxist, hold on. If he's not a black Marxist and all of these type of things there, I would be easily fact-checked. People be in the chat saying, Mackie, you're chatting shit. But it never fucking happens. Yeah? What does happen is people go and research and realize I'm fucking telling the truth, bro.
Oh
I
no,
don't
no.
have time to come here and lie to you fucking
80%.
idiots.
That's
You
why I said
imbecile.
80%.
Yeah?
I agree with
Fucking
you.
dumb,
1 second, Max. 1 second, Max. Got 80%. I agree with you, innit? But certain
Come on.
subjects like Garvey and other things, I'll have to just disagree. Agree to disagree.
That's good.
You get what I'm saying? Because man can't see what I
You're in
see.
the reality.
And I'm not expecting man to know what I know. And I'm not expecting you to know what vice versa and all that. You know what I mean?
Freddie, I'm saying to man, and I asked man, yeah, what type of Pan-African are you dealing with? Because man is a Pan-African. Man grew up in a Pan-African environment, all sorts. The people who run the center is my mum and my uncle and all of these type of things in Dalston, right there. So we're not gonna play this fucking game like I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, I'm saying,
because what you said there made no sense at all.
Hold on. I'm claiming, yeah, that Pan-Africanism is about the history, the information, and the knowledge, right?
Okay.
Coupled with the scholars, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank God for Sheikh Anta Diop, John Henry Clark, all of these people. What's his name? Barashango, all of these type of people who've passed now. When I was young growing up in it, it was all about the lectures and about the info.
Yeah, but family, we can't expect each other to be robotic.
1 second. All this radical talk, is new. Yeah, and if anyone's gonna do the radical shit, it's gonna be me. So let's get that right. And that's not ego. Everyone just knows that. Yeah, I'm gonna be there front line doing the thing.
Yeah.
So my point is, right? Hold on. I stand with my people when we go reparations. We there. Freddie's there. All of us are there. We know what bits of the thing we are into. Do you get it? And this is what I said, there's different types of Pan-Africanism, because yours is a new thing. Well, not really a new thing. It's
Well, it's not a new
Garveyism.
thing, brother.
But Garveyism is not the established Pan-African way of thinking. Sorry.
Family, that's one technique.
And hold on. It's your brothers. Hold on.
Brother. Kanye West.
Well, let KO go, man.
Hold on. Kanye West. Kanye West's father was a member of the Black Panther in Chicago. I repeat myself again. Kanye West's father was a member of the Black Panther movement in Chicago. And look where Kanye West ended up.
Don't take it there.
Hold on. When you're talking about I grew up, hold on.
Shut the fuck up, you crackhead, man.
When you're talking about you grew up you grew up in Pan-Africanist communities, stuff like that. That don't mean, brother, that you're free from being unsynchronized, because Kanye West father is a Black Panther, and look who he married, and look how he's become. Brother, you are unsynchronized by that. Come what you said.
I'm here having conversation with you. You know my capacity. I'm
Bro,
not
at
a
the end
YouTube
of
guy.
the day,
Hold on,
no
hold
one's
on, hold on, hold on, hold
unsynchronized.
on. Hold on, man.
Let me have a piece, though, Max. Let me have a
No,
piece. when
bro.
you're done.
If someone directs something
So
at you,
I've been
ain't
waiting
it my
long,
right?
Max, though, man. And you've been
Ain't it my
going on,
fucking
you
right
know,
to
fam.
answer back when someone says something to me? Are you fucking stupid or something?
Fam,
Why do
man,
you keep
stop
doing this?
bursting the blood vessel, man, and chill
No,
out, man.
shut up, man. Shut
You
the
get me?
fuck
Nah,
up,
that's
man.
nah. You're not gonna shut
Yeah?
me up,
You're trying
Max.
to get
What
on my
the fuck are
nerves
you
now.
talking about? Shut
Yeah?
up. You're
You're
not
fucking
gonna
getting
shut
on my
me up,
nerves
bro,
now.
man. Relax, Max, man.
I don't have the right to respond when
Like,
a
if
man
you want me to
directly
come off
talking
the
to me.
show, I'll just come
What are
off
you
the
doing?
show, man. But don't
I don't
hype
care,
up,
bro.
bro.
I don't do anything like
Serious
that,
shit,
bro.
man. I
That's
swear
your
to
own
God,
thing.
because the hype up
Yeah?
thing's done,
If you
bro.
want to be emotional and be a baby,
Sounds
that's your
weird.
business. Yeah? I don't know why you're being a baby for. Yeah? You need to grow the fuck up.
Bruv, I'm saying stop
And you want
hyping,
to
bro,
talk over,
because you've had
bruv,
bare time on the mic. Give
bruv,
someone else a chance to talk. Fuck's sake, man.
bruv, I just heard a man talk, yeah, and direct it at me. Am I not have the right to
More
fucking
waffle than
respond,
bird's
you
eye.
dickhead? Huh? I don't have the right to respond. Are you dumb? It's a show. This is what we do. We have conversation. So when a man directs something at man, I got an answer for him. And now you're telling me, no, I want to speak. You've been speaking all this time. Fuck you. I know what my fucking capacity is. I know what I fucking do for a living.
Jenny, come on. You know why?
What are you doing, bruv?
Come on, Jen.
A man's calling me unsynchronized and all of them things there, and you don't want me to answer. And I've got the problem. Yeah? Let's move out of the fucking way, Freddie, man. What go on for you? That's fucking unsynchronized. Yeah? Getting in the fucking way when you shouldn't. It's just like, bruv, man's talking to man. Let me talk, man. You don't like the sound of my voice? Then cool. Say that.
It's bitter.
Fuck's sake, man. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, man. I can never be unsynchronized, my brother. Yeah? The knowledge, the information, this is what I do. From the earliest outset, I talk, I speak. I'm a debater. I talk to people. I have discussions with professors and all sorts, and linguists and all of these type of things. This is what I did first. I didn't just come on YouTube and start Googling and all of this. And everybody fucking knows this. This is why all this unsynchronized talk. No, I'm synchronized. You come and synchronize to my level. Let me see your videos. Let me see you talking about knowledge and information and Pan-Africanism and this and that and the government and all of that. In real
And
fucking life.
lacing people
I've
up
done
on
that
game.
already. Yeah? So we're not going to do that.
You ain't that guy, Freddie.
Yeah? Both of you ain't that guy.
I love you,
yeah?
but you're not
So
that guy.
please,
Your dad ain't that
when
guy.
I'm talking,
Your dad ain't that guy, man. Hey, Max, tell me when you finished, innit?
Yeah.
It's not an argument or competition thing, innit? I just want to know when you're done.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's
I
all I'm
can
saying
come
is,
with my
man, put
other thing,
respect
innit?
on my name. There's no way I can be unsynchronized. I'm dealing with information and knowledge, and I'm saying Pan-Africanism
We're on, never off.
from
What do you
my
mean?
point
We're
of view.
done.
What are we doing?
Max, shut up, man, you tramp.
My point, when Pan-Africanism, yeah, at the end of the day, this Pan-Africanism that this brother is trying to sell us, yeah, is not what I'm accustomed to. Is not what I grew up with, right? And I'm clearly trying to find out what is the purpose behind all of this and da-da-da. And I've worked it out. We've broken it down, yeah? And however unsynchronized he might think man is fully synchronized. Come on, got the answers to your fucking remedy, bruv. Yeah?
Yeah. All right,
Allow
then.
the fucking
I've got a-
fascism, allow the
I've got-
fascism,
brother, I've
allow
got
the
a
black
question.
Marxism, yeah?
Oh, no,
allow
no,
the,
no,
allow
brother,
the, allow
brother.
the
Okay,
nationalism, yeah?
all right. Watch this now.
When it
Watch
comes
this
to
now.
dealing with,
Bro,
sorry,
bro,
when it
let
comes
me
to
just
dealing
squeeze
with,
in, innit? Let me just
in terms
squeeze
of
in 1
Africans,
second, innit?
like, bruv,
Because man ain't had a long time. I just wanted to squeeze in quickly and say, man ain't replaced Garveyism with nothing, innit? F and all, innit? So at the end of the day, the people that revere Garvey, like the people in Tottenham at the Mahat Centre and all over London and all over UK, you get me? They must be onto something, innit? Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm just big up Papa Garvey each and every time, and God bless him.
bruv, you don't know how it
'Cause
works.
God
yeah?
loves a triad, do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? At the end of
We
the
got the
day.
Marcus Garvey Centre Library, whatever, in Tottenham. Yeah? Sponsored by the borough. Sponsored by Bernie Grant. A member of fucking parliament. What are we fucking doing out here, fam?
Yeah, you want to sit
That's a
there
real
like
see-
Pan-Africans. Hold on, Pan-Africans were behind having anything named Garvey in fucking North London. You stupid motherfuckers. Yeah, know how an area works. Know that the borough, know that the person that represents that area is in charge of all these developments and buildings and all of these type of things. Because that individual was also a Pan-African. You're silly. Yeah? Silly and stupid, bro. Yeah? Because the real thing that Pan-Africans are supposed to be doing is fighting for our reparations and helping with bending bronzes and helping with people in the Caribbean and this
Yeah,
Windrush
but
and all of
they
that.
do that and
This is
more
what we're
though.
supposed
They do that and more. There's
No, they don't.
evidence they do that and more. Like, what you on about, fam? You talking
bro.
wet?
For it to be that, bro, it needs powerful people in it. So powerful.
They do that and more though, fam.
My brother. Yeah, but because you wanted to bring Haringey, yeah, into it, yeah, and the Marcus Garvey thing. I'm telling you how it came about.
And the Mahat
yeah?
Center, yeah.
I was there before they even existed, bro. So
I
like, we're not gonna do
understand,
that. This is new shit.
But I'm
This is
saying
new
I know
shit.
the area as well, you know, fam.
Yeah, okay.
It's not a competition for the area.
But did
I'm
you
just
know?
saying Pan-Africans have always been in Tottenham. Pan-Africans have always been in Tottenham. That's all I'm saying. And Hackney and Newham and fucking all the other boroughs, West London, South, Peckham, Brixton. It's just a thing what black people done, innit? And
I
still
just
do.
told you. I just
And
told
still
you
do.
how the Pan-African thing works in my area, right? I'm not gonna say the
Well,
same
I
about Windrush
understand
Square,
about your area,
right?
but
Hold on,
I've
man.
gone
You shouldn't have
UK
done it
wide
then.
now.
Hold on, my brother. You shouldn't have done it. You shouldn't have gone there. Let's left it alone because
No,
behind
I
that.
understand how it works, but I'm saying I've gone UK wide because Pan African's not just about Haringey, it's about all the UK wide, like, and the diaspora as a whole. So I've been to Pan African movements in Leeds, I've been in Manny, Clarence Road, I've been Birmingham. You get what I'm saying? Where my man's talking about. What's the road called? Heathfield, innit?
Heathfield Road.
You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I've been over there before. I spoke to the elders. So it's all over the fucking UK, broski.
But I mean, look,
Pan-African's
points
not
like
in
that.
one end.
Hold on. Points
And it
like that.
also hit Nigeria.
Hold on, my brother. Points like that. When like the only other White House that the Black Panthers had was in my area. Like all of these things, bro. What is the point you lot are trying to make? I don't understand. Yeah? Because if you want to talk about things or influential people or Michael X or anyone like that, bro, I can tell you, I can fill you in, bro.
No, brother, we're not on about the heroes. We want political, strategic strategy to help them protect themselves from non-African people.
We don't
So
do that in public.
Go and fuck yourself, man.
We don't do that in public. Yeah, I've expressed that if we had a plan, yeah.
Right.
But since you don't have a plan, you keep asking for a fucking solution. That's definitely true. Yeah.
Nah. At the end of the day, man.
You don't see
Max,
me
a
asking
lot
for
of
a
the
solution.
things.
Oh please, man. Yeah.
I'm saying a lot of the things you just talked about, Pan-African people are doing now. Like, who got echo, man?
And he ain't doing shit. So that's true that he's doing shit.
Is that yours, Con?
No, one sec.
Yeah, he ain't doing shit.
Yeah,
You ain't
I'm
doing shit.
I'm saying
That's
there's
two
evidence that Pan-African people are doing the work tonight, isn't it? I don't know what you're on about, man.
And Kale.
Me and Kale ain't doing that. Well, whatever you say, innit? If you say that, whatever, good luck, innit? But I'm saying to you, Pan-African people are doing the work now, innit?
You make me laugh.
They're doing the work, innit? So it's not a competition, as I said, it's a mission.
You know.
Like, I don't know if you think it's a competition, but it ain't, Max.
No
It's a mission, bro.
It's not. Only a lazy
You know what I'm saying?
Can you not see the links between Pan-Africanism and communism, though, Freddie?
You know what I mean?
Can you not see what he means when he says communism?
Bro, I can't see nothing what he means because he ain't got no tangible replacements for what he's talking about. So he's just going to rubbish something, and you ain't
No, but
got
just,
nothing to replace it with.
I'm not even saying it's wrong. I come from a very socialist city, and it's a very socialist way of thinking. And one of the traits of a communist is to say that they know the real way, and all communism else has failed, but they know the real way. That's one of the traits of a communist, isn't it?
Hey, Heathen, when you and your community, right, teach one another to stop practicing unethical code of conduct systematically.
Hey, that's out of order. Man, just trying to contribute, fam. Why are you shutting him down?
I'm shutting him
Shut me
down.
down, lads. You can shut me down. It'll just go over me head.
You can do that on your Pan-Africanist channel, innit? Do that on your Pan-Africanist channel.
Don't worry, Khan. Don't worry. You can have a snipe. That's all it is. It's a snipe. It's trying to shut me up.
Hold on. No, I'm not trying to shoot you up. I'm trying to sit you down, because at the end of the day, and that you can say all these things, communism and socialism. At the end, non-African people want to survive, and they'll go to extreme lengths to keep.
I'm not arguing against that, lad. I'm not arguing against that. But what I'm saying is what Marky was saying is right before.
Let him finish, Ethan.
Go ahead, sounds.
Haven't spoke about these things. You see? You haven't spoke about these things.
Sorry. Who's got the echo? We need to fish that out. First things first. Who's got the echo?
It's not echo. It's just my fan. That's all. Sorry, man.
Kind of
jump off and stay off real quick, huh?
Oi, Bourne, go and cook something nice.
How can you talk about cook, blood? You fat.
Hey, listen, no. We're not doing that.
Freddie, you're not exactly skinny, mate.
Hey, we're not doing none of that. Listen.
You're not skinny yourself, son.
Listen.
You fat rag and bowl man.
Your finger looks like my toe.
Listen, I'll start muting people, innit? So just allow it, innit? Yeah, we're gonna get back to a reasonable conversation. Dialogue was going all right, before it got.
Nah, it's all love, man. I'm just joking. Sorry about that.
Let's just keep it that. You get me? One at a time. Everyone give each other a shot. Have a great conversation. Yeah, love. Big up everyone.
It's been great anyway. It's already been great, man.
Shut your mouth, Con, man. No one needs your damn ad-libs.
Do you think you are in Lewisham? Where do you think you are?
What?
Where do you think you're in
Big up
Lewisham?
Angelini, man. Big up the whole family, man. At the end of the day, this debate,
that's not fault. Shut your mouth.
We just ain't gonna agree on certain things, especially if man ain't got a solution or anything else. You're not providing nothing else.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that online. I've definitely provided.
No, I'm just saying.
We've got much better solutions than the Pan-African one. Yes,
bro.
And ones that are existing. Hold on. Every question that a man asks is in play. Yeah.
Are you sure?
What am I doing about the rights of man that was stolen from man? That's quite clear to see. You know what I mean?
No,
you go to the various countries, they have history of interactions, getting returnees from slavery. And
brother. What I'm saying is, even if there was a reparation movement to regain. Now, 1 second, because you're telling me there ain't one in it. I'm saying even if there was a reparation movement to reclaim the reparations we're owed now, you wouldn't know nothing about it, just like what you said, innit?
What? Who wouldn't?
Huh?
Who wouldn't?
You wouldn't. Just like what you said.
Why wouldn't I?
Because you don't follow Pan-African thing, innit? You said
but Pan-African is not. Hold on.
So I'm saying, even if there was an organization, would you know? Would you know about it, fam?
My brother, yes.
It's a simple question, you know, bro.
Our governments of our various countries have been asking for our reparations for the longest time under various leaders, some Pan-African, some not, some whatever, right?
Because the first reparation is
telling you, hold on!
Reparation to one another.
Hey, Kel, brother, please.
It's fucking dickhead, bro. Soon I'm just gonna sit on him, bro. I don't know what he's doing, bro. Yeah? When bad man is talking, some people just need to simmer the fuck down. Because I'm just going to get mad up in here and it's not going to look pretty. Bits of kale all over the place. Anyway, what was I saying now? Huh? Yeah, I'm saying that our countries are doing our reparations for us, Fred. Yeah? Various leaders, the Nigerian one came the other day. Remember, and the Prime Minister said, no, you're not getting your shit back because we believe you're fraudsters. And then the Nigerian leader said, I'm a fraudster, but you stole shit from our country. Don't you think you should give it back?
Because now you're telling us, oh, we don't know if you're smart enough to or ready to accept your things back. You get me? They might end up in bad condition and all of that. Well, regardless, it's ours though. You know what I mean? So our countries are doing reparations. Then we got this reparations march. You saying I'm not in tune with the reparations march and the activities of the reparations, which is not just the Pan-Africans. It's mainly the Nation of Islam and the Nyabingis. Those are the two major groups when we go reparations. And I know where I'm usually standing. Yeah, I'm with the Rasta man bunning a big zubi while they're beating drums and them thing there. So you're not going to tell me, well, which one of these groups, yeah, has political aspirations, and even though we're outside Parliament, which one walked in there with a petition, a letter, or something? No, we're just going to beat drums outside. We're just going to march down the street like we just did something. We didn't do shit. We need to wake up, fam. Yeah? Oh, yeah, the Pan-African. None of the groups are doing shit, fam.
Well, they don't do shit because of rhetoric.
But surely that's showing a presence, isn't it?
No, but heathen. Guess why they don't do shit? Because of rhetoric like this. No one supports each other, innit? I'm trying to. If there was a black parliament, or there was someone trying to build up a black representative to go for parliament to get whatever he needs to get, or I don't know what they would do. Yeah. But I'm just saying, imagine there was somebody trying to.
Yeah, I get that, Freddie. I do get that. Like, right.
He wouldn't know about it, and he wouldn't be supporting it. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? And there's
just to put it in demographics, that's where I'd say the black community has been overtook by the Asian community, because they will participate in all that. Like, I get your point completely.
Yeah, but that's dumb to say that. I wouldn't know, and I'm like twice as smart as you. So how wouldn't I know? Huh? Explain that. You so smart, or you think I'm not smart enough? Yeah, because I'm not a Pan-African.
Building up your community for your people first.
Pan-Africans, hold on, man. It's not only Pan-Africans involved in reparations. This is facts.
All right, cool. Snacks.
So you're meant to see flags from like Nigeria, Ireland, Greece.
Hey, bro, you can't stop Snacks tonight. You know, it's going crazy. But family, good night, no man, and love and respect, man, to the whole chat, everybody on the panel.
Big up, Fred. Big up,
Fred. Big up, Freddie Cole. We love you, bro.
Yeah,
good. You know, saying that, Freddie.
You're blessed, Freddie. You're blessed. You're just non-African. That's the only thing about
it. Well, find me a nice African sister to marry, innit? And then my kids can be African like you.
No, we don't want you without women. No. You are not gonna do
no. But Freddie was the one saying that.
Stay on track. Kel, you wanted to speak next, Kel. Brother Kel, you wanted to say something.
Don't go out of your show now. You're gone too far now. Yeah, go on, Kel. Yeah, I don't know what the non-African was doing, blood. Much. Lost his goddamn mind.
I do.
You in the room with Zulu, man.
He's funny,
man. Single and ready to mingle, yeah? Remember that.
Yeah, I know what the non-African was saying. I know what the non-African was saying.
You know, made me laugh. Born.
Genghis got a point, man.
Can't try to give me validation when I'm bringing up beautiful African sisters and that, and he's giving me validation when his people systematically have assassinated the African woman's complexion as well as being, and he's trying to give me validation when I'm mentioning dark women.
I'm not responsible for my people. I'm an individual.
Ridiculous in my life, but can't keep on talking.
All right. I know you want to feel like you're responsible for your nation, but I'm not responsible for my nation.
This is how communists
I'm an individual.
This is what it's
collective. I'm an individual, brother.
Yeah, that's fact. That's facts, even.
Part of a collective who oppresses African people. Don't ever forget it.
One order, one thing. Yeah.
Here's the thing, Brother Snipes. Brother Snipes, you have a problem with understanding the psychological, political science of non-African people. They don't know.
That's personal. Retract that.
He said what?
Did I just hear
I can't.
I didn't even hear it as man was talking. Go on. Sorry, say it again, Carl. I mean, brother Kel.
So the youth do not know how to codify unethical code of conduct of non-African people with the mannerism, basic expression, the body language. They're more fixated on the N-word. So my question to you is, what formula of strategy will help them to decode this aggressive unethical code of conduct every day by non-African people? That's my question for you.
Where? London, Birmingham? Where are we talking?
Brother, I said the youth. I didn't say youth in London.
Yeah,
I didn't say the youth in Birmingham. I said the African youth. That means, brother, diaspora and the continent. That's what that means.
But I don't know. How. I mean, most of the African youth I know are graduating university and that, and going on to bigger and better things. I don't know. We're not failing as much as we supposedly, statistically, should I say, what they're telling us. You know what I mean?
You haven't answered the question, brother. You haven't answered the question. You haven't answered the question.
I don't know. That question is a bit gay, man.
No, it's not gay, brother. It's very politically educational because.
Okay, what was the question?
How do we teach our youth to understand unethical code of conduct by non-African people, which they use with their face expression, the mannerism, the body language, the character, what they ascribe themselves to, whether it's a religious identity, a gender identity, a sexual orientational identity? How do we teach them how to codify it without fixated on the N-word? That's my question for Brother Snipe.
Well, to be honest,
on the N-word. Sorry, we're not fixated on the N-word. That is a ridiculous notion.
But you're not being truthful now, brother. We're not being truthful now.
I'm telling you, bro, we're not fixated. And how we deal with that energy, if it confronts us, and it usually we get the training from an early age, because the system's against us, police and all of these type of things. We learn from young ages, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know that, look, these people are good, these people are good, these people are racist, these people are not racist, and all of those things. So for me, I think all the young youth, African youth, or English African youth, or whatever, they're equipped with whatever tools they need to survive in this environment.
Brother Snipes, unfortunately, you are shockingly unqualified when it comes to political science. What you just said there will not help no youth. It's going to destroy them even more. I can't believe you just said that, brother. I really can't. And that's what I'm trying to explain. Brother, can I finish, brother? When it comes to historical,
they know how to deal with people, bro. I'm saying so badly, they could end up in jail with their zombie knives and all of that. Like, bro,
when it comes to history and historical facts, brother, you are the man. It's the truth. You see what I'm saying, brother? We can learn from you when it comes to these things, but when it comes to political science, brother, of how the non-Africans' behavior and activity with the unethical code of conduct cannot learn from you, brother, because you have to use psychological strategy to codify when they're doing things and not fixated on the N-word, which they use as a magical white formula.
Can I come in after a please?
To destroy you as a people. I hope you understand.
I'm saying the music has N-word in it, all of that. Like, bro, we're living in a different time. We're a different generation to even the young youths of nowadays. And if you don't understand that, you, my brother, are fucking unsynchronized.
But Kel, I keep hearing the words. One second,
you're not in tune with the youngsters of nowadays. They don't give a good goddamn what you're talking about, my brother.
Brother,
they do know unethical codes of conduct. If somebody tries to use unethical code of conduct on them, they'll pull out a zombie knife and start zombieing.
Now, brother, this is shockingly. Why are we going to use military science? Hold on, brother. Why are we using military science? Why are we using military science when we don't need to use it in Pacific scenarios, bro? You see what I'm trying to explain to you, brother? We're dealing with understanding political science that non-African people use. Brother, they're using it in this panel right now. They're using it on the panel right now, and you can't synchronize to decipher what they're doing, brother. And you want me to give up? Hold on. You want me to give up the Pan-African psychologically and badge?
No, I never said that.
Your ideology. I will never do that, brother.
I'm saying keep it.
Die on Pan-African.
Keep it. I'm saying keep it, bro. I never said never not have it. I'm not even saying. I'm saying it's not viable, right? In my reality, right? That's all I'm saying. You can keep it, and now I know what it is. I know it's not the Pan-Africanism I grew up with. So cool. We're clear. We're clear on that. Whether you think it's unethical, where you next man want to quote Shakara, you lot old babies to me, bro.
Okay,
this is
bro.
Complete disrespect on me. You know, like for my age and how long I've been in this thing, that some of you that some of you just jumped on when you was growing up or whatever, a family or whatever. That's cool. But you can't undermine mine. Hold on.
Brother, like you that,
you can't undermine mine.
Why are you attacking?
My brother, you can't undermine my version of Pan-Africanism. And mine doesn't involve violence, military tactics, or anything. I'm just telling you that. It's just about the information. It's just about history. It's just about our culture. It's just about all the different cultures of Africa, right? And the tribes and the kingdoms and the caliphates and all of the different things that happen over the thing, and the archaeology and the anthropology and all of the things that, you know, these scholars, black scholars, were into.
All right. Say that. Snipes. Hold that thought. Kel, 1 second. All right, Kel, you're gonna go next, and then Beefy's been waiting for a minute still. He's got definitely wants to talk. So after Kel, Beefy. Hey, Kel, can you make it a little bit precise, please, brother? Not to rush you on that.
Okay. Now, brother Snipes, right? The youth need to understand how to control their dopamines, which our family members have taught them to be infatuated with non-African people in every single field that runs the world. They need to know how to have psychological tactics to codify it. They need to know how to reprimand these types of energies which are being pushed onto them. And if you think reading history and channels is going to get rid of it, you have another thing coming, my brother. And we're going to teach the youth, brother, how to understand political science. We're going to teach them how to understand military science. We hope that they can use the African resources so we can have submarines and planes. We're going to teach them how to use money to get wealth, and agricultural, the Pan-Africanist way, not the European, Asian, Middle Eastern way. We're going to teach them.
Disingenuous, though. You're so disingenuous, lad.
You're blaming on like the Human Torch. This is not Fantastic Four. You see, we're not the Fantastic Four. Okay.
Kill. Sorry, brother. Can you just finish up the point you've been making, and then let Beefy.
And the last point is we want to teach them the science of black family. This is what we want to go. But go on, my brother. I respect that.
First of all, quick things, yeah, but I'll keep hearing Carl talk about political science. So maybe first thing, maybe you could break down. I'm a layman. I'm dumb, innit? I'm unsynchronized. Maybe you could break down what political science is. And secondly, you keep saying we're going to teach our youth. Has you got a specific school set up for Pan-Africanism? Where you going to teach these youth these things?
Okay, brother.
Go on.
When we're talking about political science, brother, we're talking about knowledge of the system or a state, of its political activity, behavior, and its constitutional law, and how to understand these things to maneuver and build up the African family while we're being oppressed with the political science of non-African people every single day. Now, you are right, brother. There has to be systems where we're teaching our youth how to understand psychological racism, because you do understand racism is based upon psychological tactics by non-African people. Their scientists put that in place, the Willie Lynch and all these types of systems, Jim Crow and all these things. So we as Pan-Africanists believe our black psychiatrists need to do the same thing. We have the likes of Dr. Amos Wilson, Francis Cress Wilson, and the list goes on. So we understand psychological tactics must be used to control our dopamines and to use our dopamine to survive on Pan-Africanism, not European, Asian, or Middle Easternism, if that makes any sense.
That makes sense. Yeah, I'm trying to make it make sense in my head, but I'll be honest, it doesn't make sense. Because like when you say you want to teach them Pan-Africanism, like I come from an African household, and my culture is all about Africa, Africanism, about Pan-Africanism. My Pan-Africanism was me being good to my neighbor is Pan-Africanism, because my neighbors are all Africans, Africa. You understand? So
can I quickly make a point, BP?
1 second.
No.
So when you say you're going to teach,
no,
when you're going to teach these African people how to be Pan-Africans, I'm like, that don't make sense, because we already do it in Africa. We're good to our neighbors already.
But you're not good to the other tribe, Beefy. Beefy, you already said you're not good to the other tribes. So is the other tribes your neighbors? Like they're your neighbors.
Bro,
What are you talking about?
listen. 1 second.
They're not killing them.
One second.
They are killing the other
1
tribes.
second. Let me answer. If Norman tribes are my neighbors, so if I have one problem in one tribe, then maybe there was a problem in every tribe in my area. Bro, don't be stupid, bro.
Oh man, come on, Beefy, man.
Come on, make it make sense, bro.
No,
No, I
we're talking about in mass numbers, bro.
You're saying I have a problem with one person. 1 second. You're saying I have a problem with one person on the panel. I have a problem with everyone on the panel. That don't make sense, bro.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on, brother Eunice. Hold on, brother. Brother Beefy, we want to teach the youth how to understand treaties, that when you go into African neighborhoods or countries where they're being oppressed, we want to teach them how to understand a treaty to build them up and your country up, to block non-African people from colonizing it again. You see, brother, political, psychological tactics again. Go on, brother Eunice.
No. Sorry.
Wait a minute, Kale. You're not moderating this, Kale. 1 minute.
Go on.
So, my question is, if Kale's bringing up about the principle of don't be taking advice from foreigners, then why should Africans be taking advice from Kale when he ain't even indigenous to Africa?
Jeez.
Because that principle he's setting out is a knife that cuts both ways.
Now, to be honest, yeah, Africa's already colonized by China and all that, Chinese investments.
Well, go on, you're gonna ask your question now. Go on.
Chinese investments and all that. So colonization comes, in different forms and all that. So it's not, colonial troops in the mid 20th century occupying lands and all that. Now you got, Chinese investments going into Africa and all that. It's not benefiting the local population at all. It's only benefiting the politicians there and the elites.
Now, brother Eunice, before I answer that, Brother Khan used the identity strategy of making sure that African people's identities are confused and all over the place, because while we're focusing on identities and he's not from there, the non-African can control the situation. Brother, I keep contending you already. We Pan-Africanists on the continent and the diaspora, we've mastered this thing. You coming with this, brother, is like you're trying to convince me to have Haribos when I'm interested in the black licorice sweet. Now, brother Eunice, here's what you got to understand, brother. Here's what you got to understand, brother. The Chinese, brother, although it may look like they are controlling, but you do have to be politically educated and understand the Europeans, brother, because of where they come from, they don't believe in sharing resources and power with African people, brother.
So do you think China is going to share the resources with Africa then?
No, brother. The Europeans have employed China to control the African continent, to make it believe that there's different types of power, but in actuality, it's just the Europeans who are in power. That's all it is, brother. In other words, brother, you know what it is? It's like method acting. Let's make the Africans believe that there's different types of powers. And while we're
I don't believe that, Kale, at all. I don't believe
Can I come in? Exactly. See, Eunice, what Brother Kale was saying is correct. He's very correct. But he's forgetting to add Pan-Africanism in that bracket as well.
Right. Facts.
That's a problem.
Look, what I'm going to say is that, China appears to be a lot stronger than before, right? So it can pull its weight around and all that. So when it comes to investment,
You
Africa,
obviously ain't had a
you know,
meal in about 4 hours. Go and eat something, man.
it's
Go and eat
competitive.
something, bro.
What are you doing?
Why
Okay.
is non-African
He's just
telling the
waffling, bro.
African
Who cares about China right now?
Let him talk, man. Let him talk, man.
It's China's a competitor, right? And it's doing
Well,
really well and all that.
that's
It's
what they're
not
telling
only
you.
is it you know,
okay.
invest in Africa and all that. It's
Hmm.
invest in Latin America, literally
Okay.
down the road from the US.
Right. And they basically own the US as well. Because all big
Not
business.
only say own the US, but technology
Yeah,
speaking,
they own the
You
US.
see how the
They
world
own
works,
all big business
Eunice.
over there. So
You
they
see
own
how
it.
the world works here, Eunice. Yeah, America
Who,
owns
who
China.
does?
China,
The Chinese.
yes,
Yeah.
China's own most of
But the
America.
white supremacy allowed them to.
That's
Like,
how the world works.
Absolutely
let's
not.
just
No, I don't think
stop, guys.
No,
I know I'm here.
that's showing you.
I'm here, guys. I don't watch YouTube videos
Yeah,
or
it's
read
not white
Google articles.
supremacy.
Listen, man.
Bro,
I just
it's
hold
global.
on. Listen, guys. I just fucking leased my building from a Chinese man. My restaurant. I was leasing the building from a Chinese man, right? I said, I asked the Chinese man now, like, who do you answer to? And he answered to a white man. It's the same thing.
Right.
Yeah, and that's it. And all they do is integrate into the community, and they take on the model of white supremacy, just like the white supremacists. And then you can be a little pet. You're a buffer class.
That is
You
true.
are.
That is
You're a
true.
buffer class.
Von Rich,
You're a
He's
buffer
right.
class.
He's right.
Other than Von Rich, aren't you individualizing? When we were talking about them as
I'm talking about mass
Chinese,
numbers.
no, we're not talking about as a country. We're talking about as business. They come as business. They don't come as the country, China. They don't come like that.
They don't vote.
They just
They
come
don't do
and
nothing.
Sony. You know, like
But they're still
that's how they come,
monitored
man.
and allowed. You still got to notice though. They're
Yeah.
still monitored and allowed to
I'm
move
just
around
saying,
like
like,
that.
listen, America,
Hold on.
not too long ago was in debt, right? And all the people
is.
were saying, who owns all the money in America? They're saying, bruv, the Saudis and the Chinese, anyone but Americans. The only reason your economy is even being held up is because oil is traded in the dollar. That's the only reason.
So when the
Their
Europeans
country's
asked the
dead in the
Chinese
water,
to
to be
build
honest.
to have the COVID, what happened there, brother?
Sorry,
When they
what'd you
asked
say?
them to help out with the COVID, you know, do
Who?
you still believe that? Brother Bond, do you remember in 2013 when the Chinese went to court in America? This is very interesting, and they asked to be classed as white. Did
I'll answer
you?
your question for you.
Yeah,
I'll answer your question for you. It's very simple.
Yeah,
Very simple. I'll answer your question for you. You see,
Because they said it was a racist classification. They
Ah.
said
No,
the
one-
same shit
one
there. Hold
second.
on, Beefy. Hold on, Beefy.
Wow.
Let us land this plane real quick. But Kel, you're on to something, bro, because the agents stood together and said, listen, we realize that on this paperwork and how we are classified here in America, we're getting screwed. Right? And the same thing, black people we've been beating this drum forever, like, yo, we are being screwed because we are black. So then when they said that, yeah, absolutely. They took that shit to
And
the
then,
Supreme Court.
and then what did the?
Can I come in, please? Can I answer? Can I come in, please? With a counterpoint.
One sec. Then didn't the Europeans tell the Chinese, you can be classed as Caucasian, but you cannot be classed as white? Huh?
Can I come in, please?
You see that there?
Can I come in?
Caucasian is white, though.
Eunice, to your point here about this,
Makes no sense.
China works within the when we say the system is global, we mean global, and China is part of the system. Yeah, China, their part was how to control the masses. So everything China is gearing up to is about controlling the masses, the technology, the system, everything. Because once it's implemented in China, it's not implementing else around the world. China is a testing ground. America is a testing ground for all these things. All these places you're talking about, they're all testing grounds for this one supremacy business. You people think is black, white. You're being fooled. You're being
That's
fooled.
right. That's right. Brother Born, do you know in the Underground Railroad, you know Lucy Davis, who is the ancestor of Pam Grier, gorgeous African queen? Do you remember, brother, the African Americans, they allowed the Japanese and the Chinese to be
in that. You know, they secured them, didn't they, brother? They allowed them in there. They hide them because the Chinese were getting hung. But someone
Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? Yeah. All these people. One second. I'll let you land. I'll let you.
Let me finish, brother. Let me finish, brother.
Please
Someone
make it short.
Someone in the comments says that the Chinese are helping Africa.
Comments. We're on the panel, bro. Everything's the panel, isn't it?
They're not helping Africa. The Africans help the Chinese, but the Chinese are destroying Africa.
Is it funny, yeah, that all these people were given, they're all related.
Propaganda, man.
This person was listening. This person. Isn't it funny how they're all related? Like a club. I don't know.
That's propaganda, man. I'm not buying their propaganda. I don't know how some of us are accepting their propaganda. As I said, they do control the opposition. They give you both ways to think. You think you're thinking independently. That you're only thinking the way they want you to think. So, like, yeah, if you want to think outside the box, you need to come where we're at. You get what I'm saying? Because everything I hear is already been said. It's a rhetoric. It's always something that's being said, and it keeps getting repeated. Instead of people, oh, what's the solution? What's the solution? Sound like a robot. Sound like an agent. You got what I'm saying? Like, these are agent behaviors and parameters and method acting. Because real people talk real stuff and do real things and see real things and say it as it is. And we don't knock anyone and start calling them unsynchronized when they're not even qualified to call people unsynchronized.
If the main goal is not destroying the system, that's not Pan-Africanism.
How's a dunce going to call someone unsynchronized? It makes no sense.
If the main goal is not to destroy the system of these isms, then to me that's not Pan-Africanism. Yes,
black betterment within the system, like stupidness.
No. There you go again, brother. Go again on synchronized minds, brother. Whether you like it or not, brother. Whether you like it or not. And what I'm about to say, brother, it's repetitive speaking because we as human beings, we forget a lot. You see, this is
from a script.
This is why
you're
an agent.
This is why you need.
Yeah, but even you, Kyle, saying they're unsynchronized, you're trying to put people in the place psychologically. So you're actually practicing psychology.
Yeah,
on what you would say your own people. Lads. I just don't get why you're trying to put people down by saying you're unsynchronized all the time.
We know.
Let me. Can I respond?
Might as well just call them a sellout.
Can I respond?
Weak-minded.
At least I want to say with your chest, lad.
Can I respond? This is what you got to understand. Here's what you got to understand, Heath. Then, we as African people, we like to assassinate each other personally with things that we've learned by non-African people. So when Brother Cow is using a political strategic tactic of calling out the unsynchronization, you're not attacking the African personally. You're just attacking his political behavior, which is. This
I'm exactly what a communist would say. Like redefine and attacking. It's still an attack, lad.
Hold on. No, Akil.
I like that one.
Brother Akil, let me in here real quick. If I could, because now we got a white guy on the panel using these same European ass words. Socialist, communist, but why are we subscribing? Sniper, you're smarter than this, Sniper. Why are you subscribing to these words, brother?
Are you gonna say no?
Sniper, are you a criminal?
Let
me go, Kel.
You're saying a white man is wrong for using white man's words.
Well, let me say this, Sniper. Are you a criminal? Because the white man. Now listen, the white man in the UK, are you a criminal? You subscribe to the word criminal, Sniper.
What are you doing, man?
I'm not because, bro. Because I'm gonna tell you what's weird.
Sound cold, you country motherfucker.
Nah, it's not weird. It sounds weird that you keep saying socialist, communist, fascist, and then
1 minute, man.
You got the white man. You tap dancing for the white man.
How is a separatist? How is a black separatist and a Pan-African agreeing on anything? How is that even possible?
Hold on.
Man's a black separatist, and he's arguing.
Hold on. This is going to get used against Heathen and Brother Snipes. I attack our people when they're unsynchronized because unsynchronized against the best interests of our people. But Brother Snipes,
man, they do Thanksgiving, bro.
Hold on. Brother Snipes assassinated Born.
That nigga does Thanksgiving. He gonna piss you off.
Wait, come on, you lot, man. Come on. pause,
This is
man.
why we're
Why
dealing
did
with
you
Let each
political
other speak.
stuff.
Let each other speak.
Huh? You see,
Huh?
Kel
That nigga
attacked.
does Thanksgiving.
Hold on, brother,
Yeah.
brother.
What
We
we
know
doing
you
here,
want to.
bro?
Hold on,
Is that
brother. Snipe.
synchronized or unsynchronized?
Sniped and deadly, right? You see, Ethan, you got to understand, right? Brother Kale,
Huh?
right?
When he's
Brother
pulling out
Kale
that 16-ounce turkey.
Hold on. You see, you see, brother Kel.
Pouring
Let
gravy
him
on
go.
it.
Let him go, Kel.
With all the
Kel, let him
trimmings,
go.
hair
Let him go.
trimmings, man's got all the
Kel,
trimmings.
Kel,
Let
let the people hear the jokes,
me
Kel.
finish.
Let the
Can I
joke, let
finish?
the
Can I
jokes
finish?
flow, Kel.
Am I
Let the
allowed
joke
to
flow,
finish?
man.
Right? You see, brother Kale uses a political strategy of assassinating the unsynchronized when the African descendant goes against the best interest of the collective. But brother Snipes attacked brother Bourne personally by using cornbread, which will cause division.
Lies.
That is why
Lies.
that is why I used
I didn't
unsynchronized.
say Django. I didn't say 12 years a
I
slave.
use
I just said
unsynchronized,
cornbread.
because I understand the
And I
African
said gumbo, please.
mind. Hold on. Let
No,
me
we
finish.
don't talk like
Gumbo
that.
in there.
Hold
I
on,
didn't
let
say
me finish.
gumbo.
Let me finish.
When we
Hey,
don't
let him
talk,
finish.
we
Let him
don't talk.
finish. Hey, let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Because I understand African people, how they think. You see, so because I understand,
How? When you're not African?
I can't, man. Can't, please, bro.
Listen to what Khan's doing. A non-African is going to tell an African that is not an
All
African.
right, cool. Forget that. Kel, just
Yeah,
continue.
As I'm saying, because I understand.
Unfortunately, there's
Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother.
non-Africans on the panel.
Because I understand the nature of our people, it would be the best interest to use unsynchronized instead of attacking them personally, how they look, or certain types of culture things are done. Cal never does that, but we saw an evidence of Sniper attacking his African fellow brother with cornbread, which was unsynchronized. That's why I use these tactics, heathen.
Okay, if I could.
And that's what makes you qualified in political science, is it?
That's cool.
But I would actually argue again. That's
qualified.
basically a communist quote. Like,
Yeah, I know, but
you're
he's
sort
what
of
I'm
trying to
saying is,
justify.
yeah, but what does that even
doing it, like,
mean?
I'm
What is
talking about the fact
communist?
that you're
What is
doing it.
communist?
Come
Let's get
on,
into
we
this
can't
word
do that,
communist.
man.
Now let's get into it. Let's
No,
get into
man.
it. No, I want to get into it because you done said it 17
You're
times
illiterate,
today,
man.
Sniper.
Stop it,
You done
man.
say communist, socialist,
Yeah,
fascist, and now
fascist,
you
all
got
of that.
and now
Yeah,
you
that's
got
right.
your
It's
and now you got
Pan-African.
the white colonizer
Let's
who
say
just left
Pan-African.
Nigeria
Sorry,
10
I
minutes
just wanted to
ago.
say Pan-African.
He's on the panel. Can I finish?
Pan-African.
He's on the panel. Now you got your
No,
white
oh, he's on the panel. You know
colonizer
him.
on the panel talking about communism. Let's break. What is communism and what is
Yeah,
the
but
origins of the word communism? I bet it ain't
Ask
African.
Kel.
I bet it ain't. I bet it
Listen.
ain't Nigerian.
Relax.
I bet it
It's
come
about
from Zimbabwe.
restructuring society.
Exactly, Bourne. That's the point. That's why Africans are rejecting it. You just made the point, Bourne. Africans are rejecting communism. That's right.
Right.
Yes.
And
What's hard to understand about that?
No. Listen.
What does it mean? What does it mean, Khan?
Hold on.
What does communism mean? What was we calling it before communism?
Born rich. Relax. We're not going to go back to kindergarten in a
Genocide, probably Born Rich.
Come on, man.
But
Everybody knows
Africans
what
call it
communism is.
genocide.
Everybody
Africans
knows
normally call
what
it that.
fascism is.
We don't say
Everybody
communist.
knows, bruv. Everybody knows what socialism is. So I'm saying that
we don't
these
know what that
systems.
shit is. We don't know
Okay,
what
then
that is.
you need to
We didn't
leave.
come up with that. We didn't agree that shit was given to us. Man, you're a
You
socialist.
need to get on the bus and go to the big city.
The first social,
Yeah?
I bet the first
The nearest
socialist look
city
like
near
you.
you.
The
Yeah?
first
'Cause you
socialist
out
look
there
like
in the
you.
country,
And now
yeah,
you're
you're not
adopted.
getting the info.
Can I just say something? I'm very confused and I need help right now because Born Rich is known as being a black separatist, and I don't understand how he can find common ground
I don't
with
care
a
about these
Pan-African.
is.
One minute,
Stop
man.
calling me a is.
There's a
Stop calling me a
Pan-Africanist
is,
trying to get rid of countries and join it under one pan flag. And you're the opposite, saying no, we want to separate and have our own flag. So where's the common ground? I don't understand.
Quit calling me the is, but I will tell you, don't call me no communist, socialist, separatist.
You're a separatist, brother.
I'm none of that.
You said
brother.
you want your free
I'm none of
states.
that. I'm none of that, homie. I'm none of that, Con.
You said you want free
I don't
states
know
for black people.
I don't even know what that
1,
means.
2,
Con.
3.
ADOS, man.
Con,
That's
I
what
don't
you
even know what
said.
that means, Con. I
Oh, you're
promise you,
gonna
I
lie
don't know
now.
what it's social. Let me tell you, I don't know
No,
what
he's
it's social.
ADOS.
Only is I
I
know
didn't
is a
say
racist.
socialist. I said
Only
separatist.
is I know is a racist. That's it, brother.
But
I
you're
don't know
sounding
any other
racist
is.
when The only reason you're aligning with Kale is because you're black and he's black. So
My
you're
uniform.
sounding pretty
It's the
racist
uniform.
when your
Con, it's the
politics is
uniform.
opposite from his.
Con, Con.
Am I wrong or something? Am I missing something here?
I don't give a fuck if you think you want to do something. You goddamn right, Con. Look at my uniform, Con. I can't take this shit out. I can't act like I have a Ethiopian great grandmother, my homie. I
I'm
wear
not
this,
acting like
I
it.
wear
I
this
got
uniform
photographic
every day.
evidence.
Yeah, this
That's not
uniform don't
acting.
wash out.
That's
Yeah,
not
it don't.
acting.
Yeah, so that's the only thing that made me even entertain Kel. But now that I've talked to Kel a little bit more, we have a little bit more in common. So yes, that's the only reason I'm rocking with Kel. But you know what brought me to Kel? This uniform that I can't wash out. This uniform that if the cops roll up on me and you, they're gonna ask you, Con, what did he do to you?
But you know
hey, Con, what did this guy do to you? Are you
That's
okay,
right.
Con? That's what
That's
the
right.
cops are gonna ask me. I can't wash
That's
this out. I
right.
can't jump into this black community and then jump into my Turkish community on Wednesday.
That's right.
And then back over
That's right.
to my Islamic
That's right.
community on Thursday. I can't switch like I can't shape shift like you, Con. This uniform is.
I'm not asking you to. I'm just saying, put your cards on the table and be honest about what you're saying. Don't
Why
try
are
to
you
promote
telling the Africans
Pan-Africanism
to put
like
cards
it's good
on
for
the table?
Africans when you don't really give a shit.
Listen
I'm
to the
about
non.
black unity. I'm about black unity, man. But I know it's got to happen in
Hold on.
everywhere.
Let's codify the non-African. The non-African is using the
Man
confusing
said Marxism hidden behind ADOS.
let's codify the non-African. The non-African is using the confusing strategy of providing assistance to black people while
You're wrong, man.
confusing
Allow
them
them,
about
man. Allow
different
them.
white
They're
people.
good brothers.
Brother
They're
Khan,
good brothers. They're
let
just
me
confused.
you, Brother Khan, right? Everything that comes out your mouth, right, is based upon unethical code of conduct to confuse black people, and I will commend you. You are very synchronized. You're supposed to be. You and your people. You're supposed to go against. Hold on, brother. I ain't finished. You're supposed to go against Pan-Africanism.
I proceed synchronized, man.
I understand, but you're dealing with a Pan-Africanism.
Synchronizing, giving you a good time when you go on
You
holiday.
can see through your tactics, brother. It don't work.
Iron
Because at the end of the day, brother, at the end of the day, brother, black people need to understand this. Hell does not
How you
need
like my style? How you like my style?
Hell does not need to manipulate you. Hell does not need to sedate you. It doesn't need to convince you to join with your people globally.
As a fellow
African
brother
people,
Kale, let me I want to go off the panel now because I've done a lot of contributing, which is taking a lot of energy out of me.
Yeah,
Let me
it's
just say
about
something. As a fellow diasporian, yeah, because you're in a diaspora and I'm also from a diaspora. Let me tell you the difference. Let me tell you. Hold on, please. Let me tell you something. The difference between my diaspora and your diaspora is that in my diaspora, we don't expect to. We don't. 1 minute. Am I talking? We don't expect to see the tail wagging the dog. It's the dog that wags the tail. As the diaspora.
Bear waffle. Anyways,
we have to synchronize with our motherland. We don't see the tail wagging the dog, my friends.
Now, I want everyone to understand.
Is that obvious to you?
I want
You're
everyone to
trying to
understand
tell Africans how to live when how much hours of your life have you even spent in Africa?
Now, let's
analyze Listen, Born, I'm here for
Yeah, let's see who she finna
Big
cape.
up
You better finish your damn food this time, Sarah.
Big up yourself, Born.
Let's see who she
big
finna
up for the
cape for.
podcast
Go
too,
ahead,
man. I
sir.
saw the podcast. Big up yourself still.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Born, I'm confused. Are you Pan-ADOS or are you Pan-African?
Oh shit!
No, what I'm about is black people. Listen, Sarah.
Very unsynchronized.
What I'm saying is, don't put those labels on me. Listen, what I am, Sarah, is I'm about black people globally realizing that you don't have any friends, right? No, first and foremost, and you have a common enemy, and it's in your best interest to unite with the people that's directly around you. Which I promise, if you take a poll they look like you and they're black.
Yeah, but
So
I fled though. You said I fled. You know, you pan ADOS people are better than these.
That's when I'm just talking that shit. That's when it
you know
comes
what I
to
mean?
reparations. That's when it comes to reparations. That's when it comes to American reparations.
You have been unsynchronized. You are causing division against.
No. You are causing division.
So are you, Kale?
See, and now you done got heathen. Sarah, let me see. Let me tell you what happened, Sarah.
You're
See, Sarah,
unsynchronized, Kale, man.
Hold on, Sarah. When you ask me questions like that,
you want to attack the black woman.
Sarah,
You want to defend the black man, but you attack the black woman.
I know.
You're sounding gay, bro.
Hold on, Sarah. But Sarah, when you ask me questions like that, then I'm forced to engage with you, and then you got heathen, right? I know. But then I engage with you, and then you got heathen piping up in the back. You feel me? Like people who don't have any type of shared experience that we have, but then they start piping up and say,
"Yeah, you're talking to me. You're talking to me." Not they. I'm not a fucking transgender. I'm a me. I'm a him.
Look at the non-African getting personal over the reality that his people have no race, for African people, or he's making it personal as though he doesn't have any.
Sarah, I know if I take a DNA test, it's gonna say I'm from Africa.
So you're
and his is gonna say
that's one thing. I'm not paying. Why do you want me to confine myself? I'm born rich.
Because the other day when we were having a conversation,
100%. You know the ones there.
African American, you seem to differentiate.
Very unsynchronized.
Because that's not my tribe. But I've explained that a lot. That's not my tribe. That name was given to me, just like communists said. Hold on, Sarah. I know. I said let's take African off of African American. I did say that. Because that don't describe my 5-time great grandmother.
So though. So why are you piping up?
Why do you say I'm paying anything? I'm none of that. I am African. It's a bloodline, Sarah. I am African by bloodline. I have African blood in me. A lot of you can look at me and tell I have a lot of African
because it's about the history and the.
You can correct me, but I genuinely thought the ADOS are one ideology and movement, and Pan-Africanism is another one. We can correct
all that shit was birthed out of each other.
Very
unsynchronized. Birthed out of each other. We had to see Pan-African reparations movement for us to say, oh shit, look what they doing. Maybe we should do something inside America. Like all that shit is kind of. I see. You see what I'm saying? It's not birthed out of it, but we watch. Listen, we're smart enough to watch other black people and say, oh shit, they have an uprising going in Ethiopia and they fighting against our common enemy, which is white supremacy. Oh shit, maybe we need to do that shit in America. Are they fighting? They fighting in Nigeria. Hold on, listen. They're fighting for their freedom in South Africa. Look what they're doing in South Africa. They're fighting for their freedom. Oh shit, maybe we should adopt some of that and fight over here. Like
very synchronized.
We don't flee.
Very synchronized.
And this is what you don't flee. Yeah. We don't flee, Sarah. We're fighting.
Definition of synchronicity.
You don't flee, but you don't flee. But I lost great uncles in it. But you don't flee. I lost great uncles fighting the Italians, but you don't flee. It's cool though.
You don't.
But that's cool.
That's what I'm saying. You don't help
my bloodline from
man. All these great ideas, but you don't want to leave your country.
Which is African.
The rifles that were used are still around, bro. Take 7 steps back still.
You made a great point. What guys? Bon, you made a great point here. You're saying like about Americans should be left alone to deal with American issues. Yeah. So why can't Africans as well be left alone to deal with African issues? Not the diasporans in Africa.
Exactly. It's logical.
Hold on. Let's break it down.
We don't need your help.
Sister Sarah came in and caused confusion.
No.
And look how the
it's all right, Kel. Still, I'm going to take my unsynchronized self.
This is a good experiment. This is a good experiment. This is a good experiment and a political analysis. Make you understand that when you behave this way, non-African people will keep controlling the resources, controlling African people, because you do not know how to control your domain.
Lady Spade, don't try.
Keep your tribe to yourself and don't make it known to other people.
You had
But
delusions
because
of
we
grandeur.
don't know how to do these
Nah,
things.
we helped everybody, Sniper.
we wanna
Stop.
help.
We helped everybody. We welcome Nigerians over here and help them get this education. If it wasn't for them rights, let's talk about it. Beefy. I got historical records. The civil rights movement opened the door for Africans to come to America. We looked at the white man and said, "Oh, you guys are gonna let the Italians and the French and everybody in?" No, not only. Hold on, listen to me, guys. Listen, I'm in America. I'm telling you some fucking history. Not only let us sit in, let us ride on the front of the fucking bus with y'all, or let us sit in the front of the restaurant with y'all. Also, open the borders for my African and Caribbean brothers to come over here.
I'm glad.
And now we got Nigerians
coming over
here by the plane.
I'm glad you brought up civil rights, because civil rights is another.
Go sit down in the corner.
1 second. Civil rights is nothing to brag about, really, because civil rights made black people gay in America. I mean, let's not even go there.
They helped Nigerians though.
No, it didn't.
And I don't even want to get personal, but you know,
no, but hold on.
Sniper's father got to come over here because of civil rights, though. Beefy, come on, brother. Like Sniper wouldn't have got his experience if it wasn't for foundational Black America.
You don't know that people got diplomatic immunity; they can go where they want from. You don't know about Nigerian man, then.
What we need?
The man got the different passport, fam. They can go anywhere.
Hold on, man. Hold on. He wasn't educated in America. That's the good thing. Yeah, he was educated in a fucking, what we would say is racist fucking Russia, or what do you call it?
Opened the borders for him.
Right? So, like, as I said, when a man finishes education,
they wasn't letting Africans in America until the civil rights, in mass numbers until the civil rights movement.
It's a bad thing. It's a bad thing.
That was all after. That was before my dad came there, defo, right? It definitely was. Right?
Yeah,
at the end of the day, the people you help the most, is the fucking non-Africans, as in you was the major part of the Second World War. If the Americans never came into the Second World War to help who? Britain and all that. Like,
you man died for Britain, man.
Hold on.
You man died for Britain.
That's when you really wait. That's when you really did fight, though. Hold on 1 second. That's when you really did fight, and you really did lose a lot of American lives, Black American lives, and we had pilots, we had all sorts, we had the red coat, the red tails, or whatever they were called, all of that stuff, all that good stuff, right? Yeah, but that is unsynchronized, my brother. Yeah, you lot are helping non-Africans. You didn't help Africans. You didn't fly a big army over to Ethiopia. You didn't fly a one over to Nigeria in the Civil War. You didn't fly to South Africa to stop apartheid. Stop capping. Stop lying.
You're making up lies now, brother. Yeah? You're making up lies.
Pure fucking lies.
Hold on, brother.
There's no answer to that.
Hold your horses.
There's no answer to that. That's historical.
The African Americans. Hold on, brother. The African Americans were willing to fight the Europeans. What was going on in Africa? But
when we were fighting and dying.
They were restricted. Hold on, brother. You're not gonna lie on that.
If people die in a war, with no aid from America or African Americans, where's the lie in that? You fucking pussy holes.
Y'all wasn't fighting the enemy. Who the fuck was y'all fighting, Sniper?
Hold on.
Nigeria, Zimbabwe, y'all ain't getting them before other black men.
No.
You helped the British.
Y'all ain't fought nobody.
You helped
the fucking British. You fled to the
non-Africans.
You fled to the British.
As a force.
Own your shit, man. Own your shit, Bullrich. Own your shit.
You are American.
England. America. The colonials.
We're going to fight. Hold on. The African Americans were going to fight in the Ethiopian War. There's document proof. But there were documents.
Hold on, Kel. Not only that, we not doing shit for Nigeria. Sniper obviously didn't do shit for Nigeria. He ran. He ran to London.
Here we go. Here we fucking
Why you looking
go.
at us?
Oh, you lot just want to beef, innit? You lot just want to beef. Fuck it, beef, innit? You don't want to have a conversation. Let's have a conversation.
That's why your podcast gonna be shit.
Let's
you a done.
John.
That's why. You ain't got no content. Yeah, that's why you fled. That's why you ran. That's why you fled. Go need some cornbread, nigga.
The African Americans were on to help the African wars. They were on. We have proof and evidence, brother.
No, not to mess with me. I'll blow your fucking brains.
You know who weren't helping, brother? The Turks
bleeding on the floor. You know how I say.
Help. The Middle Eastern help.
If you knew your history, you'd know that the Turks kept the Portuguese out of Africa. The Turks kicked the Portuguese out of Africa and out of Somalia. So if you knew what you was talking about, Kel.
Hold on. The African Americans, historically and proof, they were willing to help what was going on in Africa, but we don't have proof of the Turks helping the Africans. We don't have proof.
Kel, can I ask you a question? Do you know about the Portuguese? One of the greatest seafaring robbers that have ever lived. We're in Africa, and thanks to the Turks teaming up with the Somalis, they kicked them out of Africa. The biggest parasites on this planet that have currently got their teeth into so many nations, including Brazil. Yeah? So don't tell me about the Portuguese, my friend.
Yeah, that sounds great, but what about the Italians in
non-African is mentioning something.
All I'm saying is these men are beefing and lying to each other. We helped.
Congolese,
you helped in the Second World War. You helped in the Vietnam War. We know where you helped Americans. You helped your own country in their endeavors, in their foreign policy. Yeah, you helped them in that. Yeah, but we're saying we're not dealing with that. We're not agreeing to none of that. None of their wars, none of their business is nothing to do with us. Some of us were unwittingly drawn into their fuckery. Yeah, some willingly, like Americans. Yeah, and then they want to cape and cap and talk about Ethiopia and Italians when they never even received no fire from no American. Not fucking one, your blood clot. Yeah,
what
not a rifle, not a hand cannon, not a nothing.
Sniper, I'm telling you about the common enemy. White supremacy has us all fucked up.
While we was dying, you was bad mama jammering.
No, that's bullshit because y'all smart enough to know that it was a draft.
Come over to Africa back then.
Y'all smart enough to know that you had to be drafted into the military, and we know that black people were being drafted into the military in high numbers, bro. I hope my mic's still working good.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, we know that.
Just as good as it did on the plantation.
Yeah. But we proud of that. We don't flee though.
You sound like you called everyone for dinner. Yeah. Come and get your food, man. Come and get your grits.
Come get it. That was my job. That was my job. But I was in the field though. I was in the field.
Very unsynchronized.
I was in the field.
Come and get some funny.
Guess what I was? Guess what I wasn't doing? Guess what I wasn't doing? Huddling up with heathens saying, fuck those commies. Fuck that communists, man. Let's go in the house, heathen. Let's go in the house, master, because they communists out here.
No non-African person is going to help.
Imagine we're having a bevy in Liverpool.
The situation. That's what makes me laugh about Brother Snipes. No non-African person is going to liberate the sanctions that I'm on Nigeria, East Africa, South. They're not going to do it. So you, brother, it's like me watching Tom and Jerry and laughing about the times he keeps taking the cheat. Brother, you met me. You are unsynchronized. But have your fun, brother. Have your fun.
Yeah. Okay.
Have your.
Anyway, so while you're saying that, and all these countries are fighting, people are dying, and all of that, where the fuck are you? Pan-African Army. Where was the Pan-African Army that went over to Africa, went over to all these places? Sorry, you didn't have one. So you can have several seats right next to
we have a list.
Okay, that's what
let's mention the list now. Hold on, brother. We're gonna mention the list now. Yeah? No. Because you made something. No, brother. We got a list. We got a list,
I didn't really do anything.
We have a list.
I had an idea to do something.
We have a list.
A list. Niggas, please.
A list.
I'll tell you. Yes, it's ad lib.
It's independence. Yeah, we get it.
Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Yeah, I'll fuck a Pan-African and an ADOS up, or a Foundation of America in a hot minute. Say something,
No, you can't.
You know what I'm
No,
saying?
you
And as soon as you get finished,
we have to
as
talk.
soon as you get finished, you gonna flee.
Hold on,
As
brother.
soon
We
as
have to.
soon as you fuck us up, you gonna
Wait,
flee. Just
hold
like
on,
you
brother.
did in
Hold on.
Nigeria.
I'm
You
gonna
gonna
flee the
flee.
scene, of course.
Hold on,
Yeah.
brother. Because we have to talk about.
They say the criminal always returns to the scene of the crime. So I'll be back here the next day.
Yeah, I know you won't.
We
Fuck me
have to
up.
talk about
Guess why I
Robert
know you. Guess why you won't fuck
Nigga, you
me up
ain't as
at
witty
in
as me.
Nigeria.
Nigga, you ain't as witty as me.
You won't fuck me up in Nigeria because
Yeah?
you ain't never
You
going
won't
back.
fuck me up in Nigeria. Nigga, you
Meet me
ain't
on the
crossed the
west.
Tennessee
Meet
River.
me out west. That's what I gotta tell
ain't-
you,
You
Snipes.
ain't crossed the Tennessee River. You ain't even
Meet me
been
in the
into
west.
Huh? You ain't even
I
been to
haven't.
Nashville.
I
Huh?
haven't.
Have you been to Nashville? Yeah?
You ain't, but
Have
you
you
ain't
been to
going back
Nashville,
though.
nigga? Yeah, Nashville, Tennessee. Like,
You
shut
not
the fuck up. Shut
international.
the trap door,
Stop.
nigga. Yeah?
Stop, Snipes. You ain't
You're
going back,
famous for
Snipes.
country and western.
What's the
where
weather?
you come
What's the
from,
weather
nigga.
in Nigeria? What's the weather in Nigeria? Is it rain? Is it the rainy season
I
yet?
was born unto a wandering
Wandering
star.
star. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah? You can't
No,
tell
but
me
with this,
shit.
I know, but with this in the African Americans, but we
Yeah?
sure accept
I'll
their
diss
culture,
him.
no, brother.
Yeah?
Hold on,
If
no,
he
no,
was
no, no,
from
no, no, brother. We're not
Mississippi,
going to be
I'll
hypocrites now,
fall
brother.
back.
We're
But
not
he
going
from
to be
fucking
hypocrites now.
Nashville,
We're
Tennessee.
dissing the
Nailed to
African
the
Americans,
motherfucking no.
but we like to
Cowboy
use their
territory.
slogan.
This
Hold on,
nigga
brother.
from
Hold on,
Home,
brother.
home on the range, where the deers and the antelopes
Can't play me,
play.
man. Can't play me. Yeah? And you
So
got
this the
country and
African
western.
Boone, why you
Americans
The
so
that
quiet,
are
motherfucking
Boone? Sing
dashiki
along,
using
music
man.
in your
their
end.
You know the
slogan.
words,
Yeah?
Boone.
Country and
I'm
western with the dashiki
I'm
on.
hungry,
Nigga,
Con.
you
I'm
ain't
hungry,
killing no
Con.
one.
You want me to grab you a
Oh,
cow while
shit.
I'm out? You fat fucker.
That's the worst you could do. Yeah.
There's no need to talk about your girlfriend like that, Boone. But yeah,
Man.
pass her around, innit? I'll have a go.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with it, man. And y'all, but y'all gonna shit on Pan Africanism.
But
I gotta ask what Freddie.
what-
Let me ask what Freddie asked. What do y'all have to replace some of Marcus Garvey's
They
ideology?
have nothing.
Okay,
It
I'll
doesn't
give you
need
an
to
answer.
be
I'll give you
replaced.
an answer. I'll give you an answer.
Wait. It
I
doesn't
will
need to
answer.
be replaced because for
They have
most of us, it was never
nothing.
ever implemented. So
They have
there
nothing.
you go.
Hold on a
See you
minute.
later.
But in
Boom.
Nigeria,
It's an idea.
Nimamba
Yeah, it needs to get off
Isikwani,
the
who went to
ground.
the same school as Kwame Nkrumah, was on Garvey's. And brother, don't let me drill you with Pan-Africanists on the continent, that ancestors that will kick you out of England while they're dead. So don't even go there, brother. We have
But they're all
lists.
criminals, bro. They're all
We have
criminals and they're all
lists, brother,
politicians.
of
Hold on.
Pan-Africanist
And they're all
Garvey on
attached to
the
the European
continent.
system, the non-African system. That's
On
what
the
they're attached to. So why are
continent.
you fighting for them? Hold on one
Robert
second. When we
Tabukwe.
say we're not dealing
Robert
with the
Tabukwe.
African world leaders, right? We're not
Robert
dealing with them because they're
Tabukwe.
attached to the system. Now you want to quote them. Go on then.
Robert Tabukwe.
Go on then. Quote them. Yeah,
I'm in the
quote all the
we have
people
too much,
who
bro.
made our
And these
lives
are
a
on the
misery
continent.
over the
These
years
are on
in
the
Africa.
continent.
Go on.
These are on the
Every
continent.
dictator,
Hold
every
on a minute.
warlord.
Hold on, brother. A Pan-African conference in Tanzania. Hold on. The sixth
Shut
conference.
up, man. When you was doing them in Manchester, when you was doing them in Manchester, in
Hold on,
London,
brother.
the first couple,
Hold on, brother.
France, and that.
Hold on, brother. The
Allow it,
sixth
man.
Pan-Africanist conference in Tanzania.
Done it in
Ooh.
Europe.
No, brother. No.
Six was
Tanzania
in
is in East
Europe.
Africa,
How
by
about
the
that?
way. The
You want to talk about the six later on? The first
Pan-African
six was in Europe.
conference in
England.
Tanzania.
Manchester.
Where was the first one? Where was the first one?
Ahmed
Manchester.
Bukwe. Hold on,
Yeah.
brother. Ahmed Bukwe,
London.
the president of
Paris.
Guinea-Bissau.
Yeah, I don't want
Hold
your
on, brother.
Pan-African conference.
That's another
Judge.
conference.
Yeah? European
Brother,
judge.
don't.
Yeah?
You see, brother.
European communist
We
judge.
can give
We
you
don't want
list.
it.
Thomas
Yeah? Keep
Sankora. These are Pan-Africanists on the continent, brother.
Another sellout.
Brother, what are you talking
Name
about,
another
brother?
sellout. Keep naming them.
What are you talking about, brother
Keep
Snipe?
naming them. Keep naming
What
the
are
sellouts.
you talking about,
Keep
brother Snipe?
naming the sellouts.
And we cannot
Keep
forget
naming people attached to the system.
Kampala, Uganda,
What are you doing?
for the Pan-Africanist conference in there. Brother, if I continue, brother, you have to leave London and go back
Name,
to
What?
Africanism.
What?
You will have to
one
leave
person.
London and go back to
Name-
Pan-African. And as for
name
God,
one leader. leader.
Okay,
Name
how
one
many
leader.
Phil, why
Hold
would
on.
he do that? Why
Hold
would
on,
he
hold
put
on.
on his channel and go back home? Nobody on this panel is ever going back home.
Let me tell you something, Khan. Let me tell you something, Khan. Your people. Hold on. Khan. Have not done anything for Africa.
Why are you ignoring the African and speaking to the non-African?
You should not be talking, brother. You should not be talking.
In which country has a Pan-African leader now? In which African country or anywhere around the world has a Pan-African leader right now? Please, I'll leave it to you.
I've told you already, brother. Pan-Africanism was in the continent. I've gave you a list of leaders who are following the Garvey movement. Leaders. But the question for you, brother, if you grew up on Pan-Africanism, which I know you did, brother, why have you left Pan-Africanism for multiculturalism? Even though non-African people tell you every single day, we will never help you out of your situation with the IMF loan on the African continent and the diaspora. Brother, what are we dealing with, brother? What are we dealing with? And that's
I've been to Africa.
What?
I've been to Africa.
Brother Eunice.
Hey, don't let this be the killer L, you know. Don't let this be the killer L from Eunice. Sorry.
It's unsecret.
I'm a big excited.
No, Eunice, bro. Eunice has out of order kicking a man while he's down as well.
Anyway, go on, Eunice. Go on.
I'm not going to say nothing. I'm not going to say nothing, brother.
You answer the question, Cal. Don't be silly. Yes, I'm synchronized. Have you been to Africa? Yes or no? Simple question.
Eunice, I'm not going to say nothing.
Kel, you can't do that, bro. Like, bro,
no, he hasn't been. Listen, that means he hasn't been. It's simple. He's playing science here, political science.
He's my brother. I'm not going to go there with Brother Eunice. Brother Eunice.
He's asking you a question. Answer him.
Go in anyway. Just ask your question, bro.
Okay, I'm asking a general question. I've been to Africa.
What was the question? I don't know.
Has Kel been to Africa?
Oh, yeah.
I have lived in Africa.
Yeah.
I have traveled in Africa. First of all, I lived in Africa with parents.
That's what you have to say then, bro. That's what you have to say.
Brother.
Yeah, now let him finish. Let him finish.
He's
trying.
Hold on. Let me, Brother Zelina, I've said this so many times, brother. But I know Brother Eunice is
both of them are still in my pot.
Hold on, Snipes and Deadly. Let a brother be deadly too, right? I know Brother Eunice been unsynchronized and wants to attack his brother Kel from behind, and he doesn't realize I will backflip over you, brother. He don't get it. You see, brother? But one brother Eunice.
I will backflip over you. That was funny.
So you
try to sneak up on him from behind. You get me?
Eunice, before you answer, look behind you.
I wasn't trying to thank Kel and all that. No offense.
All right, so Eunice, so boom, he answered your question and he said he has been. What now?
Yeah, what now?
No, I was just asking that question. You know, it was a very curious question I had to ask. Like, pause.
Okay, now, brother, is that what they taught you in your masters? Yeah, a masters level question.
So what's the point of you asking that question, Eunice? Sorry.
There must be a point behind it.
I was just asking, whether or not he been.
I know what the point was. And that's why I'm not going to go there with our beloved brother. I know Brother Eunice is being on sing, and he wants to attack Brother Kale. I know what it is, bro.
No,
he's going to ask me if my hair's African.
That's not true. That's
my
not true.
eyelashes are African. If my
wow.
Then he's going to ask me, do I eat African? And he's going to ask me, do I look? He's going to ask me all these things. But the question for Brother Eunice is, brother, why are there non-African people who don't look African that you have a unification with them, even though they don't look, sound, and don't want to be African? Why are they accepted on the continent, but you're asking your brother who is African these questions?
Bro, I never question your African credentials at all.
What tribe is
I
got another question.
Eunice, it's only fair if you go around the whole panel. What up, Eunice, it's only fair if you go around the whole panel and ask all these people when have they been back to their home country. I think if you're gonna ask Kel,
you ain't been nowhere.
If we're gonna ask
Kel, you ain't been nowhere, man.
Let's be fair.
You live in the country. How you gonna escape from country when you country, nigga? Like you just there, like you ain't going nowhere. You don't.
I've got a question for Kel.
You ADOS, yeah?
And neither
African,
are you, brother
of slave, right?
Brother Snipes,
You're a good historian. We commend you, brother, and the youth can definitely learn from it. But you're not gonna leave England yourself, brother. Sit down.
I've left England bare times, bro. Like, stop it. You stupid.
Why are
Cool.
You leave Birmingham. Hold on,
Random,
hold
yo,
on.
yo,
You
yo,
leave him.
S
Hold
on the
on. Hold on. You leave in Birmingham and coming to London and all of that, and that's cool and deadly. You going to Africa too, but as I said, I'm an African. You know this, yeah. So I've obviously been to my country many times, bro. I keep telling man, you want to invite, you want to come with me, you can come. But the reality, I'm telling you, bruv, all of this bright ideas you got, it's going to be
Here we go
hard
again on
in these.
synchronization again,
Hold
brother.
on, it's not.
Synchronization.
It's because a country's so synchronized, yeah, that your plans are not going to be able to work there, right? I'm being
Brother,
realistic with
I've
you,
already
right?
went there,
So
brother.
I've always
They
told
went
you.
there
1 second, my
already.
brother. One second. I've always told you, go and find a developing African country, a country that's really poor GDP or whatever, and build it up, man. Show improve, cuzzy. That's all I'm saying to you, bro. All these ideas are fine, but unless you can exercise them and put them into play, you can't say nothing to me.
Would
Nothing.
you Garvey'ites, African continent?
Brother Kel, can I ask you a
But
question?
anyway, no.
Hold
Go
on,
on,
Eunice, hold on.
go on.
Kel, I've got a question for you, Kel.
Who next?
You were saying to Sniper that he chose multiculturalism, and that's not going to lead him out of his current position, right?
Right.
So I'm assuming you believe Pan-Africanism will. Right? Is that correct?
Most definitely.
And where do you think that would lead us to?
Nationalism. Well,
So
first
why,
of all,
sorry?
brother, Pan-African is nationalism, most definitely.
Okay, so
multiculturalism, innit?
So you think Pan-Africanism will lead us to a time when we have a Pan-African nation? Like what do you see? Let's just say everyone. Let's say everyone. I'm trying to understand what you mean when you say nationalism. Like where will it lead us? Where will we end up if we're successful in your eyes?
Okay, now, brother, when I'm saying nationalism, brother, the Honourable Marcus Garvey said 3 basic things which will help and formulate the government. Nationalize your political agenda for your people only. Nationalize your economics for your people only. Nationalize your culture for your people only. You see, if African descendants, brother, does this every single day, you can control your resources. You can control and dictate your culture. You can control and dictate your political agenda. But because we have a multiculturalism mindset, brother, non-African people will always dominate your thing. You know why, brother?
How many cultures in Africa?
Hold on, brother Beefy. Because at this this organized group, brother, will always get exploited and trampled over by an organized group. These are basic political science.
Yeah, I understand that, bro. I understand that, but that applies over and above outside of Pan-Africanism or anything else. That's just common sense and facts. But I'm saying Pan-Africanism itself, where do you think it will take us?
And Africanism, if it's practiced in a nationalistic way, brother, it will take us to get our power back, which we unfortunately
So define nationalistic for me. Sorry, Eunice. Define nationalistic for me, so I understand what you mean when you use that word. Because how can I practice it in a nationalistic way? What do you mean? Do you mean if the governments of the African countries start practicing it? Is that what you mean?
Brother, the only way we can understand this, brother, is the IMF loans and how it dictates African people's reality. You see, now you do realize, brother, that the resources, what makes Europe.
Yep, I get 100% of that. You don't have to explain that to me.
Okay,
I understand.
So when I'm saying nationalize these things, brother, I'm saying, brother, right? The only way to get our power back is nationalize your political and military agenda for your people only, brother. You understand what that means? For your people only, brother. You see, it's simple. It may seem simple, but if you're unsynchronized, brother, you're not gonna get it. You see, the ants understand, brother, when we're building the ant farm, we don't want lions, dragonflies, or hippopotamus to help with the ant. We want to do it ourselves. Even if you put a leaf, brother, in front of the ants while they're doing their.
Who you calling the hippopotamus, blood?
Hold on. Right. Hold on. Right. Even if you put a leaf in front of the ants working, they will go around it, brother, and formulate collectives. And when it comes to African descendants, brother, put the leaf in front of them. They will stare at the leaf. Oh, the pyramids. Our ancestors created the pyramids. And they will stare that until the creator takes their life. When your ancestors built the pyramids, so you can build your own pyramids. You understand? Nationalization.
But okay, so what I'm not understanding is then, I'm not understanding why in 2022 you believe the Pan-Africanist movement is going to lead us to where we control our resources. Because the Pan-Africanist movement, as has been demonstrated many times, is a front. Now, I've said on here before, many of the ideologies make sense. But we need to shed everything. Garvey, we need to shed all of that.
All of that.
And forget about any kind of, bro, it's a long road from here to where you're talking about. And it doesn't involve any of the existing governments, bro. It just doesn't.
Yep.
It doesn't. Like, they'll have to go. Can't even replace the leaders. They'll just have to go.
They just have to go, man. Everything.
If we're going to get there, it all has to go.
Scratch. Start again.
All what's there. So, like, I've heard you talk before about military coalition and whatnot, like so a unified military force and whatnot, all of that, bro. It makes sense, but it's not gonna happen under the existing system.
Exactly.
And if they start building it under the existing system, I will bet money on it today that that is gonna lead us to some big war.
Now, brother.
And we will lose. A lot of lives will be lost, right?
Sorry. Let me just finish. Sorry, let me add one more thing. And I understand that it's most likely that violence might be necessary to shift the position. But when I say it will lead us to a big war, I mean one of these faux wars that we've been seeing over the last X amount of decades. Do you know what I mean?
Proxy wars.
Yeah, these puppet wars, these fake Punch and Judy wars. You know what I mean? That's where I believe it will lead us, because I can't see how Pan-Africanism can lead us anywhere else, because it's their thing, bro.
Yeah, brother. So far, brother, unfortunately, you have definitely pushed in your unsynchronized mindset. Down. The liberation.
Nah, you're going too far now. Global Triller. Nah,
can I finish, brother? Can I finish?
Nah, I'm not accepting that. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Nah.
Because the thing is, brother,
you're gone too far.
The thing is, right? Khan's laughing like people's helped Africa. Brother, here's what you got to understand, brother. Your people historically have not helped African people.
Khan, answer the question, bro.
Yeah, answer the question, man.
Go and sit in a wooden chair and think about, I'm a Muslim and my people practice racism. My African people, is it from Islam?
What is
or what I do?
doing?
Think about that, brother. I'm talking to African people, not talking to you. Now, brother, S, right? I can understand the African community, right? We have let each other down. And because we have been in this state for so long, to see the hope of getting our power back can seem very far, brother. I understand.
I can see the hope, but I think it lies in us as people, and the governments, existing governments, are the opposers to us, the people. I definitely see the hope.
Now, brother, this don't make no sense, you know, brother. You said that it's the government, existing government, who oppose us. Then, by necessity, brother, in order to overthrow that, us will have to use military weapons, whatever need, to oppose them opposing our liberation. But I understand, brother, we are scared, and I get it, brother. We are scared because we don't want to go in the ground. We don't want to lose lives. These things are natural, brother. Or
where are you going to buy your weapons from, Cal?
Hold on, wait.
Can I finish, brother? Can I finish? But your ancestors, brother, they shedded blood and lost their lives, so us can benefit a little bit, brother, in this life that we live in. If they did it, brother, don't want to do it, then we are not following their example.
That's not what I said, though. That isn't what I said. What I said is, Pan-Africanism, the people who control the existing governments set up Pan-Africanism. That's what I said. I didn't say anything about I'm scared of bloodshed. I already said that I understand that would be necessary. What I said is Pan-Africanism
Who's that? Carnegie.
is like a Pied Piper or a carrot for a donkey. It's not leading us where we really want to go. That's what I said.
Now, brother, when I said that you're emerging unsynchronized, I knew where you was going with me, brother. You see? And this is no disrespect for you, brother. You are a very intelligent brother. All African people are intelligent. You know what it is, brother? When it comes to strategies of being politically uneducated, the political scientist, whether the student or teacher, can always spot it a mile away. I knew you were going to say something to do with the government set it up Pan-Africanism. So in other words,
I never said that.
You did say that, brother. You did say that.
I didn't.
Brother, it's recorded, brother.
I said the people who control the government set up Pan-Africanism. That's what I said. I didn't say the government.
Brother, I
said the people who control the government.
Brother, that means, brother, that you're saying that Pan-Africanism is part of the government. You see, brother?
No, I'm not. That's not what I said at all.
Brother, when you're
saying
saying
African people are intelligent, so don't pretend you don't understand what I said.
When you're saying that the people, right, who control the government are controlling Pan-Africanism, what I'm saying is, brother, that Pan-Africanism is watered by the government. So because the government has their ties in it, hold on,
That's
brother.
like saying that my car is part of my house. I control my house. I control my car. It doesn't make money art.
Let me finish, right? Now, what you're saying is because the government controlling it from your perspective, there's no point you Pan-Africanism because it's the government, brother.
I never said that, bro. Why did you keep repeating it? I've said 10 times now. I never said that. Why you keep trying to say I said that? I've made it very clear. I'll clear it up
You
again.
change the dynamic so you get to control the narrative. So you want
I'll
to
clear it
change
up
what you
again.
say.
Let's say there's a party named Party X. Party X controls the governments of the world from the shadows. Party X also set up Pan-Africanism by proxy. That's what I'm saying, bro.
That's right.
What are we talking about?
So can someone clarify to our brother, when you are saying that they set it up, you are saying that Pan-Africanism is war and control of the government. So we shouldn't.
No, you never said that.
You never said that, but I would say that. I would say that.
Brother,
Kel, you're not getting the strategy. This is strategy.
Why are we tap
You never
dancing away
said that,
from
but
we're not tap
I
dancing,
would
bro.
say
You're
that,
tap
Kale.
We are tap
Kale,
dancing.
I would say
just
that,
made it
but
as
I
clear
can
as I could.
quantify it, you know?
I don't know
would
how
say
I can make it clearer. It's recorded
Yeah,
and I
you
made
didn't
it as
say that.
clear
He's
as I could.
obviously
I
not
absolutely
qualified
did
in
not say the government
military
control Pan-Africanism.
strategies.
Listen,
No,
government.
Cal, you change the parameter of the question so he can answer. So he can suit his answer.
The
Then
U.S.
he won't answer the
government
question.
is based on fascism, right? So, in that respect, yes, I would say yes. The two are synonymous, and you're saying that the government, really set it up. Yeah, well, in a sense, because they follow the same ideology: communist, socialist, fascist, whatever you want to say, ist. Yeah, those in authority. And you can check it out for yourself. I told you the fasci, the symbol, the axe. Yeah,
The fascia, the facial illusion.
It's an axe with
European
tied with rope and string.
The Knight Templars, right? They use the African tradition of the
model.
Nimrod, brother. And you know what they did, brother? They said to themselves, we're not African, so we're going to take bits and pieces, modify a European way, and we're going to call it Illuminati. You see, now everyone's all right with this, you know, brother. Everyone's okay with these things, right? But then when we're saying for the Pan-Africanists that whatever institution you are in, make sure it is for your people's agenda only.
It's not.
We are confused. We are saying all these things.
bro. Come on, man.
Brother,
You're
brother,
playing like.
unfortunately, brother, you're being
Okay.
unsynchronized, brother. You're
Nah,
being very.
you are, bro. You're being
No, brother,
unsynchronized.
I'm being synchronized,
I'm
brother.
dying for you to
I'm being
synchronize right
very.
now, bro.
No. Because what you said was, brother, because the government has a tie in it, we can't use
I never
Pan-Africanism.
said the government has a tie in it. The government's a little bitch. I never said that.
You
I
said
never
the
said it.
government set it up, brother. You said the
No, I
government set
didn't.
it up,
I didn't.
brother.
It's been
Or did
recorded, like you
brother,
said. I said it
you said the
multiple
government
times.
set it up, brother. You said
No, I
that.
didn't. Multiple times I said what I said. Clear as day.
Brother, you said the
100%
government
did.
set it up, brother.
Is there
You said
anyone
that.
else on the panel who believes I
Yes.
said the
You said
government
the
set it
government.
up?
No,
I can't
no,
comment
you
as a
didn't say that.
non-African. I'm not allowed to.
And then brother
You
Snipes,
didn't say that.
and then brother Snipes said, but then because there's
That's
fascism,
not. That's not anything to do with what I said.
hold on,
That's,
brother.
Yeah, that's what I said
you're
clearly as well.
You're tap dancing away though, bro.
I
Come
said
on,
he
let's
never
get
said that,
Getting
but I
flustered.
would.
Kale's getting
Brother,
flustered, mate.
brother,
It's burning him, man.
brother, we gotta no. It's not burning, brother. I understand. No African tribe has restored back resources in the African country.
Oh,
And
please stop your rhetoric,
and number
man.
two, brother, no non-African person
Find another line.
collectively, historically, is going to help you with problem. So you cannot use
I
certain
agree with you. I agree.
reality. It's not
I
going to work.
agree. I
Okay?
agree with
It's not
both of
gonna
those all three of those statements. I agree. I agree. But what I need to know now is why are you insisting I'm saying the government set up Pan-Africanism when I've told you multiple times that I'm not? The conversation can't move forward until you stop saying that. So if you believe that's what I said, I can explain it to you one more time because I 100% didn't say that.
Okay, brother. I made a mistake. Let's move on.
Okay, cool. So now I'm saying if these people in the shadows who seem to be controlling everything and they've set up all these, not just Pan-Africanism, every fucking thing else, the transgender gender identity ideology movement, all that bollocks, rainbow movement, they've set it all up, right? So Pan-Africanism is another one of their things. So
definitely,
right. So I guess the question is, how do you not see that, even though it's been shown to you on this panel?
Now, brother, you know what's very interesting, brother, right? I'm going to give you a political analysis now. You do understand, brother, that the brain repeats and stores and releases subconsciously, even when you don't want it to. Now, brother, you've just said if the government has their ties in all these different things like Pan-Africanism, you see, brother.
You never said the government. You never said the government.
Hold on, brother. But yet still, hold on, brother. Hold on. I said I made a mistake and move on, and you've just fell into the same thing which I told you were doing it, and now you said that you didn't do it. You see what I'm trying to explain to you, brother? If we're going to move on, we don't need to mention the same thing which you believe I made a mistake on.
No, I asked a different question.
No, it's the same question though, brother. It's the same question. You just use a different way of saying it. Let's not kid a kidder, brother. Here's the thing you got to understand, brother S, right? I understand that the black community, we have failed you. We have failed, brother Snipes. We have failed each other, right? And it's going to be very difficult to see the hope of getting that power back in at this state for so long. But what you got to understand, brother, it's part of our existence of our African people that we use tangible proof, solutions, as well as hope. You see, brother.
All right, cool.
Hoping that
that's all good. Can S explain his thing now? S, explain it, please, bro.
And then can you explain to me when has non-African people totally helped African people sincerely without any strings attached?
I'm not suggesting we turn to non-African people, so I'm not going to tell you a time when they've helped. But I guess I've got another question. Was the Pan-Africanist movement set up by Freemasons?
No, it wasn't.
Does it serve a Freemasonic agenda?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Sorry, who was it who set it up?
Now, brother, you see, when we are talking, and I tried to explain to you already, you have the right to be on this channel because you're Brother Jedi's friend. But it's very
open panel as well.
It's very deceptive of you, brother, a non-African, who historically your people
Did
used.
you say I'm a
Khan,
non-African?
Kyle, I beg you,
I'm not
please,
talking
don't,
about you,
please.
brother.
Oh,
Talk to
okay.
S, don't talk to Khan. I beg, talk to S, don't talk to Khan. You just keep
No,
saying
no, no,
silly
no.
Yeah, don't
stuff.
worry about
The only
Khan.
reason,
Don't worry about Khan.
one
Khan, I
minute,
beg,
man.
please.
The only reason I'm speaking, Beefy, is because
Yeah.
S has brought up something that I actually managed to get Shakara also to confess to. That is, for this Pan-Africanist thing to go ahead, a lot of Africans will have to die. And let's be honest, where's them arms coming from? Who are you getting in debt to get these arms to even kill all those people?
Right.
Well, guess what? We're not going to ask the Europeans, the Asian, Middle Easterns. So you don't have to worry about
What are
it.
you going to do? Make your own arms? Where's the technology? Are they selling it to you? Because they got that shit copyrighted, bro.
We're not. Well, here's the thing. We know when it comes to weapons, it comes from the African continent. We know this.
Airy fairy bullshit, fam. Them man's got them designs on lock. You can't copy their design. It's copyrighted.
Now watch this. Now listen to the non-African. When the African is saying, right, the same resources which they use, right, to make weapons, we're going to have to use our own resources to make our weapons. Non-African.
It ain't about the actual metal that the gun's made out of. It's about the blueprint of how to build it.
Brother, African people invented political and military science. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, brother? Huh? What are you talking about? Who do you think invented the guns?
Where?
Who do you think invented
Listen. Mass-produced weapons.
Hold on. African people, brother. We know about these things. You know why we don't use them, brother? I'll tell you why. Because African people.
That's a circular argument. You just made a circular argument. You're saying Africans invented it, but they don't make them because of X, Y, and Z. You've just gone in a circle. You've argued against your own point.
The mindset, brother. We do not have that mindset of committing genocide to a whole people.
Right. So how are you going to bring about your agenda by killing half of Africa when African people ain't about that?
And I'll tell you why.
But Europeans are. Europeans are about that. They want to see half of Africa get killed by the other half. So whose agenda are you putting forward?
Hold on, brother.
Am I dumb or something, or is this just like child's play here? You don't need to be a military strategist to work this out.
The thing is with you is, brother, is that you're not included in what we're going to do. Second thing is, what you got to fail to understand, if the Africans have a pan-Africanist mindset, they can get the power back, and I'll tell you why. If the Africans ward off Asians, Europeans, and Middle Easterns for centuries,
but these are the people you're going to owe money to. You're going to end up owing all these people money to get the weapons that you need to kill your own people.
Well, we're not going to run to your people, so you don't have to worry about it.
You will do.
Who told you that? Who told you that? Where you get
like a murderer, bro.
This way now. I'm glad you're talking this way, because what I've noticed with non-African people, as usual, when they are around African people, they want to control and dictate how things should be according to their interpretation.
Well,
that's what you do as well.
What is Khan controlling?
That's what you do.
Answer S, but you just answer Khan. I don't get it.
Yeah.
But S, ask your question, but instead of answering S, just answer Khan and focus on Khan. I don't get it. What's
the you should go S, because S is the only person that speaks slower than Kale. No offense.
So what makes you engage with S?
The thing is,
it's not slower, it's just smoother.
The thing is with S, right? The thing is with S, he asked the question, right? And the reality of it, whether he believes that it was set up by this and that, it doesn't change the fact, brother, that you're gonna have to connect with your people to get the power back to protect the African woman who is being subjugated every single day, and the black man cannot protect her.
I can't listen to this.
I agree 100%.
Now, when it comes to Khan,
forget about Khan.
Khan is doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing. He is synchronized to disrupt unity of African people. I cannot fault him for that. He's a non-African. He's supposed to.
And you fall for the trap, so you're not synchronized. But you
don't fall for no trap.
You do.
No.
You are falling for it.
Political analysis.
Khan speaks, you respond to Khan. Hold on. Instead of focus on the convo. I don't get it.
Political science, brother. Because the African youth need to understand, when a non-African wants to interject in the conversation, you must use strategies to let him know that you've done nothing for our people, so shush and go away. That's what you don't understand. You don't shout at
I don't
people.
even think you need to let
you don't talk
non-African
about
people
their
know that.
You don't cause all these negative. Why do I want to disrespect?
Why is he saying it on the channel?
I don't need to disrespect calm person. I got no right to, but I do.
Bro,
have
how
the
is
right.
it negative for me to say half of Africa will die for you to see your agenda through? How's that
Yes,
negative?
fact. That's a fact.
In order to get our agenda, we're gonna have to die. Some of us are gonna have to die.
Nah, I'm not into that. And you
Europeans,
lot are cowards.
when the
You don't want to sit in
Europeans,
the office.
hold
No,
on,
I'm done.
when the Europeans wanted North America and South America, right, or the South of America of North America to unite, some of them had to die. Some of them had to die. Our ancestors in the Haitian Revolution understood this is for our next generation.
Only joking. Only joking.
What are you talking as though we're all going to do this? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. But family, I've got to go now. I've got to go. It's
No,
late.
where you going, man?
No,
No, you can't run.
Are you
You
running
can't
fast?
run.
Hold
You
on.
can't run.
Running fast.
No.
Hold on, hold on, Kalen Deadly.
It's a
Hold on,
pleasure.
Kalen Deadly.
It's a pleasure to be on
You
the
don't have to go, bro. It's nearly midnight. You ain't going nowhere. Just chill, bro.
Hold on, brother. Hold
Chill,
on.
man.
Big up
Relax.
Jedi's channel. Big up Jedi's channel.
Where you going, man?
Where you going, Kel, man?
Bro, I
Kel
got
and
work.
Deadly, man.
I got work in the
Kel
morning,
and
bro.
Deadly, man. But you're gonna,
15 more
yeah,
minutes,
you
bro.
say that and then you go on Born Riches. Hold on,
Kel,
you
come,
say
man.
that and then you go on Born Riches to the morning.
Kel, we got 10
Like,
minutes.
bro,
We got 10
stop it,
minutes,
man.
Kel. We
Come
got
on,
10
brother.
minutes,
Give us
Kel.
an hour.
Brother. Big up Jedi's channel, support and live. Open panel. Those
Yo,
are top.
Kel.
Hold on, brother. Big up to Brother Born. I mean, Brother Born has a show.
Hey,
which
Kel,
is
Kel.
hold on, Brother Born.
Yeah, man. Look, all this big up brother
We
Born and
know.
that. 1 minute, brother, man. Wait, man. Because
Brother, I
it
gotta
sounded
go,
like an
brother.
outro. I'm saying, yo, Kel, give us like 10, 15 minutes, man.
Oh, is that
Let's
Brother
wrap this
Jedi?
up nicely.
Brother Jedi?
Yeah, man.
I didn't even recognize his voice, man.
Yeah,
Big
it's
up.
me, brother. It's me, man. Let's just like wrap this up nicely. Give it 10 minutes, man.
I gotta go, Brother J, man. Serious, man. I got work in the morning, bro. I work with black
Yeah.
people, bro, man. We
10
gotta make
minutes,
sure.
10 minutes, 10 minutes.
I gotta, brother,
10 minutes.
and plus,
That means you're gonna be late anyway.
10 minutes ain't gonna make no difference, bro.
as well. I gotta, you know, the missus and that, man. You know what I mean? And I gotta
Tell her
give
10
right.
minutes. Tell her 10 minutes.
But brother, I gotta go, brother. You know what I mean? But as I said, big up to
Tomorrow,
Brother
tomorrow,
Jedi,
we'll catch up.
Brother Born. Big up Shakara. Make sure you lock onto Shakara's channel. Explains Pan-Africanism, Garveyism. And big up to Brother Snipes, General Snipe TV, you know, all the time. But brother, I appreciate it. I gotta go, man. Big up to the family. It's all love. It's all good. Civilization will always defeat unthinkable. Big up, family. Big up, big up,
Big up, man. Big up, man. Big up,
man. Okay, bro.
Speedy Gonzalez.
It's about to get synchronized. It's about to get. I know, little fucking. Yeah, you know what he's about. Stirrer. Yeah, that's how to put him in his place, man. Yeah, this nigga ain't even crossing no Tennessee River or nothing, bro. Yeah, he ain't fled, he ain't left. He just thought about shit. Yeah, we wanted to come and help you in Ethiopia. We wanted to come and help you in Nigeria. You should have stayed on, man. Oh, man. Yeah, you was doing it right, S, as usual. Your style.
Yeah, man, I had more
Your
questions.
style was a great style. Surgical, man. It's smooth. Proper thing. Yeah, man said, nah, the only man who talks as slow as Kale is Thing. And I was like, nah. S is smooth. Yeah. It's cold-blooded for a reason. Yeah, it's cold-blooded for a reason, fam. Yeah, man, that was good, man. That was interesting still. Yeah. I like beating up on Born Rich as well sometimes. He deserves it because all he's trying to do is stir.
Yeah, that's I told you that.
He just stirs, man. It's just like got no content whatsoever.
I had to put it on Born Rich the other day as well. You get me?
Yeah.
Put it on Born Rich. Born Shush, bruv. Because you're from everywhere. Everything.
Pan everything.
You foundational American. You American descendant of slavery. You Israelite.
I remember when man was
you everything.
Yeah. Hebrew Israelite with a dashiki on. Cutting fruit. Like, stop it, man. Big up Born, but yeah, he's funny. You know?
Like, cool, Born, you're allowed to be everything, but stop going on like man's gonna take you seriously, though.
Yeah, that's what it is. Then he puts on that Starscream voice, and it's all over.
No Jedi. What about?
Yes, Knights. Yes, Knights.
I still got Vin messaging me talking about when can we chat? When can we chat?
It's not that deep, Vin, man. It's not that deep. God.
Say to him, brother, man. If you feel that you need to chat, then cool, we'll chat. But like, fuck you know.
I know.
Let go, man.
It's not that deep, huh? As I said, like, once the next day comes and it's all forgotten, man. Trust me.
What happened to Vin?
Nah, man, he was just having a little war on here with who was it with really? Motion.
Yeah.
Him versus Motion and whatever. And yeah, Vin's just a different type of dude, man. I can manage Vin. I can I can build with Vin, but I know it takes a special type of person. I'm trying to let him know, bro, like it takes a certain level of patience to deal with the way that you interact certain times, bro. Like I need you to know that it ain't just man them being pussy holes or whatever. Like, especially for this type of platform, this type of forum, you're not gonna like cut man up 4 or 5 times and think man's gonna have it. Everyone's gonna lose their patience, and then it's gonna be hard for even me to moderate. So the best thing to do is just try and be very, very strict with yourself. Even though you're busting to talk, just go on mute. So we gotta make it on this channel where it's embarrassing when a man can't hold their mouth and let the other person say their piece. We gotta make it so it's kind of embarrassing. I've been trying to steer it that way, like, yo, work on for your self-control, man. Like, you know the way they're like,
I always do that, yeah.
Because it's like, man,
where's the discipline?
Very difficult, man. Because you know when someone's saying something, you're like, no. And Vin's thing is, if he thinks that you're saying something that he didn't say, he ain't letting you finish it.
Yeah, no way.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. All right, cool. Even if you never said it, let me finish and then correct me at the end. No, because you never said that. So yeah, Vin's more on the thing of he'll jump off rather than let that carry on. I already gauged how he is. I know how he is, man. That's why I said when he comes on this channel, I knew it was gonna be fireworks. But yeah, man surprised me with the level of impatience that he was just like, yo, what's up, man? Well, go on. He needs to play that one back and listen to it, and I bet he will simmer down.
It's just obviously like
it can work better in real life, but it just doesn't work on that.
Also, but no, some people can work with, and some people might even be appropriate. But
in real life, it's work.
Man, like Motion, that's different.
No, but you can actually force yourself to be heard. Do you know what I mean?
Because you're trying to force yourself over me. And then I'm trying to, and then it's now a physical thing, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm not.
No, it won't. I'm telling you. Yeah.
Right.
Like,
So,
instance,
okay, fair enough.
We're better off chatting online. Yeah. And I could even get away with a shut up online. Shut up, man. Let me finish. In real life, you're not letting me talk to you.
Yeah, of course not.
Right.
But I mean, so in real life, if he or someone else tried that tactic in real life, say with you or even with me, you're shutting them down is more effective in real life than it is on the panel. Because on the panel, people just keep talking over you. Anyone, no matter who,
you don't want
the
that,
biggest pusher in the world.
You don't want that because what is that? What is that factor of the shutdown? Is it might even be a bit of because man's just gonna go to what they know, innit? And like me as well, I always feel embarrassed after I've done that. Like if I lose my patience in real life, I'd rather lose my patience on here. I got the chance to apologize. We weren't in each other's face. The man who don't feel that destroyed, cool. Like, I've said certain things that I want to take back. And if I did that in real life, I might not get to take it back. Man might swing on me. I might swing on man, and then there's no coming back. So give thanks for the fact that we're just on our laptops and computers, just chatting in separate rooms, and we could find a way to get back from a disagreement. Because in real life, certain ways that people carry on. But I know me. I ain't got the patience for that. I ain't. See the face-to-face argument.
Yeah.
The face-to-face argument. I have very little with human beings because, come on, man. Because it's just
a lot of the times, there's people on here who have argued with you who would be a lot more amenable in a face-to-face conversation. and
Yeah,
they'll be
but then they
commending
go,
you
they,
for how
people walk
well
away and
thought
call you
out
a
your
bully,
arguments
They
are.
definitely can. They've got
in real
more
life,
freedom.
people call you a bully, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what
Well,
I
not
mean?
really.
Their own
Not
fear of
really. I
you
mean,
is bullying.
when you're with your
That's
people,
mad.
they know how you are. And then sometimes when people are getting to know you, they're gonna have to know how you are. You know, like you get into that situation sometimes with someone, and you know of your own people. You know what I mean?
But Snipes, I could be
Oh,
talking. No, but
Mhm.
Snipes, I could be talking, and then a man's dropping. I'm not scared of you.
Yeah, I know. I
What's that
know.
got
I
to do with
know.
what we're talking
I
about?
know. I know. It
That's
happened
coming.
earlier.
Derail.
It happened
Yeah.
earlier
Derail.
with Freddie. Happened
Yeah.
earlier with Freddie. Like, yeah. Well, boy, you know what I mean? And boy, on road and what? No, shut up, Freddie, man. I'm not talking about that. I'm not even going there with you.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, man.
why do we always do this?
Yeah.
Huh? When I start talking aggressive or angrily, like I'm upset because you keep cutting me, bro. And he's like, "Why, boy? It's not. Why's it got to be all that?" And and I'll come off the panel, you know. And bro, this is what I don't want again. Emotion.
Yeah.
Why is this
Emotion.
ultimatum thing where you're making me feel bad
Yeah.
that you want to jump off? Jump off. Yeah, but I'm not gonna be the one. You know what I mean? I just want to be heard sometimes.
Yeah.
A man was just mocking it, thinking like,
Is
"But
it
we
the same
good, man.
topic?
We
Pan
good."
Africanism.
Doubling
But as I said, you said
The
in real
echo,
life.
con.
Huh?
The
You're
echo.
doubling up. I don't know what echo was
Yeah,
like.
your
Come out of the
thing's
machine.
terrible. I think the
Yeah,
laptop
man.
dropped when you and her was struggling with the lap. Let me leave it now. Might have dropped on the floor, Khan.
That's Khan's skills. That's Khan's draw for what man said. Man ain't even doing that to you, Khan. Man's gonna show you man's a better person still. Yeah, because you did give us some
Good.
personal information. I respect it though still.
Mhm.
You just was being
No,
real.
I feel sorry for bad bros. I ain't gonna lie to you.
You just
I
was
mean, I've
being
been in
real,
that situation, like, but
Am I still echoing?
All I can say to Khan, no. Like I say to Khan is these
Ops are the
bitches,
ops, man.
man. You're supposed to know, man. These bitches, man.
Yeah.
You was soft. You was soft as the
But
wrong
Jedi
one.
said it
That's
from
what
the beginning the
done.
other day. Get your own shit. Why can't the man them get their own shit, get a place, get something? And I'm saying, we've said the both said the same thing about the housing situation for Mandem. It only leaves us in a lot of these women's arms, and it depends on their personality. Is whether you're gonna end up a bum on the motherfucking street. So make sure you got plan B, because it could be peak. If I didn't have my own flat before, you know,
Who
when I was
knows?
living with my baby mama, and she said, "Get out my house,"
Yeah, you'd be done up.
actually be on roads, Jeds.
Like real life
sleeping
on
at
road.
the bus
Like
stop.
real life
Like,
on
yeah,
road.
man.
Yeah.
Proper things. That's how she wants me. I said, nah. From
Mm-mm.
that even get into my mind, I said, nah. Anyone who can think like that don't care about me.
Yeah, you can't have me like that. Are you
Yeah.
dumb?
You promised. You said. I should have got it in writing. You said, no, I would never do that. Tell you to come out the yard. One picnic halfway through, yeah, started switching every so often. And then I'd have to go home, do shopping, put electric in the meter, get comfortable. And then I get the call. Come back home, babes.
Yeah, and all that.
Like, allow it, man. I'm not leaving till the shopping's done. I went Lidl, man. I spent 50 pounds.
Yeah,
I'm going to enjoy.
I'm cooling,
And
man.
we got studio in the yard.
Yeah, we cooling.
Why am I rushing back?
Man's
You
good.
hear me?
I'm
We
good.
got chicks here. We got all sorts here. Like, you speak for you. Is that a girl in the background? Shush.
Yeah, shut up, man. What do you mean?
I'm in my yard, man.
Which background? Where?
Yeah, what background? Where? What? I'm supposed to be on road according to you. Yeah.
According to you, this
Thank you.
background ain't nothing you want to have anything to do with. So,
Innit?
which background? Where?
No, so I'm saying to man, them boy, get your own shit. Don't care how she moans, because that is even an argument. Imagine me always had a flat, so that was an argument. So imagine me not even having one. It wouldn't have been an argument, but then it would have been an excuse.
Just
Once you kick me
where
out,
he wants you.
right?
Yeah, that's where certain men get broken.
Yeah, such a shit to man. Then you get a kick. Then it's a slap in the head. Yeah, I know man who've been getting abused. My brethren told me in the barbershop, some of his brethren, because he's like a year older than man, some of his brethren were getting abused by their girlfriend. And one of his brethren, Vinny, came in and told man how man got abused by his girl. I said, no fucking way. How is this possible? But it starts a little bit. It's like when men do it to women or whatever. It starts with a little thing, little back chat first, a little da-da-da-da. You're staying in a yard. Do you get what I'm saying?
I wasn't even talking about man getting broke up. I'm just talking about man get to a point where they never want to upset her ever. No matter what, they never want to upset her in any way, shape, or form. Not even in the slightest way. Like,
that's a trap.
Like your brethren rings you, like, oh, I'm with No, like, just seen him for the first time in 5 years. We're going for a drink. You want to come for a quick drink? Oh, no. Yeah, no, like, yeah, I told her I was going to be in this evening.
Yeah, I was going to wash the panties.
Yeah, all right, it's just going to be quick though. Come, like, no.
I got 2 sets of panties to wash.
Literally, you get me?
You get me?
I'm hand washing panties tonight still.
Yeah.
Get me?
Have you got any starch around yours?
I got to fit the new strings from my shoulders to the panties. You get me? Panty puppet. You get me? Some panty puppet business.
Yeah. Have you got any tips for starching knickers? Well, look at tips out here. Yeah. I try, like, if you have a little lavender in the wash, it actually like comes out in the fabric. It's a mad thing. Like, bro, I'm not there with someone. But you're right. Yeah, it's a trap. Yeah,
I swear,
it's a trap.
Man works full time and does his half of the chores and that.
Yeah, and could get abused because, as I said, it's a good thing women are not hench. If DNA was the other way around and they had made women hench, man would be getting licks all over the place. If women had the power and we'd be getting slapped down, beat down, tortured, all sorts of fucking Guantanamo Bay business. Yeah, human pyramid of mandem.
I was working with this guy one time and he started coming in with a bit of a BO smell on him. I said to him, bro, you're always clean, man. What's happened to you? Like, why are you looking all run down? He goes, because I've got to sleep in the car, innit? I goes, why is that? He goes, she won't let me in the house. I goes, what do you mean she won't let you in your own house? Yeah. I go, so what are you going to do about it? He goes, I'm going to get my pastor to speak to her.
Those are the ones where you have to.
Broken man.
Too nice, man.
Yeah, that's broken. You know, like I have to ring Jeds or S or something and say, yo, I beg you speak to her, cuz. That's when you know I'm with. The man will do it, but blood, you're gonna pay. Do you get me? Even the phone call where you phoned man to ask, where you were semi-teary and you wasn't really, but man's gonna make it like you was actually balling. Yeah, he phoned me, cuz. He was balling. Don't tell no one though.
I wouldn't have much to say to the woman. I'll just get my man to follow me to the door, get his key, open the door, walk in with him, and just see what happens from there.
Yeah,
like one of them dog training shows. Like, see how it goes and work from.
You're out there. Yeah, see you for ages, babe. Yeah. You good? Yeah, man. Safe. You see how you talk to your woman? Stupid. Mad. Yeah.
To me,
Fix up, man.
I'm just astonished. Man can't sleep in their house. Man's on couch.
Yeah, man is getting beatings out here, bro. Man's getting abused by women. Women out here.
Yeah, the brother was getting abused, man. I was just saying to him, I'm glad you got a daughter and you ain't got a son, because you ain't setting no example out here.
Not setting no example for the daughter. The daughter will go up and try that and get boxed down. You know what I mean?
Everyone brings their children up a little bit different, you know? Some maybe never said don't hit girls.
That's not even don't hit girls, but if you're gonna try box, man, like someone might box you back. Even not box, you might slap you back and slap you down, push you down.
I remember one time one girl swung for me, completely missed me, and I don't know how she done it, but the weight of her arm and the swing threw her body back, and her whole body licked the wall, and she dislocated her shoulder. And I was like, good with your fatty Honda arm. I was just laughing. Yeah, but then it got serious because I thought, oh shit, she tells her family that I done it, I'm in trouble. But she was like, nah, it was me. I swung for him. Anyway, it didn't last too long after that. I had to leave her. because I couldn't sleep at night. Man. I was trying to sleep with one eye open, thinking like she's gonna stab me or something. You know, when you start getting them crazy thoughts like this bitch crazy. I just got to leave the situation. Yeah, it didn't last long after that, man. I was out of there.
No, I've had minimal.
That was a mad one, though. She literally swung for me, bro.
One girl attacked me.
Mad.
But only under duress, drunk. Or twice, actually, I've been attacked by a woman drunk. One threw something at me. The other one literally tried to take scissors and try and assault me with the scissors.
Whoa, that's scary.
Bruh.
That's scary.
Alcohol, bro. So it could only be. You know what I mean? I had to restrain her. And shake the shit out of her. What you gonna do, man? Shake the shit out of her. That was the old day one. Shake her. What are you doing? It's not an earthquake. It's me. It's me shaking you.
It's me. Oh shit.
Yeah, shake the weave off her head and shit. You get me? Yeah.
More problems.
Yeah. Fuck's sake. No, I had who did I have a bridging? He's the shoulder barge or something like his girl or something. But it's not beef, but it's like shouldering, bounce chest up against her, like, shut up, man. You get me? But I've seen girls. I've been out with a girl who wouldn't stop hitting, man. At first, it's like raw. It's joke at first, and then one day I was sitting there and she slicked me on the back of my neck. I was just like, what? What is this? This is feeling like abuse. So I took a hanger that she had, yeah, and I just hit her a couple times with the hanger, yeah.
Oh,
like,
what metal coat hanger?
Yeah, like a hanger, eh? It was just there on
hurt.
the bed, and it's like, blood, you just hit me on my neck back, yeah, and you think that shit's funny. And it's like the 7th time since I've been here, you've hit me. Do you know what I'm saying? I've just had enough. Like, I'm not a dickhead. So I just grabbed the thing and I just gave her 2, like, don't fucking hit fucking me. Leave me fucking alone. Within 10 minutes, we was having sex. Mad thing.
Mad.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, these girls are crazy, man. Some girls want you to be violent towards them before they, you know, like, it's weird. Yeah, we didn't have many encounters after that, I swear. But yeah, she was a nice girl though. Other than that, she was a nice girl. I swear down.
Submissive into some S&M.
Nah, she was just
whippings
south
and beatings.
It was a south thing, man. She was just, I don't know, trying to be fog and all of this, and because where I said I came from in North London, I don't think it registered properly. Because by then I was like living in Hornsey or whatever. So I was like, oh, where you from? Hornsey. And for her, Hornsby, yeah, she kept on getting it wrong. It was like some pussy area. So like, you know, I should have just gone in with the Tottenham as usual. But, bros, I don't need to lie about where I'm living, bros. North is north, all right? I lie? So,
yeah. She's trying to treat you different.
Wait,
yeah,
wait.
she
She look at you soft way from Hornsey.
Yeah. She was like, she didn't know where that was from.
Imagine if you would have said Kentish Town.
I just migrated from
Where you from? Kentish Town. But this man's a pussy, oh.
And it was actually like, it's like saying, oh, I moved to
Mayfair.
No, say I'm in South now. I say I moved to Croydon, the nice part of Croydon, or Fulton Heath or something. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Pretty houses and all of that. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm from Brixton originally. So she's just Mickey Mousing me because I'm saying I'm from where out. I live better now. Do you get what I'm saying? And I'm proud. Like, yeah, I live in Hornsey. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, you know where bottom of Alexandra Palace and all of that. And they're like, yeah, we know Alexandra Palace. Yeah, that's a nice area. It's kind of bougie, isn't it? Yeah, thank you. I'm from the ghetto, fam. Yeah, we obviously try and improve and do better. If there's a better part of your ends, wouldn't you try and live in there? Like, that's crazy. And bearing in mind that we never kind of lived in
Chinese person working for someone who wasn't Chinese.
council house. Ooh-da. Alright, that's jokes though, man. Hope Kill comes back tomorrow, man. I got some more for him. These unsynchronized bars, man. It's funny, man.
No, I can't do the poetry too much. Just Emmanuel answers the same question, say the same thing over and like, bro, stop it, man. Answer the fucking question. What are we doing?
Ah, but you have to understand, my brother. Political science.
Political science. Are you using political science on your people when you talk about political science, bro? What are you doing? Like,
Now, there's some people you could say are unsynchronized, yeah, but like when you start saying my like S is unsynchronized, I know there's something wrong with you.
no,
unsynchronized with what he's talking about.
Yeah, I was like,
Wait,
everyone's unsynchronized, bro. Everyone so far has been unsynchronized.
Everyone's unsynchronized with what he's talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Except
then
maybe
he said, remember, and if whoever's unsynchronized has to go, all the unsynchronized have to go.
That's very unsynchronized, my brother. Yeah. And he starts putting things on you that you never said, as I said. And then when you ask him and you pull him up on it, he'll say you alluded. Oh, okay. So I didn't say it though. No. But you alluded to, my brother. You alluded to that.
Repetition, brother. Repetition.
So it's how people forget, my brother. Yeah, big up Keanu, man. He's jokes.
Yeah, man. He's one of the best panelists we've ever had.
He's funny.
I genuinely feel like coming offline, letting everyone forget me, and coming back with like a KO type character, where like I've got like bars that I just repeat constantly.
Yeah, that man is dangerous though. They make me laugh, man. They're like, yo, who's this non-African speaking? Yeah, he even wasn't having a bar of it.
No,
he even was funny.
Funny, man. He's funny. This man's Marxist, communist.
Well,
communist, man.
I come from this area.
Scouse ain't European. Scouse is Scouse. It's a whole race. It's a separate race from English. Yeah, to be Scouse is to be...
Pumps.
Yeah, Liverpool's a whole country on its own. You know what I'm saying?
Like Texas. Scout, it's like Texas.
Yeah, it's like
in America.
Being a Texan. Yeah. Yeah, Chelsea is the standard.
Who's we? Who's we?
Right. Yeah. It's like, yeah. Like if they start on the masonry. Yeah. And then how are you going to tell a European that you can't use European words? Mad. That was mad. Yeah. That was funny.
Unsynchronized.
Yeah. Europeans will teach you about unsynchronized. Yeah. Not only do they create words because they live these words. We'll go and unsynchronize the African. They sure did. Yeah. Got us confused about our own self. Where's Born now, man? Why is he hiding, man? Pretty went sleep.
Nah, you hurt his feelings. You hurt his feelings. What he said cornbread, man.
Yeah, man. Cornbread.
That is hard. You was thinking about the cornbread in history, like nah.
Well, escaping, but man's in Nashville, Tennessee, blood. Like we don't know. Fuck's sake, racistville. Ku Klux Klan on the regs. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I like the way Cal.
You gotta keep that pro-black shit to yourself when you live in them areas.
The way Cal and Born think that African politics is like politics in Europe and America. Even American politics and European politics are different. You know what I mean? But they want to think it's the same thing all over the world. Like, blah, bro.
Anyone where you can't die, yeah, is a good, right? So it's not African, it's not Jamaican, it's not that, because when we vote, we go to the vote polling stations, people fucking die. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, death is in politics where we come from. So yeah, political science or no, you better know how to shoot a gun too. You know what I'm saying? And as you see all these military dictators that we had in Africa, all military trained, by the non-African. Every single one that was our downfall was trained by non-Africans. Was in a non-African army, huh? Idi Amin and this one and that one and all that, bruv. I ain't got time, bro. Fuck black fascism. I'm not on it.
It's dead. If the control of the resources and the control of everything that mattered was returned, why would we need that nonsense? Why would we need that anti-everyone who's not African part? That bit's dead.
And then resources.
It's just the control. It's just the control that man needs. Getting the control back. We don't need all that other bullshit.
You ain't even, they even got all that.
But that's the thing. Yes. They want to be in control of the African people.
Yeah,
it's not about people getting control back. No, they want to be in control of the people.
Oh yeah.
Control back.
But I understand that. They want to control Africa from the top down. Yeah, as part of the pyramid.
But they've done that before.
That's what he don't get. He just blindly just does not want to accept that. He gets it. No, he gets it. Because he's got no power here. So he's saying, how can I make myself powerful? Oh, let me go and take over the world of Africa and be the leader there. That makes me more powerful against everyone else. That's the whole mindset.
In any revolution, your first move is to take out all your opposition that's on your side. As soon as it's like, time to hit the mattresses, as they say in Italian, and everyone's like, got the AKs in there, they're out, left the women at home and they're all out fighting, you'll notice that, whether it's Fidel Castro, whether it's like the Turkish Cypriots when they try to break off from the rest of Cyprus, like whatever revolution you're talking about, the first thing they done, even Saddam took out all his opposition. That's the first thing you do. Do you know what I mean? Because you can't win the opposition, like you can't fight the enemy and at the same time have this disharmony amongst your ranks. Because you're basically fighting a war on two fronts, and that's literally impossible. So the first thing you've got to do is just bring it down to like you versus the enemy. So you got to take out all the people that's on your side. So that means like if you look at how the Turks formed Turkey, right? They had the Greeks fighting them on one side and the Mongols fighting them on the other. And where the Mongols were gaining ground, all the Turks that were running from the Mongols were going to, let's say, Osman, who established the Ottoman Empire. And they were saying to him, let us join your ranks. And he was saying to them, if you join my ranks, you got to fight against these Greeks. But if you try to do a deal with them and turn on me, you're going to get it. And a lot of them were like, yeah. And then when they got comfortable, they thought they could do little deals with the Byzantines. And then you see Osman literally had to fuck them up, like his own people, basically. Because you can't be fighting it's impossible. You can't be fighting on two fronts. So a lot of their own people got killed for them to form a nation, because there can only be one leader. It's just like, it's not even nothing to do with Pan-Africanism. It's nothing to do with, it's just military strategy, basically, pure and simple. It's just what it is. And that's the only way to do it. And I know for a fact, Africans ain't on killing other Africans. They ain't.
That's the thing, though. That's the thing as well. Let's not even go that far. Let's look at it like this. Let's say there was some military force that could achieve it, right? What are we replacing it with? What are we replacing it with? Like, what would anyone replace what exists with? Like, if you're thinking in terms of like, because most people who have these ideas, they talk as though we can. Most of the time, they're talking as though we can just make the system good. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
The system we already have, you can make it good. Yeah, maybe you can, but it's like, I don't know, man. I think people should pursue freedom individually and just live free, because the government's always going to get corrupted.
So it's governmental. That's what it's about, government.
Especially if you're talking about big governments to control whole nations, like they're going to get corrupted, man.
Yeah, definitely.
Like the governance of people should be as close to home as possible.
Can't even make it unified.
Do you know
But
what I
that's
mean?
how. But that's how Africa is, though.
Yeah,
It is like that. It is all like small,
exactly.
small, low-level governments that are for the people more than anywhere else in the world. You see that.
Well, exactly.
So why
Exactly. So
change
the
it?
idea of
Really,
a
everyone else
monolithic
should be becoming
Pan-African
more like
government.
Africa. Like they're trying to make Africa more like like the United States of Africa, like Europe or the United
Right,
States of
let's talk
America.
about this
They're trying to use
country.
that model.
Imagine there's a revolution in this country, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I don't know, we overthrew the government.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying anyone should have the answers, but does
they're
either
coming
one
to
of
the
you have any
forefront, man.
answers of what you think should be next?
Yeah, but these
The
men are
problem
going to
with
come
this
to the
country,
forefront and start
why you
saying
can't
they're
ever
communist.
overthrow this country, right? Either from within or without, is that everything is It's a floating country where the military isn't like in the country. They're all throughout the Commonwealth. The British troops are spread all around the world. So even if you manage to overpower them at home, they've got enough troops outside to then come and retake their country. That's how England is. It's the same with their money as well. Same with their infrastructure. England is basically like a front. It's like a shop front, but the real business is going on everywhere else.
So you
Now, it's the
just
only
described
country
the
that's like that.
solution
If they could
in a
bomb
way.
the fuck out of England, yeah, like kill all of us, but England as a corporation and as an entity would always exist because it's not tied to the country the same way how other countries are, like Germany, for example. When they bombed the fuck out of Germany, that was the end of Germany. All their infrastructure was fucked. Their roads were fucked. Their bridges were fucked. They couldn't bring anything in or anything out. They were completely fucked. But England's not like that. This is what people forget. The secret ingredient in all strategies is actually geography, the lay of the land. And England's an island. That's what people ain't realizing. Geography is the secret ingredient.
Theoretically, anything could be overthrown, right?
How?
They might have. Well, you just said they got military spread throughout the Commonwealth. So even if it meant you had to dismantle all of that,
troops,
even if it meant you had to dismantle all of that for it to happen.
How can you do that?
Oh, just dismantle it. Hypothetically, use.
It's like give you an example, yeah. It's like you're trying to rob me, but I've not just got one account. I've got, like, let's say 10 bank accounts. So even if you tap my main account and rinse me of all my P's, I've got like 5 other little small accounts here and there where I can just run to them,
so
get my money,
get all of
and
them.
then how?
You can get all the accounts. If you can get one, you can get them all. Why is the military that's spread throughout the Commonwealth? Why are they invincible? They're just like any other military, right?
Whenever you see the military get overthrown in a country, it's usually because there's a split in the military where some of them have decided to go with the people because they've decided that the government's fucked up anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I would imagine in today's world, when the time comes, that is what will happen, and it will be more than half.
Yeah.
Because those military, as far as they're concerned, those military fight to protect their country and their families. Right?
Yeah, they're for their
so
people.
They're going to go with their families. If everybody's families is heading that way, then they're all family. They could go with their families.
That's right. And that way, it can work.
But then
what? But that's what I'm saying. In this day and age, governments are so smart.
Central government's a good idea.
I think in this day and age, the governments are so smart that they will never let it get that bad, where people are just going to turn against them to that extent. Do you know what I mean? Like they obviously got experience from that happening before. They're like, do you know what? We'll make these lot as poor as we can to make them work and make them hungry, but we ain't going to make them so poor as they're going to retaliate. So they always walk that thin line.
I think
they run it close.
In recent years,
I think what they're going to do.
In recent years, I've seen in recent years, I've seen them run pretty close, and I saw in recent times what I consider to be some quite big U-turns and some remnants of what was before, right?
Yeah.
But they're just there just for the sake of it, and like no one ain't even like, it's just there. If you look it up, it will be there in writing, but in reality, it's not there in practice. Do you know what I mean? So I think they run close, and I think they came real close.
Yeah.
It seems like there's been a U-turn in certain things. in a lot
Yeah,
of
there
respects.
definitely has, because they mismanaged it. Really, what they're trying to do is, like, imagine you slap someone and then you slap them harder and harder and harder. They don't notice that it's getting harder and harder, because the first one's like a shock, and the second one's just like a build up. And I think that's how they tried to do it, but they didn't gauge it correctly, and they bottled out and thought, oh shit, the first slap was a bit too hard. We need to kind of like retract on that. And I personally think, their whole aim is to make everybody dependent on the government and the state. And how they're doing that is that they're going to make people poor, as in that they need to have benefits. So even if you're working, your wages will be topped up by your benefits, right? So everyone will be on, like literally everyone will be on benefit. Everyone. Like, you'd have to be pretty rich on a certain wage bracket to not have to get benefit. But you know that everyone gets child benefit anyway. Everyone will get family tax credit anyway. So technically what they will have to do is change the cost of living. So you'd have to be dependent on that little bit that you get from the government to see you through. And then they'll make everyone dependent, and they'll guarantee that no one's really going to try and overthrow them. That's my personal opinion of what they're doing right now. And what they're going to do is, because they can't control immigration, they're going to say, okay, all the illegal immigrants and all the people that are coming here without permission, they're not going to get that little extra touch that everyone else is getting. So they're basically going to be like the slaves. They're going to do any job that you give them to do, like come and clean my garden for 20 quid. Man's going to be there doing it. But the bad side of it is there's just going to be through the roof crime, robberies, murders. It's going to be like South Africa, like back in the day. Like crime's going to go through the roof. And that's going to be like everyone locked in their house, afraid to come out, afraid to like mingle with other people. Do you know what I mean? It's just going to be like a terror situation where people just coming out to go to work and come home. That's personally what I think is the agenda.
Do you think that would be
that's how they're going to control the masses? 100% worse. Like, how can it be better? It's definitely going to be
lawless.
worse.
If it was lawless.
No, it won't be lawless. I'm saying like the way how that they've cut back on police and everything, everything's just done by cameras now. So the police on the streets that control, like, for example, some petty mugging from some tramp outside the train station that just went mad and tried to rob some old granny and run off with her handbag, like things like that. Like recently, up until recent history, police would have been on the scene quick. But once people realise that's not going to happen, police ain't about no more. Like they're still police.